Live. we're we're streaming. Holy shit. We may not be alive, but we're streaming. Okay, I'm gonna tether myself by bringing on the man. I am impressed. I am fucking impressed.
I
How did
I
you do
don't
it?
know how I pulled it off. Wow.
I mean,
I'm
well, like I said, I am impressed. There's just so everybody knows, our man he's either been discharged from the hospital or he's managed to somehow get this working in the hospital on his laptop or iPad or something
I am discharged from the hospital, and I managed
to
to,
get
as soon
home.
as I
You're home.
yeah, I managed to get home. As soon as I walked across, as soon as I made it to Highland Boulevard, the bus was like 2 minutes from there.
It's there, and you will. This is eminent proof there is a God watching over us, or perhaps the dark gods.
That's Lucifer's time, man.
Yes.
So in a sense, yeah, if you don't separate, if we include the infernal with the divine, then yes.
Yes, well, definitely. You have no idea how relieved I am that you're here. So, what I'm going to do, young sir, is ask you to take over and tell everybody what happened to you. By the way, I will introduce the topic for this opening hour by letting people know that I'm fairly ready to speak because I had to follow a lot of what was going on with the war. So I'm more with it in a sense that I would be normally simply because of that. But at the same time, it's one of those things where there's just a lot that throws one off before these things go down anyway in terms of these productions. So I'm going to have our man tell what happened to him. I mean, he suffered from rhabdomyolysis, which is not unexpected due to the fact that he, like myself, abuses drugs quite heavily. But obviously, they'll take a toll on him to a degree that fortunately doesn't affect his good looks. But aside from that, however, we might give him a new nickname like Rabdo Reese or something like that.
Nice,
And
nice, Rhabdo Reese. I'm a
yeah,
Rhabdomancer.
yes. So he's going to talk about his latest misadventure. And what I'm going to do is go mute, and I'm going to just kind of breathe. And honestly, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm not doing a Peter Moon type breathing. I'm actually going to be doing my nasal inhalants, and that'll take several, minutes.
Gotcha.
But while I'm doing that, by the time I'm done with that, I can come on full bore. But let's take a look at what's going on with somebody responding to me. So Diane Hillis Buchberger is been investigating all kinds of different alternative media sources about the Ukrainian people and what's going on with them. And so I'll definitely, be checking in
Well,
with her as the time progresses. But
yeah,
you know,
there's
but
definitely some interesting stuff going down with that. Well, uh,
you're welcome to start talking about. So what I'm going to do, young man, is go mute, leave you to it. Tell us about your own adventures first, your misadventures, how the latest thing happened, how it came down, exactly how you wound up turning yourself into the hospital, whether they know you by name now, just when you walk in the door.
they do because 2 days, on Friday I was also in the hospital, but
Shit.
that was a different story, and that has to do with being antagonized by a gang stalker
Holy shit. And
who I
and
now
yeah.
who I will run into him again because everyone who I do work on, I do run into, and I do get to see the results of my work.
Oh my god. Well, there you go. And well, we'll hear about that then, no doubt. And in the meantime, you can share that adventure as well, obviously. Tell us about obviously, there's been a lot going on with you, so share it all. You've got plenty to talk about.
Okay, yes,
And I'll,
yes.
I'll go mute. I may not be able to hear all of it right now, but certainly, I will be replaying it later and catching up and probably bringing it up again with you later tonight, even though I'll have all too much to talk about. But right now, the stage is yours and hugs. God bless you. Thank you very much for attaining what you did, and hopefully you didn't deprive yourself of proper care by getting discharged. Is this something that you kind of forced upon them, or it was a
No,
formal
no, no, no,
discharge?
no. It was a formal discharge. What they actually found was that the reason why I puked my guts out was because of pancreatitis,
Okay.
and that must have come about from a combination of dehydration and the other stuff. And it's if it's any there's some bitter irony in this because my eldest cat, when we recently had to send her to a checkup, she had pancreatitis and dehydration. That's exactly what I checked into the hospital with.
Oh my God. Well, there you have it. She's your familiar, so she's very much like a part of your body. And by the way, Brandon Young is with us. Why don't you bring him on,
All
as
right,
well as
no
Sarah
doubt.
Thomas if she wants. And Sarah Thomas gives us 3 pink pulsating hearts regardless. And so, shout out to you, Sarah. I'm going to go mute. And if Brando is brought on, then he'll help provide a kind of a feedback for our man Jameson. And Sarah Thomas, if you want to come on, let us know, and Jameson will bring you on. He might have. I think he has your. You have the link, right?
Yes,
Okay, good,
yes.
good. But
We
up to
have
her.
Brandon Young.
Excellent. And so before I go mute, I'll exchange some pleasantries with Brandon. Hope everything's well with you, Brandon.
Hello, Douglas and JMO. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you
Yes.
hear us?
Can hear you fine.
Excellent.
Coming in well. I just want to send my deepest wishes to JMO. I hope he's recovered. And I'm glad to hear him back through the creaking door.
Yeah, is that one of you, or is that?
Oh,
That's
we
not me.
also have Sarah Thomas.
Oh, you have
who's
Sarah
joining
Thomas.
us.
Oh my God, honey, how are you?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you sound delightful. You sound so refreshed.
I just got out of the shower, actually.
Oh, wonderful. What a delightful image. I'll concentrate on that. Yes.
Oh, my hair smells really nice and it's wet, so very nice.
Wonderful.
Everybody's taking a shower right now. It's like 1, 2, 3, we're all going. So
Wonderful. Yes. And also she's got my my illustration that I produced for her as her icon. You're so delightful, darling. Mwah.
right, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well, beautiful subject, honey. And so, have I introduced yourself to? I don't believe so. I've introduced you to Jameson Reese, but not to Brandon Young. Brandon Young
I
is this
haven't had the
wonderful.
pleasure.
Yes.
No, thank
Yes.
you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, Brandon Young, wonderful young school teacher from Boston, and of course, Brandon. This is the delightful Sarah Thomas, and she is, of course, a mother who has been through a lot in life and shares those experiences with us.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and you can share what's been going on with yourself lately, honey, as much as you feel comfortable sharing. I hope things go better with, your school in terms of getting your son to get there and everything. Is everything, maybe that's kind of private, but whatever you're willing to share.
Hi, Brandon. First of all, hi. How you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah. How's it going?
Hi. Yeah, we've got Jack hasn't been attending school. He has anxiety, so
Oh,
he's had a really hard time this year attending school.
Uh-huh.
So he's recently this will be his second week on antidepressants or anti-anxiety. A very,
Wow.
very small, low dose for him. He's 14. So,
Okay.
but the school, the principal, and the teachers have been awesome. They actually, every day we go to the school, we go in, we hang out at the office, we hang out wherever it is in the school, just to try to get him acclimatized to being in the school.
Yep.
But they've been really supportive. Like they've walked us through the school when the school was
Yep.
closed, when it was a PD day for school. We actually went in the school and played basketball, me and him.
Oh, nice.
So
Yeah.
the school's been really, really good. So
Oh, that's so good. Yeah.
yeah, it's a work in progress. We're still working on it. So, but everything's looking up. So it's all good.
Good for him. All right. Well, anxiety is the generalized diagnosis for a lot of different disorders, and I find that many a student has anxiety, what we would call anxiety, and this is just almost like a effect of the society we live in some ways. This hyper normalization of social media and putting yourself out there and imagining yourself in some sort of big stage. And God bless you for being involved. A lot of the parents I know, many of them anyway, aren't involved in their kids' lives, and so they expect
Well,
us.
I find that to be really shocking, because I don't know how you bring a child. I don't know how you bring a child in this world and then you're not a participant in their life. I don't know how that's possible, but I guess some people do.
Well, they do, and that's the sad reality of it. And it breaks my heart, because if as a parent, I could never let that happen. And as a teacher, I find it a great responsibility to fulfill that role. And so I thank you for being just a great mom. And I don't know much about you, but it's a great introduction. God bless you. Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
And by the way, do contextualize this. Sarah Thomas is in Canada, and I believe that would have a lot to do with explaining why the schools are so much more advanced than what we have in the United States. But Brandon, give us your own opinion on that. I don't know how often you travel across the border, but certainly I know that, as you said, you're in a smaller kind of school, and that therefore it's almost like being in Canada in that sense, but it's still a public school. So tell us what you think the differences might be. If the two of you could compare some notes on that, I think it would be educational for all of us.
Sure. Well, Sarah, depending on where in Canada you are, I know Vancouver, I know Montreal, and I know Toronto. But that's about it as far as Canada goes. Other than that, Douglas is right. It's sort of an insular, small town school district. But however, I have been exposed to larger school districts, and I know how education works on a sort of a wider scale of all ages, in fact. And so I don't know what your experience is, Sarah, but maybe we can share.
Sure. We live in a small town. It's not a city. It's an actual town. That's how small it is. And he goes to a school that's, we actually moved him from the public school to the Catholic school, if you can believe that. We are not Catholic. He does not attend church. He does not do confirmation. He does not do any of that. He's just there for the schooling and the air conditioning and the I'm not kidding. It is so hot.
And the
up here in
lunches.
summer.
The lunches are better too, as well, I think.
Everything, like just the standard of care.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah.
Like, it's sad to say, but because they get the funding from the Catholic Church and the public school, even with everyone paying their taxes, it's not enough. It never has been enough. So
that's very similar here in New England. I mean, I'm not too far away from the Canada border, as it were, and so the same
you both share the same storm fronts. Go on.
Yeah, the pedagogy is very similar in outlook and pollination, and so it was fashioned on the same sort of principles, and like John Dewey and from Vermont, and people like this and Alexander von Humboldt who discovered it or founded it, kindergarten, which is like education in preschool, sort of basically. But anyway, not to intellectualize it too much, but this does go back quite a ways, and there's a shared modus operandi. There's a sort of shared understanding, and so you're not far off from actually how schools run here in New England. Now in California, where Douglas is from, he might tell you a whole different story about how San Francisco is run, the public school system in San Diego, and the cartels, and oh my goodness. I mean, but here in New England, it's rather traditional. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're about 20 minutes from the American border, so we're about 20 minutes from the Buffalo border.
Oh yeah, and oh my God, I can't resist asking this, and and I'm sure Brandon can interact with this just as well. But honey, you must have been impacted by that trucking fiasco, that debacle. I mean, I'm certain they
not really,
oh,
actually.
Really? Okay, that's
not really. Like,
good.
We're right by the highway, and it came and it went, and we just kind of did our own thing and put our heads down. We don't care.
Okay.
we just kind of let them do what they wanted to do, and then it was over. So it was kind of like, whatever.
I'm so glad.
That's kind of pretty much how I live my life.
Yeah.
I try not to get involved with all the outside chaos.
Right. Right.
Because it's not part of my world. Like, it's just like, you know what? If this is what these people want to do, let them do it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Do whatever you want.
Right. Right.
You know, as long as you're not hurting people, then you can do whatever you want, really.
Understood. And I'll drop it at that, other than to say that they were hurting people. That's the problem. They were hurting the economy.
That's the thing. Most of the time I try not to dig into the news.
Understood.
Just because it's always bad news.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So really, it's like right now we've got our premier, you know, Doug Ford, you know, Tweedledee, Tweedledum.
Yes. Oh, by the way, she introduced me to these two idiots who I vaguely remembered from before. I had no idea they were brothers, and apparently there's 3 of them. So it's like Tweedledee and Tweedledum and Tweedledope. I mean, and they're all crackheads and shit. And
3 Stooges.
Yeah, that's right. And there's these, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. They look like, you know, John Candy and various other kinds of fat comedians. I can't remember who the other poor bastard was that died. He used to be on Saturday Night Live, and he was doing
Jim Belushi.
Yeah, no. That guy was too...
Chris Farley.
Yeah, it was... Yeah, Farley! Chris Farley! That's it! It's like...
Oh, Chris Farley. I live in a van down by the river, yeah.
Yes, poor son of a bitch. Yes, oh my God. Yes, they look like that. Like, it's just awful. And they're crackheads. And they've been around forever. I don't understand how they haven't died. These guys have been burning crack through their veins for like, what, 50 years now? It must have been around... you know, at least 20 years or a quarter of a century. And it's unbelievable to me. But so they're still like what makes Canada, Canada, I guess, you know.
Unfortunately, him and Trudeau. So, you know, we got a great gang of people up here.
Yes, one's white trash and one is moneyed, spoiled money. But you know, all the extremes. They've got it all covered, and so, yeah, all of you just kind of take it from there. I'm going to, like I said, start inhaling things up my nose, and believe it or not, it's not lines of coke, not yet. So
can you share some?
I wish I could. Honestly, it's one of those things. I mean, that's what Brendan Zoget back when he was with us would muse over when our man Jameson Reese here would try and get me on the cough syrup, and he would like say, "Jesus Christ,
I murdered him."
Yeah, there you are. Yes, because everyone kept calling you by his name.
There's only room for one.
Yes. But
you have died from medicinal feet fungus.
Yes. Oh my God.
No, I'm joking. Sorry, Brendan. I don't know who you are.
Yes. No. It's he muddles through somehow or another. It's one of those.
He's always walking through a jungle.
Yeah, it's true. It was like that. Yes, you remember. Yeah. Every time we were talking to him, it was like it was bizarre. And so okay.
Oh yeah, I've been sustaining off of these leaves. I don't know if they're poisonous or not.
Yes, you remember that. You remember that? Yeah, making tea out of various nettles and shit. Yes, that's right. That and the blue mushrooms. That was the blue honey and shit from the mushrooms. That's.
Oh yeah, he thought it was the elixir of life. He thought it was. He was going back to the Eleusis or whatever it was in the Greek island where. Yeah. Eleusis.
Yeah. And
now he's in a volcano in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Sad. But I pushed him over with great, I regret.
there we are. And so Sarah, honey, maybe your son could try some of that blue honey or something like that. That might help with the anxiety.
Give it to me first.
That's right.
I gotta check it out first.
Of course.
No, you know what is great is passion flower tea for anxiety. If you take that at night.
Mm-hmm. And
fantastic.
And so, have you experimented with that, Sarah?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know Brandon has.
Oh. Do you?
I could say that hydroxyzine works good for anxiety too. That's also visceral, Norvast, or what's the other name? Atarax. They have many different names for that one chemical, but it's a medication I take to help me sleep. Anyway, the thing is, if you're awake, it does help with the anxiety because you just feel like, oh man, I don't really care.
Oh.
And the thing is, unfortunately, I never take it in the day. I only take it at night when I should be taking it in the daytime.
Yeah, it sounds like something I would take during the day. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yes. Both of you have that kind of inverse kind of biorhythm. By the way,
Yeah.
before I go mute, honey, I just wanted to take a quick look into the chat room and thank everybody who's put their upvotes. I do remind people we get hit by a lot of downvotes as soon as we start transmitting. Because the bots get sent our way to prevent our transmissions from basically showing up on searches. So everybody throw in an upvote to counter that, and that helps immensely for us to show up on searches. And I want to say hello to Vicky Johnson, who's provided us all sorts of wonderful symbols, the Ukrainian flag for solidarity, as well as the hands clasped in prayer, and the sun that happens to look almost like the Guomindang or nationalist Chinese symbol, which is deeply appreciated, along with a heart and a sunflower. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly beyond expression. And you're an angel as well. No one asks, what has Doug got to say about Russia and China? Well, all too much, and I'll get into it soon enough. More or less, when Peter Moon shows up at the top of the hour, presumably, we'll get into it shortly after he takes off for the night, and we'll see how long he's with us, and then I get into monologue after that. Dat Dude 873210 says, sound is loud and clear. God bless him. Hugs. We really appreciate your being here, Dat Dude. And as well, anyone else who's with us and supports us, as always, our love goes out to you. And my love extends, of course, to all of these wonderful people who are on the round table with myself. The first thing I'm going to do now, after going mute, is just attend to my inhalants, and let's have these wonderful people take over. One more person came in saying, Arsenio de Otonias, who said, good evening, Senor Dietrich. It's been a pleasure to follow your brave work for 7 years now. May you please remind us the location of the USSR government in exile? Transnistria, sir. Yes, Transnistria, and that would be located on shall we say, the eastern border of Moldova. So Moldavia, or Moldova, it can be pronounced either way actually, is where the Dniester River goes into the Black Sea, and the Transnistria Republic is essentially the Soviet Union in exile. And so people can look up Transnistria, and that would be spelled Trans, like trans person, right? And then trans along with the Dniester River, Dneiste, or TR. IA, Transnistria. I mean, you add in enough of those letters, you'll get it. I'm horrible at spelling bees. I can't spell without. I can spell very well when I'm writing, but I can't spell verbally. Okay, so Douglas Marks also says, sounds good. Good show already. You're very kind, very gracious. And with that, I turn it back to the people who can provide you that quality talk. And we will go first with the lady, of course. I turn it back to our lady, Sarah, and Sarah can bring on both the other gentlemen who are with us. Arsenio de Otania says, thank you, sir. Bless you. Hugs. And all yours, honey. You take over for a bit.
Hey, Brandon, I wanted to ask you,
Yeah.
in your school district, within your school board, I was wondering about, do you guys have mental health services
Yep.
for kids?
Yeah, absolutely we do. Even in the middle school. Massachusetts has always been sort of on the vanguard of progressive education in that way, and special education and services for children with disabilities. If you can, because there was such an outrage during the 70s and 60s about the Belchertown State, not prison, but it was a mental facility. I think Geraldo Rivera, if I'm not mistaken, did a documentary on this, as well as, he did the whole stupid Presidio thing, but whatever. But he did that, and there were a few other documentaries. I forget the names of them. They were very powerful, and it led to great reform under Michael Dukakis, who was a governor of Massachusetts and also ran for president in the 80s against Reagan, I believe.
I remember him. I remember him running for president. I remember that.
And he made this really bad decision to roll down in a tank, unfortunately, during a parade. Yeah, so that ruined him. But he was rather progressive in the whole psychiatric movement. So nowadays, we have in Massachusetts, services are provided one-to-one, and it's under a certain statute, under the MGLA, which is the Massachusetts General Laws, but is also enforced by the federal, which adopted the Massachusetts law, etc. So yes, we do. Long story short,
well, just because a lot of people have mental health issues, but it's never recognized. So when they do enter school and things like that, and things kind of get harder, then they kind of show a little bit. And it kind of peaks when they're in school, because that's when they have to stand in front of a class, or they have to do stuff that makes them uncomfortable. So that's where it kind of shows up, right?
That's absolutely correct, because it's a social setting.
Yeah.
It's not just the family household where they can just be themselves, or, it's other peers, and that makes the difference.
Yeah, because that's the thing. My son's in grade 8. He's going into grade 9. So I see all of these kids peaking in some way or another where they might have trouble with something. And especially with COVID, and then not being in school and doing online school, and then going back and forth and back and forth. A lot of kids are lost in the shuffle.
Absolutely.
A lot of kids are not getting the education they need, but they're getting pushed to the next grade.
What makes this so concerning is that that's the age when the structures in the brain that are associated with socializing and whatnot, the prefrontal cortex is starting to fully develop. So it's very important for them to have that sort of, to go through this group setting where they're amongst their peers.
That's right.
And them being deprived of that is going to have I should
mirror
hope
neurons. Yeah,
it's gonna have a very profound impact on our societies to come.
Yeah, like with our family, it's impacting us, and I wonder how many other families. And then I know when I tried to contact Niagara Health in our area, the health system is just so overrun.
Oh yeah.
They're like a year behind, so people aren't getting the help, and then so kids are like treading water.
Yep.
Trying to stay afloat.
I'll tell you this, Sarah. I'll tell you, you're not alone. I'll tell you that you're feeling the same thing that most parents of students feel. And you said that your son likes to play basketball. I would encourage that as much as possible. I am a basketball coach, and if there's anything that relieves anxiety, it is the participation in sport, at least a little degree. Some sort of exercise, some sort of discipline, whatever it may be. Maybe he's into karate or martial arts or Tang Sudo, whatever it may be. But basketball, if he likes basketball, which is fun, which was my favorite thing. Encourage that as much as you absolutely possibly can, and go to these school board meetings and make your voice heard, and ask for these, and as a good mother, advocate for. And if you find an advocacy organization that will recognize your son's diagnoses and advocate on behalf of him. And go to these IAP meetings and make sure that he has these services of behavioral therapy, all these speech therapy, all the different therapies that are out there. But you just fortunately have to fight for them.
Yep. Well, just I've had to fight for my own. I've been off work for 7 years now from mental health. And it kind of affected me when I was just hitting high school. So I see it in him, what happened to me. And I'm just trying to get the help that I know that I needed for him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, you know, you can see it. It's but you almost feel like it's genetic. But that could be and that could not be. But regardless, like, also take care of yourself too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make sure you're getting the help that you deserve.
Yeah, it's like being on the airplane. You got to give your oxygen first to yourself, and then
the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, so make your, like, with me, it's a weird realization having a daughter or a kid.
Yep, it is.
And then you realize, oh, my life isn't just mine; it's hers, or it's his, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So now my health depends on this person, and their health depends on me. So I better take care of myself and be the best Brandon that I can be. And that will just radiate into the child in some way. So it's a whole learning process for me too, and it's good to share these things, I feel like. So thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. You brought up another interesting point that needs to be pointed out. And this does have to do with this pandemic as
Going through this
well.
sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Huge.
It has to do with the epigenetics. And these aren't necessarily these don't necessarily need to be genes passed down by the parents, but due to certain experiences a person has in their life, they might activate or trigger certain genes so that the next generation would inherit certain things as a result. And that sort of builds that intergenerational trauma. And you know, we don't have any idea what the outcome of the trauma of what people are going through with the COVID pandemic is going to be on the, you know, upcoming generations.
Yeah, that literally scares the shit out of me. That does. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? How it's going to affect people? Yeah.
Yeah, how is it going to affect everybody? But epigenetics, forgive me, but it's always been like an incoherent statement, because it's like, oh, the epigenetics of the genetics. This is how so just call it genetics, you know. In my opinion, there's no such thing as epigenetics. It's just genetics. So,
well, there's a reason. Well, there's a reason why there's a disambiguation between the two. Generally, when we're speaking about genetics, you know, there's a tendency to think that this is inherited by, you know, either dominant or recessive genes from the parents or whatnot. Whereas when you're dealing with and this could be like this could be certain traits that are passed down from generations, such as, you know, a gene for cancer or something like that, you know. But when we're dealing with epigenetics, we're dealing with the way the environment changes a person's DNA in their lifetime. And this is sort of disconnected from whatever they inherited from their parents. So that's sort of the reason why they make that disambiguation.
Right. No, I get it. But it's funny because it's like, it's how the environment affects the genetics. So how is it beyond genetics? You know, I don't know.
Well,
anyway,
you know,
no,
you bring up,
I totally get it.
you know, you got a good point.
I get it.
It is all under the same umbrella. So yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's scary. Outside factors affecting your genetics.
Well, it's true. I mean, that's but I would say that's just, it's almost like outside factors affecting the physical, like gravity. Gravity is an invisible force, right? We don't usually associate it with physical. We associate it with field theory and whatnot. It's an invisible force. Newton proved it to be an occult force or whatever. It was scary action at a distance. You know, something invisible could affect something physical. It's very kind of creepy. but nonetheless, it's true. And this is very much sort of the same thing. Is this, so maybe invisible forces, or we have to redefine our idea of what physical is or what genetics is. Anyway, that's a nerdy. I'm such a nerd. And
let's nerd out. I mean,
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
At least I'm not a geek, because you know what geek meant was like it was a guy in a carnival that bit a chicken.
Oh God.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm
oh
not
my
that.
gosh.
More of a nerd.
Oh yeah, yeah. That would be Douglas Dietrich's gang stalkers who are geeks. Literally.
Hey, I'm gonna call out one. Can I call out one, JMO, real quick?
Yes.
So for about 10 years or so, this guy has been stalking me, and I never gave him the light of day. I don't even want to talk about his name. But recently he got exposed as being an abuser and having a restraining order by his senile multiple sclerosis mother and sister.
Oh my God.
But like the thing is, like you go into chat rooms and these people are like, "What a great job you're doing! What a great job you're doing, Lee Veltman." And all this
I know
stuff,
exactly
right?
who that is. Yes.
Do you really? See, look at that.
Yep. I
Really?
do. I know exactly who that is.
So, this guy I've been following for about 10 years.
Yep.
And I didn't realize he was like 50 or whatever, right? So, I'm a younger guy. I'm just kind of make my things and whatever. But he would just obsessively be with me. And he was obsessed with Aquino. He was obsessed with Temple of Set. He was obsessed with L. Ron Hubbard and mind control, supposedly. But he never really made a coherent statement. And he was just there to sort of gang stalk people and gaslight people, as far as I could tell. But recently, people have finally caught on. This is like 10 years later, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's a piece of shit." Excuse my language, but this guy is a piece of shit. And
Isn't he in the same circle as Titus Frost?
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yep.
Right, this QAnon sort of LARP or whatever, But he'll say that it's everybody but him.
Yeah.
And it's just like the NLP and the psychopathy is just so there. But he also hides against women. He hides under women. And even people like Terry Joyce, who was a
oh yes, I know exactly who that is. Yep.
Yeah, she was a co-host with Douglas, and I used to do roundtables with her at Revolution Radio. She would lead into Douglas's show.
Yep.
And that's how I knew her. But she does a YouTube channel. She even pointed out the fact that like Lee is this disgusting human character that just goes after women. And in a team, he can't show up, and it's just the whole thing. Anyway, he's one of these gang stalkers of Douglas Dietrich, besides the obvious ones that we all know. And I haven't named this guy, but now I'm naming him.
Yeah, him, Titus Frost, and all of his buddies. Yep.
Yep. Go to hell. And
yep.
I tell them, come fucking. And in fact, like 5 years ago, I made a video calling Lee. Excuse my language. Lee Veltman an F word. And calling him to fight me and challenging him to a fight. This is 5-10 years ago, something like this. And everyone was like, "Oh, Lee, you do such great work. Thank you so much for everything."
God, please.
Oh my God,
you can't take it anymore. It's like, stop it.
Oh.
Stop the charade. We all know.
Yeah, what does he do? Nothing. So except for gang stalk people and gaslight them.
That's right.
And he is probably listening right now, in fact. And I would just like him to suck my dick, and in 5 different ways. I mean, I heard that he likes to hang himself while getting off, and I don't know if that's true. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But anyway, no. The
What is
point
that?
is,
That's autoerotic.
Autoerotic is
that's what
asphyxiation.
he does.
Yeah.
That
That's
means
it.
he,
Thank
he
you.
probably has a history of doing coke and speed and stimulants and whatnot.
Yeah, because he can't
Oh, I
get
don't
up.
know. Yeah, he does. He has a drug record, and if you, I guess, what this guy OG Kenobi recently, because he's had enough as well. He did a whole expose and looked up the record of Lee Veltman, and
Yeah, they're
sure
public
enough,
records. You can find them. Yeah.
no, but he's done drugs, and
Yeah.
he's been arrested for it and put in prison for it multiple times, as well. And this is all public record, so as well as getting restraining order put on him by his own mother
Wow,
and
that's pretty
sister.
bad.
He's a bastard. And
Yeah.
so anyway, that's one of the gang stalkers we should all be aware of. And I just want to say that.
All right.
Shit.
Well, we will keep a lookout on that son of a bitch. And speaking of gang stalkers, I've been encountering quite a few. Unfortunately, there are some of them who I can neither approach nor lay a finger on because they are figures of authority.
Oh.
But outside of those, they're usually aren't that far from the vicinity of these individuals. These sort of hoodlum-like thugs who are just, being, I guess they're getting lenient sentences or whatnot for being able to, do what they do. And so I was trying to get to the front deck of the ferry boat. And I was saying excuse me to everyone, being polite as I moved past. And this guy, he must have been like 6'5" or something and 200 plus pounds, a big fat Albert, whatever the fuck you want to call him. just an ugly piece of shit. He decides to just knock into me. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, what the hell is your problem? And I walk outside and I'm like, you son of a bitch, you try to fucking do some shit like that to me again, I will fucking hurt you.
Mhm.
And everyone and so the first sign that something was off was the fact that there were all these people around who just happened to be standing on deck who started laughing and they were chattering about it. And one guy starts saying, "Oh, it's too cold to be fighting. It's too cold to be fighting. What's wrong with these people?" And I'm thinking to myself, okay, whatever. I've met assholes before. So I decide to go to the I had to use the bathroom. That's why I was trying to get off the fucking boat. I had to really go. So I go, I finish, I leave the stall because I never like to do those stand-up things next to people. It's just cringe.
Too close.
Yeah, too close for comfort. And who do I see waiting online to go to the bathroom? That
No
guy.
way. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
And so as I'm walking past him, he knocks right into me.
No.
And then I turn around and I'm looking at him and I swing at him. And what happened was unfortunately, this is why I should never drink, because I missed.
Oh.
And I wound up hitting the wall.
Oh shit.
And so, I had to go to the hospital. My hand is swelled up like a baseball glove, but it's usable. It's usable. Nothing was broken. And I will say that for those who don't know, on my own YouTube channel, where I show you an alternative method to punching, had I not been using that method, my hand would be broken. So obviously the technique worked, but suffice to say that wound me up in the hospital, to which they, told me to just, keep off it and to keep it elevated. I did my own research how to treat that. And long story short, we fast forward to today, where I all of a sudden have this strong desire to start cleaning up the house for some reason. And I just went into this frenzy. I probably didn't have enough water to drink. I don't think that the nasal spray that I've been using is interacting with the other medications I take very well. And so that might have contributed to this whole thing with the rhabdomyolysis and the pancreatitis.
Oh my God.
But I tend to look at the fact that these two things happened back to back in such a small span of time as being a cost that I am paying for something I'm working on in the arcane realms, because
Uh-huh.
these things happen, and I usually pay the price before time, ahead of time.
You have to give to get.
Yes.
Yes.
It's an exchange,
Yep.
and so I can accept that.
Yep.
And that was what got me through the, although there were some really interesting characters in that hospital today.
Oh yeah, visiting the
Always
hospital. Oh my goodness, yeah, it's like people at Walmart, right? Yeah.
Oh man, there's this one guy. He would not put a mask on. Everyone else has a mask on, and he's in the hospital because he's like drunk, right? And
How long's do it?
then he decides, he's like saying, "Mister," he's screaming at everyone, and no one's listening to him. And he's claiming that he can't walk for some reason. And so when he decides he's going to light a cigarette.
Oh my God!
He lights a cigarette
In the hospital?
In the emergency room. Yeah.
Oh, great!
And they have to call security and ask him to leave. And so the security got him out, and they discharged him right away.
While he was smoking. Yeah.
Yeah. And ironically, that was one of the guys I was standing behind when I got discharged to find out
New York is nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know what? You should be able to chokehold someone to knock them out.
I mean, you can.
In the emergency room? Well, because it wouldn't look good to smother them with a pillow till they pass out, but you could just put them in a chokehold till they pass out, and then you can take care of them, right? Because they're out.
That's true. You could
I
just say that.
It's humane.
I mean, it could work. Well, anyway, the irony is this odd fellow I would meet before I got, when I was leaving, because I was trying to find out if any, cabs were coming that take the insurance that could get me home. And they said everything was backed up to 9 o'clock. And he happened to be one of the guys on the line. And I'm like, whoa, that guy's crazy.
No way.
So I decided
share a cab with them.
So I decided, screw this. I'm just gonna take the bus, and I happened to somehow make it here.
Yeah.
So what were you doing? Were the signs of your pancreatitis? Was that the throwing up?
That was connected to. That was probably connected to the dehydration.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because because something had spurred me into this frenzy of cleaning my room for some reason, and I just got obsessive compulsive about it. And the thing is, I never clean my room. I usually keep myself in a pigsty. So I felt like something else was moving me unconsciously, and so I decided to see where it would take me. Mm-hmm. And it took me to the emergency room.
To dehydration, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So did they hook you up to an IV bag and everything?
Yeah. They hooked me up to an IV bag. The CPK levels were like 900. 900. So they weren't like in the thousands range. I mean, the worst I ever been there was probably like 5,000 as far as CPK. So yeah, they flushed me out. They did a CAT scan, and they also did a what do you call it?
An ultrasound?
Yeah, ultrasound.
Yeah.
And everything looked normal. So the only way they were able to really tell that there was an abnormality with the pancreas was the blood test.
Yeah.
And the irony to that is that my eldest cat was recently, I think that was last week, she had to go to the vet because her pancreas levels, she had pancreatitis, and she had dehydration. So I found that very interesting.
It is truly interesting. Like, what is the coincidence of that? Wow.
Everything's synchronized.
It is. You are so in tune with the cat, or the cat is in tune with you. It's so crazy. And
Yeah.
people don't believe stuff like this.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah. I don't understand. I wish I could
Even
have an
with
IV
humans.
bag 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I could drink all the coffee I wanted and didn't get dehydrated.
Oh, that's a common fantasy.
Just walk around with an IV on my pole all day. It'd be great.
Oh my God.
And you could use the pole, because you could use the pole like Daniel Arola uses his cane, which he showed. So he showed me a warm up he was doing, and shout out to Daniel Arola, because he's fucking awesome at what he does.
Yes.
He really is.
He is.
He's like showing a routine where he has like a sort of this flip out knife.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he's able to like spin it and all this stuff, and it's
Yep.
like freaking awesome. And he has
What is
the
it?
cane
It's
too.
it's probably a switchblade, right?
Yeah.
Yes, switchblade. Yeah.
But it's
And
within
that
the
was
cane, I believe. Yes?
no. It was separate from the cane.
Oh, okay.
And then so he does that routine with the switchblade, and then he starts to use the cane like he was using the Kali sticks and whatnot. And I'm like, damn, man.
Wow.
If they wanted to stop Russia from invading Ukraine, all they have to do is send Daniel in.
Holy cow. You need to take Daniel on the ferry with you.
Yes.
Yes. That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Because we would be able to troll the gang stalkers.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, it would be.
But one of the signs I've noticed, though, there is something very profound I found about the gang stalkers, is that the people in charge of them will not look directly into my eyes for some reason. I can look them in the face.
The reason would be obvious. It would be too indicative of who they are, right? It's
it's the fact that they don't. It's the fact that they refuse to make eye contact that tells me who they are. You see what I'm saying? That sort of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
Because if they weren't part of it, they wouldn't have a problem looking at me like a normal person, like everyone else.
Usually, if people make eye contact with you, they're pretty cool. But if they're not, it's either they've got autism or something else is going on.
Yes,
and I can understand. And I can understand if they have autism, because I probably have a mild form of it, even though I can make eye contact. That's only because in the military they taught me that I had to make eye contact, so I didn't look weak. So I adapted to that. And so when I look at people's eyes, I just look like I'm looking into two dots, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I certainly appreciate all of you being here. You've done so wonderful, and just keep it up till the top of the hour. But you're doing great, and certainly, obviously, most honored by the grace of the presence of Sarah Thomas Lyons, and she's been very good with this. And I just would like to ask, honey, if you've ever experienced something that was as sinister as what Brandon Young and Jameson Reese have both experienced. Now, you've probably heard me bring up before about how Jameson Reese, of course, has gone through what he's gone through, but Brandon Young, you've probably heard that as well, about the attempted assassination against him and his survival of that. Barely. He was, like Daniel Arola, put into a coma by his automotive incident that was...
I think you're talking about Brandon Young.
Yeah, did I say Brendan Zogit? I said Brandon Young.
No, you said me.
Did I say that? Oh, okay. Well, Brandon Young had the assassination attempt, but Jason Reese had the, other things happen to him as well. It's kind of like it all blurs.
Pac One, stuff that's happened to Pac One. Oh my God.
Well, Pac One had something else, right? What was Pac One's trip?
Holy jeez.
Do you remember exactly what it? Well, I mean,
it was the Marine. There was the Marine. There was the fact that they tried to unhook one of the pins to his truck.
That yes, all of that.
Yeah, and his ex-wife and his ex-mother-in-law and all that sort of stuff. My God.
Yeah. Oh, that just adds on to that's almost like, what would you call it? That's almost like icing on the cake or something.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's just what makes it all a colorful life or something. And his dad being on Shark Tank and all the rest of that. So apologize if I didn't express myself correctly. I'm still trying to actually get my head out of my ass and kind of like come back to earth. So Brandon Young, of course, is who I meant to describe as being in the automotive. Brandon, is that what you got? Did it sound like I was saying that was Jameson? It doesn't matter, but everybody knows what I mean now. So has something similar like that happened to yourself that you might be willing to share at any time?
No, nothing really. Nothing's happened to me. No.
Good.
No, literally, I lead a very simple and calm life.
That's wonderful. No, that's
yeah,
wonderful.
other than mental health issues that
Right.
that's been going on, but
Well, I mean,
other
that's
than
such a
that,
relief. I mean, obviously, this is something that you're very courageous to even share that fact about the mental health. And of course, we all deal with the mental health issues. It's just that most people just don't admit it. And I admit it, of course, as does Jameson. Brandon, of course, has the issues that he deals with having rehabilitated from his brain injury that put him in a coma for a period of, a long period of time, a week at least. That's a long time.
that is a long time for
Yeah,
anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, same for Daniel Arola, was in a coma for a similar amount of time at least. So both of these men have been brain injured and rehabilitated to a degree. And so Brandon, has that left you with any challenges? I know that there was times in the past where you were with us on Skype and just kind of like conked out. And was that parcel resultant, like symptomatic of brain injury, like something that might have been collateral symptomatic?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. I think back then, I think I was honestly, I don't know if you were broadcasting late because of the time difference, but I might have been just tired at that point. But I did make a pretty great recovery, considering all things. And I feel like I'm at full capacity and have been even more so the past years since the accident, so.
That's
Not
fantastic.
accident. Please specify that for people. The attempted
Right.
torch job, for God's sake.
No, yeah, right. Yeah.
As confirmed by forensics and the police department, please. So that you don't need
Absolutely.
to. Yes, thank you. And
nothing like that has ever happened to me. Not yet. Hey, you never know.
Yeah.
But this was like 10 years ago,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was 10 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. And so Peter Moon says he's ready, and we'll be calling him any moment. So whenever you're ready, Jameson, you can bring Peter on. And at that point,
All right.
I'll ask Brandon and our lovely lady, Sarah Thomas Lyons, to stay as long as they want, and then whenever they need to drop out, just let us know and do us a favor. Actually, come on and say, good bye to our audience when you do that, because that's always better than just signing off. And,
There's Peter Moon.
There's Peter. Yes. So, welcome aboard, Peter. So glad
Good
to have
evening,
you with
Peter.
us.
Hi, I want to remind everybody to put a like on Douglas's YouTube if you're watching it.
Thank you.
Put a like.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for everything. Our man Jameson will be in the background for a little bit, and right now we have two wonderful people with us. Brandon Young, of course. I don't remember. Maybe I did. Have I introduced you to Sarah Thomas Lyons, or Sarah, were you introduced?
Only through PayPal.
Okay, so there we
Yeah,
are.
that was right. That's how we met, through PayPal. Yeah, helping her donate to you.
That's right.
You gave it to me and I gave it to you. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, because of the Canadian dollar and all that. Yeah.
That's right.
Hi, Sarah.
Yes. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, and Sarah, say hi to Pete. Yeah.
Hi, Peter.
There we
Hi.
go.
Hi.
Yeah, and by the way, that's not how it happened. I mean, certainly it couldn't have been done without Peter. Peter taught her how to do it, but somehow she was able to get it to me more directly than giving it to Peter and his giving it to me. It was somehow it got to me by his teaching her how to do it. There was some trick of the, they'll remember it the next time they have to go through it again.
No, I sent it to Peter.
Oh, you did send it to Peter, and
I did because I didn't know how to do it in Canadian funds.
Okay, that's the reason it conflates in my mind, is because originally it came to me through you directly, but I couldn't withdraw it. I couldn't withdraw
Exactly.
it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That was what was confusing. So you're right. So it did wind up going through him. There was somebody else that might have been from Canada who, it was a different way that was found, but either way, it all works out. And thank goodness for it. And still have that box from Dennis Marshall that because of the war going on in Ukraine, I had to follow that and do a lot of other things. I promise Dennis Marshall I'm going to open that later, and then I'll, depending on the contents and whether or not it seems appropriate, I'll share that with the public as to whatever it was he sent me.
Ooh, surprise.
Yeah. And of course, shout out to Clarice Claudette, who sent some wonderful care packages as well. And of course, Amanda Ute sent something that helped. And that was a little like back warmer that I've brought up before. And the poor dear has been unable to get back into her Facebook timeline and unable to even come on with us on Skype, though we do know that she's tried. So with that, we asked Peter to share with us everything that's been going on with himself lately. I'm sure there must have been quite a bit. So, dear Peter, tell us what's going on.
Well, yeah, I think tonight will be very interesting.
It will.
Very interesting. First, I want to give a shout out to Stephanie South.
Yes.
Stephanie South is a pretty remarkable person, human being. And I met her. She came to, she's coming to the Shasta conference. She's coming down from Oregon.
Wonderful.
And she had, that's where I met her. And she had interviewed me once. She has a book, Time, Synchronicity, and Calendar Change. She is a traveler between worlds, and she's written books. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to indulge myself in them completely and utterly, but she's really a traveler. And she was the, I guess what you call the authorized biographer, but also the disciple and close confidant and more with Jose Arguelles. Jose Arguelles, he first came into my mind when Marjorie Cameron, we're talking about synchronicity, when I met her and she talked about Jose Arguelles. Of course, Jose Arguelles was one of the founders and perhaps was the most pivotal person in founding Whole Earth Day. And he was working then right out of UC Davis, where I was, and I had attended it. I just kind of got up and started walking the mile or whatever it was down there. It was something very, I don't know, it was just like walking, like these kids from, Village of the Damned or something. You're kind of following, it's like, what's going on down here? And you get down to the quad and there's all these teepees, and it was just such a remarkable energy. And I think it was very special to her that I'd actually been to the first Whole Earth Day. And it's the only one I think I really was ever at, because it was just such a commanding presence. It wasn't like me to walk down to the university. I lived a block away from the high school, and I must have been about a mile from the university. I'd never walk to the university. I'd drive my parents' car, or if desperate, take a bike, ride my bike, but no, not walk. But I walked down there, and it was just like it was calling out to me. And so she's and what's interesting about this Shasta conference is I will be meeting a lot of people who are living in other dimensions, in other worlds, and or are in concert with those other worlds. And what I bring to the table in all of this is that I offer coherency, because to some of these people don't want coherency necessarily on the physical plane, although they struggle with it because they're living here. And some people need the coherency. So, it'll be interesting to meet all of these wonderful energies and whatnot. So thank you, Stephanie. I will look forward to seeing you once again. With that, yes, there's been a lot happening, a lot of energy being processed, and so much of it has been tied into the broadcast and what we've brought up, and including a time travel dream I had. Only second dream where I ever time traveled. This was just the other night. And it happened when I began composing my newsletter. And it had to do with the cave. But so I said I'd be talking about, let me see, whatever I said in my diatribe. I'll see what exactly I said to my audience.
Sure. And
that I sent this out to. It'll just take a second here.
Sure, take your time.
Here it is. In a general sense, I will be addressing the more lofty aspects of where consciousness bridges into time travel, which I just experienced in the dream state. It will range from adventures with L. Ron Hubbard, the legacy of Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, the technology of Preston, Nichols, and David Anderson, the pharaohs of Montauk, the work of Radu Sinamar, and my own adventures in Transylvania. So basically, I want to start with L. Ron Hubbard, because in many respects, this is where I got so much of my start in the metaphysical world. Of course, having a lot of experience with science fiction, I ended up in his employ, I guess you could say. Yeah, definitely his employ. Now, there's a very interesting. Okay, so I'm going to take us back. Some of the most, I think, fascinating and eye-opening times of my own life were in 1971, when I had read the Dianetics book. And go back there, and of course, my interest in the Dianetics book was that it talked about going into those recesses of the mind that you didn't know, that you couldn't access. Wow, there's stuff hidden in there that you can access and find. This fascinated me. That, okay, there's so much about my own mind that I don't know. And of course, the mind was something that was really quite a mystery. It's much less mysterious to the public, reading public, academic public, and pretty much any public now than it was in 1970, where it was treated with much more mystery and mysterious awe than it is now. There's so much work that's been done. So that gave L. Ron Hubbard a virtual monopoly on exploring the mind, a virtual monopoly, not a complete monopoly. There was the Esalen Institute, which had its own problems, but both of those endeavors were about human potential. So in reading Dianetics was what it does is it stimulates an interest. If you're with the program, it said, wow, I can do this, I can do that, and it gives you a dream of what you might be able to go in and clear out of your mind. That's the whole purpose of it, to, as he would say, re-stimulate your mental image pictures so that it would create a need or desire to want to get rid of them. And then you would have a customer. But it wasn't just about the mindset of having a customer. So certainly that was an aspect of it, but it's giving an opportunity. And when he wrote that book, Dianetics, he was besieged by thousands and thousands of people writing to him saying, "Oh, I want to get this. I know it." Blah, 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 blah. So that's what created his movement, was an actual, genuine interest of real people. So in that time, but by the time I got in, the subject had evolved into 21 years, and he was constantly codifying it and refining and cultivating what he had learned, et cetera, so on and so forth. So what was so, I think, exciting, that wasn't just Dianetics. He had developed Scientology, and this is where it was such a carrot to people, such a carrot on the end of a stick. This is at the time of the human potential movement. He had this whole gradation chart, and he at the top of the chart, there's all these levels to go up and move through. And it says here, it says OT6, operating level 6, ability to operate freely as a thetan exterior, meaning a spirit that's exterior, outside of its body, and to act pandeterminedly, extends the influence of the thetan to the universe of others. Now, this gives you the impression that you can operate freely as a being outside of your body and to act, from multiple viewpoints and influence the universe of others. Well, there's an implication there that people kind of thought, although it's not stated, that you could be outside of your body with full perception and, see any, remote viewing. Okay. Although if you notice that was the promise or the carrot. It doesn't say you're going to be able to remote view impeccably or without fault. And I think a lot of people had a lot of misunderstandings. OT7 was the rehabilitation of intention, so where you could, manifest your intention. I'm going to be on the Douglas. I'm going to create a relationship with Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
But that took years.
Yeah.
It took years.
Yeah.
And I did, but the intention came through. Maybe if I was more proficient, it would have happened lickety split. And in a sense, it did, but it took a long time to cultivate. Early on, I remember Diana Samuels. She had returned from L.A. and she was an OT7. And I remember one time, God, it was unmistakable. There was this. She was giving an introductory lecture, and I don't know why I was in the room. I was there. I was listening to it. She was talking to new people. And there was this guy in there. There was really, for lack of a better word, a dipshit. And she just kind of looked at him, and he just got up and walked out of the room. It's like, it was very clear she didn't want him there. She didn't say anything. She intended his ass out of there. And I later talked to her about it. And of course, Diana had I thought she was a beautiful woman. She had a sort of a long hair. She would have, looked good dressed in a witch's robe. A good witch, though. She was a good witch. I really liked Diana. And I know she had some tragedy with her Scientology experience when her husband got humiliated and kicked out of the organization.
Oh my God.
Many years later. Of course, I knew him too. He was one of the most successful franchise holders, and they changed a lot of people's lives, mine for the better. Funny story is, I remember one day we lived in a new development, and they were building. There used to be a field, a cow pasture behind our house, and they and all of a sudden they carved that up, and they were building what do you call it? Apartments, low-income apartments, and of course this pissed off the neighborhood. And I remember getting out.
Was this like a housing project?
I guess. I mean, it wasn't like. It was for low-income people. It wasn't like a tenement or anything. They were very nice apartments.
Okay.
I never went inside them, but I remember going out the backyard, looking over the fence, and seeing Diana coming out of the thing. She said her and her husband, they were living right behind us. And, oh, hi, what are you doing there? Oh yeah, we moved in here.
Jesus.
And they were living in the low-income stuff. And I think I mentioned it to my father, and he was so. He was disparaging them. Oh, well, low income. Rah, 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 rah. And then, then otherwise he'd be talking about in another reference frame, oh, they make too much money. It's like, you can't have it both ways. They were living low. At that time, they were low income. And then I guess they later moved to a much nicer place when the center started making more money. It was kind of funny. I just, he'd bitch at them for having low income, and then he'd bitch at them for having high income.
Wow.
The main ingredient was the bitch.
Yeah.
But anyway, the top at that time it's all been changed since. OT8 was the ability to be at cause knowingly and at will over thought, life, form, matter, energy, space, and time, subjective and objective. I'll read that again. Ability to be at cause knowingly and at will over thought, life, form, matter, energy, space, and time, subjective and objective. This gives the impression that one can do everything and anything, but it's not that. It doesn't say that. It says ability to be at cause. Well, what is cause? Is to be able to influence. That means to influence matter, energy, space, and time. And of course, if you want to influence space, you can build a space with water. You can break a bottle. That's being cause over matter. You can change time. You can change the time of an event. It's, people would glob onto this total human potential of what it could be. And we all did that. But when you look at objectively what was being offered, no, it's increasing your ability to. Now, I also want to give some context here, because when you studied Dianetics, for example, which I studied, you'd study Dianetics, which was pretty straightforward. There wasn't a lot of mumbo jumbo in it, or what you would call paranormal stuff. There was a mention of past lives. The only way I learned how to run past lives is nobody tells you, is that you would do drills and you would pretend to be a pre-clear, and you would run out imaginary incidents with oranges or apples. You didn't want to make it real because you didn't want to re-stimulate yourself or mess yourself up. But you got the hang of I got the hang of what I was supposed to do. So when I went into session and began to run past lives, there was a lot of, I guess what you would say, imagination involved, where you're pulling on what you're pulling up, but you're trying to run the somatic or the feeling in it, and go and get the feeling. And it worked like gangbusters, because it's not a complete, comprehensive, objective view of what happened to you thousands of years ago. It's what your impression of it is, what happened, and relieving the pain and trauma that's buried inside of you. And it's like, wow, spectacular for me. I also saw people who I knew were friends, or friends to a degree, or were going to become friends, and watch them undergo dramatic psychological changes. Some guy he was later to become my first auditor. He was just crying his ass off, sitting in front of the building, just crying. I mean, it was embarrassing for him, but he wasn't embarrassed. It wasn't my issue, so I said, what's, he's just crying his ass off? His girlfriend had broken up with him. Wow. And then it reminded me of losing my teddy bear when I was 3. I mean, only his was worse.
Yes.
Teddy bear was pretty bad for me, but this was bad for him. And I'm going like, God. And then, he got an auditing session and he cleared it up, and he was, oh yeah, God, I was really stuck in that incident. Wow. And you saw it dramatic. And one of who was to become my friend, he was just the most snarly character you'd ever want to see. And auditing changed him. It changed him. Just, wow. He became a very pleasant guy, and he became a good friend. And it was like, wow, you saw changes, and you'd hear stories. And this was the Scientology stuff, not the Dianetics. But it was just remarkable richness of psychological clearing and cleansing. And these were all the lower levels of Scientology. These were not the upper levels or higher levels of whatnot, which were supposed. And now, so there was so much, I guess, mystique and human potential around these things that it was so exciting. And so what you would do, especially when I completed certain course things, that I was just sitting around waiting to do drills or something, you'd begin to read the other books that were much more, I guess what you'd say, exotic. And here is one of the books that we all read and talked about was Scientology 880. 8 was the symbol for infinity. So it says 8 is infinity is reached by going from infinity to 0. And he says, and this is very interesting stuff that he wrote about. I never knew where he came up with it. And he talks about, he says, a being is an energy production source. He says, the main goal of the auditor is the rehabilitation of the pre-clear's ability to produce energy. Now, producing energy is, of course, say, writing a book and putting it out and getting people to buy it and read it, get excited about it. That's one example. It could be to, go out and pour cement and make a driveway or something. Anything you do, you go out, if you're processing accounting for a firm, you go in and you do the numbers, and you're producing energy no matter what you're doing. Even if you're sitting and watching TV all day, you're turning on the TV and creating some electric charge there, and
that's right,
doing something. It's not much energy, but so he says the basic principle of energy production by a being has been copied in electronics. So what he's telling us is that electronics is a ripoff of what happens in the universe of spiritual beings. That's me paraphrasing it. The basic principle of energy production by a being has been copied in electronics. It is very simple. A difference of potential of two areas can establish an energy flow of themselves. Carbon batteries, electric generators, and other producers of electrical flows act on the principle that a difference of energy potential in two or more areas can cause an electrical impulse to flow between or amongst them. So this is creating a flow between two beings, between two spots in space, which is, what you have with a cathode and an anode. You have this boom, boom, boom. And this is very interesting. It's just an energy of flow, put one potential to another. And he's basically saying that when life creates, the energy flows. And then electronics is built upon more, I guess, what you call subtle basics. He says here, the pre-clear is static and kinetic, meaning he is no motion and motion. These interplaying produce electrical flow. Now, right here, this is a very important thing with Qigong. He says a being is no motion and motion. In Qigong, we have, and you'll see this in Tai Chi, the martial artist will state it, stillness in motion and motion in stillness. Stillness in motion and motion in stillness. You're in motion, but you're still. You're still, but you're in motion. So if I'm standing still in a Qigong stance, my body's in motion inside because all my blood is moving and whatnot, but there's also energy and Qi that is moving. So you have, I'm still, I've no motion, but I got all this motion inside of me. So then you also have, you want to have motion and you want to have stillness in that motion. So this is what he's saying here is a staple of Qigong. It's a different reference point or orientation to it. And this is how you would produce an electrical flow in Qigong, or a Qi flow is by developing that relation between the no motion and the motion and finding it. And you can do this in the dark room. The dark room is where you kind of hone in on these sort of skills. A pre-clear is as a static can hold two or more energy flows of different wavelengths in proximity, and between them obtain a flow. Now he goes into this stuff. The pre-clear flows electrical currents of command at the body. So he talks about, putting out tractor beams, wrapping beams around pressor beams, pushing beams. He gives the idea that a being can do amazing things with energy flows. And you can see this. And you can also, and where you get an idea of this, if it's slow to come to you, some of you will be naturals at this or natural appreciators of it, is when it gets to the sexual seductive energy, particularly of a woman, and you watch how she flows her energy if she's trying to attract you. It mimics these things. But of course, he's referring to a strictly spiritual being. And he goes into how different flows mimic aesthetics, emotions, effort, and this sort of thing. Now, I say this, I'm not going to digress further into this, but this is sort of the stuff you would talk about and learn amongst your fellow Scientologists, particularly when you're new and getting in, and you're realizing all of this incredible potential spiritual beings could, would, or should have. and also that you've been taken away from this, that this was something you once had naturally, and you're living in this physical plane that's just, the lowest common denominator of existence. And so this was a lot of the excitement. Now, keep in mind, for me, and for probably most of the other people I was involved with, you were not only excited about what you could do, possibly your full human potential, you were getting juiced. You were getting juiced by what you were experiencing and figuring out in your life. So you had happy people that you would call they were winning. That was the term when you would get wins, accumulate wins. In Qigong, you're trying to stack or accumulate chi, life force, life energy. In Scientology, you're trying to accumulate what they call wins. Oh, I did this. Yeah, I got a new job. I got a new wife. Wow, it's things are wonderful, and now I'm doing this. Now, of course, in the process of life, whether it be Scientology or non-Scientology, you sometimes hit impediments. And of course, this happens to everybody. And people would often need to be picked up and dusted off. And I remember Diana one time, I don't know if she was talking to me or talking to the group, but she says, I came back, I have all these upper levels that I've done. And she was clearly a sight to behold. I'm not talking about her beauty. I'm talking about the way she handled things. She was an amazing person. Mm-hmm. and she was very good. She was highly trained, a class 8 auditor. She was very good. And she sit there and she said that when she was getting her own auditing, she was getting life repair. She says, God, I didn't realize my own life is not so good. So she was repairing her life and whatever. She improved it. That means she probably improved her marriage or whatever. And she eventually, or I don't know, she had a baby. I don't know if she had already. Yeah. So her life got better, at least for the time being. So in other words, you're always, you're not permanently in the clouds.
Right.
Okay. So and I'm going to get back into the time travel stuff here because anyway, I've had a great deal of success personally. I'm completely, happy and on course and doing more than I've ever been done before. I mean, I'm only, a year out of high school, and I'm going to be promoted to the manager of this restaurant and be making as much as my father in only a year's time. Of course, I short circuit that to join the Sea Org.
Thank God.
And now the Sea Org offered, that was the ultimate. That was the ultimate because you're going to be able to devote full time to Scientology. You're going to work hard, but you're going to.
How did they select who got that privilege?
Pardon?
How did they select who got that privilege?
Well, most people were afraid of it. Anybody could potentially join, but when I had first heard of it, I was just enamored with it. It was my fate. It was my destiny. Looking back, I see that. I recognized it. And people were I was only in Scientology like a couple months, and some of the older or the seasoned staff members were just agog that I was so interested in it. They couldn't believe it because they were wary or afraid of it because it was a lifetime commitment. It was that's enough to scare people off. And they also used to have fights with the Sea Org because the Sea Org would come and come to get people, and they didn't want to lose their people, so there would be fights. They even told me that they called the police to keep the Sea organization away from them. Now, this was enough to get them in ecclesiastical trouble, but they tended to leave them alone because they were so productive. They were such a good center. So I saw that there was a great, so I was unique in that I was cut out for this. And they did, and they also tried to hold on to you. They didn't want you to go because they wanted to keep you as a public. And all of my public, I was destined for San Francisco. I had paid for my auditing levels in San Francisco. So as soon as I was going to San Francisco, they all knew that. So they didn't have any, I wasn't a big income source for them. So they didn't have an issue with me. It was just, but with the selection process comes in next. So I did join the Sea Org, and I would say what impressed me was, okay, so I'm doing the graveyard shift as a cook at the restaurant up the block. And this girl comes in, and I see her, and I'm like, I see her, and I say, I think she's from the Sea Org. And I fixed her breakfast, I remember. And then she heard about me. She called me. She was in San Francisco temporarily. She called me and said, oh, and I said, yeah, I fixed you breakfast the other night. And she says, why didn't you come out and say hi? Well, I was kind of shy. And I should have, but I was also working. But so anyway, she says, oh, well, you've got to come in and see me. So I went into San Francisco. I think it was my day off, and met with her at the Celebrity Center on California Street, not too far from where you live.
Right.
And she just basically told me everything that I needed and wanted to hear. She says, only about, I think, 300 people that are involved in trying to really help Hubbard, do what he's trying to do. It's like there's not very many. And it was like, there's been a lot, you hear a lot of negative stories about the Sea Org by people who didn't make it or it wasn't right for them. You heard a lot of negativity. So she kind of told me what it was. And I spent, so basically I got my stuff handled, whatever I had to do, left my job, said goodbye to all my friends, and packed up all my stuff to San Francisco, Celebrity Center in San Francisco. And so I spent the better part of a week with her, getting my passport, doing this, that, and the other thing, being processed through the San Francisco organization to all the you'd be surprised how much administrative stuff they have to go through with your folder and all this. So she basically, and this was very interesting. We became kind of close, and but the thing about me is I was like on a high, like I was sleeping, and kind of outside of my body when I slept. I was like, wow, this is the real deal. And I had reached the state of what they would call a keyed out OT, meaning you were free from your reactive mind and you were operating. But she warned me. She says, this can come back. Don't get too high. Don't get too excited, right? Because it can come back. It's like you got a lot of stuff you're going to have to deal with. I said, well, fair enough. And it was, so anyway, but I remember one time we were walking down the street and she said something about, she had been on the Apollo in the early days, and she talked about some horrible experience where they were all ordered to jump in the water. They were on a lifeboat or whatever. And she said she jumped in the water. She had her pea coat on and everything. It was like, it was horrible. And she said, I said, why were you ordered to jump in the water? She says, it was crazy. It was insane. And this wasn't Hubbard doing this. And I said, and then she looked at me she had a very, I guess what you call psychic sense about her. And she says, you're never going to have to experience anything like that. I felt like she was looking into my soul. Wow. No, you're not going to have to do anything like that. It was like she saw me. She did see me. She was, by the way, a very beautiful woman. Wow. She had red hair. God, she was beautiful. And she was married. And so anyway, she sent me down on an airplane to LA. And this was her job. And of course, I was there in LA Harbor, for about a month. And well, wasn't there for a month, but I was, so they said, where do you want to work? You want to go on the galley, the decks, or the engine room? I said, I want to go in the engine room because I know nothing about engines. I want to learn. I want to become operable in this area that I know nothing about. And it didn't work. it all for me, because I just was like, I was down under there. I was wiping the engines, and I was, eventually getting sick when we went to sea, because you're down there. And they finally decided, take him out of the engine room, put him on the decks where he can get fresh air, which was much better. However, I felt a complete failure because I was trying to understand every aspect of an engine. And I didn't know what I was like, looking up all these terms and stuff. And I was just spinning myself in. Mm-hmm. So they put me on the decks. That was better. But still, I felt like I had this like hidden standard. I should know everything. I should be able to do everything. And you're basically just chipping rust and painting. So, I was being way too hard on myself, way too hard on myself, thinking that I should do everything. And then, and this is where I'm going to link up. So anyway, we're taking the ship up to San Francisco, and where there's I guess we're going to have a big event up in San Francisco, and the crew was so excited about this. And I said to the captain, because I had many personal interactions with the captain because I was new and he was taking me places and stuff. And he said, why is the crew so excited about going to San Francisco? What's the big deal? And he says, well, he kind of was a little sheepish looking back at it. And he said, they've been excited about this. They've been here for a long time. In other words, they were kind of like, not that they were captive prisoners, but they just been, too ship happy for too long. Right. They wanted to go someplace. It was exciting to get extroverted. So on, I think the first night up to San Francisco, I was the assistant lookout with Kenda was her name. She was my recruiter, and I got so damn sick. I couldn't stay on the job. I couldn't do it. So I think I went down below and I just sat on the.
Was this seasickness or food poisoning? What?
Seasickness.
Okay. And
it was bad. And I'm sitting in it was bad. And it turned out, and it got worse. So I'm, the bunks kind of they can sway a little bit, the way they're built. They were kind of hung, and I was like, I abandoned my job, which was the worst thing you could do, but I didn't care because I was so damn sick. Right. And then I remember, I think the captain had given an order, to get me on the deck or I don't know what it was, just get some fresh air. Right. So I'm up there, I'm getting fresh air in a Force 8. Force 8 is tremendous. Storm.
Wow.
Force 8. We're on our way to San Francisco, and it's like it's bouncing up and down, and I'm laying on my back, and I'm like, it's better. I'm not feeling good, but I'm feeling better getting fresh air. And then I remember putting out what in Scientology they call a postulate. They use the same word in magic, a decision. I said, I want to be OT8, cause over matter, energy, space, and time. This is really my goal. What the hell am I doing in this crazy place? I put out this intention, not thinking that I'm very capable, feeling like a complete abject failure in my first month in the Sea Org, or first 3 weeks or whatever. I felt just an abject failure. And I say, okay, this is what I want to do, because if I was at that level, I wouldn't be suffering on this goddamn ship with a bouncing up and down. I'm totally at the effect of the ocean, matter, energy, space, and time. And then I kind of blanked out and went to sleep. It felt more like I was more than asleep, like I was kind of unconscious.
Right.
I was sleeping, and then all of a sudden, I woke up. I woke up with sort of a sixth sense, and I stood up. I said, I felt something happening. I stood up, and this wave came crashing over the ship, and I would have been completely soaked had I not stood up and avoided it. It was like I stood up the exact right time.
Wow.
And I was just like, wow. And looking back at it, not realizing at the time I had actually taken the first step towards being cause over matter, energy, space, and time on a deep level. I knew to get up. I knew to get up. I got up. Wow. Possibly, I don't know if I would have been washed overboard, but it's worth considering.
Right.
And after that happened, the captain ordered everybody off the decks.
Wow.
Okay, off the decks. And I think I went back to bed.
Right.
And then finally, I think somebody came down and said, get up. And it was, I think we went to Santa Cruz. We went to Santa Cruz, and we stalked there for a while. But I remember what happened. Oh, I think I went up to the bridge, and the third mate said, "Where were you?" And I told him what he said. He said, "You abandoned your watch." He said, "You could be shot for that." And I said, "Shoot." I told him, "Shoot." And anyway, I remember coming under, we were going through the Golden Gate Bridge, and it was early in the morning. We were coming in really early, and I was now back on the job with Kenda. She was up there showing me the ropes of how to be a lookout and all the terminology. And so they started testing me, how far away is that buoy? I'd say 300 yards, and I was diabolically accurate on my stuff. And
Wow.
then the captain even looked up at me, what, do you have did I have a ruler or something? And I could measure it because I knew football fields. That's 300 yards. That's 200 yards. That's 400 yards from all the football games I'd watched in person. And I'd say, whoa. So I could count, I was good at math, so I could calculate it in my head. And he was astounded. So that was my first exercise of competence. And from there in San Francisco, of course, we come into and I knew so many people there, and it was like old home week. And so we were hosting them. It was a big party, big blah, 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 blah. So it all of a sudden I had an upswing. I felt good seeing my old friends, and I was like, feeling wonderful. It was great. And all these people were bragging, my fellow crew members that were in the new recruit section were bragging about they were going to go to the Apollo, and they were this and they were that. And I felt completely unworthy. And all of them struck out. And the deputy captain of the Apollo, Mike Douglas, was in San Francisco, and he was basically picking people to come to the Apollo, and he selected me.
Wow.
He selected me because I didn't have any of the qualifications that would, all these people were falling for whatever reason. They weren't selectable. There were 3 of us that were selected. We drove down with him to Los Angeles. I was the only one who ended up going because they had other problems. So I was selected, and within, I guess, say a year and a half it was more like a year and less than a year and a half of being a Scientologist, I was, saw L. Ron Hubbard in the flesh.
Yeah.
And then following, I'd say the next year, I became intimately involved with his inside operations of how he managed Scientology. So I had so much more knowledge than any of the people I had, lived and enjoyed life with in Davis. And even in the Sea Org, I was privy to so much inside information. And of course, many people who got close would go tell their stories of, it's this and that, all these horrible stories. But mine wasn't that. It was I was learning who he was, what he was about, and what he was doing. And of course, Scientology, like anything, is only as good as you can make it, is only as good as it is. But with relationship, this was my first, I guess, experience with phenomena that I had kind of pierced the veil. In a sense, of course, it doesn't mean that I didn't have challenging times. I did. But I certainly became one of the jobs I had was feeding mass amounts of people.
Right.
And so you learn your whole, I guess, necessity level and your whole competence level would rise by, just incredibly.
Yeah.
Exponentially, you would become a much more capable individual than anybody you had been working with, and it certainly was, I guess, increased my capabilities remarkably. So there was, I guess, an appreciation of all of this stuff. Now, when we get into and people fall away, I mean, one of the biggest keys that I learned in my Scientology experience from being counseled and counseling others is that sometimes it was a little rocky for me because things didn't go well as the one who's receiving the counseling or auditing. And sometimes it did. But what I really learned in doing hundreds, thousands of hours on other people, that there were some people who did really well with auditing, and there were some people who didn't do so well, struggled, and some people were in between. And what I noticed is the people that were successful, they flowed, there was energy, they weren't making things difficult for themselves. They were having fun. It's like I was just studying the law of attraction, or they didn't call it the law of attraction, they called it vibrational frequency. If you emulate an emotion or feeling, you'll draw it to you. So I counseled so many of these people that I said, wow, I'm going to be like them. It wasn't even a question be like them, because if I'm not like them, I'm going to be stuck with my thumb up my ass or somewhere in between. So it's like adopting an energy and a flow and an attitude that made my whole approach towards being counseled much more easier and flowing. I wasn't looking for absolute things. I wasn't trying to find, where was I born in 1222 and why couldn't I find the birthstone? No, not that I'd ever thought like that. But I once did that where I was completely convinced I found a birthstone in Ireland, and if I went there, I could find it.
Mm-hmm.
But I completely abandoned it after I thought, okay, I know I can do that. So what? What does it mean? What does it have to do with anything? I had convinced myself, and maybe I was right. Maybe I was wrong. I think I was probably right, but I don't really care. I learned to let go of that because and it's not so important what's in the past. It's where am I now? What's in the future? And there are so many other experiences I had to build on all of this that when I eventually I became so much. And the other secret of Scientology for me was it's not about achieving absolute states like I can remote view and move a magnetometer, or I can knock the hat off of somebody's head. There are reports of this. Ego Swan could move a magnetometer, which he objectively did. Maybe it's easy to move them. Maybe no one else has tried it. I don't know. But the important thing is life. This is just like the whole thing with Qigong. You don't have to be able to be as big, or it's not big, as miraculous as, like, say, Bruce Lee is portrayed, or any great martial artist. You want to live your life. You want to master your own life, and this is what's important. So it's like you want to have this flowing happiness, copacetic factor in your life and living this. This is what it's about. You want to be happy. All this other stuff is nice, but if you go setting out to be this, that, or the other thing, it's like, why? Just it's kind of like just being a Buddha. Be happy, and be happy with what you have, and if you can increase it and all that sort of thing, it's great. And I also noticed that people could get quite manic and get excited. Right. They get excited about all the potential of what they could do, And then you see them a day or two later and they're crashed.
Ooh.
It's just a chronic, they don't like that word manic depressive anymore. But it's a very good word.
I was about to say, I don't understand why. It's quite applicable.
They like to call it bipolar. Manic depressive is too clinically insulting to a person. It's like, oh, he's a manic depressive. Bipolar to me is more confusing.
I was about to say, yes, it's manic depressive.
It's like you don't call somebody retarded. You call them developmentally challenged. It's a more polite word.
Right.
It means essentially the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Though I've heard psychiatrists use the term manic depressive bipolar disorder or something like that. So
that might be more technical, but they don't like to say it, and for whatever reason, because it does sound kind of, like the person's like extreme. It's like they get manic, and I would notice, and I wouldn't call these people manic depressives because they're just not that bad. But you could kind of see them just, see the balloon go out of them after they get too excited. So I learned in my own life, if you're going to get excited, you've got to back it up. You've got to be able to back it up, and I'm not talking about for other people to see, but just in your own homeostasis of where you're at. Don't get too high, don't get too low, and also the thing is, there's a tendency for people to want to insult you or knock you down if they perceive that you're too high, because they don't like that.
That's right. Yeah.
You want to keep it hidden, how joyful you are, and just in terms of so you don't incur the wrath of stupid people. Not that they're really going to do anything, but it's just you keep your happiness to yourself to a great extent. Now, where all of this is just so I'd say that I really, looking back, I really aced Scientology. I aced it, and I knew when to get away from it.
Right.
I knew when to get away from it.
Were you ever in that building in the Tenderloin in San Francisco that was there forever? There was the Scientology building, was right in the heart of the Tenderloin.
Well, I believe so, and I will tell you why. I think it was on Mason and Gary, and Mason and Gary. It was right, I kind of think, next
right into the financial district. It was between the Tenderloin and the financial district, Yeah,
and I think they had the fourth floor, maybe another floor, and what my experience, how I discovered the Tenderloin, I didn't even know what the Tenderloin was. When I unwisely, not knowing, I had gotten a Super Saver flight to San Francisco from, I was going on my 3-week leave in the Sea Org, and I ended up flying in. I think they took me on a bus from the airport, being delivered at 2 a.m. in the morning to the bus terminal, which I knew, but I didn't realize the buses don't run all night in San Francisco. I just assumed they did. And so I'm sitting there and I go, okay, well, where's the bus? There is no bus.
Oh.
It's just me in a duffel bag trying to make my way. I ended up at the St. Francis Hotel, but they didn't really want me in there because, I wasn't a guest. I'm trying to look around and find a phone or something. And I know why I went to the St. Francis Hotel, because they used to have a buffet in there. That's where I wanted to go, but they didn't have that anymore.
Oh my God.
They didn't have that anymore. So it was really like all you could eat for like $2.50. It was incredible. $2.50. That's where Kenda took me.
Yeah.
And
that had to be a long time ago.
1972.
Yeah. Still.
Now it was later in the season, probably 1979, 1981 or something. But I go there, and I so you kind of go to where and I ended up walking toward Mason and Gary, because this is what I knew. It's what I knew, and I walked to a restaurant, not a coffee shop on the corner. Now this is on the corner of the Tenderloin. It wasn't far from the Scientology building, and I go into this place because I can go in there, I can get my bearings, I can sit down. I don't know if I ate or just had a cup of coffee. I don't remember. Right. Maybe I was hungry, and everybody in that place was crazy.
Yeah.
They were on cocaine.
Yeah.
They were crazy. The guy serving was like on cocaine. He had his coffee. He was going up and down. He was shaking. They were all nuts.
Cracked. They're crackheads. Yeah.
No, they didn't have crack then.
I know what you mean. They didn't have crack, but it was
Yeah,
they were the equivalent of Go on. Yeah.
Across the street were all of these young women. There were prostitutes. They were lined up. I don't know what they were there for. I don't think they were getting customers. It was very sad. They were very young. Awful. So I sit there and I find this one place at the bar next to this old black man, and he's saying he's got his wits about him, and so I sit next to him and I'm talking to him. I start, strike up a conversation, very friendly conversation, and talking about the way San Francisco used to be. He owns an apartment building and he plays cars for a living. He's retired, and so anyway, I said, I told him where I was going. I had to get to the bus terminal, the Greyhound bus terminal, which was off of Market Street, quite a ways away.
Right.
And I said to him, I didn't know if there were taxis. I don't know what it was, but I said, I've got to go down there. And I said, am I going to be safe? He says, no. He says, you're not going to have any problem. He says, first of all, he says, because you're healthy and strong. He says, nobody's going to go after you. He said, they're going to go after somebody who's weak and limp. He says, they're not going to go after you. Nobody's going to bother you. They want easy prey. And then he ended up driving me down there, which was really nice.
Yes.
He drove me down to the bus station where I, waited for a few hours and got on the bus to Davis, where, my friend Doug, his mother picked me up, who you met, Doug.
Right. That's right.
And I stayed with him. So he's been a good friend for a long time. And anyway, but that was my experience with the Tenderloin. It was absolutely, disgusting, horrible, frightening, I suppose. I was glad to get the hell out of there. I wasn't in particularly danger because nobody was particularly dangerous. They were just crazy and going crazy all over themselves. So I can have some small appreciation for what you lived through.
Yes.
And went through but yeah.
On a lifetime, just a daily basis throughout my life there. Yes. Oh, just
every day is like, is mad and crazy. But if we fast forward into the post-Scientology years, when I discovered that L. Ron Hubbard was so enmeshed in Aleister Crowley, I mean, I knew there was a connection with Jack Parsons, but I didn't realize how important it was to him and how much it was a part of his, what helped him create Scientology. Although I would distinguish Scientology from magic very differently. They're very different. There are strong similarities in certain aspects, but, it's like, it just doesn't. It's like almost like comparing cars to airlines. In fact, it's not even that much similarity, but cars and airlines are similar because they both use engines. Right. One uses a jet engine, the other one uses, different type of engine, combustion engine.
Right.
But there are similarities, mechanics and stuff like that. But there are more similarities between jet engines and car engines than there are between Scientology and magic, although you can't separate them entirely. But Hubbard is much more tied to magic than Scientology is. And Scientology was in magic for him what they call a familiar. You're familiar with a witch's cat? Yeah. That might be the familiar, an extension of the witch that helps her do her magic that she uses. A wand for a magician is like a familiar. It's a tool you use to exercise your will and exercise your magic. Scientology, it was a familiar of L. Ron Hubbard. It was his extension. It was his magical creation, which afforded him his interface with the universe, and one he wielded very powerfully. And of course, I was the beneficiary of that only because I was in rhythm. I studied what it was and had a relatively very soft landing, and no resentment, no regrets, happy for what I've learned. And I've carried all of that with me. And I couldn't have done what I've done without this. And that's in contrast to many, many people who, experienced what they experienced. And I had a very destined purpose, a fated purpose. And I was playing a very serious game because I wanted to play the biggest game that I could play. And for a while that was Scientology, but that changed because Scientology became a game that was a dead end as a group. And so anyway, when I discovered magic, that Hubbard had been so influenced by Aleister Crowley's magic, I studied Aleister Crowley. I studied him because I wanted to know what Hubbard knew. And I knew so much of what Hubbard knew, and this was like a whole new dimension. And all of that study precipitated my eventual meeting with Preston Nichols, who was a complete testament to what L. Ron Hubbard said about implant stations. He said, he talked about implant stations. The big difference between what Preston Nichols had talked about and was experiencing in L. Ron Hubbard was that L. Ron Hubbard said there were no longer any implant stations on Earth. The last one, he said, was in the Pyrenees, in the mountains of Spain. And that was just a casual comment. But Preston's experiences were telling me Hubbard was wrong. There was one hell of an implant station on Earth that was far beyond anything Hubbard had ever imagined.
Right.
It was right in his backyard, and he didn't see it, smell it, or know it.
Interesting.
Which I wasn't judgmental about it. I'm just saying, I'm kind of like, oh, Hubbard knew everything. Hubbard knows so much. Well, he didn't know this. So I was like, wow. So now and all of what I learned made Preston understandable, and I could digest, and all of my experience that I learned in Scientology and post-Scientology put me in a position to be able to publish his work, which wouldn't have happened otherwise. And so that, and of course now, but what was so impressive to me about Preston Nichols was he was on the cutting edge of time. He talked about time, something that when Scientology dealt with time, it was mostly in the context of a person going back into time to alleviate their ills. Time was not something anybody or Hubbard himself purported to be able to manipulate. So I was now on the cutting edge of what they would call in Scientology OT phenomena, the cause over thought, life, matter, energy, space, and time. Time. Right. Wow. Yes. That was like the big deal. And then with Preston, I was, as I began to write his book, and as I wrote it, I had a dream where I was with him in a room that looked much like 12 Monkeys before the movie came out. it was like very, I guess what you'd say, like a soundstage, like an abandoned soundstage that nobody was using. It was not very clean. It was abandoned, sort of like it had been shelled out from a bomb or something, but it was still intact to a certain degree. And there was two like alcoves or like closet-like spaces with huge coils on them that were much like the coil on an electric range. And he says, okay, he says, in his very gentle manner, he says, okay, you stand here. This isn't going to hurt. And he gets someone, he presses something, pulls down some lever, and he gets someone next to me in a different alcove. And then we come out. He says, okay, we're in 1943 now. Wow. And then we walk out of the building. We walk in, and there's all these trucks, all these army trucks. I don't remember any tanks, but all sorts of army stuff. It was like a huge army camp. And we're walking, and we go past this flatbed, and Duncan's sitting in the back, and he looks at me, and he says, he points, puts his thumb back. He says, there's a piece of equipment we need fixed back there. Like he's talking to me. He's not talking to Preston. Like I'm supposed to fix that piece of equipment. And that was a riveting experience in time for me. It was a dream. It was a dream. And of course, I told Preston about it. I said, what do you think of the dream? He goes, wishful thinking, wishful thinking. He didn't, feed it or make too much out of it.
Right.
But I mention this because I had a dream the other night, my second dream of time travel. Yeah. And this is on the back of, my recent communication with David Anderson. Mm-hmm. And I began to write my newsletter. And my newsletter is about Choclavina Cave, which I've talked about many times. And Choclavina Cave, I've realized that I'm talking to the cave, talking to nature.
Right.
Of course, now talking to nature, I will elaborate on that in a bit. But what happened with, I'll share the dream. It's a pretty short dream. And what happened was, so anyway, I think I got up at some ungodly hour and started writing it. And I got to a certain point where I was just it's the intro to the newsletter, and I'm talking about stuff I've already talked about many times, with David Anderson serving as the catalyst for what the bigger picture is, the cave itself. And David Anderson has brought me to, I wouldn't have experienced anything in Romania without David Anderson bringing me there and whatnot. And I had said, on my first trip, I went to the Sphinx in Romania, and I said, you could ask a question in front of the Sphinx. Nobody tells you to ask a question in front of the Sphinx, but that's traditionally what you might do,
right?
According to me. And so I'm sitting there in front of the Sphinx, and I say, what is the connection between David Anderson and Radu Sinamar? Well, I would ultimately come up with the answer, and I am the connection because I'm connected to both of them. So I am that connection. But the Sphinx is, see, in past newsletter, I've described the relationship of the Sphinx as it relates to the sphincters in the intestines. The name Sphinx comes after sphincter. Now, the sphincter is, people commonly think of it as the asshole because of the way it closes and shuts out. But there are many sphincters within the intestines themselves. And what they do is they squeeze out or strangle all the water. And when they squeeze out the water, that's how the body hydrates. It goes in through the intestines into the system. And that's how you hydrate, through the colon. What is left is fecal matter. Yeah. So, and that, of course, that goes out, the final sphincter. But the mythological Sphinx strangles any human that is not worthy of her truth. They ask the question, the Sphinx asks a riddle, you don't get it right, and the Sphinx strangles you.
Right.
And if you pass, you're afforded passage into her realm, a dimension which represents knowledge of the riddle of mankind. So the riddle of mankind is, God, we're human beings. What do we do? This all goes back to the harmony of living. And I was watching these Tibetan yogis, and they many of them are very reclusive, away from the world, and they're living out the Dharma, and they do all this rigmarole. And it seems like much of their attention is focused on staying out of this world. And it's almost, if one wanted to be cynical, I'm not saying one should be cynical about this, but if one wanted to be cynical, you'd say they're avoiding life. I wouldn't be so harsh as to say that, because how can you judge them? But they are living a different life than a mundane life. It's a monastic life. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. But it's, life, everybody has a different path. So, we're all, even they are if you give them a non-cynical adulation, you say, wow, they're doing really good. They're living above the rabble, but the rabble is still there, and they're having to be there with it and cope with it or account for it, at least on the mundane level, where they're handed their food every day in their alcove where they think. So when I got to this point, after writing this introductory in the newsletter, introductory part of the newsletter, the first page, I had a dream just yesterday.
Right.
Okay, so I'm in a hotel room and I'm checking my personal laundry where it's been hanging, and it's dry. Oh, I feel good that it's dry. Then I find myself outside in a hallway of the hotel with Susiana, the young lady who had accompanied me on the trip inside Choclabina Cave. It was 4 of us, and she was one, and she's with me in the hallway. And
was that the one you were almost stuck in the cave with?
No, that's Catalina.
Okay, go on.
That's Catalina. She's much older, and Susiana's just Susiana went into the cave with me with a wetsuit and on. There were 4 of us.
Yeah.
And what I remember her saying, the bats come flying, and she says, what did she say? It was very funny. I didn't hear her correctly. What'd she say? Oh, I think she says, I thought she said, oh, my babies. And she says, hello, babies. She says, hello, babies. That's how she addressed the bats.
Wow.
Anyway, okay, so in the dream, we decide we're in a position to travel in time. And we sort of lock our consciousness at the same time, and we traveled in time. But when we did, we were still in the same place, but I couldn't hear her. She looked younger, about 4 years younger, and I was trying to tell her, and she couldn't hear me, and I couldn't hear her. Then the sound waves that were out of sync came back into sync, and they stabilized. And I said, you look about 4 years younger, and she says, you do too. So then we walked out the hallway to a ramp, spiral ramp with other people, looked like an amusement park. I'm not sure that it was. And then we became separated, tried to reconnect with her, and then I woke up. And that dream, but it was such a wow. It was like I had really traveled in time. It wasn't as spectacular as the dream with Preston, but the point was, I'm writing this article about talking to the cave. That's what I'm talking about. Conversing with nature, conversing with the cave. And I'm dreaming of this girl because she was in the cave with me, which was one of the neatest events of my life, was going into that cave.
Right.
And the only reason she even came was because, she volunteered herself to go.
Yeah.
Because she was part of, she comes to my Qigong classes, and I was also priming her to ask questions of David Anderson, when she was asking him questions. She got to talk to him. And so, I'm close with her sister and her mother. So, we just had to, my friend, the psychiatrist, called up her mother, or she put her on the phone. Yeah, you can go. We it was all like one big family.
Yeah.
So it was, so that's why I dreamt of her, because she was actually in the cave, and this is talking to the cave. So this is, and it all relates back to the dreams, because I had, when we were talking about the dream catcher at Montauk and all the stuff, all of this is tied together. It's all tied to the dream catcher I received at Montauk, the energy with the pharaoh. We had placed the crystal from Romania out there. And then there's also an aspect, there's so many synchronicities that run through this, because Shin, the word I like to talk about so much, the Masonic secret word of Freemasonry, and the middle letter of Yeshua, or Yod-He Shin Vau-He.
Also an ancient word for China, by the way, but go on.
Yeah, or for heart in China, yeah. Or China, China. Yeah. Now, but I went and looked over some of my old newsletters, because this is really, it's really interesting, because Shin is tied to the dream. There are 3 aspects of Shin from one reference point, and it's like, there's the world that we are aware of, our waking world. Then there's the world we're not aware of, the unconscious world when we sleep. And the connector between the 2 worlds is literally the dream. The dream. That is, the dream represents that middle point. It's not only the secret word of Freemasonry, but it represents the middle between the left brain and the right brain. It represents the catalyst to manipulate air, earth, water, fire. It would also affect time. And so it's like penetrating this realm is so relevant. And I therefore began to study vibrational frequency. Now, there's a lot of stuff on vibrational frequency on YouTube. Some of it is, very pedestrian, but even the pedestrian stuff, you can pick and choose from. So I began to take everything much more seriously in my entire life, ranging from the experiences with David Anderson, the experiences of trying to youthen myself with football, or youthen myself so I can play football at a more youthened level, which is tangible results in the physical world.
Yeah, which is remarkable. You've done remarkable with that. Go on.
Well, I've done remarkable, but see, this is the trick, and I have something to share on that tonight, because with an experience in the Sea Org of waking up, and right before the water hit, well, okay, that was really good, but it's just a baby step. It's a baby step of being aware, but I can't minimize it either, because it's okay, that was a baby step. I avoided getting soaked, which would have been very unpleasant. I avoided it, so I was cause over it to a degree. When I penetrate the consciousness of time in a dream state, it's very nice. You pat me on the back and give me a Hershey bar. It's great, but there's so much more to be done. It's a baby step. It's a baby step. And as Lao Tse would say, the journey of a million miles begins with the first step. With regards so I started, there's certain exercises, and I couldn't even do them. I haven't had time. So you kind of play with them when you go to sleep. Oh, I want this to happen. I want that to happen. So anyway, I had was watching a YouTube on the yogis of Tibet, the first 5 or 10 minutes, which was crap, because it was all about the politics of the Dalai Lama, But then it starts going into, the real Tibetan yogis and all this stuff. And then they use some word. They use 3 words what the hell are these words? I don't like the way they give 3 different, they were taking prana, bindu, and some other word, where mostly you'll find prana, bindu. And so I looked up, and basically what I came to was a website that was about Tibetan yoga, and it was describing twitch fibers, fast twitch fibers and slow twitch fibers. Now, this is the essence of what I need in football, is fast twitch fibers. Fast twitch fibers are what make you fast and quick, burst. They're not real efficient in terms, they produce a lot of energy real fast, and you can get tired real quick if you like sprinting all the time. But when you get to 65, you lose your fast twitch fibers. You don't have so many. I regained my fast twitch fibers at the age of 54, and then I lost them because I played too hard and hurt myself. So these are what I want to replenish or refine. But I have this article that I need to study on fast twitch fibers. The good thing is I went out this morning, and I did really well, and it was like the ball was catching me. I wasn't catching the ball.
Wow.
I got, probably honorable mention for, good player of the week. They gave some belt to somebody who played really good. I mean, this is silly stuff, but I'm saying I did really good. I got so many compliments. But the thing is, I look around and I see, I'm playing with all these guys. They're all fast. And I just I shouldn't be out here, but I am. And I fit in, and it's great. But this is only, it's great that I can do this, but there's so much more to do. There's so much more to do in terms of just my ability in just straight Qigong. There's so much more I could or would do. So it's, and when we think of time, and talking to the cave, expounding upon what I've already learned. There's so much to fall back on and compare to now in the present. And I feel that the whole point of this cave business, the Choclavina cave journey, is I'm not only dialoguing with the cave and nature. The most basic aspects of nature come from inside the earth itself. Whether we want to attribute that to the civilizations that exist there, or the consciousness itself, because Radu Cinemar's books talk about the consciousness is really inside the earth. It's the whole earth. It's really about the black sun within the earth. And the black sun is perhaps, it's a good term and it's not a good term, because, but it's where all the consciousness emits from the entire planet. Yeah. That exists. So one is going in there, and of course, when we have all the stories of initiation and legends, this is all, well and fine. It's very interesting. So, and what is time? The time travel, David Anderson has been a conduit to bring me into this spiritual or life experience of seeing the inside of the earth, going inside. How does he fit into it? Well, he's a catalyst, and whatever might not be perfect about him, he's and the same can be said about Radu Cinemar in Department Zero. It's a much higher and more pleasant octave than what we knew with Montauk Project and what Preston Nichols had experienced. So it's a much higher octave, and to answer your question, what have I been up to? This has been, not all of it, but this has been a high degree of what I've been preoccupied with, at least on a professional basis.
Wonderful. I mean, that's great. I think that you've done really well, and I'm just so impressed and very excited for you. And excited as well that, just all of this is that you're able to share this with all of us. So with that, feel free to continue. I mean, we've got a little while.
This is great. This is wonderful. But now there's also the Douglas Dietrich factor, which is very important. Whether it's important to me or not is beside the point. It is important to me, but it's an important issue. And in other words, with not necessarily in regards to what I just talked about. Well, I will say, yeah. So anyway, I had read the other night I read from Montauk Revisited about my friend Joy, who had been channeling the name Duncan Cameron for a year and a half. And didn't know what it meant. And then she was introduced to me, and I told her what it meant. Oh, wow. And she says, I get another name, Wilson. I said, well, this is why you get the name Wilson, which, of course, those who are familiar with my works will understand the names Cameron and Wilson go together. But all tied to the Montauk Project, the Wilson brothers, the time travelers that Preston identified with. And so anyway, of course, there was no book. There was no nothing. So Joy had been such a important part. And she said at that early time, I don't even think I'd met her yet in person. It was on the phone. And she said, this is all tied to the inner earth. The same thing my friend Yonda had said when she first talked to me on the phone. This is tied to the inner earth. So they were both right. Now, Joy, I wrote to her about this. I said, blah. And I told her about how impressed I was, and she came back to me. She lives in Arizona now, and she says, wow, how's things going? And so she's done this astrological chart for me. But so we talked last week, a few days ago, and it's the first time we've talked in a long time. And instead of her reading my chart, I ended up talking to her for over 2 hours, updating her on what I'd been up to for the last 22 years, because she didn't really know anything about David Anderson or the Transylvania books, I'm sending her all of the books.
Great.
And she is somebody, and I didn't know this. She wanted to talk to me about a book project a few years ago, but then she ended up taking care of her sick mother because she comes back to Long Island frequently. And so she didn't get to see me, but she ended up doing her own book she died clinically. So she was in the in-between state. So she's going to send me her book, and I'm going to read her book after I read finish JoJo's.
Right.
And then so she wants to work with me again. And this is a great asset and friend because she sees things. She works with the energy of the trees. She says how, people build communities in concert with trees. She understands the druid stuff.
Right.
And she has a great gift, and it's great to have old friends from the past who you had really close connections to, and come back. I was going to send her the Roswell book, but it wouldn't fit into the box. I'm just going to give her the Transylvania books and the White Bat, because it might throw off the,
Well, the Roswell thing would be, you would be a very different flavor. So it's not, what you sent her was fine for the kind of, shall we say, it's a kind of mood, a kind of ambience, and the Roswell, that's a totally different trip. That would be like...
But with regards to Douglas Dietrich, I want to say that, and not necessarily so much with the new stuff. I mean, the new stuff, when I say the new stuff, I'm talking about the Transylvania books. They're selling quite well. Some of the old stuff will have its moments. Got a big orders for Montauk Revisited. But the Peter Moon this is the 30th, May will be the 30th anniversary of the Montauk Project, 30 years old. And Peter Moon has been grandfathered into a certain amount of acceptability to the fact, and the Montauk Project as well. So, okay, he gets some recognition. He's not going to get the full recognition because we don't want to give him too much credit. But see, then he's also taking Douglas Dietrich with him, which becomes a whole nother, albatross.
Yes.
In terms of trying to penetrate the consciousness of where people are at. It's not that it represents the albatross of humanity, the albatross that sticks around humanity's neck, and this is why it is important. But people have to be told why it's important. So I'm telling Joy, she's getting updated on me for 22 years of my career. She probably knows more about my personal life than she does about my career. She knows I got married. She knew a little bit about my personal life as recently as 10, 12 years ago. Because she'd been to my house and whatnot, and she'd interfaced a little bit, but not really about my professional life. So, and then I got a call from somebody, actually I got a Facebook message, some guy who had met me in Preston many years ago. And he had a lot of insights, a lot of unique insights. And he said he had stage 4 cancer, at which point I had him call me immediately and talk to him. And I gave him my Qigong video to YouTube to fix himself with. But he talked about this, and he had no idea about any of my later work. So he was stuck back in the first book, and he was very appreciative. I mean, we got along really well. He appreciated me taking time to talk to him and helping him with his questions. And I really hope that, he can get better. He seems to have taken some good steps. Very, I guess what you call psychically sensitive individual. But it's like, wow. And I explained it. People have no idea what I've been doing for the last 20, 30 years since the Montauk Project, or even the first few books came out. So all of this leads to, confronting the detrimental stuff going on. Now, I had heard from Carrie Kira Starr Ellis, who she wrote to me, and she sent me something about the Ashkenazi. She wanted to know, it was tying to the Ashkenazi mafia or something. She wanted to know about it, or something, what I thought about it. And she says, "Oh, I really like Douglas Dietrich," she said.
Oh, wow.
She's been on retreat to get her life together, and her husband's doing better because he had some, serious health problems that
Right.
I at least helped him somewhat with. So she was very positive. But I basically, gave her a 20-minute video of you talking about the kings of Edom.
Oh.
I said, this all stuff is, it's all kind of distracting from the real issue, which is the kings of Edom issue. The Ashkenazi,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, they're portrayed as, and I look at the Ashkenazi, and it all comes from the Khazar, the third tribe, or what do they call it, the 13th tribe.
13th tribe, yes.
Yeah, and that, I was aware of that book for a long time before it became, people love to, grab onto that like they do shape-shifting reptilians. But I don't think that the Ashkenazi accepted Judaism out of their butt. Because that's the way they make it sound. Well, we have all these different religions. We're going to take on Judaism. I don't think that's the case. I think that they adopted it because it was theirs before it was originally part of their culture. And I think they recognized it much in the way the Egyptians recognized Christianity, because Christianity was just a reiteration of their own religion. I think it's the same with the Ashkenazi, because I think there are so many fundamentals in Judaism which came out of Transylvania and would have went over to the Ashkenazi region of the planet. So it's like they come back with it. They see it all wrapped up in a pretty package, and they say, we will absorb this, we will connect with it. And that's not a comment on how good or bad they are, but they portray them as this, great evil, and maybe they are, and certainly some aspects of, because they're human beings, will be, but it's kind of like, it doesn't really solve anything,
right?
In my opinion, and the kings of Edom is a much more more traction out of that.
Thank you.
I don't even really have a judgment on, there is historical veracity with the kings of Edom.
Right. Thank you.
It's interesting.
And just so people understand this, Arthur Koestler's book, The 13th Tribe, is in its own way indispensable. But as Peter Moon says, the problem is too many people are really distorting it. And it's what one learns from it is something, or what one should be taking from it is not a warrant for bigotry or Judeophobia, but rather that it just historically puts much in perspective. And because many people are acting on various delusions and presumptions about Jews and Israelis, and Arthur Koestler, who was Jewish himself, wrote a book that put a lot of their genealogy in perspective that's accessible and accurate. But it's but other than that, it's not something to then work on to extend into, say, for instance, the Edomite realm, where people are trying to converge or conflate the one element of Judaism, such as the ethnic Ashkenazi, as opposed to the Sephardim, etc., with the Edomite peoples or something like that, which is what becomes the obsession of many people who are biblical fundamentalists. And this is kind of like a rationale for genocide, which is exactly what Peter Moon is bringing up about the reptilian shapeshifters, that's basically a rationale for genocide. It's funny that we brought up Deepak Chopra the other day, and it reminded me of, I forgot what we were speaking of, but it reminded me of that stupid quote unquote documentary called Thrive, which just took the world by storm, and everybody was like asking me if I had seen it when I first came out as a public informant. And Thrive was just this exploitive piece of shit that was produced by some ungodly individual who I'd have to look through my notes to dig that charlatan up again. But he was like approaching everybody like Deepak Chopra and everybody else who was big in the New Age community at the time, and he got them all to participate in his stupid documentary by completely misleading them. And then he produced this whole shape-shifting reptilian bullshit where, you know, he just integrated all of them without their knowing it into this pseudo documentary about shape-shifting reptoids so that it would make it look as if they were all backing that up. And of course, they all later on protested and said they wanted nothing to do with it. And so there you have that. Most people didn't know this, of course, and they kept watching Thrive. So they all thought Deepak Chopra, for instance, was supporting the kill all the shape-shifting reptilians stance. Not that, you know, Deepak Chopra didn't deserve it.
No, he wouldn't abide by that because he'd have to kill himself.
That's what that's what happened with that guy who trademarked his name, Brian William Hall, when he was doing the conspiracy cons and the UFO conferences, and that's how he got alienated from what's his name, the troglodyte, Stanton Friedman, was because basically Stanton Friedman overheard him at one point when he was basically saying, why doesn't Stanton Friedman finish his morphing from the reptilian form into human form or something like that. And when Stanton heard him say that, that's when Stanton became a blood enemy of his. I always thought that was funny as hell. I don't understand why Stanton Friedman took that as an insult. I mean, you would think he would have reveled in it. But there you go with that. I mean, this is also an idiot who took it as an insult that somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody called Stanton Friedman a shill, which of course he was. But Stanton Friedman took offense at that too. Well, of course he would, because he's got a facade to maintain. But he was saying something like that to Brian before he became alienated by overhearing what Brian said about him. And he said, oh yeah, you know, this son of a bitch, you know, he called me a shill or something like that. And it was, well, there you go. It's amazing what people get offended over when they are what they are. And you know, I do want to read something to you that was sent to me by the wonderful individual who just contributed 70 United States dollars, Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother in Manhattan Island. He lives in the concrete beating heart of New York City. And of course, whenever foreigners ask me about Manhattan and what it's like, I'll tell them that it's a small island full of hostile warring tribes. And what he had to say was, "Hi, Douglas. Was at the gym and was talking to another black man about politics, and I mentioned your name, and he knew about you. Was watching the History Channel called Secret Japanese Aircraft of World War II. They highly praised Japan for being well advanced more than the Americans," and he always spells Americans with a KKK. "Even had the man who invented the first mechanical heart, who was also was in the design of jet aerocraft, where they were producing them in underground bases in the mountains en masse. Interesting and mind-blowing." So, of course, what he's referring to was the caves in which, in the Secret Japanese Aircraft of World War II documentary, they pointed out the Japanese had hundreds of these jets waiting in caves to take off and simply massacre the incoming American fleet. And the Americans, of course, never got to the point where they even invaded Japan. They pretty much surrendered before then. And, of course, they pointed out that one of these men who was in the design of those jet aerocraft was the Japanese man who invented the first mechanical heart. And so there we have all that. He brought all that up. And our man, Mr. Peter Moon, of course, has reviewed the Secret Japanese Aerocraft of World War II. And as he can attest, it's just amazing how they both present that and mispresent that. They'll present it in such a way as to, like, yeah, they had all this great shit, and yeah, we didn't figure any of this out, and but then they'll they'll insinuate, oh, but they never got it out in time. Yeah, the damage they could have done would have been enormous, but they never got it out in time, and the bomb ended the war. That kind of shit. But
the narrative is amazing because you see how they just stick to this narrative, and past a certain point, it's like they're hiding. They hide. They run. It's like they're running from the truth, because when you hear them saying it, after you know better, it's like they're running from the truth. And
yes.
so this is what people do, and this is what we need to change. I want to add some things though about the dream and this letter Shin, and there was this, it's very interesting because I sort of came upon this. It was expressed in a game. It was a game that was being described, but nevertheless, it was true. True in terms of the historical reference. And I'm going to go back into the my discovery of, first off, Shin. In the midst of researching Shin, I was at the Taoist Holy House in Queens, which I'm a part of, haven't been to in a long time, and I was told that they were describing Shin. I didn't ask. They said Shin means heart. They told me this in Mandarin.
Right.
And so you have Chinese as heart, Japanese identifies Shin as spirit, as in Shinto religion, Shin and Tao, the way of the spirit. Hebrew also has it, and Douglas can give you a whole diatribe on the relationship between Hebrew and Japanese, which we won't go into.
Right.
But how it became to mean tooth in Hebrew, the common definition of Shin in Hebrew is tooth. The esoteric definition of it, the rabbis would recognize it would mean spirit, just like it means in Japanese, spirit or change. Spirit or change. So you're changing the elements of fire, earth, air, water. There is Kenneth Grant had done scholarship on the word Shin. And he said, this letter, which if you see the Hebrew letter, it's a fire letter with 3 prongs and 3 flames coming out the top of the prong. But Grant points out that this letter, the earlier, was based on an earlier symbol, which signified the trident of Neptune or Poseidon. It was a trident. Now the Hebrews added the flames to the top of the trident, if you see the letter. It's a pretty graphic. Now, of course, we know the trident is the pitchfork of the devil, which is a degradation of the original concept. But he says, it's the trident of Neptune. And Kenneth Grant says that the esoteric name for Neptune in ancient times was Kozar, just like Khazar, like the Khazar Jews. Kozar, which means pig. Pig. Mm-hmm. And then you have the etymological root. It's the etymological root of Khazar and this whole 13th tribe business. But it's also very interesting because the pig relates to the Celtic goddess known as I can't say this. I can't speak.
No
Gaelic.
one can speak Celtic. Don't worry about it.
Chadwin. Chadwin is the patron goddess of Tirnanog.
Yeah.
Tirnanog.
Yeah.
Tirnanog. Now, Tirnanog is relate to the name of Og. Tirnanog is the land of eternal life or everlasting youth in Celtic lore. It is also the land of dreams. Og is the name of my mother's clan, Sweeney, which was, they had the castle of Og. They have a castle. Ancestors, the ruins of Og, the ancestors of Clan Sweeney claim to have descended from Og. This is my clan on my mother's side. She was one half Irish. That would make me 1/4 Irish.
Wow.
But anyway, Cherdwin.
By the way, we can relate on that. We're both a quarter Irish. If if the man who raised and guided me is indeed my biological father, so that's always the chance of that. But anyhow, go on, Peter. Yeah, certainly culturally, I've been acculturated.
As much as I have it with me, I don't relate to it that well.
Right.
I mean, I have some experiences with it, but I relate much more to my father's side psychologically.
Right. No, I did it. I saw that. I saw that in you. Yeah, it doesn't really show up in you at all, the Irishness, though. Go on.
No, but as one Celtic shaman said, it only takes one little drop.
There you are.
And I actually can relate to Celtic people very well because I understand them.
Yeah.
I understand them. Although that might be more intellectual than it is.
I believe so. Yeah, that's what I intuit regarding your case. Go on.
Yeah. She is not, okay, Cherdwin is not only the mistress of dreams who can make your wishes come true, she holds the key with regard to how Shin came to mean tooth. In her human form, this goddess wears a necklace of crescent-shaped boar's teeth, which represent the moon. She wears the teeth of a boar in human form because she is most often represented and identified as a white sow goddess. She's a pig. Beautiful pig when she turns into a woman. As Shin means moon, and the reason Shin means moon, she's identifying it. But this is where we get Shin is in the capital city of Babylon, was named Shin. Shinar, to shine like the moon. So the moon and the boar's teeth are crescent shaped. Because a wild boar, you see a big crescent tooth. That expression was later incorporated into the Hebrew alphabet, where it came to mean tooth. And of course, the rabbis reserved the esoteric meaning. And the word tooth is based upon the Old English word Thoth, which is suggestive of the Egyptian god Thoth, who is also identified as a god of the moon. So you have, but more importantly, Cherdwin is the goddess of the dream. She can make your dreams come true. And it's through the letter Shin. So when you reach that dream state, you reach that, you're going into the realm between worlds. This is where I met, I felt that I met Douglas's mother on the causal plane.
Right.
So it's like, you get in there, and this is where you begin to patrol and influence the grid, so to speak. And of course, I've had many dreams with David Anderson, and of course they're always of extreme interest to me, even to the point where he had I had all the tapes of his Secrets of Time, and they were erased. But later in real life, he would share with me, and I would recover those. I didn't recover the tapes, but I recovered the information, and now I have it on the internet. But it was like, wow, that was like, how the hell did that ever happen? My dream was telling me. So it's a very friendly, well, it's not always a friendly venue. Dreams aren't, and of course it's very fascinating to watch the whole process and how it works, because David is basically first and foremost a technologist. I don't know that he's aware of all the metaphysical aspects that he represents and facilitates.
Right.
There is a certain kinship between us that he recognizes, but he's more involved in his own secrecy and machinations than he is with, the public aspect of what he's doing. And if we consider the public aspect of what he's doing, it's like we go back to the Sphinx. The Sphinx is going to let, she is going to let, or she, whatever the Sphinx is going to only let through that which is meant to go through. It's not necessarily for everybody, the mystery. So my role as a writer is to make it more possible for people to understand certain concepts. And of course, I get, rave reviews from some people. Like one of them is JoJo. She really appreciates what I have because it's been so integral a part of her growth.
Yes.
So she appreciates me on a, I guess, very visceral, experiential level that even goes beyond my ability to completely fathom, because it's her experiences, and as she shares it with me, I become more more in tune with whatever it is. So that's and so then we get back into the Douglas-Dietrich equation, though. It's like this is very I guess what I'd say challenging, because I was looking at my horoscope, or I shouldn't say my horoscope, I say my solar return. Every year you have what's called a solar return, where the sun is in the same position it was on your birth. And there are websites where you can see your solar return, but you have a different chart. And that's your chart for the year, which is, of course, it's an influence. There's also your natal chart. But your solar return says this is what it's going to be like for the year. And this particular year for me, as my friend Joyce says, has a lot of neat stuff coming up. I assume that has to do with media, but I don't know that. I would intuit, hope, and think that. I don't know why I hope it, because I'm not particularly attracted to it. I am and I am not. But in right on my midheaven, I have Neptune in Pisces. Neptune is, of course, represents the film industry, media. And the reason Neptune represents the film industry, because it's all illusion and fakery. So when you see a movie, it's a complete concoction of the truth. You see the Godfather movie, great movie, but it's all fiction. In fact, if you watch Francis Ford Coppola talking about all the authentic Italian stuff he puts in the movie, the gangsters adopt that to the degree they don't necessarily know that.
Right.
They want to be like the Godfather, and they start using the terms offer he can't refuse. They start mimicking that movie.
Yes.
Because it makes them more authentic to themselves. And the
art, life imitating art. Go on.
Yeah, exactly, and that does happen. So, the movie industry, what could take a movie like one of my favorites for a bastardization is the movie Marco Polo,
right?
Which is Gary Cooper as Marco Polo. It's just corny as hell. Corny.
Not as bad as John Wayne playing Genghis Khan, but go on.
No, not as bad. But you see, movies. You can take Cleopatra, Caesar, even Shakespeare. If you see the movie with Marlon Brando as Mark Antony, it's like it's all based on Shakespeare. It is Shakespeare, but it's like it's all an illusion. It's all so it becomes history, yet it's a theatrical production. So any movie you see that's based on history, if it's about Napoleon, if it's about we don't have to put Christ in the equation, but anything. It's like it's a fiction, it's illusion, it's delusional. And so Neptune rules the film industry. He rules Maya, illusion, deception. Neptune is also the higher octave of Venus. And Neptune in its higher regions will lead you to the truth. But you've got to go through the fog to get there. So I have this position of right in my midheaven, which is my career, of Neptune right there, which means that's the film, the media, and its trining or sextiling, which is a positive with my moon in my 7th house, which is a partnerships business. So that bodes well. But also later on in the 10th house is Chiron. And Chiron in the 10th house means frustration of not getting acknowledged in your profession.
Right.
So you might be the best basketball player on the team, but the coach won't put you in the game because he doesn't recognize you. So in my case, I'm not normally in a position to complain about non-recognition. I've suffered from complete non-recognition my entire career. What's positive is that I've had enough recognition to do what I've done and to keep my career going and to sustain myself. So I consider this very positive because I know what I'm up against and I know what I've been dealing with. I know what I represent. So I'm tickled to death that I've been as successful as I have.
Right.
And so I have no resentment about that. But where this would seem to apply to me is not getting the recognition I deserve would seem to be in the area of the work, my collaboration with Douglas Dietrich, a collaboration which I have no regrets about whatsoever.
Thank you.
And why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? People have always said that about me.
But they're saying it more now, perhaps? Or how do you feel about that? Do you think they're saying it more now than they did ever before? Or is it just kind of like...
I don't think they're saying anything. I did get somebody making nasty comments about you. I left them up there because they were more disparaging than... Well, they were nasty, but they were disparaging. Oh, he does the stuff he says doesn't check out. And I said, have you read the book? He didn't answer.
Of course not.
It's easy for anybody to pick up one of your transmissions and not having really be that familiar with you. And it's understandable that they can take issue with this, that, or the other thing that you're talking about because they don't understand the whole tenor of what you're talking about. Still, it was a snotty attitude. And I think, I don't know, I think he was from Scientology, but I don't know that. I suspect that,
right?
Because of common friends that he had.
Okay, go on.
Well, and then there was also that thing. I sent you a link to this super soldier who was, parading the Montauk Project, and somebody sent it to me. He was a super soldier who was telling his tale of being a super soldier, and he was, it's okay, he. Take a number, stand in line.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, that's a rather common, shall we say, role to assume these days. By the way, so that before I forget, let me see if I can switch over here to share screen because I do want to show you some of these things in the chat room that people are asking you, and you can address them. So let me go over to screen share here, and then I can show you that, as well as something else that came up just the other day. As a matter of fact, I'll start off with what came up just the other day. Since I'm sharing screen, Jameson Reese can also see this. And Jameson, if you can see this, do answer me if you can see it. That you can see.
Aye, Captain.
Excellent. Okay, great. So this is what both of you gentlemen I want to show you. Came up the other day. The other day we had Sammy Romero speaking about how he appreciated what I had told Pacuan Morales and everyone else by extension about how when people are dying, the most important exchanges between the people who are attending them on their deathbed is the three phrases that we all need to exchange at that time are basically, I'm sorry, I forgive you, and I love you. And it's basically those three things that can help to help someone transition or process.
Nobody says I forgive you on my deathbed.
And
I'm gonna say, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, and
go forgive yourself and get the hell out of my room. Get the hell out of my death scenario.
Oh my God. And I can appreciate that as well. And of course, then what happened was we brought up several women who had been involved in my life in the past, and of course, Sammy Romero was talking about. Anyhow, he presented it in a how would we say this? At any rate, I was just saying I wish some of these women would forgive me. Now, one of the women I was not talking about was Christine Joanna Hart, who came in to say, "I do forgive you, Douglas," which, by the way, I did not take this down, as I did another thing I will mention to both of you. And basically Blue Boxer, who's probably the Blue Avian guy, come back, said, "Hi, Chris, didn't know you come on here. You should have him as a guest star. A radio show would be a great show." And I'm leaving this up here because it is what it is. It doesn't bother me. But what I will tell everyone is I have not acknowledged it otherwise, because what Christine Joanna Hart here is basically doing is this is a what I would call a kind of one-up.
She's fishing.
Well, it's more like, for one thing, it's some kind of exercise in one-upmanship. It's some kind of exercise in basically when she says, "I do forgive you, Douglas." This is putting her in a power position, and what she's trying to assert
okay.
to.
I didn't know that, so I better unlike that, because I figured.
Oh yeah, I do unlike that.
No,
Yeah.
I noticed that right
that
away,
was
Douglas.
idiocy on my part.
Yeah. What was that?
I noticed that right away. And well, pardon me while I answer the phone.
Oh yeah, sure. And so the
Douglas, this is why this shows you how little experience I have with women, is that I couldn't even tell that was the power trip.
Well, you didn't know the context. Don't worry about that. I mean, everybody else who sees that in context will think that this is an act of grace, and that's
I'm going to dislike it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's and everyone else.
And if you refresh the page, you shall see that.
Sure, let's do that, and then okay, with that, then I'll point out the chat room to Peter and the questions that were presented to him. There we are. So it did go down by one.
I noticed how they censored the comment that
they censored your comment. So
how
wow,
is
Peter's,
I could see the comment. I could see the comment on my screen, but it's not showing up on yours.
It's not on anyone else's. So just so everyone
hell?
knows, Jameson Reese entered a comment that reads as follows, and it reads, "You bring up a point that those of us who are black in America need to hear, and that is how welcome the German presence was to Africa. This is further verified by Jesse Owens' own words, which is why they silenced his career and buried knowledge of him on sports networks that are celebrating, quote-unquote, black history for the mere sake of capital revenue. If the demystification of World War II is to begin anywhere, we of black America need to carry that torch and stop delivering bodies to slaughter for a military with more of a racist command than the KKK." All of that is very accurate, very true. By the way, I both hearted that and gave a thumbs up, which I can do as the essentially the owner of the channel. But other than that,
it's just astounding
I wish
how it doesn't show up for public.
Yeah.
So this explains why no one sees any of the videos that I post, because
you are truly censored. It's,
how are they censoring me more than you? That doesn't make any sense.
It's because you're my executive producer, and so it definitely.
Oh, I see. They're trying to grind away at my nerves so I could say, "Douglas, I'm not going to be producer for you anymore."
Yeah, something of that nature.
Then I'll be doing the fat man dance at some party where everybody's wearing masks and me and someone else isn't. Like fucking what's his name?
Derek Talley. That's right, the Derek Talley line dance. That's right. Where him and his dad were the only two not wearing masks while everyone else in line was masked. It was very bizarre. That's almost like how do I describe that? There's no way to describe that. It doesn't make any sense. It's like somebody was producing a film. They were producing the film in which they were the stars. It's like that.
What makes less sense is the fact that he looks older than his father.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, the whole thing is like. By the way, if Peter's back from his phone call, he can let us know. If he's not, then we'll go on with this until he returns.
I'm back. I'm
Oh,
back.
okay.
I will. I'm waiting for it's Paula. She's on her way home.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good. Good.
I will.
And so,
If she comes in, I will digress for a little bit to greet her.
sure.
But
And here's the questions in the chat room for you to attend to. But like Peter said, if you had anything else to say about Christine Joanna Hart, do go ahead. It was, I do want people to understand that she's basically putting herself, by saying that she forgives me, she's implying I committed some crime against her. See, that's the horror of the situation.
that was obvious. That was obvious. And forgive her for I forgive you for tolerating me as much as you did.
Yeah. Thank you.
Douglas, I figured she was just mad at you because, I figured she was just like a woman who was mad because she wanted your attention and she was delusional, and she was like, "I forgive you for not paying me attention." That's how I took it, and so I was like, "All right, okay, maybe she wants to do a Noreen Hellpan and jump on here and."
It's very common for
nonsense.
people. It's very common for people who have messed with you. I'm not just saying you, or messed with an individual such as myself, yourself, or anybody. They come into your world all screwed up, and they start messing with you, and you put them in their place, either softly or not so softly, and they don't know how to deal with it. So they look at you as committing some horrendous crime against them, and you say, "Well, I forgive you." It's a make wrong, and this is very common. Because they just can't fathom how screwed up they are.
Thank you. That's one way of looking at it. And the other way of looking at it is that she's still very much acting almost as if she's an extension of Aquino, and she's doing her psyop bit. And
yeah, exactly. Well, that's the more sinister aspect of it, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's how I take it. And
so, I can't disagree with you.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, I don't know if you saw that, Peter, but we were just looking at Jameson Reese had entered a comment, and the comment does not show up on YouTube. It's interesting that Jameson Reese entered this comment, and it doesn't display, even though I can access it myself as the owner of the channel, and I can extend it. The point is, it doesn't display here. It's very bizarre. He can see it, they allow him to see it, but no one else on YouTube can see it. So they've got it out for him. I don't know if you have any theories on why, but
I don't know, but I think our friend JoJo might have more insight. She understands social media pretty well.
Okay.
And I've noticed that my Facebook posts are getting almost no comment. And
okay.
And I'm saying, like, if they're not about, well, some of them have been about your stuff, but just anything. And it's like, there used to be more comments. And she says they selectively isolate stuff. I don't really care.
Right.
Facebook is not going to make or break me.
Right.
But
it's indicative. It's symptomatic
it's been
of
a little too quiet because people like to sound off or inclined to sound off, and okay, it's all right.
Right. And by the way, just to talk about another form of PSYOP, which is important, first to just address Jameson's, what he said here just a little bit, I do want people to understand that when to grasp the black connection with Adolf Hitler, understand that the Belgian Congo in the heart of Central Africa, which was, of course, subjected to one of the most grievous genocides in human history.
I remember that. You talked a lot about that. That's very, very interesting.
Thank you. And it was there that the Simon Mpadi, surname spelled M-P-A-D-I when romanized into the English or vulgarized into the English, Simon Mpadi was the leader of the Christian pagan religious sect that had come into conflict with the Belgian colonial administrators because he was a freedom fighter and he was fighting the genocide. He's the man who sent a personal letter to Adolf Hitler asking him to come and rescue the people of Africa from the Belgian and other European oppressors. Now, there's no response that's known to conventional history from Adolf Hitler, but there was a very intensive response in reality, and I dealt with destroying those records. They were stolen by the Americans after the war, and they had to do with Adolf Hitler's establishment of the Africa Corps and his establishment of an intelligence network that penetrated far deeper into Africa that gave the Germans the atomic bomb using Belgian, or rather African Congo, the radium, the uranium that was mined by the black Africans, and that was how the Germans got the uranium that they needed for their little boy bomb, that the Americans stole and used on Hiroshima at the end of Hitler's retreat from the surface world into Unterland. So all of that is part of the real history. By the way, again, another psyop here, aside from what was done by Christine Johanna Hart, and we put that into context. Here's this idiot who I blocked. And this is absolutely bizarre. This is a psyop if ever there was one. The reason I deleted this is because if people looked at that, they would not want to review the video. Because what he's saying is, that shit is fucking annoying, meaning that apparently he's trying to insinuate that I'm always saying, which is, as anyone who listens to me, they know the last thing that I say is, I never say, That's not something that I'm in the habit of saying. There are people who say that as kind of like a filler for their words. They string together the sentences.
It's a horrible habit, and I've caught myself doing it.
Right.
And I think I've eliminated.
Oh, you don't do that at all.
Well, I mean, I haven't. I've seen myself on video. I can't say that, and I tried to eliminate it. And I've also seen people, accomplished people, whether they be actors or people, say it, and it sounds really rank.
Oh yeah, and that's something that it's famous for people who are uneducated or untrained in professional speaking would talk like that. So when he says that, he's trying to get people to keep them from watching the video. So I had to delete that.
We have a hello from James Forsyth. He was the man I was telling you about.
Yes.
Oh, what an interesting character.
Yes.
But hello, we won't talk about him until we're ready to talk about him.
Right.
I don't know if James, if you'd be willing to come on sometime and talk. You've got a very interesting medical history, and I think it's we could all learn from it.
Absolutely. By the way, our lady Jojo was saying it's so fucked up that happiness can trigger others that can't relate at the moment. But true. She was speaking about when you said how, you've got to be careful with your happiness because people see that and they hate that and they want to take you down. They want to make you as miserable as they are. Clarice Claudette said, "Hi, Peter and Douglas. Please elaborate on the implant stations and human body as to what they were doing." And then she said, yes, time is a missing link, and the link with Saturn, Tesseract, and altering reality through magic and altered consciousness and dimensions. So I can let you address that. And of course, as well, the wonderful Diane Hillis-Buchberger said to Jameson that the cat has been trying to absorb that energy to protect you. That's why the cat went out with cancer. And of course, you responded to her. And then, all of these people, I'll roll it back up a little bit so that you can see again what Clarice Claudette was asking. And perhaps you can...
Okay, I will address that. Okay, so Hubbard believed that I could go off on.
Oh, and by the way, also explain to people what OT is. You were using the OT acronym earlier.
OT in Scientology means operating Thetan. Thetan is synonymous with spirit, so it's an operating spirit. The spirit operates just like the ghost that shakes your screen door is operating spirit. It was to put you in a state so you could spook people. I'm only joking. Could indeed spook people if you were an operating spirit, or there's different levels of just somebody who's really good at a sport or in music would be referred to colloquially in Scientology as an OT, operating Thetan in music. And I will also mention that there was a character. He used to be a running back for the New York Giants there was an article once that said that when he would run, he was a small guy. He was a very good runner, and he said that he would, kind of get out of his body and see himself running from outside of his body. Mike Tyson used to say that. He says, yeah, you sort of have to, get out of your body when you hit. Gus would teach me that to get out of my body when I hit. It's going to sound strange. So there are different instances where you will see athletes talk about getting out of the body.
That's right.
But that is with
By the way,
reference
that's
to
how
that.
it's done. And while you address those questions, I'm going to fix myself some more tea. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Let me go mute while you
Come
handle
back soon, because I have to put Jameson on if Paul. I have to greet Paul.
Understood. So, Jameson, you're prepared to replace Peter if he has to greet Paulo, okay?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but anyway, so yes, implant stations. L. Ron Hubbard believed that the humanity was lock, stock, and barrel suffering from implantations, and they were implanted, and they were different. I mean, the whole universe or the whole galaxy was loaded with implants. This is what they do. They implant you with pain, and probably the best argument for it is that he would see everything you see in society, at least in the time he lived, things are a little different now, was canned. You'd see street lights are all pretty much the same. They all have street lights. They all have cars. They do have, airplanes. They're all pretty much the same. In other words, he said everything was a knockoff of earlier civilizations. And it was a very interesting perspective. But humanity has suffered this. Implants would often be dichotomies of evil, devils, angels, God, all these sort of canned figures that you think with, that common people think with, are coming out of canned implant stations. Just like if you're watching a television, people absorb TV. They have catchphrases they learn from TV. There are certain people that they can relate to on TV because they see them every day. Especially when TV was more monotone. It just had three main channels, ABC, NBC, and CBS. And it's a little more diverse now. But, that's basically humanity. And of course, in Scientology, you would clear up your implants, your moments of pain and unconsciousness. And if it went correctly, you would reject canned interpretations. And of course, that's one thing I really enjoyed my first wife, because she was an artist. And to me, a good artist, if they suffer, are doing implanted stuff. If they're not, if they're very creative, it's innovative and original. Programming and implants are the antithesis of creativity and originality. So that's my soliloquy on implants, and he talked quite a bit about them. Some of it was, well, it is what it is. That could be a whole different show, but that's what I had to say about that. Now, Jameson, do you see any other questions here that I'm supposed to address?
No, everything seems everything seems pretty straightforward. Although I will say that the thing of implants, it's sort of what Hubbard was doing reminds me a lot of what Gurdjieff was doing, which is pretty much trying to get you to sort of although Gurdjieff sort of packaged it different, as a means of like self-remembering, and as a means of breaking out of automated responses.
Well, definitely, you don't want automated responses, and there were two different techniques. I mean,
yeah, they're very different techniques, but they sort of, the reason why I draw that parallel is because I can see it having the same outcome as far as the potential for human growth.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like I can't. I had a unique trip. It was my trip. Some people would share commonality with it, who've done Scientology and read my books, but more, I think it helps them figuring out what the hell that was all about. What was it about? Whatever they got out of it or didn't get out of it, it kind of sorts out what coulda, woulda, should have been, or might have been. And it's like everybody has a different path. And the most important thing about path, sometimes they call it path work, it's your path. You've got to do your path. One of the most insightful things Aleister Crowley ever wrote is that when you study the tarot, and he's talking from his book of Thoth, which is the ultimate of his magical mind, putting all of his knowledge. This doesn't have, it's much more, I guess what you'd say, esoteric academic than it is about his personal foibles or whatever. He basically teaches you that as you get into the tarot and understand the archetypes of the tarot, you're talking to living beings. Living beings. I think it might be better described as artilects because they're kind of an artificial, but they're not. They're not artificial.
No. You have a very good point. It's sort of like its own sort of computing system.
Yes.
That you're interacting with.
Exactly. And then where does the entity come into the computer? What happens is entities will get attached and live out that archetype. And then there will be all these permutations of that archetype. So you could have, 40 football players on a team that are emulating the archetype of Mars, the athlete god, So you could have all that, but they're all going to be a little bit different. And how do things evolve along history? But you have all of these archetypes that you're actually communicating to. What does Venus want? What does Venus want from you? Well, Venus says you better act in a certain way. What does Mars say? What does Pluto say? What you got to relate to these gods or archetypes as they are phenomena in your life. If you have somebody coming to the door with an axe coming after you, you've got to apply. You're talking with a living archetype. You won't actually see quite that happen, but you'll see the energy of Mars in somebody who's coming after you, and you appropriately deal with it. I think the anecdote for Mars is Venus. So, you might sick a beautiful woman on him. I'm being a little sarcastic there. You would, in fact, want to deal with the energy.
Yeah.
I remember one time dealing with, I was doing a retreat to find out about this Celtic shaman for my research in the Black Sun. And I'm doing a lot of dream work. It's really riveting stuff. And my wife calls me and she's all upset because she hired a landscaper and he's ripping her off. And she's very bad at handling these things. And I'm saying, well, what am I supposed to do? And so I was doing the dream work and I had this, it turned out he was a Native American. And I had this kind of like big encounter clash with him in the dream state. And I said, somehow it feels at peace. So when I got back home, she wasn't around. I don't know where, he comes to the door. He's huge. He is huge. Like I'm big, but he's huge. He comes in and he was, I think I gave him $150, which was less than he wanted, but he just took it and he was at peace. We were both at peace. He didn't deserve, he was way overcharging. This is what landscapers will do. They'll say, okay, man, come on. Okay, we'll charge you, $15 a week, $20 a week, whatever they're charging, $25 a week, I think it is now. And so then all of a sudden, 1 year goes by, now they're charging you twice the amount or much more. And they never tell you they're changing their price. This is a game that landscapers will do. My landscapers have never announced their price change, but it's been so gradual and reasonable that I've never called them on it because I'm not unhappy with them. So, but this is something that they do. Mm-hmm. So basically, when you have the clash of the energy, it was a very martial clash, and we clashed on the astral plane or in the dream state. But I didn't even meet the guy. I didn't set it up with him, but I made peace with him, and And the bottom line was he was respected and honored, not to the full extent he wanted to be, but he took it. He walked. He was fine.
Wonderful. And so, dear sir, how are you tonight? Do you want to hang out some more? Obviously, I've got a lot to cover with the war going on, and I certainly do beseech yourself upon bended knee that you review my monologue of tonight. I'm going to be hard on everybody, Biden and his weakness, and of course, Trump's outright support of Vladimir Putin. Both of these are to be condemned in their respective failings. In terms of the war itself, of course, I'll go into intensive detail. Just a lot has gone on people may not be aware of, and certainly you'll hear it all when you find some time or make some time to review the monologue. But if you want to hang out till midnight like you normally do, or a little after, go ahead and take your time and express what else you think could be shared with us. And that will, it's always appreciated by myself.
I just writing it. Somebody just changed a contract on me.
Oh, shit.
Contract to sign, I sign it, and they say, well, upper management says we can't do that.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I said, oh, wait, what the hell?
Just curious, is this a media contract or with your people doing something on the home?
Yeah, my distributor.
Okay.
I mean, it's just weird.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
And by the way, just what was I was going to bring up today is Kuwaiti Liberation Day was actually yesterday, and I can't believe it's been 31 fucking years. That's incredible, isn't it? I mean, oh my God.
It is, but with regards to Putin, I have followed it very. You can't help but follow it some.
Right.
And I haven't listened to any of this stuff you said. I really don't want to get involved in it because I've got too many other things to do. But it seems to me that he's bit off a lot more than he can chew.
Yes.
And I mean, that seems to be what the media is telling us.
Yeah, he's getting desperate.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah. Also, what I would say is that this fits in with the tyranny of Pluto and Capricorn. In other words, it's just horrible tyranny that's going on. And we thought the Joe Biden administration was bad. He's much worse.
Yes.
And of course, he's aggressively attacking, and it's amazing to see what the Ukrainians are doing.
Yes.
It's just amazing. And he has. I was right. I suspected he had a lot of enemies at home. They've gone into some details of how he's, just totally corrupt and taken all this money and stuff. But what do you expect? The question really becomes is, how long before they get him, if they get him? Because I don't know they can. I would imagine his own people might, come after him. But in all the mobsters, they said that he goes to a mobster or some big billionaire and says, "Okay, I'm taking. You want me to confiscate all your assets, or can I take half? Or you want to keep half? Keep half and keep operating." This is what they said.
Yeah.
And when you have that much power and you can exert it, these people, oligarchs, must hate him.
Yeah.
Must hate him with a passion.
Yeah. Yeah, but of course these are all evil people in each other's company. It's a snake's nest, and they all deserve each other. And hopefully they all go down together, and hopefully the sanctions will help generate that. So I'll explain it tonight.
The question becomes, if they all go down together, who replaces them?
That is the question. Hopefully a constitutional monarchy.
Hopefully a lesser evil,
Yes.
rather than a greater one.
Yeah. Thank you. A constitutional monarchy is always good alongside or parallel to a democracy. So hopefully the people, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but I'll certainly go, not in depth, but I'll certainly mention it in passing, that many Russians have decided to risk arrest to protest, and those are thousands of them went out in Moscow to protest the war. They did that the moment it was declared, and so the prisons filled up very quickly. But that's what they were counting on, was that they simply couldn't arrest them all. But it's definitely a situation where he's always been concerned about this, and now it's well, he brought it upon himself. This is where his and this is before you go tonight, and like I said, take your time, hang out as long as you want. But the one thing, the point I want to make is that I won't hammer this home too obsessively tonight. It should become painstakingly self-evident. But the reason that I find this so wonderful or so encouraging, aside from the fact that I always wanted an independent Ukraine anyway, and ultimately an independent Belarus, is the fact that what the Ukrainian people are doing is they're not just defeating Putin, they're defeating white supremacy. And the reality is that, give you an example of this, you might remember what I said about Colonel Toom. And for those of you who don't know, you can look up Colonel Toom. The name is spelled like the grave edifice, T-O-M-B. T-O-M-B. And Colonel Toom was an infamous Vietnamese ace who shot down many American pilots. He was in the North Vietnamese Air Force. The Americans have since, over many years, started a scrub campaign where they have attempted their best to try and on the internet, on the American internet, they will say Colonel Toom never existed. Now, he's a national hero in Vietnam. And Vietnam, his face is on stamps and statues are built of him. In America, they'll claim he was a figment of American pilots' imaginations. Believe that shit? I mean, that's how crazy Americans are. But he shot down like a score of American pilots in Vietnam. And so the Americans even went so far as to claim that if he did exist, he was white. Like that he was a Russian pilot that was with the Vietnamese or some crap like that. All of this is a lie.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I've actually seen that where they claim it was a Russian pilot.
Yes, thank you.
That is such a sack of shit. And when I saw it, that was an instant, I'm not going to even bother with this channel.
Thank you. And with the case of
yeah. I think you've seen that channel before. You know which one I'm talking.
Of course.
Yeah.
And in the case of the ghost of Kiev, he's known. There is now a ace of the Ukrainians. So this is the first ace that's been produced since the Vietnam War. And so when it came to the ghost of Kiev, he's a Ukrainian pilot who shot down 6 Russian jets. And he's using a plane that was built in the 1970s. So you've got this Ukrainian pilot who's getting in a jet that's very, very old. It's as old as I am, for all intents and purposes.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And he shot down 6 Russian pilots. And the first thing you see is when you see the footage of him doing this on Twitter or all over the internet, all you see is all these white guys come on and say, fake, fake, fake. And the reason why is because they can't stand the idea of their Russian master race being defeated. Well, all of these jock sniffers worship the Russians as the master race, and they're convinced that they won World War II. They're convinced the Russians defeated the Third Reich. And
when you say jock sniffers, who are you referring to?
All these white supremacist sausage suckers that are... Okay, there's no woman among them. I mean, the few women that they have...
They think the Russians actually won World War II.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the Russians are crazed enough to think they won World War II. And again, to put some context in this, the reason why this is not necessarily, shall we say, not to at all detract from this Ukrainian pilot's accomplishments, but it's like I mentioned before, when the Russians retreated from East Germany and they left all these MiG planes, they call them MiGs, of course, they don't pronounce the full acronym, they removed what they considered to be state secure technology. And the state secure technology they removed from these MiGs was that the Russians have a technological capacity they developed where when it comes to the pilot's radar, his own, shall we say, his own instruments, they can, from the ground, basically control what he sees. In other words, they don't trust their own pilots, and when they send their pilots into the air, they can literally control what the pilot is getting in terms of his readings from his sensors, because they will want him to concentrate on the target they want him to concentrate on. So if there's a whole, shall we say, a wing of planes or a squadron of planes that's approaching him, just a group of 3 or to 5 planes, they can eliminate the reading on his instruments that those planes are even there. They can, that way he won't see any resistance, and he'll continue towards his target. There's no other nation in the world or any other culture in the world that does that other than the Russians. There's no one else who would even think like that to even do that. So they can also, if they want him to focus on one plane, say the squadron leader, they can eliminate the readings of the rest of the squadron on his instruments so that he will concentrate only on the squadron leader. So with this level of micromanagement, it's entirely conceivable that a man in a 1970s jet can take down squadrons of Russian planes, because they have no idea he's even there. That's one reason he might be called a ghost. They probably don't even read him on their instruments, because the men on the ground are micromanaging it so that they don't. Just so people understand how this is technologically possible. But aside from that, the man still must be incredibly skilled. But the one thing is, all the whites in America deny he exists. Now, the insanity here is that the Ukrainians are as white as the Russians. They're ethnically and genetically as far apart as, say, Congolese Africans and Africans in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Congolese Africans and Africans in Nigeria would be far more genetically distinct. But when it comes to the Ukrainians and the Russians, to the white Americans, the Russians are the master race. They believe they won World War II and then defeated Japan. They believe that, they believe all this bullshit. And the Russians believe that themselves. So you're talking about two delusional cultures that love each other for that reason. And so the Russians being defeated by the Ukrainians, that's defeating all the white supremacists back here in America as well. That defeats them right here on the ground. And this is why it's so important to emphasize the Russian defeat. As well, I will emphasize how the Western world has lost, because no matter how Putin loses in this, he's won in a different sense. He's destroyed the old world. He's destroyed the world that we know. And he's won to this point, and it never should have gotten to this point. It's a terror. I'll point out how he's won, and I'll point out how he'll lose. So this was a pivotal episode tonight. And so definitely glad that I'll put the timestamp on it for Peter, and we'll see if he finds time to listen to any of it. And Paula just came in, so
I just said hello and good night to her.
Okay.
This is such a I guess what you'd say obstacle, albatross that the Earth has. All the politicians. It's really interesting, because look at all of these countries. They all leave so much to be desired, and no more than our own United States politicians. But it gives the whole world a chance to stand up and look at this mad asshole. Look at this mad asshole. I didn't think he'd actually start delivering guns or start shooting up stuff, because it's so stupid. It's so stupid, and it's proving to be stupid. We don't live in an era when you can invade countries anymore. It doesn't seem to work. It's like it worked, and it didn't even work when it worked. Like look at Vietnam. How could a country like the United States with superior military power not even take Vietnam and lose? How could they lose? There's no way they would, could, or should lose, unless they bombed it to shreds. And then still.
Well, they did do that, but just.
Well, I mean the entire country.
I understand what you're saying. I would, of course. It would take a lot of qualification to have people understand this. Effectively, the Americans did do that. But then again, what I would argue, as I've argued before, is that America, in terms of their own political objectives, they did win in Vietnam to the extent that they were simply there to preserve the Republic of Vietnam, and that did exist so long as the Americans were there. And that was the objective. The objective was not to conquer the North or reunite the Vietnams by invading the North. And because of those limits, in the parameters of those limits, the American army, at least till the point of 1973, was succeeding. It was around between that and when Nixon came into power and started Vietnamizing the war, then yes, there was absolutely no way to quote unquote win. And Nixon knew that because he was trying to pull Americans out of the war, but at the same time, he did go all the way by saying, I'm going to try and end this in such a way that I can feel that I did my best to win it. And that's why he sent in the entire Strategic Air Command, which were the pampered favorites that never saw any combat. And just so people understand this, Strategic Air Command is simply the outgrowth of the 509th bombardment group that bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That became the Strategic Air Command. So when Nixon basically approached them and demanded that they win Vietnam, he said, I was in the room with Eisenhower, and Eisenhower said that we can't drop the bomb on Vietnam, meaning the nukes, because it didn't work with Japan. And he says, you guys insist it did, so show me that you can win in Vietnam. And they were dropping the equivalent of nukes. It didn't matter that these bombs were conventional. Their firepower was so astronomical. It was the equivalent of multiple Hiroshima bombs. And so the 509th Bombardment Group, which was now the Strategic Air Command, was sent to bomb the capital of North Vietnam. And they were all shot down. All of them. It was the entire Strategic Air Command was lost. They were all wiped out. And that was it was a disgrace. And it was because none of these people had ever seen combat. These weren't real combat pilots. These were just bombardiers who would drop bombs from thousands and thousands of feet in the air, like they did with the atomic bomb. When they saw combat, they ran. That was what happened over Kokura, the main Japanese arsenal that they were supposed to drop the nuke on. And then the interceptors came in swarms and shot them all up. That's why the aviation fuel leaked into the bomb bay. That's why Captain Sweeney of the boxcar, which dropped the bomb on Nagasaki, panicked and flew over to Nagasaki and dropped it so that he wouldn't blow up. This is all part of that insane lunatic story of American failure. And so that was part and parcel to Nixon and what he had to go through while he was president. I mean, it's no wonder a guy like that went nuts. But compared to Putin, Nixon did nothing that was even comparable. Nixon was already involved in a full-fledged war, whereas Putin decided he was going to start one. I'll put that into perspective, of course, tonight.
I was going to say, Douglas, I was going to say that the whole world seems to be, rising to the awareness. And then when Putin gives every politician out there, including Justin Trudeau, an opportunity to look like a good guy.
Yes, that's what he's doing now. It was so stupid of him to do that. It was so, he didn't have to do that. There was no need for him to do this, too.
Well, then I have read a little bit, not too much, but it seems like they say he's really under pressure at home, and that there's a protesting in Russia. 50,000 people have poured into Romania from the Ukraine. Yeah. Romania is welcoming them.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think Putin has been very clever in terms of being able to acquire power and maintain power. And this might be his undoing. I don't know that it will be, but he understands power. And I don't know why he had to do this. From his own perspective, he probably did have to do it from his own perspective.
I'll clarify all of that.
Well,
tonight.
Douglas, there was something I wanted to ask you in that regard, actually, because I wanted to know if this somehow implies that he's no longer being advised by Alexander Dugin. Is Alexander Dugin still alive?
I think he is, and I think this is because he is being advised by Alexander Dugin. That has a lot to do with this. I don't need to go into that tonight because that brings us into almost like deep state territory. And it's otherwise, it's I'll go into what is probably far more accessible to people that they can also
Well,
verify.
you better not say anything, because if Joe Biden finds out it's coming from Alexander Dugin, he might lay off and say, "Oh God, Putin's right. Putin's right."
You know, I didn't think of it in those terms, but I'll certainly take that as you know, possible.
Yes, I didn't know we were supporting Satan. I mean, I didn't know he was supporting. We're on the same team. I can't help but wonder about the intrigues between Trump, Biden, Clinton, the Ukraine, and Putin. You know, the whole mixed bag of it all. If this has anything to do with that, you know, the accusations of Biden corruption in the Ukraine, the accusations of Trump's, you know, both in the Ukraine and in the Russia, and all of that stuff. It's hard to imagine that there's not some thread of something with all of these people. I don't know if you'll go into that or if you have.
Well, I'll certainly go more tonight into elements of that. Yes, very much so. It's one of those things that I'll do my best with, but mostly about the every aspect of Ukraine that I can think of, including, of course, the threat that the Russians made to basically down the International Space Station with 2 of their cosmonauts on board, no less, as well as the 3 Americans and the 1 German astronaut. So I'll go a bit into that as well.
And ever since I've been a kid, the Russians always are ominous and threatening in a way that the Chinese aren't even like that. I mean, they can.
Yeah, they are. They are.
They are. Not like the Russians. Would you agree, Douglas? Not like the Russians.
It's hard to say. It's you know,
they try to be a little more clever.
They're probably worse.
Well, the Chinese are worse only in the sense that they're more understated so far, but you know, they're getting as bad as Putin, and this is why one of the things I'll go into, Peter, is how Putin was actually punked into this. He went over to the Olympics, which I told you about before the Olympics took place, and even you were saying, "Good God, why is he doing that?" I mean, but he went over to the Olympics to meet personally with Xi Jinping, and he ran this by him. And Xi Jinping said, "Go for it." And the Chinese were basically egging Putin on by tacitly never protesting his anything he was doing, and because they wanted to see how the Western world would react as a test run for their trying to take my Taiwan. And the end result was, like an idiot, he went for it, you know, with the Chinese having his back, because he figured any sanctions he went under, the Chinese could easily overcome the sanctions by basically, because China's not being sanctioned. So all he has to do is keep going through China. That's his logic, and that's what Xi Jinping insinuated he would get backed up to that degree. Now, whether that's going to happen or not remains to be seen, but one of the things that brought this recent quote-unquote negotiations, aside from the Russians getting their asses kicked, was there were several factors that are just like a comedy. One of them was the Ukrainian diplomacy reached out to Communist China, and they were reaching out for the Communist Chinese to ask Putin to withdraw or wind down or just open to negotiations. That was one factor only in a sense, but that was similar to like the Japanese going through the Soviets in World War II. Nobody expected anything because of that. Another just ridiculous element was the Taliban. The Taliban were publicly saying that Putin should lay off, that he was committing crimes against humanity. I mean, when you've got the Taliban condemning you, it makes everyone else look like idiots. For whatever reason, Xi Jinping just decided he found out what he needed to find out, that basically this was the biggest clusterfuck, the biggest mistake that Putin could have made. And he saw what happened to him. He became a pariah state, all isolated. Anyhow, he called him up and said, "You really ought to stop this." And then Putin started opening up these negotiations in Belarus where they're opening to talk to the Ukrainians. Nothing is going to come of this, I would guess. It's simply because at this point, the Ukrainians You can't believe anything the Russians are going to say, and the Ukrainians are winning anyway, in effect. So why not just continue? And with everything that's going to be thrown against the Russians now, it's really, at this point, I can confidently state that all of the stats still point towards Russia. If it's quote unquote smart money, it's supposed to be on Russia, but the reality is it's Ukraine that's going to win this at this point, because Putin had counted on taking everything in a day, really, and instead everything fell apart. I'll explain that, why. Several technical aspects with the military, etc. Certainly, like Peter said, drones played a part. The Ukrainians used some drones to excellent effect. What drones they had to wipe out some of the incoming Russian tanks. So there we have all that. Just a lot going on. I'll go into all of it as much as I can. And
will you also go into the prognosis? Because I heard tonight that they said that Russia was sustaining heavy losses.
Yeah.
And that although they were saying, well, is he going to use nukes? And they said, no, they don't think he's going to use nukes because they're not losing. Although they're sustaining heavy losses and it's much worse than they thought, they're not in a position to fail, at least with the amount of troops. This is at least the prognosis they were giving on the television.
Right. And but by the way, that's the correct prognosis to the degree that it's based on all the information that the Americans have. But the reality is the Americans are also stuck on a number of just stupid concepts. They're basically stuck on the concept that with the amount of materials he has, etc., that they're basically concluding there's no way he can possibly lose. But you see, this is different for Vietnam. It's like what you said about Vietnam was based on the Americans had effectively total control of the air in some cases, which was not the case, but in some cases you would think they did, etc. It would look as if it was impossible for the Americans to lose, but there was a constraint the Americans had placed on themselves based on politics as to how far they were going to go. And within those parameters, the Americans didn't do all that bad. I mean, professionally, they maintained themselves until Nixon came in and began Vietnamizing the war, and then tried for a decisive victory with a military branch of service, the Strategic Air Command, which for all intents and purposes is a branch unto itself. And he found out that they were just full of shit, that the whole thing was based on a myth and a lie, just like Eisenhower told him it was. And he got that enlightenment before he had to get out of office. But this is different. This is Putin actually is going all the way. There are no rules. Putin, I mean, to give you an example, and I'll go into more detail in this in Arc of Narrative tonight, they have, do you know what their first objective was? The first place they took and the only place they've succeeded in taking so far? Chernobyl.
No.
Chernobyl.
Oh.
The first place.
Why?
What's that?
Why?
Oh, I'll go into that. Basically,
because if they make it go critical, they wouldn't have to use a nuclear bomb.
Beyond that, in other words,
they could just make it go critical and fuck everything up in Ukraine.
Yes, they can depopulate Ukraine by doing that. And they've taken their rocket launchers and they've pointed them at every nuclear reactor that they can. Primarily, there's 15 other nuclear reactors in Ukraine, and what they're doing is they're pointing the rocket launchers at that, and they're saying, we're going to blow all the nuclear reactors unless you surrender unconditionally. And the Ukrainians said, fuck it, we're not.
And the thing is that this further shows that their nuclear weapons program has aged to the point of not being usable.
Thank you. That's proof. That's direct evidence right there. They have to turn the enemy's nuclear power plants into weapons of mass destruction because
they're literally using exotericism instead of trying to
to confirm.
And this also shows how fucking insignificant nuclear weapons are after a certain point of time.
Thank you. It's not only that, but just the threat of blowing the nation's nuclear reactors has got the population just saying, fuck you. We'll fight until the point you make our land unlivable.
Because they know they're going to die anyway.
Yes, that's right. And by the way, for those, just to emphasize the terrorism aspect of this, all of the staff at Chernobyl which has been maintaining the reactor from going critical again and components of it from decaying to the point where it'll spill into the meltdown status, they're all hostage of the Russians now. When they took Chernobyl, which was the only place they've succeeded in taking, they took all the staff hostage, and they're trying to force them to make it go critical. And so far, the staff has not done that. They haven't broke. So we know that's going on. So this is how desperate the Russians are. I mean, they are desperate to the point of that. So it's over. It's game.
If when you send me the link, Douglas, if you could link me to when you start talking about it, I'd appreciate it. I'll give it a listen.
Timestamp will be, it'll be effectively pretty much after you leave. I'll start going into the whole situation and at length. And of course, the Russian market has crashed. Their ruble is now effectively toilet paper because of all the sanctions, etc. I mean, all of this is why at this point we can't look at people the same way anymore. We can't look at Putin the same way. We can't look at Trump the same way because he's still saying that all of this is great. Trump is still defending Putin all the way. And the point is, all of the Republican Party that is the younger group is all with him. So they're all. He has
publicly softened any of that. Publicly softened that.
He's tried, but I'll go into that tonight. I'll go into what he said. I'll my son transcribed it, and so I can it's not overly long. It's not overly long. He's softened it only in the sense that he's acquiesced that horrible people are dying in Ukraine. But he's still saying that what Putin did is smart and that Putin's brilliant, and I
think he might have said that prior to the explosions, because this is, he had Biden by the balls with the oil and stuff. I think he really blew himself up when he started invading.
I'll clarify that.
Anyway, you'll do that, and we'll all learn.
Yeah.
And I'll say that. So anyway, do that. I'll sign off for tonight. Thank you dearly. Good evening.
Yeah, and share that love with Paula. And you're such a fortunate man. There's so many things that are going so well, and just glad that you're a part of my life as well.
Yeah, and I just want your book to go even better. Yes. Because it needs to go better. It should go better. But anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Goodbye.
Good night for now. Good night, Peter. And everyone, remember, the book is available at skybooks.usa.com, and make certain to get copies of it. Obviously, when we're getting the kinds of attacks that I did notice, I did say, a few times while I was speaking just now. Maybe I do say that throughout the night, but I never consciously noticed it. Have you consciously?
I don't consciously notice it either. I think what he's trying to do is, this is what you call it's what you call a mimetic spell. Oh
yes,
my gosh, I keep stuttering over that word. What it's meant to do is it's meant to gaslight you into thinking that they're accusing you of saying something you don't say, so that you begin saying it. It's a means of trying to hack you parasympathetically.
Thank you.
Bullshit.
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Oh God. At any rate,
it's like someone telling you stick out your tongue every time you say ice cream. You say, no, I don't. You see, every time I say ice cream, oh my, I stuck out my tongue. You get what I'm saying? It's silliness. Because that's all they can do.
Good. Yes, that's what they're down to now. It's kind of like the Russians with pointing their rocket launchers at the nuclear power plants.
I was wondering when, because I knew it was just a matter of time before Putin decided to lob a nuke, and I knew that if he gets desperate enough, he would do it. But now, knowing what you just said about him pointing rockets at Chernobyl, that's exactly what he's doing. Because he doesn't have nukes to lob, he's going to utilize the next best thing. And I would say, honestly, using Chernobyl would be worse than using a nuke, because a nuke would be cleaner than using a nuclear reactor. The amount of a dirty explosion like that would release more fissile material across a larger area than a 10 megaton nuke would.
Well, it's basically what they're doing is they're holding all of Europe hostage. That's the idea.
Yeah,
And
but they're not. They're. I honestly, when you think about it, though, the blowback from that would also hit the United. It would hit the entire world. So they're
yes,
trying to hold the entire world hostage.
yes,
And Putin has more or less, he doesn't. Yeah, I think he's so deranged that he doesn't really care
that's
at this
true.
point. Dugan has him possessed by something, and he's
It's true.
just literally just like a puppet on a string.
You are absolutely right. I agree. I concur. I don't go into that in Arc of Narrative tonight, but I certainly agree.
They probably have him. They probably tried to possess him with Zaltar, the fourth. What do you call it? The fourth horseman of the apocalypse. That's supposed to be related to war.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. I agree. I agree. Or that may be even dignifying it a bit. Maybe
No, no,
it's
no. It
something.
that
Yeah.
doesn't dignify it at all because it shows. It's unless you're someone who's already steeped in the arcane. If you're someone who's a person who doesn't do the arcane and you're possessed, it's probably more dangerous because that person wouldn't be aware they're possessed and they wouldn't even know that they're acting erratically.
Yes, that's absolutely true. So I want you to just go a little bit more into that, please. Right now, take your time and kind of articulate some of these facts, and as well, while you're speaking, feel free to do a search on Alexander Dugin and see what you find. And if you can find something on him, that's great. If not, I'd be surprised if you could. I'm sure they never put anything up about him on the American internet in particular. Michael Aquino has probably seen to that in terms of that kind of accessibility. By the way, I'm curious, before I go into the arc of narrative, tell us, you can tell me a little bit. If this is redundant to our listeners, I apologize. I am interested in your gang stalking experience. You said something
Uh,
about Fat Albert, the real fat black guy or something?
yeah. This real big fat. It's like if you took a basketball player and gave him the diet of Solomon Shake without the pull-ups. And
Salman Sheikh, I love him dearly, but honest to God, I hope that he does change that someday. I know he balances it out. He's got this
well,
philosophy
well,
of
it's I can understand that philosophy because it's what you and I do all the time.
it's true.
Although it's a little, one can argue which one's more deleterious to
I
health.
was about to say, I almost think his is a bit more dangerous than what you and I do. I keep having
Yes.
this image of him, from the hospital with this selfie of him smiling in the hospital bed saying, bypass was successful. Life is beautiful. Yeah, 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 all those buckets of ice cream. Yeah.
Well,
Go.
if he might be at that point of spirituality where, there are other entities that feed when we feed. So who knows?
Yeah,
It's
in
it,
other words, he has the ice cream version of what alcoholics have. Yeah.
yeah. It's like you have like the Jinn inside of you that takes it all up as an offering to the higher and divine,
Yes.
so that you don't get damaged.
Yes. Oh my
which
fucking
which
God.
which can be done, but people don't talk about it, and this is why they stop me from saying anything on YouTube, and they suppress my comments.
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, go a little bit into those comments while I just kind of breathe deep and prep myself for speaking the rest of the night, okay? I'll be back in about, can you handle taking the stage for about 5-10 minutes? I'm going to make
Yeah,
certain
no
I have enough
problem.
refreshments around me before I begin, okay? And I'll
All
be
right.
back. I'll go mute for now. Thank you.
The basis of my recent comments have been pretty much focused on deconstructing the narrative of America winning World War II and of the idiotic demonization of the Third Reich when the Allies were in many cases, in almost all cases, far worse as far as depravity is concerned. And in doing so, whenever I post a comment on Douglas's timeline, he'll see it, I will see it, but no one else will see it. And so the screen that you guys see, when you look in the comments, won't show the comment that's actually up there. They suppress anything I say in response to Douglas Dietrich. It's become apparent that they don't suppress things that I say on other websites, other channels, when they're talking about things like the unexplained, or they're talking about things like the occult. Then, and usually when they're talking about subjects like that, I won't say much other than just an acknowledgement of something, because I won't share my secrets with such people, not knowing who they are. If I don't know you, if I haven't been following you for some time, if we haven't been, if we haven't been in communication for years, I have no reason to share this or that with you, And so whenever I do make a comment on Douglas's videos, they actively suppress it. And as for the gang stalking, it seems to be more of them using, they like to use males a lot. The males would try to mob me, meaning, there'll be a group of guys and they'll just be like all of a sudden just all trying to sit in the area where I am, and there's so many people, there's so many seats everywhere else. It's just annoying shit like that. And my usual way of dealing with it is paying them no attention whatsoever. But when the but this particular guy decided to actually physically assault me, because if you shove someone in an aggressive manner and it's not something that can be proven accidental and everyone else sees it, that's assault. That's assault. So not only did he do it once, he did it twice. And in all honesty, I'm lucky that I did not hit him, because if I had actually hit his face with what I threw at him, I probably would be behind bars now. And he would be knocked out, unconscious, because I've knocked people out before, no problem. So this just goes to show that they're trying to up the ante with me for the very fact that I am able to share these insights with you, the listener, of certain observations. My original thought was that the idea of Putin staging this attack would mean that he would be forced into a corner where he would have to use a nuke, especially. And I did not anticipate, Ukraine whooping Russia's ass as good as has been going, which is great, which is really great, because that means that Putin's not bulletproof. And so when I make a comment about him being possessed, it's very possible to possess for a group with a certain objective, to raise an entity and send a spirit into a person. Now, the target who's possessed usually won't know they're possessed if they're not an arcane practitioner. If you're an arcane practitioner, you know what to look for. Some of the signs would be a change in behavior, where you find yourself almost, how do I put this? Almost passively allowing yourself to do something that's out of your character. Sort of like my obsessive cleaning of my room this morning, which I can say I knew there was a sort of semi-possession going on there, and I just wanted to see where it was going and what the objective was, because this interests me. The sort of interface of consciousness that we can have with these other entities and whatnot. Now, for a man who's full of his ego, whose ego is very fragile and sensitive like Putin, Putin would be a man who has not come to terms with his inner demons. Because the more insecure a man is, the more work he has to do on himself, and the more the demons have things to work with.
Okay.
Or
So thank you. Is there anything else you want to say to take your
well,
time, wrap it up?
well, yeah, I would say that, with Putin, because he's so insecure, the
Yeah.
demon, he'd be a fairly easy target to possess with a wrathful entity. In fact, it wouldn't even have to be one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. It could be a lower astral entity, for all we know. But this sort of crazed determination that has overtaken him is no doubt the work of Alexander Dugin. We're operating as a head of the pylon of the Temple of Set in Russia.
Yes. Thank you.
And
Go on.
also, Alexander Dugin does have what's called the Stanford Europe Center. This is supposedly Alexander Dugin's Foundations of Geopolitics. They're going into they're basically going into what influenced Dugin in a nutshell. I haven't read this yet, but he basically has a book. He's actually written books about his geopolitics. So he was really working together with Michael Aquino on this stuff, because Michael Aquino loved playing with the political stage.
Yes.
And
That's true.
there's no doubt in my mind that this has the workings of the cult of the kings of Edom written all over it.
Yes. Very much so. And yeah, by all means, go on. I think you're on a roll. So continue for a few
No, it
minutes.
seems to me like what they want to do is just bring in a age of, and of course, I believe that what's his name? Kenneth Grant pretty much stated as such. This is the age of Tiamat. When the abomination of the air meets Cthulhu, Tiamat will rise again, and that's where we are. What's the abomination of the air, and what's Cthulhu? Cthulhu is air. Cthulhu would be fire and air. Now, there was a tablet that was posted on a website called the Forums of Become a Living God.
You can share a little bit of your experience with them.
Now, this is rich because I actually decided to partake in this because I found it fascinating. What he did was he had taken the this was, oh God, what's his name? EA. He had taken the tablet of air from the Enochian magic system and somehow found a way to merge it with the tablet of fire. And so, me being Mr. Yes, I could bring about the end of the world, I decided, oh, well, why not see what happens if I use my own method of casting this shit? Why not? And it did seem to set off something. It certainly set off changes in my personal life, to say the least. That said, I wasn't buying.
How long ago was this?
This was in 2020. 2020. It was like maybe 2020, 2021, around that time. It was when the COVID thing was just starting.
Okay.
It was literally, oh my God, how many years have gone by?
It feels like a fucking 100.
This had to have been 2021, early in the sort of winter, heading into the spring season. The ending of 2020. That's when I did that ritual, and I figured, well, why the hell not? It makes perfect sense. If you take fire, and you take air, the virus of COVID. COVID looks like a sun. It looks like it has like the corona the little corona,
You know, all
the
those
crown
viruses look
points.
completely unnatural. All viruses look like they're bioengineered nanobots, really. But
Yeah,
viruses are, yeah,
they do.
yeah.
And the thing about the thing that makes them even more fascinating is that they're in a state where they're neither alive, but
Nor
they're neither
dead.
dead
Yeah,
either.
yes, that's
So
right.
they're literally something, they strike me as something, as being something generated by the outer gods themselves. And they strike me as being the that which mediated the evolution of us into what we are now. And so it's for that reason why I tend to, and this might go against what you believe, but I tend to see how, looking at this reality, how much influence they have had in the creator's creation, which would explain why the creator is jealous, because they've been able to, from outside of his creation, influence it.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. No, your God is a jealous God if you're a Christian. That's his very name is jealous. That's as for that being the reason, that's certainly why Bill Gates became a follower of that individual. I think his name is Gerard, who wrote the book Drugs. What was it? Guns, Germs, and History. Yeah, and of course he was talking about plagues and their impact on human social evolution. And so that made Bill Gates a believer, and that's why he is such a big supporter of vaccines. And then again, of course, this is why so many people responded with anti-vaccine
Yeah,
sentiments, is because it's
but
Bill Gates, right?
but this is the problem with Americans, is that Americans don't know how to put things into proper context.
Thank you.
And so what they do is they take a basic set of associations and run with it.
Yes.
They conflate things. They conflate two things that are unrelated and just run with it. And that's the reason why the alt-right has any traction that it has.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
able to take disconnected facts and strew them together in a way that's not factual at all. And, pretty much just distort and warp reality. And, that is exactly what I believe Michael Aquino wanted to engineer to
Yes.
get revenge on the white race, for the fact that due to the fact that unconsciously he knew that he had blood in the Philippines, and he
That's
could
right.
never truly be accepted as a
That's
white
right.
male,
Yes.
as long as you
Thank you.
knew that
Yes.
he had Filipino blood in him.
That's right. Thank you. And it wasn't, in other words, what you're saying is he consciously did this, or maybe subconsciously for revenge against the white race, but he consciously knew he was Filipino and was consciously hiding
Yeah.
it. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, both,
Yeah.
both.
Yeah.
And so that would give him a sort of vitriol against the white race, which he, despite his, white power and all that other bullshit. Well, where's white power going to get the white race if we continue this trajectory?
Yeah.
But extinction.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And beautiful, beautiful, very articulate, very astute, and I'm proud of you. And very
Well,
proud
this is
again of. Yeah.
this is the result of being clear of the stuff.
There we are. And tell us a bit more about your adventure tonight, your discharge, what got you there, and how you were there for injuries before from the stalker or something.
All
Did you
right,
guys
yeah,
fight?
yeah.
Were you guys involved in a tussle or something?
All right, so it was a tussle, more like. What happened was, I'm trying to get off the I'm trying to get to the deck outside of the ferry boat. So I'm saying excuse me, because everyone's just standing there with like miles of space in between them, like a bunch of doofuses, and I want to get outside because there's room for me to stand outside, and all these people are just huddled up inside, and I'm like, all right, you weak bitches, whatever, I'm going outside. So I was like, excuse me, and so I get past this big black dude, and he just decides he's gonna shove me with his elbow. And so he shoves me with his elbow, and I turn around, and I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "You piece of shit, motherfucker! You want to die that badly?" I told him, "Do not fuck with me, you slave ass nigga." Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
And after I said that, like everyone on the deck starts laughing. Some people start laughing. The white guys turn away because they're like, "Oh, black guys are
Yes.
fighting. Black guys are
Fighting
fighting.
words.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit." and,
Yeah.
and some loud Spanish guy who's probably drunk is like saying, "It's too cold out here to be fighting." And he's laughing like a fucking asshole. And I'm like, oh my gosh, who the fuck? In New York, there's always a peanut gallery. So,
Yes.
yeah, someone's always going to be shouting out your shit.
Yes. Yes.
There's
It's
no
true.
discretion out here. So anyway, I got to pee like a motherfucker.
Oh, do you? So I'll
Yeah.
I'll take
No.
over from
No.
here.
I'm not saying that.
Oh,
I'm saying,
okay,
I'm
okay.
saying this is the story, basically,
Okay.
because I was on a boat, and, I was drinking. So, I mean,
Right.
of course,
Okay, got it. Got it.
So I decide to, I definitely don't want to stand in the stalls in the restroom.
Right.
So I use the last stall, and I'm leaving the last stall. And who's standing online to get into the stalls but that big ass ugly motherfucker with some guys behind him? And so I'm walking past him, and he knocks me again. So I turn around, and I'm just staring at him. And he's like, "What? What? You want to go? You want to go?" And so, without thinking about it, I noticed my fists were already clenched. So I just swung at him, and I wound up hitting the wall. And he said, "Yeah, you like how I ducked? You like how I ducked?"
Oh.
And I looked at him, and I was like, while he's turning to close the door, I could just kick him in his knees and just fucking knock him on the ground and stomp him flat. But then, I looked at my fist, and I noticed I was bleeding, and I'm like, oh, I should go to the hospital.
Right.
And I don't want to miss the train. So, I
Didn't you
wound up.
split your knuckles open to the bone one time you punched a light pole or something?
Yeah, and that was because I had thrown the punch in a traditional punching manner.
Right.
But I found a method where you actually hold your thumb parallel to your forefinger.
Yes. Yes.
And
So martial
when you
arts method. Go on.
Yeah, and you clench and you throw it like that, and the force doesn't go to the last two fingers, and it doesn't break the bone. And so, luckily, I struck the wall like that, and I had to go to the hospital. And they just basically, put some iodine on it, and said, yeah, don't use it for a while. And the day later, I'm using it like everything's normal. It's almost done. It's almost going down. It doesn't look like as much of a baseball mitt anymore. But that said, the very fact that this gang stalker popped up. Now, this is a day when I saw two of these individuals who are police officers, I believe, and I've started to, for some reason in my mind, conflate them as being some of the people who are overseeing this, because every time I see either one or two of those gentlemen, I have an incident with someone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a coincidence. So these are obviously supervising the situation, and now they were both in this very terminal. And of course, as I was telling the audience, there's one who refuses to look in my eyes. And I just look over people like normal, but every time, as soon as I glance at him, he's looking somewhere else. Mm-hmm. Almost like he has this ninja sense.
Right. I got it.
And then I'm like, and so I noticed that, they use some really odd characters. I mean, where the fuck did they fish these people out from? It's like the mental hospital on Staten Island. They just decided, hey, want a job? Hey, you doing anything?
It is like that. It is like that. By the way, what I'm gonna do is just grab 2 Tylenol to make certain that I don't fall into the stress ache that I can get when I just speak for as long as I do. And we're maintaining numbers. I'll be back in just a few minutes. HD points out that the Nazbol arc is incoming. He says Nazi Bolshevik. He says, laughing out loud. This is HD, so whether they're trolling or not, if they follow up, we'll find out.
I don't know. I mean, they were bringing up something. Is there any truth to the idea Ukraine has many U.S. bioweapon labs?
Okay. Oh,
I mean,
that's
if
all over the place. That's all over the place.
and I was saying, that would further make a victory for Russia less viable.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, it's not
That's
true.
all
It's not true at all. But it's one of those things that it's all over the internet. In other words, what
That's
they're
one
saying is that Putin's trying to save the world by destroying the bioweapons the
Oh,
Americans
I
are
see
creating
what
in
they're
Ukraine.
doing.
That's
I
the
see
Russian
what they're doing
propaganda.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the fucking disinfo mill, basically.
Yeah, the disfo mill.
I don't get
Yeah.
why they like in a sort of angry, insecure man.
Yeah, it's well because, like I said, it's part of the whites are angry and insecure. So he represents the ultimate white man, right? So let me
There you
get my
go.
Tylenol. I'll be back in just about a few minutes, and start in and our individual HD here says Nazbol arc incoming if that's how you take it. Which for
What
those
is
of you who
Naz?
don't know, that means Nazi Bolshevik, National Bolshevik, and so there you have that. If you take it as such, so be it. In the interim, if he starts trolling in a way that we find offensive, we can always shut him down. But in the meantime, it's yours for a few more minutes, Jameson. I'll be right back. Thank you.
All right. Well, since we're going to be heading in that direction, what I do find interesting. All right. Let's look at what I want to say is I would look at Alexander Dugin, but that's an article I would like to more or less deconstruct so that I can take line from line so that I could paraphrase it to make it shorter and easier to talk about. So what I can go into is Germany's move to help Ukraine, which is I find a really good thing, because this means that the lines have already been drawn, and the only two massive empires that we're really going to be fighting against, and this is going to cause America to split. Basically, this is what I foresee. The China, the Russo-Sino conglomerate, which is China and Russia, they're pretty much operating in tandem to a degree. Now, because Russia has so many sympathies in the United States, this has the potential to fuel a violent split here within the U.S., even more so than the already tense, heated atmosphere over the racial disparities that we had going on and that we still have ongoing. That's been going on since this country was founded, more or less, but have reached the boiling point due to the murder of George Floyd. Now I could sort of see the whites getting angry and saying, and becoming complete. Well, at least not all the whites. At least the distorted ones, the ones who are corrupted, of course. Your Trump right wingers and whatnot. I could see them sort of feeling like this is a conspiracy of the globalists to shut down anything opposing democracy, and they're going to try to conflate globalism and what's his name? Oh my God, they love this guy, George Soros. Like they should have George Soros tattooed around their anus. That's how much they buy into that disinfo bullshit, which is actually hilarious. They probably do actually have that tattooed there, but still, it's like I can totally see them trying to conflate these two different things, and the Russian disinfo mill just pushing that, because that's all it does is push bullshit. And the thing is, even the people in Russia, I'm guessing that there's maybe half the population in Russia hates Putin, hates the war, and are not supporting of what he's doing. So, I mean, this goes to show the idiocy of the Americans who buy into this bullshit. You know, they're cherry picking their facts, they're cherry picking their reality, and they're pretty much going to basically when this concludes, we're going to see a probably pause before the Chinese invasion occurs, or the Chinese attempt to invade occurs with Taiwan. And that's when United States had better, buckle down, because we're going to have a domestic conflict of proportions we've never seen before. At least this is all what I can foresee. I don't foresee it based on anything. I'm not psychic or anything. I'm just spewing shit pretty much. But
all right. So what were you saying about Taiwan? I just got back before I start.
Well, I was basically saying how I could see the conclusion of this thing with Russia and Ukraine causing a violent division here in the United States due to the amount of sympathies that are here.
Thank you. Due to the amount of Russian sympathizers. Go on. Yeah.
And it would be when that concludes that I foresee a real spark of violence between the two factions here in the United States. And after that, while that's occurring, that's probably going to be when China is going to try to make its move on Taiwan unsuccessfully.
Right. That makes sense. Though after what they've seen happen in Ukraine, it would take something like that before they made a move. So you're being very logical about this. Yes. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And
I don't know. I'm just pulling this off the top of my head. I don't know how accurate any of this is. Because the very fact is, I did not suspect Ukraine to really wipe the floor with Russia. I didn't. Because what I found from the disaster channels, which have more footage than the live at this place, live at that place, which are all bullshit. Because they show you like one fixed camera that's been fixed from CCTV overlooking a street from like 1999 or some shit. You don't know when the hell that's there, and they're like, "This is," and they have a live chat and people talking about the war, and it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You're just looking at like some still footage from a CCTV camera. It's on the disaster channels that I'm able to find the true scope of them bombing like hospitals. The Russians, I saw them like they were just literally destroying residential apartments.
Yes.
There were so many people crowded in the subways to avoid getting hit by explosives and shit. It wasn't funny. And they showed like soldiers like firing on civilians and shit.
Right.
When I saw that yesterday, I was thinking, oh shit, this is going to be a mess. And, I wasn't anticipating how ill prepared, or shall I say, how intoxicated the Russian military really is.
Yeah. No, it's that's valid. That's totally fucking valid. And, as we get started on describing that, so thank you. I love you dearly, like a son. I'm so happy you were able to make it tonight in time to talk with Brandon and our lovely Sarah. And a shout out there to JoJo as well, and to all of you. You're wonderful. Jonathan Lopez says, "Hello all. I've been hearing DC is at DEF CON 2. Is there any way to verify this?" My question would be, why does it fucking matter? If they're not at DEF CON 2, they should fucking well be, since Putin is threatening to nuke the United States by having his forces on high alert. So it would make sense that our forces would be on high alert. That's common sense, right? I mean, if you were president, I would hope you would put our forces at a higher status of alert when the enemy's... Yeah.
Well, considering Joseph Biden, who knows? He might be like, "Oh yeah, I'll get it when I wake up."
I wouldn't say it was that bad, but you'll hear me cut him down tonight for what I feel is weakness. But So I'll
I
start
don't
with
know.
solicitation. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Glenn. Yeah, say
Yeah,
something
yeah.
before.
Well, I guess I'll just finish off with I get the feeling that there's more cunning in that old man than people give him credit for.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
all I'll say.
I'll agree with that, and I'll emphasize a bit of that tonight too. When the drugs kick in, and you'll hear me sometimes go a bit manic, and that's fine. In the meantime, say good morning to everyone. Good morning to our listeners on the midnight time, and good evening to all those still on California time. So say both those to our listeners, and do promise me you'll stay with me if you can throughout the night.
Oh, I will. I am very, very interested in these developments, and considering I spend all my days sitting down in a hospital, I'm just like full of energy. So I'm not going anywhere for a while.
Oh my God, yes. Oh, so sorry you went through that. So, all right then, do your bit.
Good morning, folks, and adios.
Thank you. Bless you. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Astanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See The Unfinished Man for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, as well as reviewing scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson spelled as Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. All right then, as I said, a shout out to Stephen Myers, who contributed 70 United States dollars, and again left the following message. Hi, Douglas. Was at the gym and was talking to another black man about politics, and I mentioned your name, and he knew about you. Was watching the History Channel called Secret Japanese Aerocraft of World War II. They highly praised Japan for being well advanced, more than the Americans, which he spells with a KKK, even had the man who invented the first mechanical heart, who was also in the design of jet aerocraft, where they were producing them in underground bases in the mountains in mass. Interesting and mind-blowing. Okay, this is Invasion Day 4, and Russia is running into serious trouble. This is the fourth day of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. Contrary to Vladimir Putin's expectations, his blitzkrieg has clearly failed. The Ukrainian army and tens of thousands of ordinary people have put up fierce resistance to the invaders, and the Kremlin's hoped for small victorious war has turned into protracted battles with shelling of cities, with heavy weapons and street fighting. Russia's military failure was only underlined by today's news that Ukrainian and Russian officials have agreed to meet today in Belarus near the river Pripyat for talks without preconditions. Winning generals preferred to discuss unconditional surrender. That is not happening. The war has not gone as planned, and there are growing signs that Russia's strategy is fraying under the pressure of events. But Russia's war on Ukraine could cause a global food crisis. The Russo-Ukrainian war could ripple across Africa and Asia. Beware of food price spikes and revolutions if Ukrainian grain deliveries are disrupted. My Taiwan has thrown its considerable weight behind U.S.-led sanctions on Russia, dismissing concerns that the Ukraine crisis could spill over to Asia, while Putin put Russia's nuclear deterrent forces on high alert in response to, quote-unquote, illegitimate Western sanctions. It took only hours for the Russian invasion of Ukraine to hang a nuclear threat over Europe. On Thursday morning, Ukrainian officials reported a fierce fight in the exclusion zone round the dead Chernobyl nuclear power plant, which in 1986 blanketed parts of Europe with radioactive fallout after a meltdown that remains the worst nuclear accident in history. But the defunct Chernobyl power plant may pose less of a hazard than the forest surrounding it, or the 15 nuclear reactors still operating in country. On Twitter, the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky reported, and here I quote his T, "Our defenders are giving their lives so that the tragedy of 1986 will not be repeated. This is a declaration of war against the whole of Europe," even as the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry reported that the Russian attack may cause another ecological disaster. Chernobyl can happen again in 2022. By Thursday afternoon, Ukraine reported that Russian troops had captured the facility and detained the staff overseeing the cleanup and maintenance of the site, intensifying alarm in world leaders already horrified by the Russian invasion. During a news conference Thursday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said, "We're outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facility hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage-taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and gravely concerning. We condemn it and request their release." The 1986 explosion of Chernobyl's reactor 4 killed, 2 first responders, and 28 more died from radiation poisoning in the following weeks. Exposure to the radioactive fallout is believed to have caused some 5,000 cases of thyroid cancer in the region, at least 15 of them fatal, and caused thousands of other premature deaths. Estimates for the total long-term death toll from the disaster run as, conservatively, they calculate at the very least 1 million people who died resultant the Chernobyl catastrophe. The contaminated wreckage of the plant and the nuclear fuel contained there will be dangerous for centuries and requires constant maintenance. On Friday, however, Russian forces were reported to be continuing to interrupt that maintenance, safety, and cleanup work on site. Ukraine's Ministry of Energy reported in a statement that for the second day, the occupiers have been detaining the personnel of the Chernobyl NPP station, not allowing them to rotate as required by technical safety rules. In other words, this is overexposing them and condemning them to an earlier death than they otherwise would have. Automated sensors in the area surrounding the nuclear facility have detected spikes in radiation levels since the Russian occupation of the plant, although the increases have remained below dosages believed to be dangerous to human health. Now, rather than any release of material from the containment facility holding the reactor that melted down, the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has reported that there have been no destruction or casualties at the facility. Most experts believe that the increase was due to radioactive dust and soils disturbed by tanks and other vehicles during the siege. But the ability of dust surrounding Chernobyl to spread radiation points to a larger threat in area, one that can't be set off by violent conflict. Once known as the Red Forest for the rusty color of the pines, the color that they took after being killed off by radiation from the meltdown. The woodlands around Chernobyl have experienced an increase in wildfire in recent years. Now, radioactivity from the disaster also killed bacteria, fungi, and invertebrates that would have helped break down trees, needles, and leaves, slowing the decomposition of vegetation in parts of the forest by up to 40%. In fact, the soil itself holds more than 90% of the radionuclides that fell on the forest after needles covered in fallout fell to the ground and trees killed by it were bulldozed and buried. The trees growing there today continue to absorb the fallout from the disaster when they root into soils holding carcinogenic radionuclides like cesium-137 and pull them up into their leaves. With most of the population removed and commercial activities forbidden in the vast exclusion zone, an area about the size of Luxembourg secured around the site of the disaster, woody fuels for wildfires have accumulated for decades. Trees cover more than twice as much land as they did before the disaster. And like the staff of the Chernobyl plant, the few firefighters and firefighting resources assigned to the Red Forest would be even more constrained by an invading army. A large, hot fire in the Red Forest could inject a plume of smoke and ash high enough in the atmosphere to be carried hundreds, actually thousands of miles away. Research in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, but research that year, as conducted by Ukrainian forestry professor Sergei Ziptsev and Chad Oliver, who was then director of Yale's Global Institute of Sustainable Forestry, estimated that a fire that fully consumed the forest would blanket Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, with radioactive smoke, the very reason the Russians maintained that facility as their primary objective above all else, above Kiev itself, increasing the risk of cancer for all of Ukraine's residents in the capital of their nation, Kiev. Produce grown up to 90 miles away from the fire would be so contaminated that it couldn't be safely eaten. And the stigma of radiation on one of Europe's bread baskets would keep other countries from importing even uncontaminated Ukrainian foods, thereby leading to a worldwide food crisis. As to why Russia would prioritize capturing Chernobyl, I've just articulated why. They would be in control of a substantial amount of the world's food supply by the ability to radiate it and thereby starve Asia and Africa, who buy much grain from Ukraine. Military analysts would also note that it's along the shortest route from the territory of its ally, Belarus, to the capital of Russia's enemy, Ukraine, Kiev, and on a path that avoids the region's marshes, where vehicles could be mired in mud. Chernobyl is 67 miles north of Kiev. The wreckage of Reactor 4 was covered with a concrete sarcophagus in 1986, and then with a steel and concrete structure called the New Safe Confinement, which was engineered to withstand a tornado in 2016. Russia, which already has abundant nuclear fuel and weapons, and is close enough to Chernobyl that an incident there could threaten Moscow as well, has no strategic reason to breach those containment structures to access the 200 tons of radioactive fuel that remains buried in contaminated debris deep within them. Timothy Mosiu, a biology professor at the University of South Carolina who studies the effects of radiation on organisms in Chernobyl, notes another reason that Chernobyl could be valuable to an army invading Ukraine. Himself assessing that this winter the area has received less moisture than usual. And as in much of the rest of the world, the fire season in the area has expanded, with blazes in the forest drawing hundreds of firefighters early in the spring. In April of 2020, a blaze burned more than 150,000 acres of the forest, the most since the nuclear disaster itself, smothering Kiev with radioactive smoke. Sensors in Norway, 2,000 miles away from the fires, detected increased levels of cesium in the air. To quotist Timothy Mosiu, the major power grid and switching station for that whole region is there. All these grids fed into this enormous nuclear power station. By having control of those, the Russians have control over the electricity supply of Ukraine. It's not surprising, given that hundreds of military vehicles are passing through the area, stirring up dust, that we have increased radiation readings. The larger danger is the potential for forest fires in the area to put out radioactive smoke. It's a tinderbox. With nobody to suppress the fires there now, it would be difficult for a fire to spread. Well, he's saying it wouldn't be difficult for a fire to spread over the whole area. It's getting drier in this area due to climate change. We are seeing an increase in wildfires. Some of the largest fires there have occurred in the last few years. So the ability to turn off the power can provide Russia with a big advantage in their efforts to subdue Kiev, but also points to a bigger nuclear threat in the Ukrainian conflict. In addition to Chernobyl, where the last reactor stopped producing electricity in the year 2000, Ukraine has 15 operating nuclear reactors at 4 electricity plants across the country. Those reactors, many of which are old Soviet designs that are operating beyond their originally intended lifespans, are dependent on a steady supply of electricity and water to maintain their safe operation and keep them from melting down. A wayward missile striking one of those reactors would spark a nuclear disaster. But any military operation that interrupted the power supply to one of them for longer than the facility's backup generators could keep the plant running safely has the potential to create another Chernobyl. And now the Russians can generate 15 of them. Now, the lessons from Ukraine: breaking promises to small countries means they'll never give up their nukes, which the Ukraine never should have done. You see, in the 1990s, world powers promised Ukraine that if it disarmed, they would not violate its security. That promise was obviously broken. Ukraine, you see, was once home to thousands of nuclear weapons. The weapons were stationed there by the old Soviet Union and inherited by Ukraine itself when, at the end of the Cold War, it became independent. It was the third largest nuclear arsenal on Earth. During an optimistic moment in the early 1990s, Ukraine's leadership made what today seems like a foolishly fateful decision to disarm the country and abandon those terrifying weapons in exchange for signed guarantees from the international community ensuring its future security. The decision to disarm was portrayed at the time as a means of ensuring Ukraine's security through agreements with the international community, which was exerting pressure over the issue, rather than through the more economically and politically costly path of maintaining its own nuclear program. Today, with Ukraine being swarmed by heavily armed invading Russian troops, bristling with weaponry and little prospect of defense from its erstwhile friends abroad, that decision is looking like a bad one. The tragedy now unfolding in Ukraine is underlining a broader principle clearly seen around the world. Nations that sacrifice their nuclear deterrence in exchange for promises of international goodwill are always signing their own death warrants. In a world bristling with weapons, with the potential to end human civilization, non-proliferation itself is a morally worthwhile and even necessary goal, but the experience of countries that actually have disarmed is likely to lead more of them to conclude otherwise in the future. The betrayal of the Ukrainians in particular cannot be understated. In 1994, the Ukrainian government signed a memorandum that brought its country into the Global Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, while formally relinquishing its status as a nuclear state. The text of that agreement stated that in exchange for the step, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America reaffirmed their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's territorial integrity was never respected since. After the 2014 annexation of the Ukrainian territory of Crimea by Russia, which brought no serious international response whatsoever, Ukrainian leaders had already begun to think twice about the virtues of the agreement they had signed just 2 decades earlier. Today, they are positively bitter about it. Just this month, when speaking of his nation's former nuclear weapons, Andriy Zahorodnyuk, a former defense minister of Ukraine, has said, "We gave away the capability for nothing. Now, every time somebody offers us to sign a strip of paper, the response is, 'Thank you very much. We already had one of those some time ago.'" Ukrainians are not the only ones who have come to regret signing away their nuclear weapons. As a matter of fact, believe it or not, in 2003, Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi made a surprise announcement that his nation would abandon its nuclear program and chemical weapons in exchange for normalization with the West. A few years later, in an article about the decision headlined "Gaddafi's Leap of Faith," Judith Miller, then just out of the New York Times, wrote that the White House had opted to make Libya a true model for the region by helping encourage other states with nuclear programs to follow Gaddafi's example, adding, "Libya stands as one of the few countries to have voluntarily abandoned its WMD programs, or weapons of mass destruction programs. Libya kept moving forward. It signed on to an additional protocol of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, allowing for extensive international monitoring of nuclear reserves. In return, sanctions against the country were lifted, and relations between Washington and Tripoli, severed during the Cold War, or the Third World War that we misnomer such, were reestablished. Gaddafi and his family spent a few years building ties with Western elites, and all seemed to be going well for the Libyan dictator. Then came, my mother's death, Fukushima Daiichi, and the 2011 Arab Spring uprisings, all in the same year. Gaddafi found that the same world leaders who had ostensibly became as his economic partners and diplomatic allies were suddenly providing decisive military aid to his opposition to dethrone him, even cheering on his own death. Promises, betrayals, aggression. It's a pattern that extends even to countries that have merely considered foreclosing their avenues to a nuclear deterrent. Takest Iran. In 2015, the Islamic Republic signed a comprehensive nuclear deal with the United States that limited its possible breakout capacity toward building a nuclear weapon and provided extensive monitoring of its civilian nuclear program. Not long afterward, the agreement was violated by the Trump misadministration, despite the country's own continued compliance. Since 2016, when Trump left the deal, Iran has been hit with crushing international sanctions that have devastated its economy and been subjected to a campaign of assassination targeting its senior military leadership. The nuclear deal was characterized at the time as the first step toward a broader set of talks over regional disputes between Iranian and American leaders, who had been alienated since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Instead, the deal marked another bitter chapter in the long-troubled relationship between the two countries. To date, no nuclear armed state has ever faced a full-scale invasion by a foreign power, regardless of its actions. North Korea has managed to keep its hermetically sealed political system intact for decades, despite all tensions with the international community that it itself instigated. North Korean officials have even cited the example of Libya in discussing their own weapons. In 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's slaying, and the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown that very week, as bombs rained down on Gaddafi's government, a North Korean foreign ministry official said, "The Libyan crisis is teaching the international community a grave lesson." That official went on to refer to giving up weapons in signed agreements as an invasion tactic to disarm the country. That's exactly what it is. Perhaps the starkest contrast to the treatment of Ukraine, Libya, and Iran, however, is Pakistan, which developed nuclear weapons decades ago in defiance of the United States. Despite being criticized at the time for contributing to nuclear proliferation and facing periodic sanctions, Pakistan has managed to isolate and insulate itself from attack or even serious ostracism by the American empire, despite several flagrant provocations in the decades since. Today, Pakistan even remains a security partner of these United States, having received billions of United States dollars of military aid over the past several decades under the threat that it would nuke the Americans. In other words, you can use these nukes for blackmail and you'll stay in power and integral as a nation state forever. Given the mortal hazards that nuclear weapons pose to life on Earth, non-proliferation remains a worthwhile collective goal. Humanity will not benefit from a renewal of the nuclear arms race, and the ideals behind an American-backed rules-based liberal order are morally attractive. A world in which they were truly applied would probably be a fairer and more peaceful one than what has existed in the past. Yet we must also recognize that the liberal order can and always fails. That lesson is especially true for small nations outmatched by greater powers. Given the tragedy and travesty we are witnessing in Ukraine today, where, despite its past assurances, the international community has remained but a passive observer, leaders of small countries must be forgiving for thinking twice before sacrificing their deterrent, regardless of what the leaders of great powers already armed with nuclear weaponry may say. So in the latest historic shift, as well as a major reversal of restrictive arms export policy that marks a turning point for das deutsche Vaterland, the German fatherland, the United Germany will boost military spending whilst sending anti-tank weapons and missiles to the Ukraine. Some of the points to emphasize: in the latest historic policy shift in United Germany, triggered by the Russian Empire's invasion of Ukraine, Deutschen Kanzler, or the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, the Social Democrat who took over from Angela Merkel in December, announced unto lawmakers his plans for a massive boost in defense spending. Yesterday, Chancellor Olaf Scholz went on record to say, "The Russian attack marks a turning point." That announcement marks a reversal of restrictive policies in United Germany that prohibited sending arms to conflict areas. DNVD, or Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, is dispatching 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 1,000 Stinger missiles to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russian stocks' 33% crash is the fifth worst in market history. MOEX, the uppercase MOEX that trades, ruble plunged on Thursday after Russia invaded Ukraine. Both its stock market and its currency have crashed. In effect, Russian stocks now have the cheapest valuation among 90 indices. On Sunday, well, today, lifelong Russian President Vladimir Putin put Russia's nuclear deterrent forces on high alert. Putin said the decision was sparked by the sanctions placed by Western nations. He also blamed senior officials of leading NATO countries for aggressive statements. Now, what exactly are Putin's goals? And with that, of course, I'm checking around to see if I got an incoming message. I heard a notification bell saying something to that effect. And, of course, I check into live streaming, where HD says, Bazaar HD, by the way, Fleur-de-Lis, Trident of the 13th Tribe, is what is mentioned by the lovely Madame Buchberger. And George Knight says, "Much love, Douglas. Much love unto you, good sir," George Knight in England. And this is the best thing that ever happened to Boris Johnson was this war. He was going to be thrown out if it weren't for the war that's kept him in office. HD says, "Don't forget about fertilizer from Russia to the West." Okay, yeah, I mean, fair enough point. Not quite sure exactly the chain in the supply that fits into, but it's part of, I think maybe he means more than bullshit from Russia to the West. So, as I said, MOEX and ruble, they plunged on Thursday after Russia invaded. How smart is that, So there we are. It will be harder to get Moldavite, Jameson Reese mentions. Quite true. Now, as I said today, the Russian dictator put Russia's nuclear deterrent on high alert, said his decision was sparked by the sanctions placed by Western nations, and he also blamed, quote unquote, these senior officials of leading NATO countries for aggressive statements. But his objectives, what exactly are they? Ukrainian and American experts had described Putin's goals even before the war started. Hours before the invasion, former CIA officer turned cybersecurity expert Paul Zalewski argued that Putin's aggression would, without a shred of doubt, continue after the recognition of the so-called Russian puppet statelets of the DNR and LNR. The former intelligence officer urged Western countries to immediately impose the most severe sanctions against, warning that otherwise the entire territory of Donbas and adjacent regions, at the very least, would be seized. Former advisor to the Ukrainian Minister of Defense and the head of the Center for Defense Reforms, Alexander Danilyuk, has so noted that against the backdrop of further military escalation, two scenarios could play out, creating political and social destabilization that would lead to a coup d'etat in Ukraine, or breaking through a land corridor to Mariupol and in the future to Crimea, so cutting off Ukraine from the Sea of Azov and seizing control over the Crimean Canal. And of course, our man Jameson Reese mentions that Georgia is also under Russian siege. Yes, very much so. They're the next Putinista target for complete conquest, as a matter of fact, albeit he fucked up here so bad. I don't know if he can retarget anywhere. He's so stupid he'd probably think it's easier and go down there anyway, since they kind of butchered Georgia, the nation thereof, into a shadow of itself. Now, at the moment, it's clear that the Kremlin has decided to implement both of these scenarios I've just articulated. Regime change by conquest of the capital and cutting off the Ukraine from the sea completely. And like Jameson Reese says, maybe Putin should have had Steven Seagal train his troops. By the way, he's being completely sarcastic here. It's more like maybe Putin shouldn't have had Steven Seagal train his troops. That's probably the source of the problem. At any rate, as of the morning of February 26th, Kiev time, Danilyuk reported that Russia has not abandoned its idea of a pseudo-coup d'etat under a false flag in Kiev to install a government loyal to the Kremlin. For this purpose, small groups of saboteurs disguised in Ukrainian uniform were dispatched into the capital city. If Russia's military wanted to avoid the possibility of a world war, it would be better employed toppling its own leader back home in Moscow. Now, as I said, this is sourcing what I'm getting to you from the former advisor to the Ukrainian Minister of Defense and the head of the Center for Defense Reforms, Alexander Danilyuk. Danilyuk's analysis has been subsequently confirmed by a statement from the office of Ukrainian President Zelensky, in which the key goal of the Russian occupiers was similarly described as the destruction of the country's political leadership, and against the backdrop of chaos, the introduction of an interim administration. Even earlier, on February 25th, Putin openly called on the Ukrainian military to take its power into their own hands and negotiate with Russia in an effective coup d'etat. That call went unanswered. Putin expects Ukrainian authorities, well, those it hopes to bring to power, to undertake demilitarization and denazification in the Orwellian language of the Kremlin. This would mean the complete disarmament of Ukraine, the recognition of its neutral status, and the rejection of NATO and likely European Union membership. In essence, Ukraine would become completely dependent on Russia as a satellite state, a satrap. In addition, the Kremlin demands reprisals against all those whom it calls war criminals, which means all those who have fought against Russian aggression over the past 8 years, including journalists and human rights activists. According to U.S. intelligence, in the event of the seizure of Ukraine, Russia intends to eliminate political opponents, anti-corruption activists, journalists, representatives of ethnic minorities, as well as Russian and Belarusian dissidents living in exile, and has already prepared lists of those who would be killed or arrested. Almost all Ukrainian patriots understand that should Russia win, their futures would be extremely bleak. This is what brings us to the shelling and the street fighting. On February 26th, but yesterday, Ukraine refused to negotiate with Russia on such terms. In response, the Kremlin stepped up its offensive. According to unverified data cited by some opposition Telegram channels, the Russian General Staff set the task of taking either Kharkiv or Kiev at any cost by tomorrow, regardless of losses. At the same time, losses, including among the civilian population, are growing with every hour. Kiev and Kharkiv are under intense shelling, as the American political strategist Vitaly Shklerov, who was tortured in the Minsk pretrial detention center for several months in 2020 and now lives in Kiev, has informed the American press a real war is now underway in the city, including house-to-house street fighting. Another resident of Kiev, on the night of February 27th, said, "We are lying face down on the floor. The air raid siren sounded again." A curfew had been introduced and is still in effect, starting every 1700 hours, or every day at that hour. Many spend their nights in metro stations equipped as bomb shelters. Others sleep on the floor in the hallways of their apartments, ready to run out into the street at any moment. The media report that an oil depot is on fire near Kiev and a gas pipeline was blown in Kharkiv. Rockets have hit houses. According to Russian media reports, the Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov's regiments, which I have spoken of as homophobic Islamo-fundamentalists, captured a Ukrainian military base near Kiev. This means the Russians are calling in the Muslims to act as their stormtroopers, their shock troopers, where the Christians, or rather the godless Russians, are all failing. So much for Putin protecting Christendom, you white supremacist sons of bitches. He's bringing in the Muslims to do the work where his godless Christians fail. This brings us to the topic of reality and Russian propaganda, which white Americans live in an echo bubble of, the Russian propaganda, because it's clear that the goals that Putin set for his army have not been achieved. Former deputy of the Russian State Duma, opposition politician Ilya Ponomarev, who has been living in Kiev for several years, wrote on his Facebook page that Russia is sorely lacking weapons and raw materials. In fact, Ponomarev writes, "The whole Putin's plan is the hope that there will be panic. His hope that people will surrender or Zelensky will leave the country. They expect that at first Kharkiv will surrender and the rest of the cities will follow its example in order to avoid bloodshed." The leading Russian economist, Vladislav Inozemtsev, also called the Russian war against Ukraine a defeat due to two fundamental elements of the Putin system: lies and theft. The lie, according to him, was that Putin was misinformed by his own advisors, and the theft was the embezzlement of money aimed at rearming the army. Meanwhile, in Russian propaganda, the main narratives of the first day of the war persist: that a peacekeeping operation is being carried out in Ukraine in order to liberate the civilian population from the oppression of the puppet Nazi government. Propagandists and officials lie that the Russian army is not suffering losses, and residents are happily greeting the occupiers. Ukraine estimates that more than 4,300 Russian troops have already died, but there is no confirmation of that figure. I would assume it's probably higher by now in reality. Russia has meanwhile imposed censorship on the conflict. Roskomnadzor is now requiring the media to remove factual materials about the war under the threat of blocking them, and prohibits the publication of any articles in which the ongoing operation is called an attack, an invasion, or a declaration of war. Kind of like the Rittenhouse trial, where you can't call the victims victims. And so, by the way, my man Jameson, we've got the sex bots attacking in the chat. You can handle that, I'm sure. Now, Russian dissidents trying to convince their neighbors and relatives have confirmed that most of the population still believes Kremlin propaganda and supports the military action. Military casualties and equipment losses are being concealed, and people who protest against the war are branded traitors and detained by the police. Now, on the first day of the war alone, according to human rights activists, almost 2,000 people were detained. But for Ukraine itself, it's all far too little, far too late. The central flaw in the West's strategy was fearing that preemptively confronting Putin would give the Russian dictator a justification to attack. But it's now clear that he intended to invade, whatever the United States and Europe did. The world is finally rallying, though not yet enough, to save Ukraine as it fights alone in the largest land war in Europe since 1945. With Kiev under siege from Russian tanks, aerostrikes, and artillery fire, lights on global landmarks have been ablaze with the blue and yellow of the Ukrainian flag. In Europe, the symbols of outrage have flashed on the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Rome's Colosseum, the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin, and London's number 10 Downing Street. From Santiago to Sydney and California's Sacramento, the capital of our golden state nation. From Tokyo and Taipei to Tel Aviv. Protesters have raged at Vladimir Putin for his barbarous campaign to conquer Ukraine. Despite the pandemic, vast crowds have poured onto streets, carrying placards and mobilized in anger in front of Russian embassies or in sympathy at Ukrainian missions. At a protest in United Germany that drew 100,000, one woman had "Stop Putin" written across her mask. Governments around the world face growing pressure to do more to stop the Russian Empire or contend with the political consequences. One of the most striking protests was in Georgia, where thousands turned out in front of Parliament in Tbilisi to demand the resignation of Prime Minister Irakli Garibashvili after he refused to join the global move to sanction Putin's regime. The anger has even hit the vodka market in these United States, with bars pulling Russian brands off shelves, and the governors of Ohio and New Hampshire banning their sale. In a departure from its traditional opening skit, Saturday Night Live turned the stage over to the Ukrainian chorus, Dumka of New York, who sang the hymn Prayer for Ukraine. The segment ended with the camera panning to a display of candles that spelled Kiev, the capital thereof. Yet President Volodymyr Zelensky, in daily video messages from the embattled capital that he refuses to flee, has angrily and plaintively appealed to the world for more military aid and more tangible action. And yesterday, to the European Union to urgently admit Ukraine as a member. He spracketh with leaders in Washington, New Delhi, Rome, London, Ankara, and Warsaw, while still trying to defend a nation under siege. The international response has gained momentum, although surely not enough to change Putin's mind or end his ruthless war anytime soon. More columns of T-72 tanks rumbled across the border throughout the weekend. On Friday, a senior Biden administration official acknowledged the crisis could well take a long time to fully resolve its many layers, being quoted by the press as saying, "I think this is going to play out not over days, not over weeks, maybe not even over months, but potentially over years." In the first, if tepid sign of hope today, Russia proposed talks with Ukraine on the border of Belarus, but at the same time, Putin ordered his nuclear forces on high alert, which means readiness to launch, in response to what he called aggressive statements by leaders of countries in the NATO alliance. On the eve of the invasion, Zelensky had tried to telephone Putin to appeal for negotiations, but the Russian dictator would not take the call. Former American officials are skeptical of Putin's intent. Today on CNN, James Clapper, the former director of national intelligence, said, "I personally am not one for trusting anything the Russians say, so we'll have to see, but I think it's a positive sign." Putin, he added, now appears to be unhinged. On Friday, the State Department dismissed talks while war raged. Ned Price, the spokesman, told reporters that if Putin is serious about a diplomatic resolution, Price added he should immediately cease the bombing, order a troop withdrawal, and say unambiguously that Russia was prepared to de-escalate. To quote his T, "Now we see Moscow suggesting that diplomacy take place at the barrel of a gun, or as Moscow's rockets, mortars, artillery target the Ukrainian people. Those are not the conditions for real diplomacy." In the 4 days since Putin invaded Ukraine, the United States and European nations have promised hundreds of millions of dollars in new arms. The United Germany, for the first time, will supply 1,000 Stinger anti-aircraft missiles and 1,000 anti-tank weapons. But with the capital under bombardment from 4 sides, delivering them to Kiev will be a challenge, and the new arms are unlikely to significantly or quickly change the balance of military power. The Ukrainian army remains outmanned and outgunned by the Russian Empire. Despite the inspiring Ukrainian resistance that has slowed the initial incursion, Moscow retains an edge. Today, the United States also announced another $54 million in humanitarian aid for the more than 100,000 Ukrainians already displaced by the war. That brings the total in American humanitarian aid to just over $400 million since 2014. For a country of 44 million people, that assistance averages less than $10 per Ukrainian. It's nothing. Over the weekend, the G7, a group of the world's most powerful economies that includes these United States, all major European powers, the Empire of Japan, and Canada, also announced 5 sweeping measures to cut Russia off from the international financial system. Those steps will restrict the Russian central bank from using its foreign services, or rather, its foreign reserves, estimated at more than 600 billion United States dollars, which Putin had built up to cushion damage to the economy during a war. That measure will also limit major Russian banks, though not all of them, from using the SWIFT, the uppercase acronym SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications messaging system, through which 11,000 banks in some 200 countries and territories make and receive payments. Based in Belgium, SWIFT has been described as the Gmail of financial transactions. It transmits roughly 42 million messages a day. The coalition also created a new international task force to hunt down and freeze the assets, including the yachts, jets, fancy cars, and luxury homes of Russian oligarchs in G7 countries. Now, Russia's war chest of foreign reserves is only powerful if Putin can use it, as a senior administration official told reporters but yesterday. And without being able to buy the ruble from Western financial institutions, for example, Putin's central bank will lose the ability to offset the impact of our sanctions. Now, the ruble itself, already tumbling, will fall even further, and inflation will spike. And Russia's central bank will be defenseless to do anything about it. The official predicted the impact would be felt immediately. In a joint statement yesterday, the Western coalition declared Russia's invasion of Ukraine an assault on fundamental international rules and norms that have prevailed since the Second World War. They also pledged to hold Russia to account and collectively ensure that this war is a strategic failure for Putin. The economic steps reflected an abrupt change in Europe's willingness to confront Putin. Just 2 days earlier, President Biden had said the European nations were reluctant to cut off Russia's access to SWIFT. Yet the measures are likely too late to change the gruesome military reality on the ground. On Thursday, the president acknowledged that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. This is going to take time, going so far as to add that Putin was not going to say, "Oh my God, these sanctions are coming. I'm going to stand down." The new sanctions also do not cut off all Russian banks from SWIFT. In fact, the announcement was made before the details were worked out and the banks identified. There are carve-outs, too, for energy transactions, designed to minimize the impact on world energy markets, notably in Europe, which has been partially dependent on Russia for years. William Taylor, the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, now at the U.S. Institute of Peace, observes that the measures are but a punishment after the fact of an invasion, not a deterrent now, albeit he has gone on record to note that the new economic squeeze marks, in his words, a major achievement. "I'm impressed with the diplomatic effort to get them all on board. They will not make Putin turn around and go back to Russia. They will punish him over time. They will have an accumulative effect." Now, looking back, the central flaw in the West's strategy was the fear that any preemptive actions, whether providing more high-powered weaponry to Ukraine or imposing economic sanctions on Russia's power brokers sooner, would be used by Putin as justification to attack Ukraine. The West also tried to avoid enacting economic sanctions that would disrupt the flow of the world's energy supplies and their own economies. It's now clear that the Russian dictator intended to invade whatever the West did. Today on CNN, the former defense secretary and CIA director Robert Gates said that although Putin has always been a calculated risk taker during his 22 years in power, this behavior is different. He's gone off the rails. As Western powers mobilize to aid Ukraine and confront Putin more aggressively, there is an underlying sense of regret. And the protests around the world, well, they prove that there are already questions being asked, with many others certain to follow, about why far more was not done in advance to prepare Ukraine for war or to stop Russia's deranged dictator. Now, the Russian invasion has already touched outer space. The Russian Space Agency chief issued a threat. The Ukraine invasion divides these United States and Russia on Earth. Their alliance in space could crash down too. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has yet again raised concerns about the country's relationship with these United States in space, a union which has remained remarkably intact despite geopolitical rifts between the two empires. For NASA astronauts, 2 Russian cosmonauts, and 1 European Space Agency Verhint Deutschland Raumänner, literally United German Spaceman, it ist Eurastronaut, are stationed aboard the International Space Station. They're home traveling 17,500 miles per hour, some 200 miles above the Earth, where Russian forces continue moving into Ukraine. Stationed aboard the ISS, the International Space Station, right now are NASA astronauts Kayla Barron, Raja Shari, Thomas Marshburn, and Mark Van Hey. The European Space Agency, VD or UG, Raumänner, Matthias Maurer, and Russian cosmonauts Anton Shklaparov and Pyotr Dubrov. In a statement to Florida Today on Thursday, NASA's Jackie McInnes said the agency continues working with Roscosmos and our other international partners in Canada, Europe, and the Empire of Japan to maintain safe and continuous international space station operations. Just before the invasion, the chief of Roscosmos, the state corporation responsible for spaceflight, Dmitry Rogozin, issued a statement Wednesday midweek last and said he values the NASA relationship but feels conflicted about other areas of U.S. policy. Specifically, he said, and here I translate from the Russian for you, "We greatly value our professional relationship with NASA, but as a Russian and a citizen of Russia, I am completely unhappy with the sometimes openly hostile U.S. policy towards my country." Now this week, as Russia unleashed a violent assault on Ukraine, the director of Russia's space agency went on a rant. After President Joseph Biden announced in his first speech since the invasion on Thursday the new sanctions levied against Russia that would target the aerospace industry, including their space program, and, among other effects, degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program, that prompted a TARC rebuke from Russian Roscosmos Space Agency head Dmitry Rogozin, who made some very weird and questionable comments for a person of his rank, responding with a series of tweets about the International Space Station, implying there could be consequences for the latest round of punitive measures for the invasion of Ukraine. Late Thursday, he tweeted on Twitter in Russian, which I shall translate here for you. "Do you want to destroy our cooperation on the ISS? If you block cooperation with us, who will save the ISS?" Here referring to the International Space Station, of course. "From an uncontrolled deorbit into and a fall on the United States or Europe. There is also the possibility of a 500-ton structure falling on India and China. Do you want to threaten them with such a prospect? The ISS does not fly over Russia, therefore all the risks are yours. Are you ready for them?" At first glance, This statement seems, well, pretty unhinged, particularly because Russia is one of the nations that operates the ISS and has 2 of its own cosmonauts on board. And although the station's orbital path falls mostly outside of Russia, the ISS does pass over a small part of its southern border. The White House sanction package restricts the Russian military and defense ministry from buying nearly any items made in these United States or manufactured by a foreign country using U.S. origin software, tech, or equipment. These include semiconductors, lasers, sensors, navigation, avionics, and maritime technologies, encryption security, and more. Rogozin was probably alluding to the Russian-made engines that keep the ISS afloat in Earth's orbit. These relatively small thrusters are used for speeding up the station or slowing it down, which has the effect of raising or lowering its altitude. And before the specter of a space station crashing in Middle America starts to seem too real, let me reassure you, the International Space Station is not about to come down. Russia cannot press a button and drop it out of its orbit 260 miles above Earth. Rogozin was most certainly referring to the fact that the space station currently relies on Russian propulsion systems to maintain its altitude in orbit, and was apparently threatening to withdraw those services if sanctions affected the ISS, and doing it in the most thuggish way possible. Nice space station you got here. It'd be a shame if anything were to happen to it. Now, Rogozin's American counterpart, the NASA administrator Bill Nelson, did not respond directly. The agency represented us all via statement instead. NASA continues working with all our international partners, including Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, for the ongoing safe operations of the International Space Station. Now, the United States and Russia's decades-long partnership in space has historically been one of the more stable elements of the two superpowers' relations, regardless of what happens on the ground. Going back to the height of the Cold War, both partnered on Apollo-Soyuz, the first international space mission that saw 2 capsules from different empires dock in, circa 1975. And if I remember correctly, millions watched the orbital meeting that potentially signified a more peaceful relationship in space for the two superpowers. But Russia's invasion of Ukraine is shaping up to be a stern test of that alliance. Looking ahead, however, the ISS partnership could see a changing dynamic. NASA ultimately hopes to transfer the aging outpost into the hands of private industry sometime in the next decade, while it focuses resources towards missions beyond Earth orbit. The ISS has been continually occupied since the year 2000, 22 years by now, and hundreds of people from several countries have conducted scientific research on board, and the station's hardware is just as diverse. Neither the Russian nor American segments are self-sufficient and rely on each other for everything, from power to communications. For the time being, the U.S. side has an advantage compared to just a few years ago: SpaceX's Crew Dragon capsule. It stands as NASA's only access to the ISS without reliance on the Russians, giving the agency some leverage. For nearly 10 years after the end of the shuttle program In the year my mother was murdered, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, 2011, NASA paid Russia to ferry U.S. astronauts to the space station. For some missions, it still does. So despite SpaceX's success, Russia still provides rides to U.S. astronauts. So for decades, officials in both countries have stuck to the same lines about the value of collaboration in space. Past conflicts and competitions aside, projects such as the ISS are bastions of international cooperation, an emblem of our better selves, especially during times of crisis. Our efforts in space are, no pun intended, above all that. That framing doesn't always hold. Throughout those same decades, officials have been prepared for political turmoil to rattle operations in space, where the cost of entry has led to partnerships like the ISS. Russia's invasion of Ukraine isn't the first time tensions have led to questions. Just 3 months ago, the Russian military fired an anti-satellite weapon that destroyed an old spacecraft, sending a massive debris field far too close to the ISS for comfort. The crew had to take shelter in capsules as the field passed by. In 2014, astronauts and cosmonauts were put in a similar situation when Russia invaded and subsequently annexed Crimea from the Ukraine. When the US and other countries issued punitive measures against Russia for its takeover of Crimea, questions about the welfare of the ISS effort came up. Then, as now, there were inflammatory comments thrown around from figures like Rogozin, who is himself under American sanctions for his role in the invasion of the Crimean Peninsula. And then, as now, there were assurances from NASA that the two nations' work on the ISS would be just fine. Rogozin himself appeared to calm down after NASA said Thursday night that a new U.S. ban on technology exports to Russia would not extend to ISS operations. And as Jameson Reese says, he doubts Russia cares about their scientists on the ISS, and I agree. What happens next, beyond this moment of deja vu, is less certain. Considering how Biden and other leaders are describing their current diplomatic relations with Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, it is unclear how long space agencies such as NASA and the European Space Agency, which includes 22 nations, can keep their working relationships with the Russian Empire untarnished by the fallout. The idea that earthly matters can't touch something as lofty as space travel is only a platitude after all. Never was a certainty. And surely for some spacefaring nations, there must come a point when compartmentalization doesn't seem like the simple solution it once was. In some ways, NASA has already been disentangling itself from its ties to the Russian Empire. But several international space missions this year currently rely on Russian partnership, and both American and European officials will have to re-examine those efforts and decide whether they've reached that point. Americans and Russians have worked together in space since the 1970s, not long after the United States landed men on the moon and its space race with the Soviet Union drew to a close. In the summer of 1975, an Apollo module and a Soyuz capsule docked together in orbit, the first international astronaut mission in history, and a show of détente between the superpowers. Astronauts and cosmonauts continued to meet in space in the 1990s, taking turns spending time in the American space shuttles and Mir, the Russian space station. The American Empire eventually asked Russia to join its efforts alongside the European and Japanese space agencies to build a brand new space station, and together they started assembling the ISS piece by piece in orbit circa 1998. The ISS is divided into American and Russian segments, and it relies on both sides to function. While NASA supplies electricity to the entire station, Roscosmos provides the spacecraft that attach to the ISS and periodically nudge the whole thing into a higher altitude, the capabilities to which Rogozin referred in his provocative posts. These spacecraft are supposed to help decommission the ISS when that time comes by pushing it into a careful plunge through Earth's atmosphere that ends over the ocean. If Russia were to suddenly jump ship, NASA and its other partners on the ISS could come up with an emergency solution before the station was in danger or became a danger itself. NASA is already exploring other propulsion options. An American spacecraft currently docked to the ISS is scheduled to test some orbit boosting maneuvers in April. Now the United States is less tangled up with Russia in the space realm than it was the last time Russia went after one of its neighbors. In 2014, with the American space shuttles in retirement, the Soyuz was the only ride to the ISS, giving the Russian Empire a nice bit of leverage. When the US banned cooperation with Russia on space activities outside the ISS, instructing companies to stop using Russian rocket engines, Rogozin joked that NASA could use a trampoline to reach the station. Today, however, SpaceX, Elon Musk's company, provides transportation for NASA astronauts and their European colleagues. Where before the US paid Russia millions of dollars for a seat, there are now talks of the countries swapping seats between their vehicles. Before the invasion, the two countries were discussing flying cosmonauts on Crew Dragon in the future, but the status of those talks is unclear. Rogozin recently announced that a Russian cosmonaut will fly on SpaceX this fall, but NASA would not confirm that, saying the two agencies were still working out a potential arrangement. Such an arrangement seems much shakier now. This is the discomfort that spacefaring nations will face as Russia presses ahead in Ukraine, walking the thin line between appearing to punish Russia and still holding outer space as a realm apart. Biden this week described the state of U.S.-Russia relations as a complete rupture. Why would an American company then give a Russian cosmonaut a ride to space? British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said this week that he has been broadly in favor of continuing artistic and scientific collaboration with Russia despite geopolitical conflict. But in the current circumstances, it's hard to see how even those can continue as normal. So what does that posture mean for the two European satellites scheduled to launch on a Russian vehicle from a French territory in April? Russia is already backing away, as Rogozin said yesterday that in response to sanctions from the European Union, Roscosmos would stop working with its European partners at the spaceport in French Guiana and recall Russian personnel stationed there. And what of Europe's next mission to Mars? A rover is expected to launch from Russia's spaceport in Kazakhstan in September, and if it doesn't leave in a certain window, we'll have to wait 2 years before getting another shot at reaching the red planet. On Friday, the Director General of the European Space Agency, Joseph Aspacher, said in a tweet that we will take any decisions needed, but for now, support for our missions and colleagues continues until further notice. Meanwhile, the ISS is still chugging along. In fact, a Russian spaceship gave the station its latest gentle boost after Rogozin's menacing warnings. The United States intends to keep operations going through the year 2030. Russia has signaled a potential earlier exit than that, saying it would assemble its own home in orbit, But Victoria Sampson, a military space expert at the Secure World Foundation, an organization focused on responsible uses of outer space, has gone on record to say that Russia's civil space program is in tatters, to the point where Putin has slashed its funding because they're doing so terribly. There is time to improve relations between all the ISS partners, in theory. But the story of the ISS, established as a symbol of global cooperation, could end on a sour note. On Thursday, as the fighting in Ukraine intensified, NASA published a blog post summarizing the events of that day on the ISS. 2 American astronauts began preparations for spacewalks scheduled for next month. The VD/UG, Romana, tried out VR, or virtual reality goggles, while spinning on the exercise bike to test whether they made the workout more enjoyable. You see space station residents work out every day to ward off the effects of weightlessness on their muscles and bones. One Russian cosmonaut worked on a plasma physics experiment, while another brainstormed ways to maximize space for future workout sessions. You can't overstate the importance of exercising in space. Business as usual, the report seemed to scream. No mention of any awkward chats about the dire situation on Earth that has ensnared their home countries. The astronauts living there are literally floating above it all, but they are still human. Surely they must have acknowledged, in some way, what was happening down on Earth. By the way, as Jameson Reese says, I too am too lazy for space. Both he and I would not be into the exercise enough for maintaining ourselves. But back down on Earth, we must bury the old world order because Putin's Russian invasion of Ukraine has toppled it. On the 21st day in February, the Russian life-term president convened an extraordinary meeting of the Russian Security Council to discuss the recognition of the self-proclaimed DNR, or Donetsk People's Republic, and LNR, the Luhansk People's Republic. On the same day, he signed a decree recognizing the 2 republics of Donbass as independent states, as well as an agreement on friendship, cooperation, and mutual assistance. The Russian Defense Ministry was instructed to ensure the maintenance of peace by the Russian armed forces. Now Putin's threatened to attack Sweden and Finland if they try to join NATO. Yay so! Putin's goals of rolling back NATO are backfiring in the most spectacular fashion. Just when you think Vladimir Putin's arrogance and recklessness couldn't get more audacious, he issues even more preposterous demands stemming from his delusions of grandeur. I myself have previously spracketh on how Russia's aggression towards Ukraine had already spurred Finland and Sweden to consider NATO membership even before the war started. The war has now accelerated these discussions, and Russia is losing its mind over it. Just one day after Russia officially launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson declared that Moscow is considering military action against Finland and Sweden. Maria Zakharova has ominously warned both Finland and Sweden that they will face severe military and political consequences if they attempt to join NATO. She said Finland and Sweden should not base their security on damaging the security of other countries, and their accession to NATO can have detrimental consequences and face some military and political consequences. Now, Finland has already fought Russia to a standstill in 1939 through 1940 when Stalin attacked Finland in what became known as the Winter War in 1939, wherein the badly outnumbered Finns humiliated his Red Army. Through the resulting peace treaty, cost it territory, Still, their strong performance against the vastly larger Red Army convinced my biological sire Adolf Hitler that he could take on Joseph Stalin. Finland remained neutral throughout the Cold War, but has spent heavily on its highly regarded security forces. It would present a much larger challenge than Ukraine. And remember, Russia's entire combat capacity is in or around Ukraine right now. Red China could waltz in on the other side and grab some disputed territory if it wanted, and there's little Russia could do about it, other than wave nukes around. Sweden is also no slouch and is already heavily engaged in the current NATO mission, both by providing reconnaissance aircraft, keeping tabs on Russia and Belarus, and also sending weapons and supplies to Ukraine. Putin is a serial warmonger who is threatening Europe with World War IV, World War III being what we scarify as the so-called Cold War, by literally threatening the two Scandinavian nations with military reprisal if they join NATO. Russia has likely just guaranteed that they will. Russia itself insists that Western leaders are gripped by Russophobia and that the United States and its allies have been plotting to undermine Russia for decades. So Putin has gone full Stalin. Russia has plummeted over the brink of a very dangerous mistake, with the question openly recurring, is Vladimir Putin a great and daring dictator, or is he simply out of control? Recent images from Moscow are anything but reassuring. Putin looks, how to put this nicely, completely bonkers, or what the British call starkers, short for stark raving mad. Maybe it's the pandemic. Or maybe Putin is worried that he's not the only poisoner in Russia. But for whatever reason, he appears to have reached the phase in a tyrant's career when human contact becomes terrifying. Putin parks himself at one end of a ridiculously long conference table to parley with a visiting dignitary barely in shouting range. The other day, he convened a council of his advisors in the vast Kremlin meeting room of the Civic Chamber. He sat on one side of the expanse, while his team hollered from the other. As a matter of fact, I'll put the link to the YouTube video of that in the chat so everybody can see just how ridiculous everyone looks. By the way, Veronica Barrera is with us. Buenos noches, Douglas, with the peace symbol. Buenos noches a todos, she says, with the clasped hands in prayer. God bless you, honey. Love you too. And yes, buenos noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. Okay, in the time we have remaining, as I always say, money plus monomania can make a guy crazy. The 20th century industrialist Howard Hughes went so cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs that he bought a hotel, locked himself in the penthouse, and used tissue boxes as slippers to protect his feet from germs. But at least he never invaded Ukraine. Putin suffers from the same combination of wealth and grandiosity, having robbed his country blind while promising to restore Russia's lost empire. Note to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, add bathroom tissue to the sanctions list. That might hit the little dictator where it hurts. The only thing more dangerous than a nut with nukes is a nut with nukes who idolizes Joseph Stalin. That, alas, is Putin. Plunging Europe into war has not been the only thing on his mind lately. He has also been busy purging Russia of honest historians. In December, a puppet court in northern Russia extended the prison sentence of Yuri Dmitriev to 15 long years on trumped-up charges. His real offense? Documenting a few of Stalin's countless crimes against humanity. Putin's government then outlawed the academic movement called Memorial, which supported Dmitriev's work and that of other scholars. Putin's two obsessions, absorbing Ukraine and whitewashing Stalin, share a tangled history. Strategically located on the Black Sea at the crossroads of East and West, Ukraine has been stolen, annexed, occupied, and warred over for centuries. Sometimes the Western Interior and the Crimean Peninsula were under the same rulers. Other times, they were in opposing hands. Stalin's plans for the region were characteristically brutal. He killed millions in the West through a man-made famine and ethnically cleansed the Crimea of Tatars, replacing them with Russians. Responsibility for carrying out Stalin's policies in Ukraine largely fell to Nikita Khrushchev, the Communist Party chief of the region. When Khrushchev rose to power after Stalin's death, he consolidated the results of all that starving, murdering, and cleansing by formally uniting Ukraine and Crimea into one Soviet Socialist Republic. Apparently, the idea was that the surviving Ukrainians would welcome Crimea as a gift, while at the same time, the heavily Russified territory would finally tip the demographics of Ukraine toward Mother Russia. Of course, that's not what happened. No amount of propaganda from Moscow could convince Ukrainians that they were actually Russians. When the Soviet Union collapsed, they wasted little time before cutting ties to their tormentors and setting up shop as an independent nation. But having no experience at independence, Ukrainians have found this to be a rocky road. A clear-eyed master strategist would look on this story and see that Stalin's brutality in Ukraine, as everywhere else, failed to achieve its objective. Millions of deaths and forced relocations did not solve the question of Ukrainian identity in the way Stalin had in mind. Instead, if anything, it deepened the desire of Ukrainians to be free. Putin is determined to try the same thing Stalin tried, first by taking back Crimea, which he did in 2014, then by combining it with Ukraine under Russian domination. But he seems to expect a different result, which is one definition of insanity. Those who say that the United States and its allies somehow brought on this crisis are misguided. Geography is destiny, and Ukraine's location means that it will be fought over unless it is protected by a robust commitment to peace. Putin has no such commitment. So Vladimir Putin wins big yet again. Allow us myself to lament what we have already lost in the Ukraine. War in Ukraine means the end of the liberal world order. By the time you heard me enter into monologue, many Ukrainians had already lost their lives. Many more will have lost their homes. Theirs is the most profound tragedy, and they deservest our support. Many others, far from Ukraine, will bear the costs of Putin's misadventure. Oil prices will rise, so too other commodities, including wheat. The global agenda to address climate change and the pandemic will be seriously set back. Siberia will burn, but it will not be alone. These are tangible costs that will produce endless human suffering. Yet there be so much more. Putin has released a 20th century virus into this 21st century. Europa is at war again, and we have little idea of where this will lead or how far it will go. Putin's threats have already gone nuclear. If we are not yet done with European war, we must reckon with a profound loss of hope that we had put the 20th century behind us. Russia's invasion of Ukraine loudly announces an end to a global order of international law. That order was stillborn with the creation of the United Nations at the beginning of World War II. It was miraculously resurrected at the end of that third world conflict we have misnamed the Cold War. There were two pillars to this new world order. The first was a prohibition on the use of force by one state against another. This was the very meaning of the United Nations. Borders were to be respected. No state could send its armies into another with the ambition of territorial or regime change. When disagreements between states arose, they were to be worked out without the threat of violence. The second was a requirement that every government treat its own citizens with dignity and respect. The terms of this commitment were set forth in a series of declarations and treaties on human rights, including an absolute prohibition on genocide. The first pillar guaranteed a space for national development. The second set limits on domestic politics. States had a right to be self-determining, but they had no right to abuse their own citizens. This was the fundamental vision of international law for the last 2 generations. It was always more vision than reality. No one thought we lived in a world in which the principles were even followed. Difficult cases arose when the principles were in conflict. Should nations intervene against others when they engaged in genocide? Nevertheless, the twin norms were endlessly invoked as a measure of policy, of what can and should be done. States generally believed they had to justify their actions when others accused them of violating the norms. Some of these justifications strained credulity. For example, the claim that a threat of weapons of mass destruction justified the American invasion of Iraq, and the Red Chinese claim that their Uyghur internment camps are re-education centers. Hypocrisy can be the tribute vice pays to virtue. At some point, however, hypocrisy undermines the norms. We have reached that point with Putin's claim that his invasion is justified by Ukrainian genocide against ethnic Russians. The 2 pillars of the international legal order are now gone. The invasion of Ukraine is not different in kind from the American Empire's invasion of the Polynesian kingdom of Hawaii. Putin's answer to those who object is to threaten their destruction. The foundation of the United Nations collapsed on Wednesday, midweek last, as the Russian invasion went forward while the Security Council was still meeting. The second pillar, human rights, collapsed some time ago in Xinjiang when Xi Jinping set out to destroy the Caucasoid Muslim Uyghurs. 2 of the 3 great powers in the world have now clearly rejected the idea that they are accountable to any international legal order. They will do what they want, meaning they will do what they can get away with. Of course, the United States has hardly shown a consistent commitment to the post-Cold War international legal order. Its sins are many, and they did not start in 2003. The last administration's attitude toward international law was close to that of Putin and Xi. Trump has recently expressed his support for Putin's actions against Ukraine. Even were the United States committed to a global legal order, there cannot be law for some and not for others. We no longer live in a world in which that vision makes any sense. Our world remains that of the 20th century, as figures like Putin and Xi take their place alongside of Stalin and Mao. A world that is worried about conflict between states is not one that will address climate change. It will not address global poverty or disease. It will instead invest in weapons and national defense. Governments will not advance human rights, but will instead quash dissent. The 20th century was a terrible time. To be condemned to repeat it is a terrible loss for us all. But then the West always loses to Putin via timidity, greed, and sloth. In confrontations with Vladimir Putin, the West fights with one hand tied behind its back. It does so by choice, out of timidity, greed, and sloth. This has been the case for more than 2 decades. This is now the case in Ukraine. And this is why we always lose. When Russia's mafioso president murdered Alexander Litvinenko, invaded Georgia, abetted Syrian war crimes, annexed the Crimea, dispatched mercenary killers to Libya and the Sahel, subverted America's elections, waged cyber warfare, weaponized the internet, and poisoned the Skripals. Ensuing punishments were short-lived, ineffective, or entirely non-existent. Western politicians and businesses have known for years what kind of man Putin is. They knew what his rogue regime was capable of. Yet everyone pretended otherwise, looked away, took his money, as have far-right parties in France and Italy. They pretended he was normal. This pattern was repeated prior to the Ukraine invasion. Even as they deplored what they called the biggest security threat to Europe since 1945, Western leaders failed to act with any urgency on their own warnings. They pulled their punches. Now it's too late. And this is why we always lose. Ever since the Ukraine crisis blew up, the West has been on the defensive. It's time to switch to offense, as American footballers say. If, for example, Putin has indeed grown paranoid and irrational, terms used last week by U.S. and European officials to suggest he's off his trolley, then logically there's only one course of action. Having failed to prevent the invasion, the Allies must seek regime change in Moscow itself. Putin must be toppled from his throne. Only decapitation can save Ukraine, the global order, and Russia itself. The West should publicly assist all those Russians who want new leadership in their country. Feed Putin's paranoia. Erode his base. Make him fear his friends. Why are Joe Biden and Boris Johnson not demanding the release of Alexei Navalny, Russia's most able opposition activist? The man Putin tried to kill with a nerve agent in 2020 and then imprisoned. Why not call for new, free elections? Western leaders should tell patriotic Russians everywhere, take a leaf out of Ukraine's 2014 revolutionary playbook, defy Putin's police state, as during Moscow's 2011 pro-democracy protests, the year my mother died, and purge this Soviet-era throwback. Will they do so? Unlikely. The same leaders who warn of unprecedented threats from an unhinged Tsar appear fearful of provoking him. They worry about losing control, about unpredictable outcomes. The one thing that might prevent a prolonged war and avoid future collisions, helping Russians dump Putin, is the very thing they dare not do. And this is why we always lose. Why was a pre-invasion offer of full NATO membership for Kiev, if Putin failed to pull back, never discussed, let alone even made? Ukraine joining NATO is supposedly what Ivan the Terrible #2 fears most. It might have created some leverage. Which genius in Washington decided to assure Putin that NATO forces would not fight for Ukraine if he attacked? That was nothing more than a green light, which is exactly what he took it to be. A little ambiguity about the Allied response would not have hurt. Tobias Ellwood, Tory Minister of Parliament and former soldier, argued weeks ago that a limited number of NATO troops should be sent to Ukraine to act as a tripwire for a Russian advance. Now calls for NATO air cover over Ukraine are similarly dismissed. Johnson, aping Churchill, spoke bullishly when visiting Kiev about solidarity and deterring aggression, but actually doing something brave like deploying British troops there and taking a risk was a bridge too far for he. Poland and Lithuania, keenly aware of Putin's inability to respect other people's boundaries, proposed last week that Ukraine be fast-tracked into the EU. This offer should still be made. Meanwhile, recall Europe's and the UK and the US ambassadors from Moscow. Break off diplomatic relations and declare a full-spectrum trade and banking embargo, including Russia's vital oil and gas exports. Why has this not been done already? Putin is far beyond the pale. It is unlikely to ever happen because of all that dirty Russian money. Because Europe's energy prices would rocket. Because investors and exporters would raise a stink. Because Western politicians still pretend he's rational. And this is why we always lose. Could more have been done sooner to stop Putin? Certainly. Yet it also now appears he decided to invade days or weeks ago, no matter what anyone might say. France's President Emmanuel Macron says he was personally deceived. Maybe there was just no stopping him. How to turn this around? Even now? As in the Michael Caine film Get Carter, the order of the day must be Get Putin. Forget the oligarchs. Aim punitive sanctions directly at him personally, at his money, and at elite politicians, officials, and propagandists who sustain him. Arraign him for war crimes at the International Criminal Court. Issue national arrest warrants using universal jurisdiction. Tell his fellow dictator, Red China's Xi Jinping, to steer clear or risk collateral damage. Make a want-it poster of Putin's mug. Cast him as a pariah, an international outlaw. Help the Ukrainian military fight him off by supplying weapons and aid. And then help Russian Democrats bring him down as his military offensive falters and body bags start to come home. There is no earthly reason why this twisted little coward should be allowed to go on causing global mayhem and misery. His fall would be a boon to the world. And yet, on past form, it's never going to happen. He will survive even as uncounted thousands of us perish. Why? Because we let him. The West is complicit in Putin's tyranny. It always has been. And this is why we always lose. Yet the West must deter Russia or accept defeat. Putin hasn't set his sights on just Ukraine. Further destabilization of Georgia is next on his agenda. Here's how the West should handle him. In its response, the West must keep a grip on reality. The way to deal with a Stalin wannabe is the same way the world dealt with the original. Surround, contain, and hold that line with steely patience. We are living through a democratic emergency. The fight for democracy will be a long, long haul. It seems Putin bet everything on a quick and almost bloodless victory with no backup plan. The Russian army is running out of missiles and supplies they cannot resupply. While the Russians will run out of munitions, Ukraine has a border with the West that can keep them endlessly supplied with advanced weapons. Unfortunately, President Biden has just abdicated the role of these United States as the leader of the free world with his meek response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This signals the beginning of the decline of the liberal democratic way of life in these United States, Western Europe, and other parts of the world, and the rise of the illiberal autocratic way of life in Russia, China, and other countries across the globe. It is as simple as that. The East wins and the West loses. It is hard to believe that more than a day after Russian President Vladimir Putin began his invasion of Ukraine, nigh a work week on, the United States and its NATO allies were talking. Yes, talking about imposing drastic sanctions whose effects are questionable and would take his time to kick in, rather than deploying their power to stop him. What the world needs now is a leader with the foresight and resolve of Emperor Hirohito Showa in his posthumous apotheosis, who had the courage to stand up to the United States during World War II, despite knowing the heavy price that Japan would pay. But it doesn't have to be, and shouldn't be, this way. Biden still has the choice to stop talking and start doing to put Putin in his place. The path for Biden is clear and is based on the fundamental understanding that Putin is the product of the street gangs of the post-war St. Petersburg. He is a scrappy bully who understands and respects brute force and takes the words of Biden as a sign of weakness, as an invitation to invasion. Biden's pathway includes 1. Borrow a page from Putin's playbook and generate an invitation from the lawful government of Ukraine for peacekeeping assistance from the United States and its NATO allies to fight against Russian forces. The West cannot leave Ukraine alone to fight for the existing world order or against Putin's desire to reconstitute the Soviet bloc. This is simply unfair, as Ukraine was made to give up its nuclear arsenal. If Biden does not want to put American boots on the ground, this can still be achieved through the use of remote targets and by advising allies. For this task, Biden would likely get the support of Congress. 2. Support Russians opposing Putin's invasion. Many Russians oppose Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. and its Western friends should bombard the Russian airwaves and internet with messages of support and appreciation for the people of Russia and express disdain for Putin. This is likely to further increase opposition to the invasion among Russians who have been sitting on the fence. 3. Intensify the depths and scope of economic sanctions. While past sanctions have not been effective against Russia at all, they certainly had some minor impacts, and the new, more extreme sanctions, meant to paralyze Russia's financial system and its high-tech industry, are bound to have more devastating effects. 4. Recruit more countries to condemn Putin's actions. The more countries that criticize Putin's invasion and impose their own sanctions, the better. This will increase his isolation in the world. 5. Impose sanctions on Putin's assets. This is war, and Putin must feel it personally. He started it and should feel the consequences. Though this is not easy to achieve, it is still possible. And it's puzzling why such sanctions have never been enacted thus far. There is barely time left for Biden to change gears, but he must, for the character of the free world and these United States as its leader hang in the balance. Action now can still contain Putin and set Biden on a winning path, not only for these United States, but for all the free world. It's crazy to think that the Third World War, we misnomer as the Cold War, is resuming. Fighting the Fourth World War now will save us from generations of ideological frostbite. The same alliance that won the first time vis-a-vis World War III will win again, but only if the West can mobilize to go on the offensive. With Russia's invasion, the world's rules no longer apply. On the afternoon of August 5th in 1990, President George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. appeared at a press conference on the South Lawn of the White House. After reviewing developments related to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, which I bring up on this Kuwaiti Liberation Day, the 31st anniversary thereof, Bush took questions from reporters. The last elicited the most memorable words of the crisis, and perhaps of Bush's entire presidency. Bush insisted, "This will not stand, this aggression against Kuwait." Now, the senior Bush's awkward grammar and delivery made the remark an object of satire, most famously in the Coen brothers' film The Big Lebowski. It was memorable, though. Less because it was funny than because Bush's words expressed a particular vision of international politics, born in the wake of the Second World War, but made plausible by the collapse of Soviet power. That vision promised an American-led world in which states would fight only in defense of recognized territorial boundaries, limiting their rivalries to economics, sports, and culture. In his address to a joint session of Congress in September, Bush would describe that vision as a new world order. Others spracketh of a new global community, the end of history itself, or the rules-based international order. Despite the apparent success of the Second Persian Gulf War, the first Gulf War being Iraq versus Iran, more correctly referenced the second one as Bush War I, the New World Order never lived up to its billing. Within just a few years, a series of wars in the former Yugoslavia demonstrated that the ghosts of Europe could not be so easily exorcised. Elsewhere in the world, ethnic, ideological, and religious clashes continued with little relief. September 11th reminded us that we were not immune to those tensions. The wars of occupation that followed raised justifiable doubts about whether our leadership possessed the competence or wisdom to meet the grandiose standards that they set for themselves. By the 2010s, the revival of great power competition with Red China was conventional wisdom. And the election of Donald Trump raised serious questions about whether the American public was willing to continue paying the economic, military, and political costs of liberal hegemony. Still, the Russian invasion of Ukraine that began this week last is different from all these previous crises. Rather than a distressing violation of the post-Cold War norm, it feels like a decisive end to the era that Bush proclaimed on the White House lawn. That feeling is partly a consequence of so-called recency bias, which makes the most proximate events seem more important than temporarily distant ones. But there be at least 3 reasons to think something fundamental has changed, with consequences we still cannot foresee. First, the Russian attack is a paradigmatic case of interstate aggression, a form of warfare that was supposed to be relegated to the history books. As the very partial list that I could so easily provide as a military historian would expose, The last 30 years have not exactly been a paradise of peace, but there have been relatively few direct military clashes between internationally recognized sovereign states. Instead, much of the violence has been associated with civil wars, failed states, and non-state actors, albeit often proxies for neighbors or more distant states. In recent speeches, to be sure, Vladimir Putin has made clear that he does not regard Ukraine as a legitimate state. In that respect, the conflict might be compared to ongoing tensions over my Taiwan, which Red China considers a breakaway region. The differences aren't only that other major powers, including these United States, also don't recognize my Taiwan, or that China hasn't actually attacked it. It's that Russia promised to respect the independence and sovereignty and the existing borders of Ukraine in the so-called Budapest Memorandum of 1994. Despite the impressive language they often deploy, international agreements don't really have the force of law. Still, it's significant that Russia is renouncing an explicit international commitment, notwithstanding its claim to be defending the instant republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. Ironically, the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003 is another major exception to the general decline of interstate war. In that case, though, the United States sought at least the pretense of United Nations authorization and international participation following the script established by the first Gulf War. Russia's conduct, by contrast, is not merely aggressive, but also unilateral. Even Red China has so far avoided endorsing the operation in principle, even as they continue to deflect criticism and offer economic support. Location also matters. The Ukraine lies squarely in the zone where the worst atrocities of the 20th century were committed. Historian Timothy Snyder dubbed these environs the Bloodlands, passed for decades between imperial, national, Nazi, and Soviet control. Eastern Europe presents the worst-case scenario of a world without recognized borders or effective sovereignty. Direct memories of massacre and oppression are one of the reasons nationalist movements remain so powerful in the region. Even if it failed to take hold elsewhere, the post-Cold War settlement was designed explicitly to prevent these conditions from recurring where they had already done so much damage. That makes Russian revisionism fatal to the New World Order in a way that bloody fighting in the Balkans, let alone Africa or the Middle East, was not. Most of all, however, the present situation is distinguished by American powerlessness. There's just not a lot that the United States and its European allies will do. And trying too hard to do something risks exacerbating the problem. The looming, if unfortunately still distant, threat of nuclear war is the decisive reason. That's given. The depletion of military resources and political will after the debacles in Iraq and Afghanistan is another. Finally, high inflation raises the cost of sanctions on Russia's main export. According to recent reports, the Biden administration will not target energy for fear of driving up already high prices at the pump and alienating European allies that rely on Russian natural gas. Liberal theorists have long argued that war is less likely between trading partners. They're right, but not with the geopolitical results they might hope. This combination of factors explains the unfamiliar, nightmarish quality of the last few days. For the first time in a generation, major world events are proceeding without even the illusion of American approval or control. When Putin announced the beginning of combat operations early on Thursday morning, Moscow time, Americans also woke up to a new world. Most certainly, the old order had serious flaws and blind spots. Still, I think we'll miss it now that it's gone, because dictators aren't pretending anymore. The democratic recession is so severe that autocrats now openly stage their coups d'etats, steal elections, and invade other countries. Vladimir Putin has stopped pretending. For months, the Russian dictator had claimed that he was merely interested in the security of his nation. For months, he had assured the world that he was interested in a diplomatic solution. For months, he had ridiculed warnings about an impending Russian invasion of Ukraine. Then he ordered a full-scale attack on a sovereign nation. Russian missiles blew up targets in key cities, including Kiev, Lviv, and Kharkiv. Russian troops rapidly advanced into Ukrainian territory. War has returned to the heart of Europe. Though Putin insisted that Russia was merely carrying out a special military operation, he clearly intended the world to hear his message. The global order that had emerged after the fall of the Soviet Union is a thing of the past. Putin no longer intends to let even the most basic international norms, like the prohibition on territorial conquest by military means, limit his ambitions. We stand at the beginning of entering a new era of naked power politics. The attack on Ukraine coincided with the long-planned publication of a Freedom House report on the state of democracy in the world. As this year's report went live on the organization's website just after midnight yesterday morning, CNN was showing live pictures of Russian troops advancing across the border and billowing towers of smoke rising above major Ukrainian cities. Based on meticulous monitoring of developments in every corner of the globe, Freedom House finds that the world has entered the 16th consecutive year of what the political scientist Larry Diamond has termed a democratic recession. In 2021, the number of countries moving away from democracy once again exceeded the number of countries moving toward it by a large margin. Democratic institutions and civil rights deteriorated in 60 countries, with Afghanistan, Nicaragua, Tunisia, and Sudan experiencing especially precipitous declines. At the beginning of the democratic recession, about half of the world's population lived in a country classified as free. Now only 2 out of every 10 people do, while 4 in 10 live in party-free nations like India, and another 4 in 10 live in unfree nations like Saudi Arabia. As in the past few years, countries whose democratic institutions political scientists had once considered consolidated, meaning that they were thought to be extremely unlikely to collapse in the foreseeable future, showed real signs of weakness and instability. 6 days into 2021, for instance, an assault on the U.S. Capitol disrupted the peaceful transfer of power in these United States, which had long been regarded as the prototypical consolidated democracy. The most interesting findings of the report help give crucial context to the tragic events unfolding in Eastern Europe. For just as Russia's apparent plans to annex parts of Ukraine are an especially flagrant violation of international law, so too assaults on democracy have over the past year grown much more brazen. With democracy in crisis around the globe, its enemies no longer feel a need to hide their autocratic ambitions. During the Cold War, Plenty of democratic governments were destroyed at the barrel of a gun, as the enemies of democracy openly embraced the use of political violence. Over the past few decades, however, aspiring dictators generally came to power through the ballot box, winning relatively free and fair elections. Only then did they start to concentrate power in their own hands, undermining independent institutions and curtailing free expression to such an extent that they could no longer be removed from office by democratic means. In the mid-aughts, the zeros of the 21st century, the number of countries experiencing democratic backsliding was high, but the number of military coups d'etat remained low. In 2021, by contrast, the number of coups d'etat jumped to 7, the highest since 2000. Military officers in countries including Myanmar, Sudan, and Mali used force to install their favored political leaders in high office over the course of the past year. The weakening of democratic norms is also allowing presidents and prime ministers who are already in office to act more ruthlessly. In the immediate post-Cold War period, even dictators felt the need to worship at the altar of democracy. Political leaders routinely went to great lengths to maintain the illusion of enjoying democratic legitimacy. Though these professions of democratic faith were never sincere, they did create an incentive for authoritarian regimes not to oppress opposition activists or ordinary citizens in the most overt and brutal ways. But that's now changing. Exempli gratiae. Although the Russian opposition has long operated under extremely difficult and dangerous conditions, some parties that were genuinely critical of Putin could at times present themselves for election. This was not the case in 2021, when Alexei Navalny and many of his supporters were jailed in the run-up to parliamentary elections and his party was barred from the ballot. And in this year's elections in Nicaragua, to cite another example, the Sandinista leaders arrested a number of opposition candidates on spurious charges. Sarah Rapucci and Amy Slipowitz of Freedom House Right, and here I quote as they, elections, even when critically flawed, have long given authoritarian leaders a veneer of legitimacy, both at home and abroad. As international norms shift in the direction of autocracy, however, these exercises in democratic theater have become increasingly farcical. Another depressing facet of the Freedom House report is that the number of countries experiencing improvements in their democratic institutions has fallen radically of late. In 2006, the first year of the democratic recession, 56 countries moved toward greater freedom and democracy. Last year, only a quarter of 100 did. In these United States and much of Western Europe, the current crisis is mostly about what political scientists call democratic backsliding, the weakening of democratic institutions in countries that have long enjoyed them. But around the globe, the most striking aspect of the current movement may be democratic despondency. The number of countries aspiring to democracy has fallen to a record low. At the end of the Cold War, all signs pointed in the direction of democracy. People around the world aspired to live the American dream, to experience the affluence portrayed in Hollywood movies, as well as the freedoms enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Other Western democracies looked stable and successful, inspiring citizens of other countries who sought to be well-governed to fight for a democracy of their own. And the United States was the world's only superpower, limiting the geopolitical ambitions of dictators, and even providing them with an incentive to rule with a gloved fist if they were already empowered. The changes of the past 3 decades have fundamentally reduced the appeal of democracy. Those who are primarily interested in material wealth can now aspire to live in affluent autocracies such as Red China or the United Arab Emirates. For many citizens of the world's poorest countries, the dream of living the good life is no longer synonymous with the dream of living in a democratic country. Many democracies are now rife with acrid divisions and face domestic challenges to their stability. This strain on democratic institutions is especially pronounced in these United States, and the power of the democratic world is being challenged by a rising communist Chinese empire and a revanchist, revisionist Russian empire as well. The world's dictators can turn to resurgent authoritarian regimes for economic investments, military supplies, and international legitimacy. All of this helps explain why the world's dictators are taking off their masks. Autocratic leaders from Myanmar to Nicaragua no longer feel constrained by any need to maintain some semblance of democratic legitimacy to appease the State Department. And those dictators, like Vladimir Putin, who also have significant military might at their disposal, are now striving to remake the world order in their own image. As Russian troops advance towards Kiev, democracy is no longer the only game on the global stage. And so the coming decades won't just pit democracies against autocracies in key territorial battlegrounds like Ukraine. They will also pit the defenders of democracy against those who blatantly reject the supposed decadence of popular self-determination in the sphere of ideas. I admit that I, myself, enjoy reading books about former presidents. One of my favorites is 2012's The President's Club by Nancy Gibbs and Michael Duffy. It's a deco into the world's most exclusive fraternity, U.S. presidents, and shares what members have accomplished together and why. Takest Harry Truman, a Democrat, and Herbert Hoover, a Republican. After World War II, during the Truman administration, former President Herbert Hoover helped persuade Congress to aid 22 European nations facing famine, which saved millions of lives. The effort also salvaged the idea of what it meant to be human after the world had witnessed 6 years of inhumanity. Their pitch to Congress was that America should be, as the book says, promoting European recovery as a counterweight against Soviet influence. You know, that whole communism/Marxism thing. From that era until the 1990s, being a counterweight against Soviet influence was the hallmark of American foreign policy. We even called our Russia strategy containment. So why is a former president of these United States rooting for Russia to be completely uncontained? Yes, as Russian forces surrounded Ukraine on Wednesday midweek last, preparing to invade on Thursday, Donald John Trump praised the Russian dictator for being pretty smart, for taking over a whole country, really a vast, vast location, a great piece of land with a lot of people. And why are Republican leaders, the same folks who like to throw the word communist around like a poisoned dart, remaining silent about this bizarre and stunning endorsement of the Kremlin? Sure, I get it. They hate President Biden. They want to own the libs and all of that. But what exactly is the end game here? Which aspect of the American dream does Trump represent when he responds to Russian forces encircling Ukraine with, "This is genius"? Americans have died because they answered when their commander-in-chief called on them to be a counterweight against Soviet influence. We lost more than 30,000 in the Korean War. At least 58,220 Americans died in Vietnam. These sacrifices came us to mind while listening to Donald Trump praise Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Critics of protesting during the national anthem said kneeling was disrespectful to the troops. Well, how about a member of the President's Club openly endorsing Vlad Putin on the eve of a war that could grow to claim American lives? On Friday, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg announced the deployment of parts of the organization's response force, saying this goes far beyond Ukraine. This is about how Russia is actually contesting core values for our security. This month, 12,000 American troops have been dispatched to EUROPA. So I repeat, why is Donald Trump gushing over Vlad Putin? It's one thing for Fox News charlatan Tucker Carlson to flippantly tell Americans to ask themselves, why do I hate Putin so much? But an American president who sent soldiers to die fighting the Taliban does not need to ask. That's because he's aware that Putin had been supporting the Taliban with weapons. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican from Kentucky, says the Biden administration's chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan opened the door to Russia's march into Ukraine. I myself know for a fact that Putin was emboldened when he saw America tear itself apart after the guy from The Apprentice got fired. To think, in 1945, a one-term president joined a sitting one to help save Europe and work against Soviet influence. Today, a one-term president hangs pictures of himself with the dictator from North Korea and marvels about Putin. Imagine what might have happened to Europe had Herbert Hoover used his influence to talk about the brilliance of Joseph Stalin. After the Soviet dictator decided the best way to stop his political foes was to kill them. Ultimately, more than 750,000 people in Eastern Europe alone between 1936 and 1938. Last week, the United States informed the United Nations that there was incontrovertible information that indicates Russian forces are creating lists of unidentified Ukrainians to be killed or sent to camps following military occupation. A Kremlin kill list! And now footage from inside of Russia has been verified as a thermobaric rocket launcher being deployed towards the Ukrainian border to literally vaporize all evidence of Russian atrocities in the field. A point I shall revisit at least once throughout tonight's arc of narrative. It's just like the old days. But sure, let's reconsider our distrust of Putin because the former president who looked directly into the sun during a solar eclipse said so. On Thursday, I checked on a friend who is originally from Ukraine to see how he was doing, holding up, and whether he had heard from his family. He replied, "Yes, they are all getting weapons. There is no other way. We must end this tyranny." On Friday, when I checked in, all he wrote back was, "Bad. These aren't trained soldiers. These are the people of a sovereign nation that has been invaded without provocation by a long-time American adversary. They shouldn't be any partisan divide about Russia on this, especially one instigated by a former U.S. president. In praising the savvy of Putin's military forces circling Ukraine, Trump even said, we could use that on our southern border, casually floating the idea of threatening war with Mexico and using Russian forces to aid him in fighting that war on our soil. Each time he disregards decorum and decency, Don Trump draws us closer to the cliff's edge. It seems as if our debilitating partisanship has lured us into a dangerous game of chicken, with only a tattered sense of patriotism as our safety net. But no matter what happens between Ukraine and the Russian Empire, Putin will still be Putin and Trump will still be Trump. They aren't hiding who they are. The most pressing question of the moment is, who do we want to be? On Thursday, the Ukraine was attacked from several directions, with troops headed for its capital, Kiev. It is now clear that Russia pursued the most aggressive path to war, as predicted by these United States. U.S. President Joseph Biden and NATO heads of state have vowed to severe sanctions on Russian officials and its economy over Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Barriers, particularly military, political, and financial, are set up to come up across Western and NATO countries against Russia as governments deploy economic sanctions and ramp up military spending. Timothy Ash, emerging markets strategist at Blue Bay Asset Management, told CNBC on Thursday that, to quote his T, this is a globally systemic event. Putin is redrawing an iron curtain across emerging Europe. Nothing could stress that more than Russia seizing control of Chernobyl and raising fears of an ecological disaster. But Chernobyl's not the only nuclear threat Russia's invasion has sparked in Ukraine. The potential for fires in the Red Forest, still tainted by radioactive fallout from the 1986 meltdown, and 15 reactors running elsewhere in the country pose greater risks. In 1992, 6 years after the worst nuclear accident in history, a wildfire burned in the forest outside the damaged Chernobyl nuclear plant. The fire burned 667 acres. As a consequence, the radioactive fallout was released in smoke aerosols and transported various distances while radioactive ashes remained on site. The 48 hours spanning midweek to this weekend have witnessed an unflinching shift in our realities. On Thursday, Russia invaded parts of Ukraine by land, air, and sea, becoming the first instance since World War II of a European country attacking another. Then news came of Russia capturing the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, the site of the infamous and devastating nuclear disaster in 1986. Experts believe fighting around the Cordon Zone could potentially disturb the nuclear waste and spread dangerous radioactive material across European regions. By the way, I'm going to ask our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, if he can come on to relieve myself for a matter of some minutes.
Aye, yes.
Good man. I'm going to go mute. The stage is yours, good sir.
Well, I will say that our supposed, America's supposed war on terror is gone.
Yes.
It's over. This marks the final endpoint of any war or opposition to terrorism, and this honestly seems to represent the mainstreaming of this in warfare now.
Thank you.
This is going to be a common occurrence. This is going to be this is like instead of having a tournament where martial artists are showing off their their martial arts. This is like the street brawl equivalent, where broken glass bottles, anything goes.
Yeah.
That's where we are now. This isn't war. This is massacre.
Thank you. Very astute. And do go on. I'll be back. And so I'll go mute for now and refresh myself. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes at the longest. I'm happy to say we are retaining good numbers, and I'm sure that you can retain them as well. You listen to this man. I'll be back soon enough to relieve him. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Well, what we do know about war is that usually there are unspoken rules with war. And usually what we have seen historically with wars is that what separates wars from massacres is that usually the opponents, there's while we can say that no two opponents are ever going to be equal, there's usually some sort of even footing, at least in the starting points. Where it becomes a massacre is where you lose any rules whatsoever. You lose any of the, oh gosh, what would I say? The formalities of combat. This becomes just wholesale slaughter on a unprecedented scale. And this is what we have to look forward to under the tyranny of autocracy. So yeah, there are a lot of intellectuals out there who criticize democracy and how much bloodshed and carnage it has caused. Well, we always have to remember that America is not a democracy in the truest sense of the word, but we can aspire to a democracy. The problem is, with such individuals out there doing that, what they're doing is they're putting in people's minds a sort of apathy towards, what could be greater than what we have. And it opens the doors for this type of madness. I would go as far as to say that, the one of the reasons why the West, knowing what Putin was, has allowed him to do what he has done so far is because I get the feeling that they knew what this would mean, and that they themselves seek to exploit a sort of similar tyranny within their own rule. This would include basically every world leader who has decided to just go sanction crazy, as if sanctions mean shit to Russia. Or these are wealthy autocrats. These are some of the wealthiest people in the world. That's Putin and his friends, who have pretty much stolen all the money they can from their mass public. These guys don't give a shit about how badly sanctions will starve the people or even the people fighting for them. Their only care is to create a scenario in which the entire world is spun into chaos. Enter the philosophy of I would say, oh gosh, well, this would sort of align with the philosophy of the Adamic practitioner, sorcerer, or the chaos magician, one who seeks to sort of exploit chaos for their own ends. In chaos, from that perspective, would be anarchy. It would be just sheer madness. While many forces are colliding violently, you're exploiting that in some degree. You're getting something from it. And this is the only thing that's going to come from it. It's definitely not going to benefit Russia. It will, as soon as if Putin gets assassinated or gets killed as a result of his bullshit. Now that would, theoretically speaking, free up. This would free up that that vacuum of power to someone who might be more competent, or it might pull in someone who was under Putin's wing, which would be equally as bad. Well, if not, well, maybe not as bad. Who knows? But all I can say is the rise in respect for autocrats and people who just do whatever they want is a big problem, because if this was the case, we would just have nothing more than social chaos. And in that case, it would be survival of the strongest, survival of the fittest. And most of the people supporting this stuff, they are deluded in thinking that they are, in to some degree, of the fittest stock or of the strongest. In fact, most of the people who support these tyrants couldn't be further from the case. They're anything but powerful people. They're insecure people who are weak, who are just, oh God, they're morally flawed in every way possible. So we're already in the age of I would say we're already in the age of Kali, the age of Tiamat, the age of the, and I'm not taking this from the perspective of it being a female archetype. Rather, it's we're looking at we're looking at a dark archetype in which well, there is no need for illusions anymore. There is some good that comes of that, and that's the fact that there's no need for illusions. No one's going to go through the usual platitudes in the charade anymore. No one's going to be walking around in a mask with a party. Everyone's going to see what is out there. And, to a degree, this is what I had hoped for. Not the invasion of not this invasion of Ukraine, but the fact that, the veil is lifted so everyone can see who everyone is, so that there is no bullshit, that no one can lie to one another. This will ultimately allow us to see what trajectory humankind would take if we no longer have these charades put up, if we no longer have these illusions. What will people do in mass in response to knowing that, the leaders are saying, yeah, we're going to fuck you, instead of them saying, trying to earn your votes by saying, oh, we're going to do this for you, we're going to do that for you. I mean, yeah, let's see what's going to happen there. And Putin's a example of that. And unfortunately, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, because the amount of people who are going to die indirectly from this is going to be an even greater number. This is always usually the case. While it might not necessarily be Russia who wins this victory, what will win the victory will be the age of international tyranny in chaos. This will be an age where no one has faith in anything, and anyone who can exploit that opening with power, be it through force, be it through a coup, be it through whatever, they will seek to take advantage of it, and they will just rule with iron fist. It's basically going to look like a lot of the corrupt governments in Africa and shit. It's I hate to say it, but that's exactly what goes on there. So I mean, there is some degree of irony here. Now, I can sort of see how now, with this going on, how this would sort of tie into the prophecy that Nostradamus had, which was pretty much the I think it was like a I don't know, like something happening in France, but rather than this being France, well, who knows? I mean, we have yet to see where this is going to head. So this stuff is very interesting to me, because it takes one's mind away from what's going on here in the U.S., which is just a clusterfuck nightmare of dysfunctional politics, and of course there are like shootings everywhere. There's basically right now we're literally in a sort of we're in a free fall. We haven't hit the bottom yet, but the bottom's coming. And this oh wow, this is interesting. So there are bars that are deciding to drop Russian vodka to promote Ukraine's. That's actually good. This shows me that the human race no longer is evolving. It doesn't have the same. Well, in a sense, it's evolving. I'm not going to say if this is necessarily a good thing or bad thing. I'm just going to look at it objectively. That with the ability of people to utilize social media and come together, that this has the possibility of staring. This is a new variable in war that we've never seen.
Thank you. And very good point. I will leap back in now. Go ahead and wrap up your point if you wish.
Well, I just found it interesting. The bars are going to drop Russian vodka and promote Ukraine. So, you might see some new brands when you go out.
Cool. All right. And everybody, do some experimenting. Go out there and drink a little bit. Check out some of that Ukrainian vodka. Tell us what you think. Let us know how it holds with you. I definitely appreciate
stuff all tastes the same.
I know, truly.
When you reach the point where you're
Inebriated.
Using vodka,
yeah,
you're no longer drinking for fun. You're no longer drinking for social. You're drinking to get fucked up.
Thank you. I mean, your point's well taken. Yeah, when you by the time if you're drinking vodka, you're not going for the taste. No, it's that's just to forget you're in this world. Thank you. That's it's all too true. It's depressing as hell, but it's true. It's those cultures are trying to forget each other, or forget themselves, really. But all right, love you dearly. Thank you so much for helping. And anything else you want to point out before I jump back on right now?
No, that's all. I'll be in the background.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And that, of course, is Jameson Reese, our executive producer. Couldn't do it without him. To verify what he was saying about this being a new form of not war but mass murder, an unnamed advisor to the Ukrainian Interior Ministry said that when it came to Chernobyl, if as a result of the occupiers' artillery strikes, the nuclear waste storage facility is destroyed, the radioactive dust may cover the territories of Ukraine, Belarus, and the European Union countries. So that means everything, all of Europe is now exposed to the potential of the Russians unleashing the wind blowing towards Europe and not towards Russia, yet it will be felt towards Moscow as well. But this is just another terror threat they're willing to make, the Russians. They have nothing to lose. Your average Russian, well, as you could tell when you're drinking that vodka, wants to die anyway. Now, on Thursday, videos on social media presented a grim picture. Tanks were parked on a road that runs around the Chernobyl facilities, with explosions heard in the background. Even a Russian source confirmed that Russian troops passed into the Chernobyl exclusion zone. And an advisor to the Ukrainian government, Mikhailo Podolyak, told Reuters after the absolutely senseless attack of the Russians in this direction, it is impossible to say that the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is safe. This is one of the most serious threats in Europe today. Now, Ukraine's Chernobyl is a site of historic tragedy and intangible grief. It was the scene of the world's worst nuclear explosion back in 1986, when a botched safety test in the fourth reactor of the atomic plant sent clouds of nuclear material across large swaths of Europe. It is now one of the most radioactive places in the world, deemed uninhabitable by human beings for the next 24,000 years. The country's foreign ministry tweeted in 1986, "The world saw the biggest technological disaster in Chernobyl. If Russia continues the war, Chernobyl can happen again in 2022. The humanitarian cost of Chernobyl, previous wars, or the current crisis defies description. Immense loss, grief, and suffering remain as history is revised, and the sin of imperialism reigns supreme. The ecological consequences of the crises are also telling of the toll. The scars the Chernobyl disaster left on neighboring areas are still visible, as 1/10 of the land area was affected by the radiation. A report so noted that even today, Ukraine releases polluted water, heavy metals, organic compounds, and oil-related pollutants into the Black Sea. Moreover, with tests confirming the nuclear waste around Chernobyl not decaying as quickly as predicted, experts conclude the environment is at risk for at least 180 years, with Time magazine noting the time required for half the cesium to be eliminated from the affected areas by weathering and migration. Other radionuclides will probably remain in region forever. Any fighting and attacks around this area, then, could trigger a catastrophic ecological crisis." In a statement, Rafael Mariano Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, said, "Following the situation in Ukraine with grave concern, and is appealing for maximum restraint to avoid any action that may put the country's nuclear facilities at risk. As of now, Ukraine has recorded more than 200 civilian deaths in Chernobyl area, with the actual count grievously unknown. The shadow of a looming war stands to haunt people across space and time." Via Twitter, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said, "Our defenders are giving their lives so that the tragedy of 1986 will not be repeated. This is a declaration of war against the whole of Europe." Well, it is now a war against humanity itself. What with CNN's Frederick Pleitgen reporting on the Russians moving in a TOS-1 heavy flamethrower weapon that shoots thermobaric rockets near Kharkiv, and the Russian military threatening to exploit a nuclear power plant in Ukraine as a weapon of mass destruction amid the ongoing invasion in the country. CNN footage proves a TOS-1 heavy flamethrower being deployed near the Ukrainian border. According to CNN, the footage was captured south of Belgorod, near the Ukrainian border. The TOS-1 heavy flamethrower is able to shoot thermobaric rockets. Reports confirm that thermobaric weapons are capable of vaporizing human bodies and crushing all internal organs, thereby eliminating all evidence of war crimes. Meanwhile, Russia's military presence has increased near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which resides in a town in the Zaporizhzhia region. Ukraine's Ministry of Internal Affairs has confirmed this in report. Russian forces have aimed one of their deadliest weapons, a multiple rocket launcher called Grad, at that nuclear power plant, as confirmed by Ukraine's Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ukraine has reached out to the international community about the danger, while the Ministry of Internal Affairs says the Ukrainian military is heading to the region to defend that plant. Maintain them in your prayers that they destroy the Russians in area, or 'tis us all who will pay the price with the dispersal of radiation. Pervadim Denisenko, advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs, the armed forces, National Guard, and civilian militia will do anything to prevent a catastrophe. We are ready to destroy the enemy, but we have to be ready for anything. An attack on Ukraine's nuclear fleet one of the world's largest, mind ye, could potentially have catastrophic consequences. Could only prove disastrous. That nuclear fleet includes 4 power plants and 15 reactors and provides about half the country's power. The day before yesterday, by now, the Ukrainian Ministry of Infrastructure said Ukrainian forces had intercepted a Russian missile headed for the Kiev reservoir. In a statement, the Ministry of Infrastructure said, the destruction of the reservoir could create a cascade effect that could destroy other dams and even damage the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian forces previously took control of the Chernobyl nuclear site on Thursday, less than 24 hours after the invasion of Ukraine began. Again, understand that Chernobyl is known as the site of the worst nuclear incident in history. In 1986, several explosions occurred in the reactor, the core of which experienced a meltdown, and radioactive material was released into the atmosphere. Dozens died and thousands were evacuated from the area. After Ukraine gained its independence following the fall of the Soviet Union, it inherited one of the largest nuclear arsenals in the world. However, Ukraine gave up its nuclear arsenal after signing a treaty with the Russian Empire and these United States. In exchange for relinquishing its nuclear arsenal, security assurances were given by the US, UK, and Russia that Ukraine would never be attacked. Compounding that, today, Russian life-term President Vladimir Putin ordered Russia's nuclear deterrent forces to be on alert amid his ongoing attack on Ukraine. Putin blamed that move on statements from member nations of the NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and on statements from Western nations. In a statement pre-translated into the English, Putin said, "Dear colleagues, as you see, Western countries are not only taking hostile actions toward our country in the economic sphere. I am talking about the illegitimate sanctions everybody knows about. But more importantly, senior officials of leading NATO countries make aggressive statements against our country. That is why I order the Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff to put the deterrent forces of the Russian army in a special regime of duty." The move means the Russian president has ordered the country's nuclear weapons to be prepared for the increased possibility of launch. So there was plenty to think about over the weekend. At long last, the gas pipeline Nord Stream 2 has been suspended. A terrible idea from its conception, and now, with Russia past the brink of their second invasion of Ukraine, finally ground to a halt and consigned upon the scrap heap. Putin's quick victory is no longer assured, as Russia's offensive is slowing due to fiercer than expected Ukrainian resistance. There be the literal rising of an unconfirmed Ukrainian MiG-29 pilot credited with 6 kills that I intend to return to in context of Arc of Narrative later tonight. Images circulating of an aging MiG-29 shooting down a highly regarded Russian Su-35 fighter are helping to fuel stories of the Ghost of Kiev, a heroic Ukrainian pilot who has reportedly shot down half a dozen Russian jets using a fighter built in the 1970s. The acronym MiG, founded by the Soviet aircraft designers Artyom Mikoyan and Mikhail Gurevich. The abbreviation MiG came from their names, Mikoyan and Gurevich, The word and in Slavonic languages is pronounced like the letter I. In fact, it is nothing but the letter I, as in Bosnia and Herzegovina, meaning Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it's pronounced like the I in the word middle. And so we get Meg instead of Mikoyan I Gurivik. And assuring Britain's Sky News of Comcast that the UK can kick Russia's backside, Robert Ben Loban Wallace, the former Scots Guard officer now serving as Defense Secretary of the Greater British Empire, has attested that Vladimir Putin has gone, in his words, full tonto, while adding that Moscow is already behind its hoped-for timetable and had lost more than 450, nigh half a thousand personnel by the time he was holding press on Friday morn. But first, to clarify, and this is where you're going to get the paranoiacs that can never be satisfied, but I'm going to do my best to explain this to you all. There is nothing to fear with my allegiance. My allegiance is to humanity, my kettle as a vampire. But when it comes to the people I work with, they would never be psi operators. Not after all the time I was forced to work with Michael Aquino. But there are similar names among the elites. In 1941, a group of psychiatrists from the Tavistock Clinic secured means from British Parliament to try new measures. They were later asked to join the Directorate of Army Psychiatry. After World War I, there was a growing recognition that neurosis was not just war-related, but endemic and pervasive in a modern society. In response, the Tavistock Clinic had been founded in 1920 as a voluntary outpatient clinic. Many of the founders were doctors who had been concerned with neurosis in World War I. They included general physicians, neurologists, psychiatrists, and one or two physicians also trained in psychology and anthropology. They linked social sciences, general medicine, and psychiatry. The group also developed a number of radical innovations in social psychiatry and applied social science. The second group became as known as the Tavistock Group, because core members had also been members of the pre-war Tavistock Clinic. Only some of the members continued their involvement with the post-war organization. Those who did built on the wartime achievements to introduce a number of far-reaching developments in several fields. The style of research related theory and practice in a new mode. This also referred to as the social engagement of social science. The Tavistock Group was a term coined by Eric Trist, which included the first generation of staff at the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations during the late 1940s through the 50s. It was responsible for initiating a range of different types of inquiry into organizations, identifying organizational structure, work and organizational design, and organizational strategy in different environments, all of which are reflected in management theory today. Tavistock Group members also developed different kinds of collaboration with managers and organizations, from full action research engagement at all levels in the organization to advising managers on how to support and engage with their employees. The different management theories of the Tavistock Group built on one another's insights so that the whole group was more than the sum of their parts, and each stream of work tended to reflect those of the others. The Tavistock Institute for Human Behavior was founded in London circa 1946 with the aid of a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation. in disambiguation from Tavistock Group, which is an international private investment organization founded over 40 years ago by private investor Joe Lewis and built on a core philosophy. This is a totally different organization, and it's financial, not psychiatric. Their philosophy, in 2 sentences, reads as: we strive for excellence in everything we do, entrepreneurial and progressive, we value long-term relationships and seek investment opportunities around the world which benefit from our capital, experience, flexibility, and broad base of resources. Now, as I said, I didn't say yet, they're named after Tavistock Road in Miami, Florida, or fucking Florida, I mean to say. I always think Miami when I think of Florida, but it's nowhere near there. Said group has more than 200 assets across 10 companies, 10 countries really, with a deep concentration in 11 strategic verticals. Vertical trusts. Tavistock Development Company is redefining the architectural landscape of Central Florida and beyond. From state-of-the-art homes to the innovation centers of tomorrow, Tavistock Development Company looks to the future of design, technology, and human experience. Lake Nona, located in Orlando, Florida, as in the Pulse nightclub where my son almost died, which is how, of course, the involvement with Sugar Daddy becomes known as to why my son was in Orlando, because of what I'm going to share with you now. This visionary community there with the building blocks of today's future, marketed as a community of and for the future. Each year, more than 300 of the nation's top CEOs, healthcare innovators, and thought leaders gather in Lake Nona for the Lake Nona Impact Forum in Florida. This is a conversation, not a conference. The 10th annual Lake Nona Impact Forum was held through this week last. Sugar Daddy, my son's husband, had the opportunity to speak with a group of about 21 CEOs over lunch. There it was made evident to my co-parent-in-law, and that's what you call your child's husband's parents or something. I guess, actually, he's my in-law, and because he's really my son's husband, maybe he's my kind of co-child-in-law, but I think he's really more like my co-parent-in-law. But it became evident to him at that lunch, at any rate, why Putin won't win. The answer lies in markets. With the Russian incursion escalating, markets expected immediate sanctions that would disrupt the world economy. But the Russian stock market is experiencing the 5th worst crash in history. No one knows how Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine will play out, or as people say, what his endgame is. But one thing's for sure, predicting his next move and any subsequent impact on the global economy is a fool's errand. Before I get into that, though, and forgive me for being obvious, but aren't we all sickened by the suffering Putin is bringing to Ukraine? Who knows how many will be uprooted or separated from their parents, never mind wounded or die. And for what? That one person can foist so much horror on the world is frankly depressing. Note to Xi Jinping, this is your new best friend we're talking about. Returning to the economic state of play, there are at least 2 levels of ambiguity here. First is what exactly Putin is up to. Second is that markets respond differently to each political crisis or war. Between those 2 fogs, one of Putin and the other of war, we're left with little firm ground. Having said that, we can cut through this enough to provide some clarity. Now, I never did wind up working in one of those government think tanks as a criminologist. Well, Kremlinologist would be the term. But armchair or otherwise, I've seen enough of Vlad and his authoritarian ilk to have a feel for his modus operandi. Putin claims to feel aggrieved regarding Russia's diminished presence in the world. Madeleine Albright, who went head-to-head with him as Secretary of State, said as much this week. To quote she, Putin is embarrassed by what happened to his country and determined to restore its greatness. But then she went on to say, and I agree, that mostly he is simply trying to strengthen his hand at home and weaken his rivals abroad. In other words, it's about maintaining and enhancing his power. It's straight out of the dictator's playbook, a la bread and circuses, only this is no Roman metonymy. Putin is bombarding his country and the rest of us with the most sophisticated digital lies, disinformation, trolling, and hacks the world has ever seen. It's wag the dog in the age of metaverse. Here's Cliff Notes from Greg Vallier, Chief U.S. Policy Strategist at AGF Investments, speaking to Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman. And I will quote his verbatim. Is there an endgame in which he could declare victory? I would say no, he does not have much of an endgame. In fact, I would go even a little bit further, Julie. I would say that he's already lost to the extent that he has now become a pariah in all of Europe. I think that pariah label is going to stick with him for quite some time. I don't know what the off-ramp is, but what I worry about more than anything else is lots of casualties in the next week or so. Putin has to be careful what he wishes for, and this is me speaking, not Greg Vallier. Take over Ukraine, sure, but then he has to hold it. That will cost Russia a fortune, if not in rubles, in human lives. See Brezhnev and Afghanistan. It raises questions about Putin's mental state. In terms of tyrants and their self-delusions, the world may be witnessing the complete unraveling of Vladimir Putin. Eight years ago, the sight of Ukraine's ousted president Viktor Yanukovych fleeing his country on a helicopter after the popular uprising in his nation was a stark reminder of how tyrants never believe they will lose power despite all evidence to the contrary. Until it is too late, of course. Tunisia's former strongman once proclaimed, "I understand you now," as if it took him 23 years in power to finally empathize with his people. As he fled seeking refuge, he was still probably trying to grasp what had happened and whether he had truly understood the situation. The common personality trait among all these leaders is their pathological self-delusion, which results in eerily similar endgames. So, in terms of this delusion, it's called pathological narcissism. Too much staring in the mirror. The late Libyan leader, Muammar Gaddafi, having ruled for 4 decades, arrogantly asked his people during the revolution, "Who are you?" It might have been in the tone of, "Who are you?" He lived in a fantasy world where everyone loved and admired him and wanted him to be their only leader. The problem with tyrants is that they start believing their own propaganda, which fits and glorifies them. They cling with a death grip to the illusion of their special talents, even as angry people pound on their doors and their countries go up in flames. If it wasn't so tragic, it would be funny. When a long-serving dictator is asked when he plans to retire, the answer is inevitably that he wants to step down and rest, but his conscience and love for his people simply does not allow him to do so. The delusion of grandeur overwhelms all rational thought. Part of the problem is that these despots ignore history, in which I am expert. They have witnessed the end of other leaders, but do not believe it can ever happen to them. They think their people are different and will fight to keep them in power. In 1989, when the Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu was asked if he was worried about his government falling like other regimes in Eastern Europe, he said, "But you don't know the Romanian people and their wise leadership." 4 days later, after a show trial in Bucharest, opposition soldiers executed him and his wife. Similar events took place in Egypt, with leaders there refusing to believe that the revolution in Tunisia could spill over into their country. Ahmed Abulgit, the foreign minister of Egypt at the time, in response to a question, famously regarded it as illogical. A few weeks later, the Egyptian president announced that he was stepping down during a revolution that amazed the world with its organization and nonviolent approach. The ousted Ukrainian president made similar errors. He had been lulled into a false sense of security because of Russia's support and his supposed control over opposition parties and the media. It's all a ticking time bomb. In 2013, a conference was organized in Kiev by the WAN-IFRA, W-A-N-I-F-R-A, with a hyphen in between, the World Association of Newspapers and News Publishers, where 1,000 journalists and media leaders from around the world were invited. During Yanukovych's opening remarks, several Ukrainian journalists wanted to discuss the restrictions on the media and the jailing of journalists. The secret police officers scattered around the hall wanted to confiscate their notebooks, but stopped because of the presence of a huge number of foreign journalists in the room. Yanukovych was then forced to conclude his speech and leave the hall, resulting in the story making headlines in the media. One might wonder why leaders risk their lives by insisting on challenging people's right to have just and democratic systems. The simple answer is that absolute power has blindsided them. In their belief that they are legitimate and important, they strike out at any opposition, labeling them foreign agents and collaborators. In the end, they are ousted, making the world a happier and safer place. In Syria, the autocrat Bashar al-Assad continues to hold onto all power in Damascus, having killed more than 100,000 people, displaced millions from their homes, and destroyed the country's economy and infrastructure. Can this really be justified in the name of power? How can he be in good conscience and claim the regime is doing the right thing by turning Syria into a battleground for extremists and militant groups? Over time, exerting this kind of power can lead an autocrat to believe his own propaganda and act on his worst impulses. The real tragedy of having leaders like this is that thousands of innocent people will lose their lives or their opportunity to live with dignity. These oppressors simply cannot or will not learn from the past. They are destined to end up on the scrap heap of history where they belong. These dramatic events and the terrible toll of strongman leadership come to mind as Russian dictator Vladimir Putin embarks on a risky war against the Ukraine. He is motivated by a desire to secure his place in history as the leader who revived a version of the Soviet Empire. it could backfire on him in multiple ways. After 22 years in power, Putin's governance style and structures resemble those that have led past autocrats to make bad decisions. The common personality trait among all these leaders is their pathological self-delusion, which, as I said, results in nearly identical, or at least parallel, endgames, the closing arcs of their narratives. Follow the recent photographs of Putin at enormous tables, absurdly distant, not just from foreign heads of state, but from members of his own Security Council, suggest a state of isolation common among leaders who have exercised too much power for too long. All strongmen build inner sanctums to manage day-to-day governance, composed of flatterers, family members, and cronies, all of them chosen for their loyalty rather than their expertise. They shield him from any unpleasant counsel and share handsomely in the profits of his thievery. This is most certainly the case in Russia, a fully realized kleptocracy, or government by thieves. In 2018, 3% of Russians held about 90% of the country's assets, with Vladimir Putin alone owning the lion's share of those. Over time, exerting this kind of power leads an autocrat to believe his own propaganda, act on all his worst and basest instincts, leading not just to the destruction of his foreign enemies, but to destabilizing situations at home that can jeopardize his rule. We saw, for example, the thousands of Russians participating in anti-war protests over the past few days. A Russian platoon allegedly surrendered to Ukrainian troops when they realized they were sent there to kill Ukrainians. As is typical with strongmen, the present international crisis reflects Putin's private preoccupations, what haunts him, as well as what he takes for granted due to his own arrogance. Putin has long been inordinately fearful of Ukrainian democracy, seeing it as a threat on his border to his autocratic brand of power. What author Peter Pomerantsev called the Kremlin's obsessive stalking of Kiev reflects this focus. Putin will only feel safe if he annihilates Ukraine as a sovereign entity, which he did at the rhetorical level in his Monday speech opening this work week last. In 2018, 3% of Russians held about 90% of the empire's assets, with Putin's oligarchs owning the lion's share of those. In context of such resources, is it too late to do anything about Putin? Since Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, many of you have been asking me, did we get Russian President Vladimir Putin wrong? How should we think about him now? And is it too late to do anything about Putin? Some have argued that Putin has changed. Others contend that, no, he is the same person, but until now, most people have misunderstood who he really was. These reassessments are often clouded with moral judgments of one sort or another. Putin is an idiot. Putin is evil. Putin is unhinged. I mean, nothing like putting them all together and getting an unhinged evil idiot, but I see things differently. I see Putin as an oligarch, one of an expanding group of economic and political leaders that are shaping our increasingly uncertain world, and he is coming into his own now at the age of 69. Let me explain. Oligarchs are opportunists. They aim to create and exploit dynamic, unfolding situations that open more doors for themselves. What Putin has done for himself by invading Ukraine is, in his mind, to open doors, not least as a leader of the emerging post-rules international order. Because they are optimistic, in that sense, and it's most certainly opportunistic, effective oligarchs like Putin think like entrepreneurs. You can see the oligarchs' 5 quintessential strategies at play in the Ukrainian invasion. First, he assessed the means at his disposal. Those means are the 2 instruments of power over which he exercises near complete control: the Russian military and his country's oil and gas reserves. It seems likely that he will employ the former until it is no longer an advantage to do so. In addition, Russia's oil and gas reserves gain in value during times of crisis like wartime, expanding further the value of these means. Unless the West stops importing Russian oil and gas, which seems all too unlikely. Second, Putin has determined that, what he can afford to lose, and is staying within that budget. While some have asserted that sanctions will have a significant impact on the Russian economy and its elites, others have noted the country's substantial foreign currency reserves and experience in managing previous sanctions. Perhaps most importantly, Putin recognizes that he and the Russian people can withstand a great deal of pain and suffering. Here then be the question: will the Russian people remain patient with Putin as the world inflicts pain upon them? Or will they tell him they cannot afford to bear further losses? Third, oligarchs like Putin lean into surprise. Here, it is sad to say, the Ukrainian invasion is likely to be the gift that keeps on giving for Putin. Wars almost always create unexpected results. No one knows, including Putin, what his apparent initial plan will lead to. If Kiev falls, what doors open for him in Ukraine or beyond? What people like Putin to know is that those surprises are good things for them. Or at least that's what Putin himself knows as one of those people. Fourth, Putin likes his friends with benefits. This invasion has already highlighted 2. Alexander Lukashenko of Belarus, who functions as a junior partner, a puppet really, and China's Xi Jinping, Putin's senior partner, the man of their coupledom. As with other oligarchs, Putin is likely to find these partnerships both mutually beneficial and temporary. And new friends will emerge, as they always do in war's hothouse. Already, we can see some of India's initial reaction that their authoritarian leader, Modi, may be Putin's next FWB, friend with benefits. Last, oligarchs like Putin prefer to fly under the radar. This is difficult to do in the current war situation. Putin has been on Russian television quite a lot in the past few days, yet he remains more inscrutable than ever. No one seems to be able to read him. He's not just under the radar, He is the off-screen radar. Well, he's off the radar screen entirely. So, given this understanding of Putin, is it too late to do anything about him? I don't think so. There's still some time for creative statesmanship. Here be a few thoughts. First, given that Putin is an opportunist, we need to reshape his opportunity set in ways that can get him out of Ukraine and strengthen international security. We need to offer him better opportunities than the one he is currently taking in Ukraine. We need to offer him better ways to maintain his power and wealth, consistent, again, with the safety and security of Russia and its neighbors. Oligarchs, even hated ones, can have productive afterlives. After leading America into the Great Depression, Herbert Hoover was a productive senior statesman for more than 30 years. A Putin friend, Silvio Berlusconi, has continued to orbit in the Italian political and economic systems. What we have to avoid, if we are serious about bringing this war to an end soon, is a path that Putin believes ends in powerlessness, penury, prison, or poison. Next, we can surprise Putin in ways that reduce the relevance of the means at his disposal to create surprises into which he cannot easily win. At last, how can we reshape Putin's affordable loss calculations so that the Ukrainian invasion looks less like a sure thing? Or like less of a sure thing? We can't influence Russia's resilience in the short term, but perhaps the vaunted Russian patience will fray. This may cause Putin to rethink what he has begun. It's not too late, but we must refresh our thinking to reflect a new world in which people like Putin are ascending. At the same time, Putin suffers from the fantasies of grandeur. He obtained a nationalist high and soaring approval ratings following his 2014 annexation of Crimea. Perhaps he believes he can repeat the experience. Yet Russia is a different place in 2022, both in terms of foreign preparedness to act against his kleptocracy, and the degree of domestic disaffection that, with Putin's corruption and repression, is why there's so much domestic disaffection in Russia that have accelerated over the past few years. All that dissatisfaction. In fact, the Russian dictator's formal lock-on power, secured by his 2020 amendment of the Constitution, has been accompanied by more, not less, violence against those who expose corruption. This is a sign of insecurity, not confidence. His jailing of anti-corruption crusader Alexei Navalny, whose foundation released a video of what it called Putin's Palace, a Black Sea mansion that reportedly cost $1.3 billion to build, is a case in point. At his February 2021 Moscow sentencing, Navalny denounced the thieving little man in his bunker, who is too cowardly to face his opponents in free elections. While Putin's support held steady with older Russians, a Levada Center poll that month indicated disaffection with his brand of governance among younger people. 48% of the respondents ages 18 to 24 felt that the country was going in the wrong direction. The rogue attack against Ukraine will only bring more disillusions and farther expose the president's local well, total lack of regard for his own people. The new international resolve to levy sanctions against the country and its elites will impact the Russian economy, as will the costs of the conflict. Now that United Germany is on board to table the certification of Putin's cherished Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a collective will to finally find alternatives to dependence on Russian energy may also emerge. And in a speech to a special session of the lower house of parliament delivered today, Deutschen Kanzler, or the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, announced that Die Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, was, how should I say this? He had brutal numbers. Joe Biden, stats lately, the worst possible for a president. Now, as I said, that Germany is on board the table, and the certification of Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline is down the tubes. A collective will to finally find alternatives, well, the alternatives to dependence on Russian energy, may also emerge. Your kids need their energy drinks too. Now, in a speech to a special session of the lower house of parliament, delivered today, Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, announced that das Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new Christian German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, announced that das Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, will channel 100 billion euros, that's 113 billion US dollars this year, into a fund to modernize the military. In line with, just trying to make something out when I'm looking at this computer screen, trying to call up some stuff to verify some stats, and fighting off how sleepy I'm starting to feel because I'm just more relaxed now than I was at the start of the night. This is one of those things I have to remind myself to just keep sleeping before, give myself a nap before transmission, but such as it is, we'll do our best. As I said, in line with the, he's going to fund the military, or rather, the new United Germany will channel 100 billion euros this year into a fund to modernize the military. That's, as I said, 113 rubles, 100 billion euros, which would equal 113 billion United States dollars. In line with a NATO target that Berlin has consistently failed to meet, Olaf Scholz added that by 2024, the government will spend at least 2% of gross domestic product each year on defense. I would have demanded 3%. Far better still, beyond any calculations, according to a statement made by Deutschen Kanzler Olaf Scholz on Saturday, das Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, is planning to send 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 Stinger missiles to Ukraine. As well as ramping up the defense spending, Scholz also pledged to do more to protect energy supplies, including increasing gas storage volume by 2 billion cubic meters, establishing a national coal and gas reserve, and swiftly constructing 2 LNG liquid natural gas terminals on the North Coast. Even before the invasion, Olaf Scholz halted the certification process for Nord Stream 2 pipeline, built to bring more of the Russian gas his country so heavily relies on. Yesterday, he abandoned United Germany's traditional rejection of supplying weapons to conflict zones and gave way on expelling Russian banks from SWIFT, the system used for trillions of dollars worth of transactions between thousands of banks around the world. The willingness to supply Ukraine with military equipment, including surface-to-air missiles and anti-tank weapons, is in many ways the most dramatic move. Such a wide-ranging rethink from Scholz and his government came as unexpectedly and prompted suggestions that Europe's biggest economy may finally be ready to punch its weight in the international arena, discarding decades of reluctance linked to its role in the 20th century's bloodiest conflicts. Ukraine's ambassador to United Germany, who was in Parliament today, called it a truly historic moment, saying, "With the invasion of Ukraine, we are in a new era. On Thursday, President Putin created a new reality with his invasion of Ukraine. This new reality requires a clear response. We have given it." Now, in a statement shared on Twitter, Scholz wrote, "The Russian attack marks a turning point. It is our duty to do our best to help Ukraine defend against the invading army of Putin. That's why we're supplying 1,000 anti-tank weapons and 500 Stinger missiles to our friends in Ukraine." The announcement marks a significant shift of the United Germany's restrictive arms export policy. The fatherland has previously said it held historical responsibilities that prevented it from sending weapons and arms to conflict areas, often citing guilt for crimes committed against the Soviet Union during World War II. As part of the new stance, the Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, is also lifting restrictions it previously held among NATO allies that prohibited sending German-based arms to conflict areas. This will allow us, countries like the Netherlands, to ship 400 rocket-propelled grenades to Ukraine. Scholz has been widely criticized by opponents seeking and allies alike in recent weeks for what had they received as dithering and weakness in the face of Russia's mounting aggression toward Ukraine. In the past few days, Putin has responsively annoyed a series of radical changes, well, certainly announced them, as ordered by, well, changes to long-entrenched German policies following a full-scale attack by the Russian President Vladimir Putin on a former Soviet public. There you go. The important thing is Germany's pivot point. It's 100 billion euros for the new fund for military spending, annual defense outlays to rise more than 2% of GDP, work with EU partners to build their fighter jets and tanks, purchase armed Heron drone vehicles from Israel, increase gas storage volume by 2 billion cubic meters, purchase additional natural gas on the world's markets, and establish a national coal and gas reserve, backing and buckling LNG plants in Brunsbüttel and Wilhelmsbel in the United German bid to cut Russian dependence. United German defense spending in recent years has been hovering at around 1.5% and actually slightly declined as a share of output yesteryear, according to NATO figures. This has led to criticism that the armed forces are consistently underfunded, According to the report in Der Spiegel magazine, the United Germany has reduced the number of its battle tanks to 300 from 4,700 since 1989, and the number of warships to 230 from 390. The number of troops has dropped from 180,000, to that number from more than 300,000. Friedrich Merz, the leader of Merkel's Christian Democrats, signaled Sunday in his speech to Parliament that the party is ready to work with the ruling coalition on agreeing the financing for the Defensive Mine Fund. Financing Germany's defense fund. There are signs public opinion is firmly behind the Chancellor and his two partners in the ruling coalition, the Greens, who control the foreign currency and economy ministries, and the business-friendly Free Democrats, who run the finance ministry. Thousands of people were streaming through the Brandenburg Gate to the central Tiergarten Park Sunday for a demonstration in support of Ukraine, with police expecting as many as 20,000. Well over 100,000 showed up. Many had Ukrainian flags and some banners called on Putin to stop the war. Johannes Boy, the editor-in-chief of the influential tabloid Bild, published an editorial entitled "Germany Delivers," in which he praised the government's decision to supply Ukraine with weapons. To translate from the Deutschensprach, Boy wrote, "Our country owes its prosperity, its happiness, to the fact that the Allies once erased our own mass-murdering dictator from the map. Today the government took a first step," he added, "slowly, hesitantly, but still. Keep it up, even faster. Even faster." Mr. Scholz looks to have set aside his preference for circumspection and prudence, at least for the time being. His calm, careful approach has often stood in recent weeks in stark contrast to the two other senior Green Party ministers in his government. Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock and Robert Habeck, who is the economy minister and vice chancellor, have not been far more outspoken about the need to confront Russia, particularly on issues like Nord Stream 2. Scholz also had to overcome a degree of reluctance to punish Russia with his own Social Democrat Party, which has a long history of sympathy towards Moscow. Baerbock said Sunday that now is the right moment for Germany to make what she called a 180-degree turn for humanity. Now, in terms of all of that, Baerbock said yesterday by now that when she said that it's the right moment for United Germany to make what she called that 180-degree turn in foreign policy, in that speech to the special session of Parliament, she said, "If our world is different, then our politics must also be different. Perhaps it is the case that Germany is today leaving behind a form of special restraint in foreign and security policy, in choosing between war and peace, in choosing between an aggressor and children who have to hide from bombs in subways. No one can be neutral." But with typical strongman hubris, Putin has clearly underestimated the willingness of Ukrainians to fight against him. The war will create numerous Russian casualties, which even his field-confirmed mobile crematoria, which would hide evidence of the Russian dead, won't be able to mask. All of this is why former Secretary Madeleine Albright sees the invasion of Ukraine as potentially a historic mistake on Putin's part. Now, certainly the echoes of past autocrats' failures resound when Russia expert Fiona Hill observes that Putin is not just driven by a view of himself as a protagonist of Russian history, but may also be acting without good intelligence due to associates spinning to him that he's done a great job. Now, like many aging autocrats, Putin, over time, has remained himself, only more so, more resentful, more isolated, more repressive, more ruthless. He operates in an airless political environment, free of contrary counsel. His stagecraft, seating foreign visitors at the opposite end of a 20-foot-long table, humiliating security chiefs in front of television cameras, is a blend of Triumph of the Will and The Great Dictator. But there is nothing comic in the performance of his office. As Putin spills blood across Ukraine and threatens to destabilize Europe, Russians themselves stand to lose immeasurably. The ruble and the Russian stock market have cratered. But Putin does not care. His eyes are fixed on matters far grander than the well-being of his people. He is in full command of the largest army in Europe, as he has reminded the world, of an immense arsenal of nuclear weapons. In his mind, this is his moment, his triumphal historical drama, and damn the cost. As the tragedy in Ukraine unfolds, Putin will show his hand ever more as an individual who is motivated by personal glory and megalomania. If the history of strongmen is any indication, it may all be downhill for the Russian dictator from here. The question that is unsettling, to say the least, is just how many of the rest of us he will succeed in taking down with him. For sadly, the Wall Street Journal notes that Russia has a stronger hand than it did in the 1950s Cold War. Besides supplying Eastern Europe, or all of Europe, with much of its energy, 40% in the case of Italy, Red China is a vastly more formidable ally and a much bigger trading partner today than 70 years ago. Here, too, though Putin is testing the limits. Friday, in a call between Xi and Putin, the Chi-Com leader urged his Russian counterpart to negotiate with Ukraine, saying cloud war mindsets, Cold War mindsets, should be avoided. Now, who knows how much of this is just for show? In Beijing, the Commu-Chinese mass media are mostly feeding the populace a steady diet of Ukraine's situation is America's fault news. As for the sanctions we have and will impose on Russia and Vladimir Putin, they carry an unprecedented risk of cyber retaliation. To the extent Putin's madness has any sort of method, and if a tertiary goal is to weaken the U.S. and the West, he's succeeding. Some. The S&P 500 is only down 2.6% since the beginning of the crisis on February 10th, but the uncertainty and volatility have been gut-wrenching. The price of oil, which trades as WTI, is now $91.59, up 2.2% from February 10th. Russia supplies 10% of the world's oil and natural gas. Also, wheat is up 11.4%. As Yahoo Finance's Rick Newman has written, all of this will worsen inflation and complicate the Federal Reserve's rate hiking agenda this spring. It's worth noting, though, the two countries hurt most here are Ukraine and Russia. The Russian stock market has plunged, falling 32% since February 10th two of Russia's highest profile stocks, Gazprom, which runs the Nord Stream 2 pipeline into Europe, and search engine Yandex, are down 40% and 63% respectively. The ruble has sunk to a record low versus the dollar. As Russia's rout on Thursday is the fifth worst plunge in equity market history in local currency terms, as investors sold the nation's assets following the country's invasion of Ukraine. The benchmark MOEX, or MOEX, all uppercase, Russia index closed 33% lower in Moscow, erasing $189 billion in shareholder wealth, as Western leaders vowed to step up penalties on Russia after military forces entered Ukraine. That's the fifth most brutal day one sell-off among 90 global equity indexes analyzed by Bloomberg. Now, when it comes to the market, this is the first time since 1987 that a sell-off of this magnitude has hit a market worth more than $50 billion. In the aftermath of the Black Monday crash that year, 1987, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index tumbled 33%. The worst single-day drop over the past century in any market of any size was Argentina's 53% slump in January of 1990, when the country was battling hyperinflation and a mounting economic crisis. The drop in Russia's benchmark matches that of Hong Kong's. Hang Seng Index during the aftermath of the Black Monday crash in 1987, well, when looking for markets of all sizes, the biggest single-day drop on record was Argentina's 53% slump in January of 1990, when the Latin American country was in the middle of an economic crisis and period of hyperinflation. All those calculations are based on local currencies. To be sure, some of the world's major indexes have circuit breakers that prevent them from falling beyond a certain level. For instance, the benchmark S&P 500 index has a so-called limit down level at 20%, after which trading would be closed for the day. Russia became the world's cheapest stock market this week, as repeated negotiations to avert a military conflict failed, leaving investors fretting over geopolitical risks in addition to worries over inflation, Federal Reserve tightening, and renewed regulatory curbs in China. The MOEX gauge's price to earnings ratio fell below 3 times projected profits after starting the year at 5.4 times. Will economic conditions deteriorate further because of Ukraine and Putin? Who knows? Maybe next week Xi Jinping will be up for a Nobel Prize. As terrible as this is for Ukraine, Europe and civilization, it may not have a much of a lasting impact. In many cases, even the biggest geopolitical crises don't have much staying power when it comes to the markets. Of course, if we get a wholesale European conflict, or heaven forbid, a nuclear event, all bets are off. Now, markets tend to be higher 12 months after a big bad event, unless there is a recession, which makes sense since, as they say, stocks usually go up, especially over time. Now, when it comes to where I'm going with all of this, all of these curb stocks, all the rest of that, Putin potentially, Xi Jinping potentially getting a Nobel Prize by talking Putin down, perhaps. which to me suggests an encouraging point here. Over time, as with all these markets, we recover and move on. Meaning at some point, Vladimir Putin will fail. Sadly, there will be much pain and suffering before then. But in the end, Putin will not win. I myself can't begin to explain the stock market's reaction to the Ukrainian invasion on Thursday, and neither could Fortune's most seasoned stock watcher, Sean Tully, on site Lake Nona, Florida. But my adoptive son's husband, Sugar Daddy, had the opportunity on Wednesday, midweek last, to talk with a man who he respects to the point where he perceives this individual's wisdom, experience, and knowledge of the global economy as exceeding that of any other CEO he knows. FedEx founder Fred Smith, who predicted the war will lead to a revival in interest in nuclear energy. To quote us that man, verbatim, as my son transcribed what he said, Germany shut down all their nukes, so they are either burning coal or burning gas. And the gas is going to come from Russia, or it's going to come from us. Meanwhile, you've got a France, which has been powered by nuclear since 1958. Nuclear is going to have a renaissance, and France is leading the way. Europe is a huge part of the FedEx network. We serve every company in the world except the 5 prohibited by law. That's probably 6 now, to include Russia. We have a daily flight into Kiev and 777 airplanes flying over Russia all the time. That's gonna stop, if it hasn't already. The actual economic effect of Ukraine is pretty small. In large measure, this whole thing is about energy. It's going to be punishing for European consumers. And oil is fungible, so American consumers will feel it as well. We are going to have a lot higher gas prices. As a matter of fact, one analyst says the price of oil may hit $140 a barrel. After which, the Fred Smith of FedEx said, with higher gasoline prices being a de facto tax on the American consumer, you're going to see spending negatively affected. And then the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates. So what you will see is a reduction in GDP, gross domestic product. 2022 may not be the barn burner GDP growth that everyone was expecting. So there's his words of wisdom, some quotes from the others in the conversation. They're as follows. Noubar Afeyan, the chairman of Moderna, the CEO of Flagship Pioneering, said, I am from Armenia, which was formerly of the Soviet Union. I spent a lot of time in Russia. What worries me a lot this morning is that I think this is a much longer-term plan. Putin is having a midlife crisis. This is a plan to go into the history books as a world order leader. I really worry that if there was a 0.001% chance of real broadening of this war a week ago, it's now a 3% to 4% chance, which, if it were a cancer, you would take very seriously. And there is a massive governance problem globally. Basically, governments can't govern. Then there was Laura Nowinski, Chieftainess Operating Officier of KPMG, who said, it's very unclear how politically we are going to be able to come together and make a difference here. Rachel Hodgson, the CEO of International Building Institute, said, we know that the majority of the population has suffered some degree of trauma as a result of the pandemic. Climate is a big issue. These end up getting layered one upon one, and what we are facing is just a profound loss of psychological safety. We will spend far more this year treating mental health than we will treating COVID, and yet we are dedicating way less attention to it. Colin Lawlor, CEO of Sleep Score Labs, said the pandemic resulted in improvements in sleep for almost the entire population. The one group we see that has substantially disimproved in sleep quality is the Gen Z group, Generation Z. What it feels like to that group, I'm sure, is that we have crisis after crisis after crisis. This is just another crisis. We have to look after that Gen Z group and do something significant to make sure we don't have a much bigger mental health crisis. And then Adam Schechter, CEO of LabCorp, said, short term, with what happened this morning, we have hundreds of people in Ukraine and Russia, and I want to make sure they are safe. In the medium term, there are going to be significant issues with inflation, the price of gas, and the price of oil. But I believe we should be optimistic about the long term. When you look at science and innovation, I've never been more excited. I've never seen science and technology coming together like this in a way that we can change the world. And penultimately, there was Bob McDonald, former CEO of my own golden state of California's PG&E, or rather he's in charge of P&G, which is different from PG&E. That may not even be in California, now that I think about it. And what he had to say was, it's easy to start a war, harder to end one. I don't think Putin has a good plan for ending the war, and that worries me. Well, after lunch, the former president, Bill Clinton, spracketh to the Lake Nona group. His take was, Putin won't stop until it costs more to do it than he has to pay. World War III would mean that Putin would no longer be the richest person in the world and wouldn't have all that money. I doubt that it'll go far. He said, I doubt that it'll go that far. He may think we are too corrupt to stay the course, not financially corrupt, but not believing enough in anything anymore. So, politics begins at home. And Trump's adulation for Putin has gone way too far. But the fall of Vladimir Putin means Trump's inevitable political death. The Democrats are warning that Trump is undermining national security with his claim that Putin's Ukraine invasion is genius, while Trump doubles down on his Putin commentary even as he's blasted for insane adulation. But the former president of the United States doubled down on his praise for Vladimir Putin and criticism of Joe Biden on Wednesday midweek last, even as the United States and Russia were experiencing a major breakdown of relations amid the Russian Empire's aggression towards Ukraine. Donald Trump is praising Vladimir Putin even as President Joe Biden attempts to intervene in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, siding with Putin as Biden tries to stop a war. Trump said Putin's tactics invading Ukraine were genius, and he called the Russian leader savvy. In fact, Trump says Putin's genius peacekeepers could help with 10 million criminals from 127 countries bum-rushing the U.S. For obvious reasons, Democrats are warning that Trump's comments are undermining America's national security and that our allies, because the former President Donald Trump has predicted that Red China will invade my Taiwan after taking inspiration from Russia, moving troops into Ukraine. Trump's motivation being that my Taiwan has verified it is hitting Russia with sanctions, while calling for an end to the attack on Ukraine, a nation that shares similar security worries. The foreign ministry in Taipei said in a statement on Friday into this weekend that it opposes any unilateral change to the status quo by force or coercion and supports peaceful, rational dialogue and negotiation among related countries under the framework of international law. The presidential office said in a separate statement that Taiwan solemnly condemns Russia for violating Ukraine's sovereignty and damaging regional and global peace and stability. And there we are. Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen spracketh Friday morning at a university speech facility in the southern city of Tainan. And the economics minister, Wang Meiwa, told reporters at the legislature in Taipei that Taiwan will review exports to Russia strictly based on the Vozinar arrangement, adding, "We will talk to allies about other sanctions." Now, Taiwan is not a formal member of the agreement, a 42-country non-proliferation regime focusing on export controls for conventional weapons and sensitive dual-use goods and technologies. And Taiwan sees Z as too focused on a big reshuffle to attack now. Some 160 kilometers, 100 miles of sea, separate my Taiwan from China on the mainland, a nation of 1.4 billion people, whose government has threatened to use military force to stop the leadership in Taipei from moving toward formal independence. That threat is part of daily life in Taiwan, though officials in Taipei see the current risk of a Red Chinese attack as low. One reason for that is the leadership in Beijing wants domestic stability before a twice-a-decade Congress later this year that is likely to hand Communist Chinese life-term President Xi Jinping a precedent-breaking third term in power. Officials in Taiwan also see the People's Liberation Army as lacking the capabilities to guarantee the success of any attack. While there are a few signs of widespread unease in my Taiwan, markets have been jittery. Foreign investors offloaded a net 53.4 billion new Taiwan dollars, that's 1.9 billion United States dollars, of Taiwanese stocks Thursday, the most in a year. The benchmark TAIEX stocks gauge fluctuated on Friday around the 17,615 level, and the Taiwan dollar slipped 0.1% to 28.04 versus the greenback. And there's those daily incursions. Red China on the mainland has ramped up military, economic, and diplomatic pressure on my Taiwan during Xi's time in power. Communist Chinese warplanes made some 950 forays into Taiwan's aero defense identification zone. It's ADIZ, it's ADIZ, throughout 2021. More than double the previous year. Taiwan's defense ministry detected 9 Chinese military aircraft off Taiwan's southwest on Thursday, the day Russia mounted its attack on Ukraine. So obviously, Communist China was coordinating. The United States has strengthened its support for Taiwan under Presidents Donald Trump and Joe Biden. The Biden administration believes that Red China has been gauging the U.S. response to the earlier buildup of Russian troops on the Ukrainian border as a proxy for how Washington would deal with more aggressive action by Beijing against Taiwan. Biden said earlier in his term he would defend Taiwan from a communist Chinese attack. Now, the United States approved a $100 million sale of military equipment and services to my Taiwan this month, prompting Red China to say it would sanction Raytheon Technologies Corporation and Lockheed Martin Corp. So during a lengthy Tuesday interview with right-leaning hosts Buck Sexton and Clay Travis on the conservative talk radio program called the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Show in Mar-a-Lago, the former President Trump spracketh on behalf of the Sino-Slavic synaxis he psychophanically serves, lamenting the lack of a strong military presence on the border while insisting that Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping would follow the example of his twin sister, Russian President Vladimir Putin, by staging an invasion of my disputed island. You know, my greatest hope is that the need for this transmission will fade with time, that the madness dies down, and the billions of humans who just want to get through this damn life with minimal bullshit will no longer be subject to the insane whims of the shittiest people on the planet. But here we are in another week of headlines about Vlad Putin seizing Chernobyl while supply chain issues disrupt the gravestone industry, and, well, today is not that day. Yeah, the ghastly bastard went and did it. Pooty Poot launched his vile, illegal war of aggression on neighboring Ukraine. Guess his discount Bond villain ass couldn't bear the thought of never going full Stalin, even once. YOLO! Like, you only live once. Yeah, right? Brought to you by Applebee's. It must be said, Vlad the Miscalculator has been consistently outflanked by the wily Biden administration, who simply, brilliantly gave the whole world access to American intelligence on Russia's intentions. See, Putin's had this great big plan worked out, a masterpiece of modern gaslighting to justify invasion by staging a false flag attack, like Ukraine randomly decided to initiate hostilities with the massive military force he'd assembled outside their borders for super real reasons. Sure, Jan. Anyway, old Trixie Joe basically just posted that shit on the internet for the entire class to see, alongside the Kremlin's planned war crimes and political assassinations. Caught with his pants down, the best this master spy could muster was an unhinged, deeply unmanful rant, where he came off like a drunken ex-boyfriend, vowing to chop down the front door with an axe to get his Whitesnake t-shirt back. Confident he'd pull a fast one on a sleepy, divided NATO, Putin instead faces a strengthened Western alliance he's personally unified with his thuggery. Sanctions swiftly began taint-punting an already troubled economy, with more on the way. It's all going super well, and I'm sure the long-term payoff will be nothing but bunnies and Pop-Tarts and blowjobs. Really, I mean it. Cool plan, underpants gnome Ceausescu. Won't surprise anybody that the spank-me-harder Vladdy authoritarian right proved incapable of passing up such a golden opportunity to demonstrate their disloyalty to the United States, just as Peter Doocy could not resist the urge to piggyback on the historic moment to indulge that insatiable public humiliation kink of his. Hell, seems the entire evangelical right can't stop talking about how much they share Vlad's values, which are, again, pro-killing a bunch of people and taking all their stuff. Trump didn't take long to make sure Putin knew he approved of his movement of troops into parts of eastern Ukraine, knowing that his comments would be picked up and beamed around the world. On Tuesday, in an interview with conservative radio hosts Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Trump repeatedly praised Putin for his genius strategy on Ukraine. And you know Tucker Carlson's always ready to pour another spoonful of pro-Putin poison down his congregation's gullet. The Fox News host Tucker Carlson has defended the Russian leader's invasion of Ukraine, leading the right-wing charge to blame everyone but Putin. These are Putin's useful idiots. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a defining moment for the Republican Party. Too many Republicans who know better are serving as mouthpieces for the Kremlin in the information war. Russian forces began their attack with an onslaught of over 100 missiles from both land and sea, along with 75 fixed-wing bombers targeting arms and ammunition depots, aero defense systems, military headquarters, airports, and other strategically significant targets. But as if the bombs raining down from the sky weren't enough, terrified Ukrainian civilians have to deal with another type of bombing: fake news through the airwaves. As Russian troops encircled Ukraine, Tucker Carlson, yet another orthodox Trump cultist and the dominant conservative pundit of the moment, took an unreservedly pro-Putin approach. Hours before Putin ordered his forces into Ukraine, Fox News' biggest star was still praising the Russian president. Putin's bellicose threats towards Ukraine and assembling of up to 190,000 troops on the country's border was, Carlson said, a mere border dispute. Carlson, who has also recently become enamored with the authoritarian regime of Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, played into Kremlin talking points Tuesday by declaring that Ukraine is not a democracy, while launching a brazen attempt to humanize Putin. In this, Tuck Carlson but regurgitated bite lines from a bitter and delusional speech Vladimir Putin delivered from the Kremlin this week, arguing that Ukraine is not a nation and Ukrainians are not a people. His order to execute a special military operation came shortly afterward. The professed aim is to demilitarize and denazify this supposedly phantasmal neighbor of 40 million people whose government is so pro-Nazi that it is led by a Jewish president who was elected with 70% of the vote. And as Tucky Carlson recited his idol's right-wing tip sheet of Russo-American pet causes, he asked, "Why do Democrats want you to hate Putin? Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him? Has Putin shipped every middle-class job in your town or mine to Russia? Did he manufacture a worldwide pandemic that wrecked your business or mine and kept me indoors for 2 years? Is he teaching your children or mine to embrace racial discrimination? Is he making fentanyl? Does he eat dogs? Is he trying to snuff out Christianity?" The answers to these faux naive questions are easy enough. Democrats are not alone in hating Putin, who is a self-incriminated war criminal who has repeatedly broken international law, poisoned dissidents, and killed journalists, to pick just a few offenses. Carlson is presumably aware enough to know all of that, so maybe he's playing dumb, or rather he simply doesn't find those things objectionable. Just over 24 hours later, Putin effectively declared war on Ukraine. Now Russian TV uses Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard to sell Putin's war. Fox News clips of Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard trashing Ukraine and the Biden administration were a mainstay of news coverage all this week on Russian state television. In the hours since Russia launched its military assault on Ukraine, the news on Russian state television has been dominated by official statements and reports from war correspondents. But in the days leading up to the attack, as the state broadcaster worked to tarnish Ukraine and cast American criticism of President Vladimir Putin as hysterical, its producers borrowed heavily from an American source, Fox News. At least 4 times this week, Russian news reports have featured translated clips of Tucker Carlson or his guest Tulsi Gabbard, a former Democratic U.S. representative, attacking the Biden administration. What's more, one report broadcast on Russian television's main channel Sunday did more than just quote Carlson. It developed and sharpened a political attack on prominent Democratic senator that Carlson had just hinted at. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, a primetime review of the week's news presented by Dmitry Kiselev, a bombastic Putin favorite, featured remarks from the opening monologue of Carlson's February 17th show, in which the American commentator trashed Ukraine's government. Of the U.S. officials who provided military aid to Ukraine, Carlson said, "These people are so ghoulish. Of course they're promoting war." And Carlson continued as his comments were translated into Russian. "Not to maintain the democracy that is Ukraine. Ukraine is not a democracy. It has never been a democracy in its history, and it's not now. It's a client state of the Biden administration." The Russian broadcast cut away from Carlson's monologue at this point to show Secretary of State Antony Blinken's appearance at the United Nations that day. But that exactly echoed the next part of the original Fox News broadcast, which also showed Blinken on screen as Carlson mocked his warning that Russia might stage a false flag attack and blame it on Ukraine as pretext for war. An hour later, the evening news program on Russia's main state television channel used a longer excerpt from the same Carlson monologue and shaped its own report to amplify the Fox News host's attack on a Democrat. In the original Fox News broadcast, Carlson had suggested that Senator Richard Blumenthal, a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee who worked to arm Ukraine with Javelin anti-tank missiles, was only doing so because of donations from American defense contractors like Raytheon. Before quoting Carlson's comments, the Russian report noted that Blumenthal had received hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign donations from Raytheon and referred to Blumenthal's false claim that he had served in Vietnam. The Russian broadcast then cut to a part of Carlson's program in which he showed viewers video of Blumenthal telling MSNBC about the need to supply Javelin missiles to Ukraine. Carlson was then shown laughing at Blumenthal. Carlson scoffing, "So that guy who lied about his own war service is pretty excited at the thought of Ukrainians fighting and dying in the streets." After cutting away from Carlson, the Russian correspondent noted that President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump had also received hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign contributions from Raytheon. On Wednesday night, just hours before Putin had ordered the attack on Ukraine to begin, two excerpts from Carlson's most recent programs were featured in Russian state television's 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. news broadcasts. Carlson had started his show Tuesday night with a sarcastic monologue in which he told viewers, "Democrats in Washington have told you it's your patriotic duty to hate Vladimir Putin. It's not a suggestion, it's a mandate. Anything less than hatred for Putin is treason. Many Americans have obeyed this directive. They now dutifully hate Vladimir Putin. Maybe you're one of them. Hating Putin has become the central purpose of America's foreign policy. It's the main thing that we talk about. Entire cable channels are now devoted to it. Very soon, that hatred of Vladimir Putin could bring the United States into a conflict in Eastern Europe." Now, Carlson's comments were so welcome in Moscow that an excerpt from that rant with Russian subtitles was immediately produced by the Russian language service of RT, Russia Today, the government-funded network formerly known as Russia Today. It's kind of like KFC. You can't say Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore because they don't sell you chicken. They sell you genetically modified chickens with 6 legs. That's how they get all the drumsticks, or so we're told. Now, during the 8 p.m. news bulletin on Russian state television Wednesday, as Russians tried to make sense of what was about to happen, a dubbed version of Carlson's monologue was offered to them as an explanation. An hour later, Russian television's main evening news program featured another clip of Carlson's show from the previous night, an excerpt from his discussion of possible economic sanctions on Russia with Gabbard, who is now a frequent Fox guest and was given a prime speaking slot at the Conservative Political Action Conference, the CPAC, the CPAC, this weekend, where, of course, Trump announced his presidency. And in an exchange screened for Russians, Gabbard told Carlson, "These sanctions don't work. What we do know is that they will increase suffering and hardship for the American people. And this is whole problem with the Biden administration. They're so focused on how do we punish Putin that they don't care and are not focused on what is actually in the best interests of the American people." Now, Russian officials have not been shy about pointing out that fuel prices are likely to spike in Europe and the United States if sanctions are imposed on its vast oil and gas industry. State television reports from Washington on the crisis have repeatedly included close shots of high gas prices and suggested that they could go higher. On Thursday, after Russia launched its military assault on Ukraine, Gabbard posted the video of her comments about sanctions on Twitter and suggested, without evidence, that doing anything to press Putin to stop the invasion of Ukraine could lead to a nuclear war. Gabbard returned to Carlson's show Thursday night. During her appearance, she blamed Biden for not preventing the war, which she said he could have done by giving in to Putin's demand to rule out the possibility of Ukraine ever joining NATO. But Carlson and Gabby aren't alone. Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's erstwhile advisor turned podcast host, has praised Putin for being anti-woke, for not flying pride flags, and for his hostility to trans people. Charlie Kirk, a right-wing media personality and the founder of Turning Points USA, suggested Putin felt emboldened by energy policies that Joe Biden put forward. On his eponymous internet show, Kirk asked, "Could it be that Greta Thunberg and Leonardo DiCaprio actually might be to blame for what Vladimir Putin is doing? That's a take you will not hear anywhere else. Well, yeah, I can imagine why. Well, by the end of the week, Carlson's colorful defense of Putin was being played on Russia One and the Kremlin-backed RT television network. Margaret Sullivan, a media columnist for The Washington Post, wrote, as Russia prepared to invade Ukraine, the biggest star on Fox News was busy doing what he does best, being thoroughly and appallingly wrong. Those expecting a mea culpa from Carlson by Thursday night, after Putin's forces had begun bombing Ukraine and after widespread U.S. and global outrage at the carnage, were disappointed. The overt praise for Putin may have receded, but Carlson and his Fox News co-hosts and pundits have continued to blame others for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. On Thursday, Laura Trump, Fox News contributor and daughter-in-law of the former president, told Fox and Friends, "Well, I think we all know if Donald Trump were president, this would not have happened. We exuded strength on the world stage when Donald Trump was there. Now you see Joe Biden in office. And gosh, how many times have we all talked about how weak America has looked since the day that sleepy-eyed Joe Biden was inaugurated?" Now, Fox News' Twitter feed on Friday essentially served as a tribute to the same viewpoint, lavishly quoting almost identical statements from Republican Senators Lindsey Graham and Marsha Blackburn, so I guess a circular was sent via email to everyone as their speaking orders. Now, Media Matters, a nonprofit which monitors conservative media, so wrote, rather than blame the actual aggressor for attacking his weaker neighbor, right-wing media pinned the blame on Biden for supposedly projecting weakness and vulnerability to Putin. In the right-wing media echo chamber, the fault for this invasion lies with a mind-boggling variety of scapegoats, including Joe Biden, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, American environmentalists, LGBTQIA plus community, and even the team here at Media Matters for America. Anybody, that is, other than Vladimir Putin. That narrative has received some pushback from journalists at Fox itself, particularly Jennifer Griffin, the network's national security correspondentess, who has spent weeks painstakingly correcting her opinion host colleagues as Russia surrounded Ukraine. Now, on Thursday morning, the anchors on the Start Your Morning Pissed show, Fox and Friends, were opining about how sanctions against Russia have not worked. Steve Dookie asked Griffin if the people at the Pentagon were frustrated given American troops were not involved. Griffin said, "No, I wouldn't say that, Steve. In fact, they know that they had limited options going into this because Russia, of course, is a nuclear power, and NATO and the U.S. are not going to war with Russia over Ukraine. Their goal is to contain this and keep this from spilling over into an Article 5 nation. You talk about how the sanctions haven't worked. I don't know that we can say that yet. Overnight, the stock market in Russia fell by half, 50%. This is just the beginning of what is being described as a shock and awe, if you will, of rolling sanctions that have not even begun to be felt yet by Putin, by his oligarchs, by the cronies there. The talk and tone among the hosts of Fox News and others in the right-wing media ecosystem is unlikely to change anytime soon. But in some corners, there are journalists willing to drag those hosts back to reality. A second group of Republicans trying to figure out how to respond to Putin's invasion is what we might call the anti-Trump foreign policy faction. They want to capitalize on some of the energy and ideas of Trump cultism, but their shame is too strong or their stomachs too weak to debase themselves like Pompeo and Carlson. An anti-Trump view of the crisis brings in Trump cultic culture war themes and a gotta hand it to him attitude about authoritarians like Putin. A prominent exponent of this school is Ben Shapiro, a pundit with a foot in the old conservative movement who once opposed Trump but gradually found accommodation with him. Into this weekend, Shapiro tweeted, Russia and China are focused on expanding their spheres of influence via aggressive action. The West is focused on expanding its national debt and exploding the gender binary. Whatever advantages we have on an objective level are wildly undermined by our narcissistic idiocy. The Ohio U.S. Senate candidate, J.D. Vance, has taken the view that the Ukraine crisis is simply not of interest or relevance to these United States, and that Americans should focus on immigration, an odd and politically perilous false binary, if ever there was one. The third group comprises the remainder of the the Republican Party, what was called the establishment before that became a dirty word. These are conservatives who came up in the movement when it was dominated by a focus on a strong military, whether in the Cold War or the George W. Bush era. Leading voices in this group come from across the party. One example is Senator Ben Sasse of Nebraska, one of the loudest Trump critics in the grand old party. For months, Sasse has been loudly protesting Biden's refusal to block a major gas pipeline from Russia to United Germany, which the fatherland finally froze that project under American pressure this week. And I should go into that in some detail soon if I have not already. His Senate colleagues, Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham, who both allied themselves with Trump during his presidency, have been very critical of Vlad Putin and pushed the Biden team to be more aggressive. So have Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley. This third faction includes most Republican elected officials, as the Bloomberg columnist Ramesh Ponnuru points out. The problem for this group is that the most influential figures in the party are in the other two groups, and they're most interested in fluffing Trump's profile and playing footsie with the enemy, Vlad Putin. During the Cold War, when Republicans were staunchly anti-Russia, there was a pithy term for people who for their own domestic political reasons defended communist leaders and arguments in the West. The Soviet Union is gone, but the term is still handy for describing Putin's American cheerleaders. Useful idiots. Of course, apex among them is Kid Kompromat, who sided with Russian aggression immediately and enthusiastically grateful for the chance to kiss his boss's ass in public. It took only 24 hours for Donald John Trump to hail Russian President Vladimir Putin's dismembering of independent, democratic, sovereign Ukraine as an act of genius. Donald Trump can't help himself. The former president often accuses his enemies falsely of treason, but his own giddy rush to side with a foreign dictator who is proving to be an enemy of the United States and the West is shocking even by Trump's self-serving standards. As President Joe Biden reprises the fabled presidential role of leading the free world, however incompetently, the predecessor who wants to succeed him is showing Putin that impunity, dictator coddling, and hero worship will return if he wins back the White House. Trump's remarks on a conservative radio show on Tuesday not only find a warm welcome in the Kremlin, they also concern allies standing alongside the United States against Russia who fear for NATO's future if Trump returns. Trump also sent an unmistakable message to Republicans who are already playing into Putin's hands by branding the current president as weak, that siding with a U.S. foe is the way into the ex-president's affections ahead of this year's midterm primaries. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is creating a defining moment for democracies around the world and the Republican Party here in these United States. The Democrats' path is clear: support the response of Democratic President Joe Biden. But for Republicans who lack a single leader in Washington, it's more complicated. Will the Republican Party stand for the same principles that provided the philosophical bedrock for America's victory over the Soviet Union in World War III that we so misremember as a Cold War? Or will we wander in dazed confusion and small debates over whether Russia's Vladimir Putin is really a bad guy after all? My late and sainted Cyrus immigrated from Far East Asia during the height of that Third World War in the 1960s, that we be mass indoctrinated into misremembering as the Cold War today, drawn by the opportunities and promise of America, and by its incredibly boundless population of criminals that she was able to feed off of as legitimate prey, that left her no sense of guilt by leaving their bodies in her wake. In terms of my father, he was different from her. While my mother never cared much for American domestic politics, my father had always been a lifetime member of the Republican Party. He remained so until the day he died because he believed the grand old party to be the best protector of those opportunities that brought his inhumanly beautiful war bride to America in the first. For the opportunities to feed on a population of criminals that would never have been so large and so loose anywhere else on earth. That was not how he understood it or appreciated her, but he appreciated and understood her in other ways that were appealing to him. Equally important, he saw the grand old party of Dwight Eisenhower, Barry Goldwater, and Richard Mulhouse Nixon, for all their faults and failings, stand firmly and unequivocally for freedom from an expansive Soviet Union that was determined to spread communist dictatorships everywhere. The Russians, then known as the Soviets, had a harder time selling the world on socialism and communism because they had to compete against the post-World War II architecture created by these United States and the United Kingdom of the Greater British Empire. Tired of being drawn into successive European world wars, the United States, under Democratic and Republican administrations, sought to replace the pre-World War II world order of sphere of influence and great powers with a rules-based world. The United States, as the only large industrialized country to emerge from the war with its economy and breadbasket of food-producing capabilities intact, led the way with the creation of a collective security alliance, NATO, structures for performing or promoting trade, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, acronymous as the GATT, G-A-T-T, a system for currency stabilization, mechanisms for the reconstruction of war-torn countries, the Marshall Plan and the World Bank, and a United Nations with a charter requiring respect for international boundaries. While none of these institutions were designed to perfection, without question the post-war era saw the greatest expansion of wealth, economic opportunity, and democracy in world history. Meanwhile, the Russians were offering economic mismanagement, dictatorship, and dominance from Moscow. The world chose freedom, and the Soviet Union eventually crumbled under the weight of its twisted economic and political systems with no foundations in historical fact, when met with unrelenting pressure from the United States and our Western democratic allies. While the world recognized the collapse of the Soviet Union as the victory for freedom which it was, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin thinks of it as the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century. To Putin, the end of the repressive Soviet regime was apparently a bigger cataclysm than the millions killed in World Wars I or II, or by the Holocausts. Today, Putin's troops are rolling through Ukraine because it is the easiest target for his goal of reconstructing the Russian Empire. In 1994, Ukraine agreed to turn over its Soviet-era nuclear weapons to Russia. In turn, Russia agreed to respect Ukraine's then internationally recognized boundaries. That agreement is known as the Budapest Memo. There is nothing conservative about excusing away Putin's aggression against its sovereign neighbor in violation of agreements signed in good faith. allowing a hostile, aggressive superpower to overrun over its weaker neighbors certainly doesn't put America or her principles first. It puts the enemy, Russia, first. There is plenty to criticize the last few administrations about when it comes to dealing with the Putin regime, including the Biden administration, which should have taken the advice of the otherwise utterly disreputable Senator Ted Cancun Cruz, our Republican from Texas, and blocked completion of the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline. Instead, Biden's administration, seeking an easy way to rebuild Amero-Germanic relationship following the strains of the Trump years, gave us the green light in 2021 to completing the pipeline that put the United Germany in the position of even greater dependence on Russian natural gas exports until the UG tore itself away but half a week ago. Nonetheless, voices on the right looking for ways to blame Biden for the outbreak of war in Europe while rationalizing Putin's fever dreams of reconquering Russia's near abroad have it exactly wrong. The Republican Party has always stood for freedom and self-determination against aggression from Moscow, Beijing, Pyongyang, Baghdad, or anywhere else. This commitment to freedom contributed to ultimate victory over communism and drew millions to the ranks of the grand old party. Now is not the time to, as the late Margaret Thatcher once warned against, go sideways. Now is the time for rediscovering just why Ronald Reagan, for all his own flaws, was on the right side of history in checking Moscow's penchant for aggression. Yet over and over again this week, as Russia massed forces along Ukraine's borders and then invaded on Wednesday night, the former U.S. president made time to praise lifelong Russian President Vladimir Putin, still again insisting that Putin is smart while blaming Biden for the invasion because our leaders are dumb. Do note that my own position is that our leaders are indeed foolish, but that doesn't mean Putin is wise. Now, even as Western nations tighten sanctions on the Russian dictator for his ever-intensifying assault on Ukraine, Donald Trump has stood by his praise of Vladimir Putin this week in a speech to conservative voters. In a speech delivered the day before yesterday to the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando, the former U.S. president tried repositioning comments earlier this week, or comments made earlier this week. He repositioned them when he tried to cover his ass for calling Putin's moves ahead of the Ukraine invasion savvy genius. So saying, and here I quote his tea, "Yesterday, reporters asked me if I thought President Putin was smart. I said, of course he's smart. To which I was greeted with, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say. I like to tell the truth. Yeah, he's smart. The problem is not that Putin is smart, which of course he's smart. But the real problem is that our leaders are dumb." Trump's speech Saturday was delivered to a standing room only crowd at the conservative conference filled with his most fervent cultists. Many in the audience wore red "Make America Great Again" hats and other Trump-themed apparel. The CPAC marketplace at the conference was dominated by vendors selling Trump merchandise. The former president also verified yet again that he'll make a third run for the White House in 2024, claiming the Ukraine invasion wouldn't have happened had he not lost an election he again falsely said was stolen from him. Trump critic Liz Cheney, a Wyoming representativist, called fellow Republicans taking cues from Trump on Russia the Putin wing of the GOP on Twitter. The Democratic National Committee justifiably denounced Trump's remarks and expressed regret that the speech reflected his party's position on Russia and Ukraine. In a statement, DNC spokesperson Adonna Beale was quoted as saying, "After spending 4 years selling out Ukraine, the defeated former president took the stage at CPAC to double down on his shameless praise for Putin as innocent Ukrainians shelter from bombs and missiles at the hands of Russia." Now, in an interview released Saturday with political commentator Brian Taylor Cohen, Biden fired back at Trump's earlier comments, saying, "I put as much stock in Trump saying that Putin's a genius as I do when he called himself a stable genius." That's a good one, Sleepy Eye. Now, earlier this week, Trump called Putin pretty smart during a closed-door fundraiser at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida. Video of those comments was circulated online. In an interview with the Clay and Travis Buck Sexton show on Tuesday, the former president praised Putin as a "this is genius" level player for making the very savvy move of declaring independence for the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics as a pretext to move peacekeeping troops into Ukraine. With a pivot to the border wall, Mr. Trump added that he'd rather see Joe Biden redirect the U.S. troops sent to Eastern Europe in support of NATO back to these United States, where they could protect the southern border with Mexico from illegal immigration. Revealingly, Mr. Trump said that to protect the southern border, the United States could take a page out of Putin's playbook. Putin this week recognized the independence of separatist-held regions in the disputed Donbas region of eastern Ukraine in what NATO knew as a prelude to a full-scale invasion of the country. Civilians having been evacuated from the region and the Russian dictator having ordered peacekeepers cross the border. So Trump is suggesting that we declare the independence of probably the northernmost states of Mexico and then move our troops in as a kind of demilitarized zone to create between us and Mexico. This way, all of Baja would belong to the United States, and Trump would take that for his new hotel empire. Most damningly, Donald Trump also says a few of the Russian peacekeeping tanks rolling into Ukraine would be welcomed on our southern border, where the former president claims 10 million illegal immigrants are bum-rushing the U.S. Alas, predictably, the former president insisted that Russia would have never moved to invade Ukraine under his presidency, whilst suggesting that both Putin and Xi sensed weakness in President Joe Biden, which no doubt they do. I must confess that I myself was stunned to hear Trump give his unremitting support to Vladimir Putin's violent military assault on Ukraine a few days ago. At first, I didn't internalize the significance in Trump's remarks, lauding Putin as some sort of New Age genocidal genius. I more or less reacted to his remarks, as I always do, as that of a colorful, unhinged narcissist with a penchant for saying outlandish things. The former president exposed himself before as being too kind or too effusive in his praise of Mr. Putin over the years, in particular after it was announced by the U.S. intelligence community that the consensus of U.S. agencies was that Mr. Trump's 2016 campaign was indirectly aided by the Russian government's attempts to damage Hillary Clinton's campaign. He notably exposed himself as taking Mr. Putin's side of the story as fact, in defiance of that consensus after meeting the Russian leader in Helsinki during his presidency and sharing a stage with him for a joint press conference. I am now coming to the conclusion that Trump's open praise of Vladimir Putin's military attack on Ukraine could mark the beginning of the end of the Trump era. I admittedly have no idea what compelled Trump to make these comments. It is highly possible that he even believes them. But if Trump made these pro-Putin comments with the intent of consolidating his power within the Republican Party, he made a grave, irreparable error. In fact, I do know why he made them. His handlers in Moscow gave him the instructions to do so after my Taiwan declared sanctions against Russia, because Trump also predicted China was going to take Taiwan next, very gleefully, and as if my Taiwan deserved it. And we know that Taiwan's earned the ire of Russia now as an enemy of Russia, and Trump weaved it all together. As a matter of fact, I'll read his text, the transcript my son made of what he said, soon enough. But Russia is a historical adversary of these United States, and older politicians, both Republican and Democrat alike, grew up during the height of the Third World War we call the Cold War. For many Americans, like myself, who are 50 years or older, there exists within many of us a visceral aversion and distrust with anything having to do with the former Soviet Union, Russia, or the Iron Curtain. That mindset is not altogether rational or fair, but it exists nonetheless. It is even more prevalent among older mainstream Republicans, the very people who make up the traditional wing of that red party. Americans, particularly, but not exclusively, older conservative Americans, don't like it when people take the side of America's foes. In fact, many Republican politicians in the early days of the Cold War set out to destroy the lives of people with perceived pro-Soviet sympathies. The Republican-led McCarthy hearings of the 1950s come immediately to mind. People generally don't like it when you take sides against the family, and that is pretty much what Donald Trump is doing in taking the side of Vladimir Putin over the side of American interests. The ex-President Trump opened his betrayal by saying that he believed Putin saw the Biden administration as an opportunity to invade Ukraine, while crediting his close relationship with the Russian dictator for no incursions during his own presidency. Throughout the interview, he took multiple opportunities to espouse the supposed brilliance of Mr. Putin's auto-destructive strategy, or even, should I say, suicidal strategy, to make it plain. Nothing brilliant about destroying yourself and taking everyone down with you. That's called insanity. But here are Trump's words from his interview on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show from a couple of days ago on Tuesday, referring to Mr. Putin's declarative decision on Monday opening last work week that he would recognizably regard to breakaway regional rebel areas of eastern Ukraine, where he has been fostering separatism, as independently Russian, precepts his order for Russian troops, which Putin, misleadingly called peacekeeping forces, to reinforce said enclaves. The move was a flagrant violation of international law, was resonant of the tyrannical Allied territorial aggrandizement of the 1930s that led to World War II, and was, as Biden said on Tuesday, tantamount to the beginning of a Russian invasion. To quote as Trump, at length and verbatim, "I think he sees this opportunity. I knew that he always wanted Ukraine. I used to talk to him about it. I said, you can't do it. You're not going to do it. But I could see that he wanted it. We used to talk about it at length. I think nobody probably knows him better in terms of the discussions that we have or that we are having this morning. So I knew him very well. I got to know him. I got to know President Xi. China is going to be next. Absolutely. Not with me, they wouldn't have. They're waiting till after the Olympics. Now the Olympics ended, and look at your stopwatch, right? No, he wants that just like, it's almost like twin sisters right here. Because you have one that wants Taiwan, I think, equally badly. Somebody said, who wants it more? I think probably equally badly. But no, Putin would have never done it, and Xi would have never done it during my Trump administration. I went in yesterday, and there was a television screen, and I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of the Ukraine. Of Ukraine, Putin declares it as independent. Oh, that's wonderful. So Putin is now saying it's independent, a large section of Ukraine. I said, how smart is that? No, but think of it. Here's a guy who's very savvy. I know him very well. Very, very well. And he's Vladimir Putin. He's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. That's the strongest peace force. We could use that on our southern border. That's the strongest peace force I've ever seen. There were more army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right. You know, Biden, sends 3,000 troops, I heard this morning. 3,000 troops. What's that going to do except get in trouble? No, I would like to see our southern border protected, and they are handling Ukraine so badly. I'd rather see our southern border protected. Millions of people, not 2 million or 1 million like they say. I say 10 million. Millions of people are bum rushing our country. And many of these people come from prisons. They're being let out. Countries, 127 countries now they have. But many of these countries are emptying their prisons like we're a dumping ground right into our country. But I don't like the idea he's sending a small number of troops to Europe. It's a joke compared to what the other side does. This being an apparent reference to the 150,000 Russian troops muddying the doormat of Ukraine as he spracketh. In 3 weeks, you could finish it. They won't even let Texas use our military, which is all bought, sitting there waiting to be put up. It could have been erected in less than 3 weeks. Here, I believe he's talking about the Great Wall of America. People are getting killed in Ukraine. Bombs and missiles are flying. Innocent civilians are dying. Families are being destroyed. Trump's words will not age well. In effect, the ex-president is trying to undermine American foreign policy as the current president tries to stop a war that could kill thousands of people and threaten the post-Third World War peace, the post-Cold War static equilibrium. But it's unsurprising Trump would praise anything Putin does, given his genuflecting to the Russian leader while in office. Given that he tried to stage a coup d'etat that would have destroyed American democracy, it's hardly shocking either that he's not fretting at the loss of Ukrainian freedom. Trump once stood side by side with Putin at Helsinki, a Helsinki summit, and trashed United States intelligence agencies that said Moscow had interfered in the 2016 election to help him. And Trump tainted Ukrainian democracy himself, seeking to extort President Volodymyr Zelensky into announcing an investigation into his then Democratic rival, Joe Biden, an abuse of power that earned him the first of his historic 2 impeachments. Then on Wednesday night, Trump sounded a very similar note while speaking during a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago. According to a recording of that event, Trump told the crowd, "They say Trump said Putin's smart. I mean, he's taken over a country for $2 worth of sanctions. I'd say that's pretty smart. He's taken over a country, really a vast, vast location, a great piece of land with a lot of people, and just walking right in." Politically, this seems insane. Praising a Russian invasion with absolutely zero provocation is not the sort of thing that American politicians do. Ever since World War III, the so-called Cold War, America has viewed Russia very skeptically, understanding that the empire had expansionist tendencies that could imbalance the delicate power balance that has been in place since World War II, divert it into the frozen front lines of World War III, fought across the third world cockpit of conflicts. So why is Trump praising Putin? For Trump, everything, and I mean everything, is transactional. There is no right or wrong. There's only, can you do this thing or not, and what does it get you versus what does it cost you? In Trump's worldview, might makes right. If you can take something, you should. Being perceived as strong in your own country and in the world is all that matters. We saw that sentiment play out many times during Trump's presidency. Earlier this year, when he endorsed Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán for re-election, Trump praised him for doing a powerful and wonderful job in protecting Hungary and touted him as a strong leader of Communist Chinese autocrat Xi Jinping. Trump has said, "I like President Xi a lot. I consider him a friend, but I like him a lot. I've gotten to know him very well. He's a strong gentleman, right? Anybody that, he's a strong guy, tough guy." Of Turkish tyrant Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Trump offered this: "President Erdogan, he's tough, but I get along with him." And Trump has always praised Putin in the past for the iron grip with which he rules. In 2016, Trump said of the Russian dictator, "The man has very strong control over a country. Now it's a very different system, and I don't happen to like the system, but certainly in that system, he's been a leader. Far more than our president has been a leader." Now, gather my thoughts here. Breathe. Get myself together. And, oh my God. Trump's attraction to authoritarian rulers, then, is well established. He likes the idea that they do what they want when they want, and damn the naysayers who question them. Given all of that, no one should be surprised that Trump is praising Putin, even as the Russian dictator provokes conflict in Europe. It's what Trump truly believes, which is pretty fucking scary in and of itself. But this is more than the average Trump controversy. In the hierarchy of vital news stories on Tuesday, the ex-president's boastful ramblings pale in significance to the heart-stopping events in Eastern Europe, but his comments amounted to more than the normal carnival barking and prioritizing of personal obsessions over national interests for which Trump is known. No other living former president would dream of, let alone get away with, lionizing an enemy Russian leader who may soon be waging the biggest war in Europe since World War II after declaring on Monday that Ukraine has no right to exist. But Trump's status as the likely favorite for the Republican nomination in 2024, he won the straw boss contest, or whatever they call it, the straw vote for nomination right there at the CPAC, and the possibility that he could return to power, takes his latest crowing over Putin's gangsterism to a new level of low. He's sending the promise of future favors and approval of Putin's illegal land seizures, which suggest he would do little to reverse them as president, and all he could to aid and abet them, in terms of appropriation and aggrandizement. Trump's latest idolization of Putin is likely to widen the growing divide in the grand old party between traditional hawks, who have sometimes praised Biden for standing up to the Russian dictator, and pro-Trump lawmakers, and conservative media stars like Tucker Carlson, who have sided with the enemy, Vladimir Putin. The enemy in the person of Vladimir Putin, but the enemy is, of course, the autocratic ideology, or nihilism, the anti-ideology, the anti-ideology is how you would say it, of nihilism that he personifies. Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, a possible future Republican presidential candidate, also recently praised Putin, a scourge of democracy, as a very talented and gifted statesman. In fact, Mike Pompeo is of two minds about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On the other hand, on the one hand, the former Secretary of State is critical of America's failure to deter the attack. In a Thursday Fox News column, he wrote, "President Biden has been weak toward Putin, unstable and unclear. He doesn't understand what is at stake in the fight against Russia and doesn't know that it takes strength to defend America and keep us out of war." On the other hand, Pompeo has a great deal of respect for the man who has ordered the invasion. Those are his words, not mine. "I have enormous respect for him." Even though Pompeo says he saw the attack coming, he spent the lead-up lavishing praise on Vladimir Putin. In an interview last week, he called the Russian dictator very savvy and very shrewd, like the same playbook as Trump. They're using the same words. They're like parrots. Pompeo adding, I consider him an elegantly sophisticated counterpart and one who is not reckless, but has always done the math. Oh man, did that fall on its face with this invasion? You're 0 for 10 there, buddy. In January, Pompeo told Fox, he is a very talented statesman. He has lots of gifts. He was a KGB agent, for goodness sakes. He knows how to use power. We should respect that. Now, even Peter Moon was echoing that. He probably heard it from Pompeo. He's got to stop watching Fox News. You can guess which of Pompeo's takes on Putin entered heavy circulation on Russian state television. Pompeo's jumbled response reflects the often incoherent foreign policy of his former boss, Donald Trump. The invasion of Ukraine has prompted the latest round of the Grand Old Party's attempt to figure out what it believes, other than backing Trump and opposing President Joe Biden. At the moment, 3 major factions seem to have emerged. Orthodox Trump cultists, old-line national security conservatives, and a hybrid camp. Trump's statements about Ukraine are as confusing as ever, at least if you try to read them for anything other than improvisatory self-aggrandizement. Trump's Ukraine policy was all over the place. He sent weapons to Ukraine, something that Obama administration had refused to do. He also accepted Putin's seizure of the Crimea, and he infamously tried to withhold aid from the Ukrainian government in exchange for help in the presidential election, leading to his first impeachment. This week, Trump has said that Putin is playing Biden like a drum, and also, I know Vladimir Putin very well, and he would have never done during the Trump administration what he is doing now. No way! Yet, at an event at Mar-a-Lago, night before last, by now, I think, Trump, like Pompeo, praised Putin's strategic genius. I mean, he's taken over a country for $2 worth of sanctions. I'd say that's pretty smart. Oh, man. It's a lot more than $2, Donny boy. There's nothing wrong, despite what some commentators might have you believe, with criticizing the Biden administration's approach to Ukraine and Russia. I've done it myself throughout this transmission. Although an old tradition held that politics stops at the water's edge, in other words, everyone should back the president in foreign policy, the Trump administration showed the folly and futility of that view. Many people criticized his handling of world affairs, and often rightly so. Some of the present criticism of Biden is inane, but other parts are substantive. What is galling about these comments from Pompeo and Trump is not their break with the White House, but their insistence on heaping praise on Putin, a habit that springs from Trump's personal affection for Putin, as well as his admiration for authoritarian politics. Not so long ago, Pompeo was the house hawk in the isolationist-leaning Trump administration, which was led by a man who preferred pulling back from the world. A West Point grad and Army veteran himself, Pompeo knows better. He also knows that his presidential ambitions probably cannot withstand a sharp break with Donald Trump. The fact that this is coming from leading members of the party of ex-President Ronald Reagan, or the late President Ronald Reagan, I should say, who beseeched then Soviet General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev to tear down this wall in divided Berlin, and was credited with winning World War III, our so-called Cold War, represents a startling transformation. And it shows how far the Grand Old Party has traveled away from its respect for fundamental American democratic values in the total pursuit of all power. Some Republicans have been more subtle in their criticism of Biden. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has backed the president's effort to unite Western allies behind these United States in order to confront Putin and is in favor of strong sanctions to punish the Russian leader. But not for the first time on Tuesday, the Kentucky Republican demonstrated that he was ready to play the game at both ends, accusing Biden of causing the crisis through weakness. In Lexington on Tuesday, McConnell said, "I don't believe Vladimir Putin would have a couple of 100,000 troops on the border with Ukraine had we not precipitously withdrawn from Afghanistan last August. The impression we have left, first with the abandonment of Afghanistan, is that America is not interested in playing as large a leadership role as we used to." Now McConnell is tapping into a sentiment shared by many Americans of both parties that the U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan last year was chaotic and poorly planned, to say the least, and hurt perceptions of Biden's leadership abroad, no doubt. At the same time, however, Biden's leadership in this crisis has been more assured. He has, for instance, brought NATO members closer than they have been in many years. The idea that Biden is weak in the face of Putin is sure to play out on the midterm campaign trail all year, but the fact that Republicans are laying such a charge, following their complicity in Trump's obsequious attitude towards the enemy, Vladimir Putin, is hypocritical and absurd. The House Republican leadership, which is in Trump's pocket, accused Biden of appeasement on Tuesday, the same day that their de facto leader described Putin as a genius. This brings us back to Trump's repeated fawning over Putin. While the last administration often laid out a firm stance against Russia, it was repeatedly undermined by Trump's gushing admiration for Putin in public and his habit of making impulsive decisions that played into Russia's foreign policy goals, including American withdrawal from northern Syria. Trump lauded Putin in the interview Tuesday as a tough cookie who loves his country, and he insisted that he had stopped Putin from invading Ukraine on his watch. The former president said, "I knew that he always wanted Ukraine. I used to talk to him about it. I said, you can't do it. You're not going to do it. But I could see that he wanted it." In reality, Trump suggested during his 2016 campaign that Russia could keep Crimea, another Ukrainian territory which Putin had already annexed in 2014. Parroting a Kremlin talking point, Trump said, "The people of Crimea, from what I've heard, would rather be with Russia than where they were." The idea that Trump's toughness prevented Putin from invading Ukraine is undermined not only by his chummy exchanges with an enemy leader who imprisoned opponents and presides over a country where journalists are often killed. One of the goals of Putin's pressure on Ukraine, as he has made repeatedly clear, is to drive NATO back to its boundaries at the end of the Cold War and to divide the Western alliance. With Trump in power, the Russian leader didn't need to bother with the latter goal, since his counterpart in the White House frequently berated transatlantic allies and cozied up to all America's enemies. But it's not as if Putin let up on America when Trump was in power. Cyber attacks emanating from Russian soil also took place throughout the Trump presidency, including the SolarWinds operation that breached U.S. federal agencies. Supposed respect for the U.S. didn't stop Russian agents from using a biological weapon on British soil to poison a defector, according to the United Kingdom government itself. there be multiple documented instances of Trump being soft on Putin, and grand old party criticisms of Biden as failing to stand up to Putin conveniently forget Trump's notorious Helsinki news conference, not to mention the multiple strange contacts between his 2016 campaign and Russian outsiders. But something is happening to Donald Trump's world that he simply cannot afford. Republicans are starting to ignore him. Top-name Republicans like Mitch McConnell, Mike Pence, Lindsey Graham, and many others came us down strongly against Vladimir Putin with hardly a mention of Donald Trump. About the only Republican of note that supports Trump's view is Tucker Carlson, and he is, well, as great a enemy asset as Alex Jones. Tucker Carlson. For Donald Trump and his brand of populism, being ignored is tantamount to political death. Donald Trump has taken over the right-wing base of this country by sheer force of his strongman personality. I have no doubt that many of the Trump rally attendee crowd will continue to support him. But Donald Trump will suffer politically from his recent comments, perhaps irrevocably. When asked about Trump's comments during a press conference on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that the Biden administration would try not to take advice from anyone who praises President Putin and his military strategy. Most sagacious advice in and of itself, considering how blatantly Communist Chinese dictator Xi punked Russia's life-term President Putin. China maintains a close relationship with the Russian Empire and offered naught but tacit approval of Putin's moves towards Ukraine. Red China did not join a collective rebuke of Russia during an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council, instead urging restraint and diplomacy without ever mentioning troop movements. My Taiwan has been a thorn in the side of China on the mainland ever since Chiang Kai-shek led his revolt to the island we call Taiwan today and established what is now one of the world's most robust and successful democracies. My true homeland and heartland of Taiwan is home to several major producers of leading-edge semiconductors, has been among the biggest beneficiaries of a global rebound in trade as the COVID-19 pandemic eases. While my Taiwan has been self-governing since 1949, Red China seeks reunification with the democratic island, my democratic island, and has never ruled out a military takeover. Communist life-term President Xi has repeatedly asserted that my Taiwan is still part of Red China and will one day reunite with that nation on the mainland, so it would be quite useful for him to know how the Western world will react when a large nuclear power tries to seize and occupy a democratic nation under the rubric of that nation being illegitimate. But how to find out how America, Europe, and the democracies of Asia, Australia, New Zealand would react? And what weapons and tools we may employ as punishment if Xi were to simply roll into Taiwan with his enormous military might. The Pooh machine, because he hates being called Winnie the Pooh because he's supposed to look like him. I don't see the resemblance because Winnie the Pooh is cute and Xi Jinping looks like shit. But how about Xi and his advisors encouraging Russia to do the same thing with Ukraine? That would be on a par with China taking Taiwan and would quickly reveal how reactive the West would be to such a move. Putin obviously was already planning something like this, but most certainly ran it past Xi Jinping. And if China said they would oppose an invasion of Ukraine, Putin may have hesitated or limited his actions to the eastern breakaway regions. As rendered obvious by the fact that just a week or two ago, Putin traveled to China for the Olympics and hung out with Xi, and that China has offered tacit support to Russia in taking Ukraine, refusing to vote against them in the United Nations Security Council, for example, I can guarantee that the Communist Chinese Empire set Putin up, even if it was just compliant encouragement, with Red China watching very, very carefully to see how we and the rest of the democracies of the world would react. However, relatively few of Taiwan's residents appear to believe that a takeover is imminent, regardless of the situation in Ukraine and Red China recently ramping up military displays of force near my island. A Taiwanese Public Opinion Foundation poll released on Tuesday, found that 63% of Taiwan residents did not believe that Russia was invading Ukraine would prompt a Chinese invasion. They didn't believe that Russia invading Ukraine would prompt a Chinese invasion, while only 27% said they believed it would. In the USA, alt-right jock sniffers kitted out in their camo cosplay worship Vladimir Putin. The Russian autocrat has become the de facto leader of the global white supremacist neo-nationalist movement. Because Putin has been on quite a roll, he defeated Georgia in a 12-day war and set up the Georgian provinces of South Ossetia and Abkhazia as vassal states. He annexed the Ukrainian province of Crimea without firing a shot, and he installed a Russian stooge and incompetent clown as president of his biggest enemy, the USA. As president, Trump took a wrecking ball to the NATO alliance, intentionally opening up Eastern Europe to Russian aggression for his handlers in Moscow. The head of the Russian opposition, Alexei Navalny, is in jail after poisoning failed to kill him. Putin is the uncontested czar of a corrupt kleptocracy that rules Russia with an iron fist. Just the kind of He-Man that gives guys like Pillsbury Doughboy Tucker Carlson wet dreams. But it's not just the racists and neo-Nazis that believe Putin is a Machiavellian genius who is single-handedly keeping at bay the woke gay hordes. The Western press has bought into the narrative as well. It seems no one thought that President Biden, disunited Europe, and comedian-turned-politician, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, was a match for Vlad's political genius. But right from the beginning of Putin's biggest power play, things started going south. And the aura of invincibility that Putin had built up began to crack and then crumble. American intelligence has been wrong about everything from Vietnam to Iraq, but under President Biden, it seems they got everything exactly right on Putin's intentions in Ukraine. The president exposed every plot twist and tactic that Putin deployed, making any chance of creating a credible excuse for military action a non-starter. Assembling 200,000 troops on the border of Europe and threatening violence did not have the effect that the perennial bully Putin had hoped for. It was just what Biden needed to reassemble the NATO alliance and give it a common purpose and laser focus. In one stroke, our U.S. president was able to undo all the damage that Donald Trump had done. Even the right-wing government of Hungary is now on board for kicking the Russians out of the SWIFT banking system, which will immediately cripple the already weak Russian economy. Yeah, just $2 sanctions there. Yeah, that's genius, man. No, it ain't worth that. The Ukrainians have been supplied by the West with javelins and stingers, which are now wreaking havoc on Russian tanks, armored equipment, and aero power. Like the USA and Europe, Ukraine did not respond as Putin expected. It seems the genius Putin is completely ignorant of what has been happening in the country right on his border, that he has made the center of his strategic plan and political future. In the 8 years since the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine has transformed its economy and is no longer economically dependent on the Russian Empire. Its people no longer see themselves as being in the sphere of influence and subservient to Russia, and its armed forces have been built up into a credible fighting force that has 8 years of combat experience in eastern Ukraine thanks to Russian insurgency. After Russia, Ukraine is the largest country in Europe with a population of over 40 million people. If you invade a country of that size and miscalculate on the size of the challenge, the results for the invading army are now catastrophic. That seems to be exactly what is happening to the white supremacist Russian army, the great white hope of all the Amero faggots who actually are stupid enough to believe that Russia won World War II. While Putin looks more and more unhinged and disconnected from reality, the president of Ukraine is serving as an inspiration to his people and the world. The defenders of liberal democracy are the real badasses of this story. The 13 young Ukrainians who died rather than surrender, telling a Russian warship to go fuck itself. The Ukrainian woman who told a Russian soldier to put the sunflower seeds she wanted to give him in his pocket, so that when he was killed on the soil of Ukraine, the national flower would grow wherever he fell, his body feeding it as fertilizer. The politicians, troops, and people of every class of Ukrainian society who have taken up arms to defend their country and stand for democracy and truth. The stories coming out of Ukraine daily are nails in the coffin, not only of the myth of Putin and his band of thugs, but of the goddamn myth of Russian victory in World War II that the white supremacists so fervently believe. That Russia can never be defeated. That wherever the Russians go, military victory is assured. Never seeming to have ever known of the Russo-Japanese War, where we wipe the Russians off the waves. Corrupt societies don't produce efficient armies, white man. The Russian army is likely as riddled with corruption as the Russian government, and conscripts are likely as mistreated as Russian citizens, you fucking ignorant white-ass American cracker. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, could not be more highly motivated and unified. They're the heroes here, and they wiped your white belly ass right off the goddamn floor. All you fish belly white Americans, you make me sick. And the Ukrainians could take your ass on as well. You cracker cosplay motherfuckers who so worship Russia and wave the goddamn Russian flag just because it's got red, white, and blue doesn't make it your American flag any more than you feel your American flag represents you when you bring your Confederate flag into the Capitol building. Your genius Putin has totally isolated Russia. While Putin and his oligarchs are filthy rich, they preside over a third-rate weakling economy. Trade with Europe and Ukraine is worth billions more to China than trade with Russia and China will act accordingly. They will be happy to buy Russian energy at bargain basement prices, but Russia should never expect Red China to lift a finger or risk any monetary loss for the Cracker Barrel Russian Empire. Did you hear what I said? Cracker man here in America, you white savages who I'm stranded among, who worship the Russians as your master race. Red China's trade with Ukraine is worth billions more than their trade with your fucking white trash empire. That white trash sewer shit you want to turn America into. Sweden and Finland, who have been traditionally neutral, are now considering joining NATO, thanks to your brilliant Russian chess master, Vlad Putin. Russians are demonstrating against the war in cities all over Russia. The Ukrainians are extracting a very heavy price for every inch of Ukrainian ground, radioactive though its soil might be. This entire shit show has backfired in the most spectacular fashion on your man Putin. So it turns out Putin is no genius, and Putin's military is most certainly not invincible. In fact, it's a train wreck on treads. Turns out the emperor has no clothes, cracker man. Your emperor has no clothes, and we see his fish belly, white beard, belly, and butt crack, and he looks just as fucking ugly as you, and his penis is just as small as yours is. The destruction of the white myth that Putin has created about himself and pristine Russia under Putin will be fatal to Putin's hold on power. Believing his own bullshit, he's bitten off far more than he can chew. And now he's choking. Just like you when you suck his cock. This could be the beginning of the end for Vladimir. He's already starting to sound like Trump ranting in the White House in the last days of his misadministration, which is fitting enough as Donald Trump can't stop praising Vladimir Putin. This brings us to what Trump's lavish praise of Putin reveals. Given the chance, former President Donald Trump took the headline-grabbing route and declared Russian leader Vladimir Putin very savvy, and his decision to roll his army into separatist-held parts of Ukraine genius. It's hard to know if the former president could have said anything more disturbing as Russia bullies a much smaller country. But it's certain that he sided with America's opponent. He was being true to himself. Leaders of democracies on both sides of the Atlantic have condemned Putin's unprovoked and unjustified aggression. With his forces arrayed to Ukraine's north, east, and south, the autocrat talks about Ukraine's past status as a Russian colony as he gins up domestic support for war. Noting Putin's strategy of falsely calling his troops peacekeepers, Trump told an interviewer, "That's pretty savvy. That's the strongest peace force I've ever seen," Trump said. "There were more army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right." Trump has long admired strength above all else, and his new comments on Putin are fully consistent with his long-professed admiration for the Russian dictator. He offered no words of condemnation for a regime threatening the worst military conflict in Europe since World War II. Instead, Trump violated an unwritten rule by attacking our current president as he struggles to deal with the war against one of America's friends. Since everything is apparently about Trump, he claimed he would have handled this crisis better and took a further swipe at President Joe Biden. Trump said, "This never would have happened with us," then adding that Biden is a man that has no concept of what he's doing. You know, World War II is an apt reference point for anyone seeking the roots of Donald Trump's behavior. That war had ended the year before Trump was born, according to conventional history that has no awareness of the Japanese-American Peace Treaty, America itself, and Title 38 of the U.S. Code, which doesn't even recognize that so-called surrender ceremony on the Missouri as legitimate, holding that World War II didn't even enter ceasefire stage until December 31st of 1946. But that's when Trump was born, that year. And that war, which was still ongoing, had shaped his mentor at the New York Military Academy, the NYMA, which he had been dumped into by his father as a biological toxic waste dump site, a landfill where juvenile delinquents go to die inside. That's what Trump attended during his junior and senior high school years. His personal instructor was Theodore Tobias, who had served as an enlisted man in the Allies' ferocious campaign in Italy. First off the barge at Anzio. And prior to his death in 2016, Tobias said, "The blood, the screaming, remained fresh in his mind." At NYMA, NYMA, he taught boys to be fighters who respected strength. Trump would say Tobias would rough you up as he transmitted life lessons. Personally, I think the guy was a lunatic myself and suffering from PTSD that was never treated, and he was basically beating kids up as a form of child abuse. And you can see the results in Donald Trump. That's trauma from basically a homosexual who doesn't even need to stick his dick inside you. The guy probably had performance issues and couldn't get it up, so he spent all his time beating boys half to death. Here's your life lesson. Strength. Might makes right. Now, as former president and current leader of the Republican Party, Trump seems to have taught his political followers to respect Putin's strength as he does. Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, recently called Putin very shrewd, very capable, adding, "I have enormous respect for him." Some in Congress and in the Trump-supporting commentariat either used the moment to attack Biden or take Russia's side in a conflict Putin began when he invaded Ukraine in 2014, simply seizing control of the Crimea. To be fair to Pompeo, he has also painted Ukrainians as victims in this crisis, but the fact that any American leader would exploit this state of emergency to express admiration for Putin and to attack Biden is anathema to America's political tradition. As retired General Barry McCaffrey put it, Putin is a murderous thug. Any praise for him should be compared with the old observation that I guess I'll use a hackneyed cliche, that the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini made Italy's trains run on time. If anything could be more un-American than offering praise for an authoritarian as he invades a weaker democratic nation that is friendly to the United States, it might be adding to this indecency a bit of whining about personal political concerns. Yes, in the same interview, Trump repeated his big lie about being cheated out of re-election in 2020, saying, well, what went wrong was a rigged election. What went wrong is a candidate that shouldn't be there, and a man that has no concept of what he's doing. In addition to indoctrinating all of the grand old party to echo his big lie, Trump has led them to break with a long tradition of rallying behind the president in times of international conflict. With Biden repositioning our military to defend NATO allies that border Ukraine, America is clearly not on Putin's side. Sadly, many prominent American politicians, led by Donald John Trump, most certainly are. This current crisis is only the latest skirmish in which democracy, as represented by these United States, is confronting a rising threat of autocracy. As the American-based Freedom House think tank puts it, freedom is under pressure from around the world. Perhaps it's no surprise that Donald Trump, who has praised dictators many a times, seems opposed to protecting certain democracies now. It is a travesty that demonstrates, once again, that he doesn't grasp what America stands for. Democracy, freedom, peace. And he is leading others to stand with him against all that. Understandably, Democrats are justifiably outraged at Donald Trump's recent praise of Vladimir Putin, worried it will undermine President Joe Biden as he faces the most critical juncture yet in his effort to stymie the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Commenting on Putin's invasion of Ukraine this week, Trump called Russia's leader savvy and praised his tactics as genius, whilst paradoxically also claiming that had he still been president, Putin would not have invaded Ukraine. In other words, it's genius that Putin does this, but if I were there, he wouldn't. Then I guess he's not a genius. Many Democrats, while swift to condemn Trump's remarks as outrageous and pro-authoritarian, demurred when asked whether Trump's comments could undermine Biden's response to Putin, signaling an unwillingness to follow the former president to distract from Biden's efforts. Senatoress Tina Smith, a Michigan Democrat, told Insider Magazine, "In terms of what our president is doing right now, Trump's comments are irrelevant to that." Representative Andy Levin, a Michigan Democrat who sits on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, went on record to say, President Biden is countering this violent right-wing assault on freedom with international unity. He's isolating and weakening Putin, and he's exposing Trump and his base for what it is. And Senator Bernie Sanders, that old commie, an independent of Vermont, a communist impersonated, an independent impersonated communist of Vermont, tweeted that it was outrageous that Trump was taking Russia's side. And this is a guy, Bernie Sanders, who, before the Soviet Union collapsed, and I mean like just months before Mikhail Gorbachev defected, he came back from the Soviet Union and he said, I have seen the future, and it is the union of Soviet Socialist republics. I guess he got a little wiser as he got older. To quote his T, it should concern us all that Putin is exactly the kind of leader Trump would like to be, and that so few Republicans have the courage to say this out loud. Now, Biden himself must walk a tightrope in responding to Putin's aggression in Ukraine with enough force to discourage the offensive while honoring his current pledge to keep U.S. forces out of the country. I think that's chicken shit as hell, and the troops should be sent in. And, of course, we should go to war with Russia and just decapitate Putin. Take him out of the fucking capital and replace him with the constitutional monarchy and run free elections. This attack also cometh at a time when Biden is confronting the lowest approval ratings, and Americans are frustrated with rising inflation affecting necessities like groceries and gasoline, which could be exacerbated by the situation in Ukraine and the economic deterrence the United States and its allies are imposing on the Russian Empire. On Thursday, Biden announced harsher sanctions on Russia's banks and oligarchs, and that he had authorized additional U.S. forces to deploy to United Germany with the aim of bolstering its allies in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Biden simply saying, Putin is the aggressor, Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. But Ronald Reagan is spinning in his grave. While Biden has sought to project a united front against Russia, Trump and many conservatives have spent the past several days slamming Biden's response. At the Conservative Political Action Conference in Florida, Trump's defenders harshly criticized Biden's handling of the Ukraine crisis. To quoteist Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, the U.S. southern border matters a lot more than the Ukrainian border. I'm more worried about how the cartels are deliberately trying to infiltrate our country than a dispute 5,000 miles away in cities we can't pronounce, in places most Americans can't find on a map. Well, man, maybe you should educate yourself. Maybe you should have not dropped out of kindergarten, you dumb fuck cracker motherfucker, bleach white, fish belly white motherfucker. Meanwhile, former Trump advisor Stephen Bannon told listeners on his War Room podcast that Putin ain't woke and seemed to praise Russia's harsh anti-LGBTQIA plus policies. But of course he did. Representativist Susan Wild, a Pennsylvania Democrat who also serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, told Insider Magazine she was saddened that some Republicans have been just taking it as a political moment to rip the administration apart. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, noted the congressional delegation attending the Munich Security Conference on February 21st were in bipartisan solidarity in how the United States should respond to Putin's aggression. Thereafter, he telling Insider magazine that by siding with Putin in his attack on a democratic country, Trump is undermining our national security and that of our allies. It risks undermining support for what has got to be a collective effort to fight an authoritarian attack on a democratic country. I don't think we've ever seen a situation where a former president of the United States actually took the side of the United States' adversary. When you've got a war going on, it's obscene to see a former president take the side of the aggressor. There are plenty of Republicans who support the president's approach and are also cringing at the fact that Trump has perverted their party when it comes to issues like this. More notable about Trump's comments, and those of his cultists, is how far they have strayed from past Republican presidents who faced down the former Soviet Union and the global reach of communism decades ago. Matt Bennett, co-founder of the center-left think tank Third Way, said that Trump was committing this near treasonous act that complicated Biden's efforts, especially at home. To quote his T, "I think it just further deepens the divide in America between those living in a world in which facts and decency matter and those who aren't. Ronald Reagan is spinning in his grave. This is the precise opposite of everything that Reagan stood for. He believed in a strong America that was a hyperpower and the leader of the world, and he believed that aggressive Russian leaders were evil." So, Ukraine lays bare how the party of Reagan became the party of Trump. In World War III America, throughout the so-called Cold War, it was easy to win the parlor game of spot the Republican. It was the foreign policy hawk slamming Russian aggression, calling for the United States to stand up to dictators, maybe wearing a better dead than red button for good measure, rather than make America great again. Or it was the suited lawmaker calling for lower taxes and less government intervention in people's lives. The 2022 midterms would seem to offer the perfect issues for a grand old party already poised to make big gains this fall. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine provided a platform for the get tough on autocrats crowd, a chance for them to opine on the importance of protecting democracy and keeping American shores safe from foreign aggressors. President Joe Biden's push for higher taxes on people making more than $400,000 United States dollars annually offers an opportunity for an anti-tax campaign message. High inflation gives the grand old party an opening to reach out to working class and lower income Americans whose meager pocketbooks are being pinched. Instead, the grand old party remade by former President Donald Trump has been acting nothing like its former self. Once a party that hailed as its greatest hero Ronald Reagan, who battled the Soviet Empire and won World War III, the grand old party has focused its attention on matters involving race and culture. Marjorie Hershey, Professoress Emeritus at the Indiana University Bloomington and authoress of the book entitled Party Politics in America, has found that that's partly due to Trump and partly due to changing demographics that have increasingly defined both parties, with Republicans largely white and Democrats more people of color. Albeit now, she concludes it's a status anxiety message. Her words, status anxiety message, SAM, S-A-M, that is resonating with white voters who are seeing their worlds change with shifting demographics. To quote as she, "It isn't that unusual for a party to be probing month by month, election by election, to see what works and what doesn't. The Republicans have discovered, especially since Donald Trump, that there is a market for this politically. The pandemic has had an impact on this too. When people get anxious, they tend to express fear and anxiety more readily." A week that might have had Republicans invoking the rhetoric of Reagan instead was full of goppers, GOPers, hewing the Trump playbook, or hewing to the Trump playbook. Trump, notably impeached in 2019 on charges that he threatened Ukraine for his own political advantage, openly praised Putin days before the Russian dictator invaded his sovereign neighbor, calling Putin a genius for declaring separatist regions of Ukraine to be independent. Other goppers, GOPers, made similar remarks about the former KGB agent. In a February 18th interview with the Center for the National Interest, Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, a potential 2024 Grand Old Party candidate for president himself, who has also called Putin very savvy and very shrewd, now effuses. And here I quote his tea. I consider him an elegantly sophisticated counterpart, and one who is not reckless, but has always done the math. Oh man, he should have done that math before he invaded. His mechanized columns, entire armored divisions, are at a standstill for lack of fuel. Guess he didn't calculate that. Ellen Fitzpatrick, a University of New Hampshire history professor, observes that the new Grand Old Party is exploiting the worries of working-class Americans who see a changing country, wonder what their place is in an increasingly diverse America, full of hybrids like Douglas Dietrich, the half-Vulcan, half-human. Well, there you go, quarter vampire man with the nanoplasma running through his veins, and fear their economic situations will suffer, wherein that fascination, even respect, for dictators is, among those lauding Putin for his strength and resolve, to quote as Ellen Fitzpatrick, a she, to quote as she, all about keeping and maintaining power at all costs. His followers are echoing this. There's a general ignorance of the history of the Cold War. By that she means World War III, which America fought and won, largely through the old Republicans. The Grand Old Party answer for those working-class Americans wrestling with higher gas and grocery bills? Pay more taxes! A strategy document by the National Republican Senatorial Committee Chairman, Senator Rick Scott of Florida, says that all Americans should pay some income tax to have skin in the game. Many low-income Americans do not even make enough money to have a federal income tax liability, motherfucker. At the Conservative Political Action Conference, which opened into Orlando on Thursday, the talk and the agenda was all about the culture wars, electing conservatives to school boards and mounting anti-woke campaigns, for example. One panel was titled, Are You Ready to Be Called a Racist? Subtitled, The Courage to Run for Office. Little was said Thursday about the possibility of the biggest armed conflict in Europe since the Second World War, by the Russians no less, instigated by that ancient enemy, the Great Bear. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk told conference goers that Americans should call what's happening on the southern border an invasion, as opposed to fretting about cities we can't pronounce, places that most Americans can't find on a map. Hell, for your average white boy, he's talking about any place in the United States itself. Fellow conservative activists were aligned. Candace Owens, a right-wing talk show hostess and authoress, urged her millions of Twitter followers to read the transcript of Putin's widely derided remarks this week when he suggested Ukraine was not even a real country, herself parroting Putin in tweeting, As I've said for months, NATO, under direction from the United States, is violating previous agreements and expanding eastward. We are at fault. In a recent podcast interview with former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon, J.D. Vance, a Grand Old Party candidate for Senate from Ohio himself, said, I don't really care what happens in Ukraine one way or another. When retired Army General Barry McCaffrey criticized Vance on Twitter as a shameful person whose comments are those of a stooge for Russian aggression, Vance shot back, tweeting, Oh, by the way, how much do you stand to gain financially from a war with Russia, Barry? In Washington, Grand Old Party lawmakers had harsh words about the Russian invasion, and many of them were not so much for Putin as for Biden. Tuesday, the House Grand Old Party tweeted a photo of Biden walking away from the podium after delivering a speech announcing sanctions against Russia. And more to come if Putin indeed escalated the invasion with text that read, "This is what weakness on the world stage looks like." Well, I shan't argue with that, but it must be qualified and contextualized. Oh my God. As the White House and its allies mobilized to respond to Putin's threat to Europe midday Thursday, Senator Ted Cruz, Texas Republican, tweeted, "Biden's weakness, both in general and his surrender on Nord Stream 2, undeniably facilitated Putin's invasion of Ukraine." An exception to the blame Biden crowd was Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, who laid into Putin for invading a sovereign nation. In his words, without sans justification, sans provocation, and sans honor. Meaning, without justification, without provocation, and without honor. In a statement, Romney said, "Putin's impunity predictably follows our tepid response to his previous horrors in Georgia and Crimea, our naive efforts at a one-sided reset, and the short-sightedness of America First. The 80s called, and we didn't answer." The latter part of his criticism appeared to be aimed at Trump and his foreign policy views. Romney, notably, was the only Republican in 2020 to vote to convict Donald Trump after the former president's first impeachment. The charges were that Trump threatened to withhold military aid to a vulnerable Ukraine unless its leader helped dig up dirt on Biden's family. Now, per chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov, here's how to checkmate Putin. Widely considered history's all-time greatest chess player, Garry Kasparov, who is a veteran expert on the psyche of Russian President Vladimir Putin, delivered on Thursday a series of messages detailing how to isolate and ultimately defeat Putin on Twitter. Kasparov's commentary came as in response to Putin's military invasion of the Ukraine. The chess grandmaster, if you don't believe he knows Putin and that he's the expert, he's the guy who wrote the book on him. He authored a book titled Winter is Coming, subtitled Why Vladimir Putin and the Enemies of the Free World Must Be Stopped, released in 2015, or published that year, a year after Putin illegally seized Crimea from the Ukraine. On Wednesday, Kasparov said that Putin's invasion of Ukraine and annexation of Crimea in 2014 ended any reasonable doubts as to his nature and threat. Any attempts to negotiate with Putin since then were corruption, cowardice, and cynicism. He should have been isolated instantly. Instead, here we are. Now, Kasparov, a Russian dissident and human rights advocate himself, has been one of the lone voices warning Western leaders, aside myself, over the decades not to appease Vladimir Putin. On Thursday, he said that Western leaders rarely listened to Russian opposition leaders and rarely acted when they did listen to us. Is it too much to ask for them to listen to Ukrainian leaders now? When asked by one person on Twitter if Russians will revolt against Putin, Kasparov answered, "There is always a chance. Dictatorships are hard but brittle. If the blitzkrieg fails, and Putin is faced with too many casualties to hide, and more information gets through, the thousands protesting today could become 1,000,000. But after 21 years, it is hard. I wonder what the American tech giants could do to help get the truth to the Russian people. Most get news from state TV, unfortunately, but Apple, Facebook, Google, and the rest still have considerable reach. But courage? Usually none." Kasparov wrote, "Since I answered so many of the questions I'm getting today on Putin and Ukraine, and more, in my book, Winter is Coming, I'm pinning it. I hoped it would be history by now, but thanks to Putin and free world apathy, it's still a current event. Support Ukraine militarily, immediately. Everything but boots on the ground. All weapons, intel, cyber. Bankrupt Putin's war machine. Freeze and seize Russia's finances and those of him and his gang. Kick Russia out of every international and financial institution. PACE, Interpol, It's a terror. He added that the international community should recall all ambassadors from Russia. There is no point in talking. The new unified message is stop or be isolated completely. Ban all elements of Putin's global propaganda machine. Turn them off. Shut them down. Send them home. Stop helping the dictators spread lies and hate. Kasparov wrote further that there is a great need to expose and act against Putin's lackeys in the free world. If Gerhard Schroeder and his ilk continue to work for Putin, bring charges. Ask the owners and advertisers of networks platforming Putin propagandists like Tucker Carlson why they even allow it. Lastly, he wrote that the global community must Russian oil and gas, pressure OPEC, increase production, reopen Keystone. You can't save the planet if you don't save the people on it. Acknowledge there will be costs, sacrifices. We waited too long. The price is high, but it will only get higher. It's time to fight. He tweeted the 5 messages that I have just now read to you to his over 699,600 followers on Twitter. The tweets went viral straight away. The chess grandmaster took United Germany to task for its alleged appeasement of Putin, saying, Germany still refusing to send weapons to Ukraine after funding Putin's war machine for years, or even to remove Russia from SWIFT. Neutrality between good and evil sides with evil always. Well, the Germans heard him, and they're supplying weapons now and have voted to remove Russia from many elements of SWIFT, though we've got to hit the most important of all, their fuel, oil and gas. Because Putin uses World War II to justify attacks in Ukraine. Putin's Nazi-phobic rhetoric reveals his terrifying war aims in Ukraine. As Russians bomb Ukraine and its soldiers pour into Ukrainian territory, the question on everyone's mind is, why? What does Russia hope to accomplish with a supermassive invasion? And that's what brings us, of course, to the history lesson. Of course, I'm the one who can deliver it to you as your renegade military historian. Russian President Vladimir Putin gave his version of an answer himself in his televised speech Wednesday night when he told the world in the lead up to Thursday's attacks on Ukraine that his operation aims to denazify Ukraine, a country with a Jewish president who lost relatives in the Holocaust and who heads a Western-backed, democratically elected government. In Putin's announcing a special military operation whose goal is to protect people who have been abused by the genocide of the Kiev regime for 8 years. Must be them new murderous Judeo-Nazis. Ultimately, Putin said, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, as well as bringing to justice those who committed numerous bloody crimes against civilians. Now, on its face, this seems, well, it is detached from all reality. There is no ongoing genocide in Ukraine. While there are government-aligned fascist militias in Ukraine, ones that have risen in influence since the pro-Western Euromaidan uprising in 2013, the Ukrainian government itself is not even close to a Nazi regime, for all the reasons I've just articulated. But the Holocaust, World War II, and Nazism have been important propaganda tools for Putin in his bid to legitimize Russia's moves against the world and in Ukraine, even as legitimate historians see their abuse as disinformation and a cynical ploy to further the Russian dictator's war aims. Israel has proceeded all too cautiously, seeking not to jeopardize its security ties with the Kremlin, despite what it considers the sacred memory of the 6 million Jews by its count who were mass murdered by the Nazis in the Holocaust. As I said myself, the Nazis themselves the real Nazis, took pride in murdering 12 million Jews by their calculations. But per the Nuremberg race laws, it didn't matter who your mother or father was. If you had a single drop of Jewish blood, you were a Jew. But to Jews, it all comes through the matrilineal line. So when I asked Jews with the Simon Wiesenthal Holocaust Memorial Museum, they used to call it the Simon Wiesenthal organization back in the day, when I was talking as a Department of Defense librarian doing cross-referenced research with that organization in Los Angeles, I had asked them, why do you not say 12 million Jews, the real number, twice as much as what you always say? They said, well, who cares about the others? They're not real Jews. Which exposed to me that all too many Jews, well, if you're not a Jew and you get killed in the Holocaust, you don't count. I found that very disturbing. And the ghosts of the past are shaping today's conflict. This is the war that defines Russia. World War II, in which the Soviet Union lost an estimated 127 million people, is a linchpin of Russia's national identity. In today's Russia, officials bristle at any questioning of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics' role. Some historians say that this has been coupled with an attempt by Russia at retooling certain historical truths from the war, the cult of the Soviet war dead, exploiting the fact that every single citizen in Russia has some relation who died in that war. And they conclude that Russia, or rather they concur Russia, has simply overmagnified the Soviet role in defeating the Nazis while playing down every collaboration by Soviet citizens in the persecutions of Jews. Now, on Ukraine, Russia has tried to link the country to Nazism, particularly those who have led it since a pro-Russian leadership was toppled in 2014. This goes back to 1941, when the Ukraine, at the time part of the Soviet Union, was occupied, well, liberated by the Third Reich. And of course, Ukrainian nationalists welcomed the Nazi liberators, in part as a way to challenge their Soviet opponents. As in other countries, there was also mass collaboration. Now understand this much. Outside of Germany, there was a Jewish empire. This Jewish empire, as author Kostler has so articulated, has so proven, the 13th tribe, the Khazar, the Turks who had converted to Judaism, was spread throughout Eastern Europe in an economic empire called the Pale of Settlement. The Tsar tried to exterminate them and produced a document called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a forgery. In terms of why he did this, he felt that these Jews had too much power because they were so educated, being able to afford to go to school. They were the doctors, the lawyers, the dentists, the specialists, all the educated middle class, in effect. The peasantry, the serfs of Eastern Europe, hated them with a passion because they were like foreign overlords in what they considered their land, what they considered their blood soil, because they shed their blood in terms of their work every day until they sweated blood from their brow to make those fields produce harvests for the Tsar or other European overlords. They began killing the Jews even before the Third Reich rolled in with its mechanized columns and cavalry. So when they began killing these Jews and the Third Reich came in with the ability to industrialize the process so that the Jews would be eliminated from Eastern Europe forever, they participated enthusiastically. The greatest outdoors killing outside of a camp of Jews by the thousands was at Babi Yar, an operation in which the SS Einsatzgruppen, the action units would fire round after round into Jews that were rounded up by the Ukrainians, killing so many, firing so many rounds that their shoulders would become numb, black with bruising from all of the recoil, to the point where they finally had to let their arms hang limp, pull out their handguns, and hold their handguns to the head of a Jew they put the rifle to, meaning that they gave the rifle to the Jewish individual that they victimized, put a firearm, a handgun to his head, and said, now you start shooting for me, and then forced the Jew to keep killing other Jews until they buried tens of thousands in supermassive trenches at Babi Yar. This was one of the most massive killings of the Holocaust. Took place in the Ukraine. Without even the barbed wire of a camp to contain the Jews they massacred. Now, some of Ukraine's politicians since 2014 have sought to glorify the nationalist fighters from the era, who not only massacred Jews, but killed the Soviet enemy as well, in a wily guerrilla campaign, focusing on their opposition to Soviet rule rather than their collaboration and documented crimes against the Jews, as well as Polish peoples living in Ukraine, of which there was a whole highway of Polish, Polaki culture going down all the way to the Black Sea in western Ukraine. But making the leap from that, because of the Ukrainians seeking independence, and from that to claiming Ukraine's current government as run by a Jewish individual who lost relatives at Babi Yar, that he's somehow running a Judeo-Nazi state, does not reflect the reality of Ukraine's politics, including the landslide election of a Jewish president and the aim of many Ukrainians to strengthen their country's democracy, reduce corruption, and move closer to the West. To quote Jonathan Deckelsham, a history professor at Jerusalem's Hebrew University, in terms of all the sort of constituent parts of Nazism, none of that is in play in Ukraine. Territorial ambitions, state-sponsored terrorism, rampant Judeophobia, he uses the term anti-Semitism, bigotry, a dictatorship, none of those are in play. So this is just total fiction. What's more, the country's Ukrainian president, Judeo-Ukrainian, we should say, Volodymyr Zelensky, is practicing Jewish. He speaks proudly of how his Jewish grandfather fought against Hitler's army and has said that 3 of his grandfather's brothers were killed by German occupiers while his grandfather survived the war. That hasn't stopped Russian officials from comparing Zelensky to Jews who were forced to collaborate with the Nazis during the Holocaust. As if he were one of those men who the Einsatzgruppen had put a handgun to his head and said, now you pick up the rifle and you fire. And with this blatantly absurd rhetoric, Putin is laying out the propaganda groundwork for the overthrow of Ukraine's legitimately elected government. Per Michael Kaufman, director of Russia studies at the CNA think tank, it is a military operation with maximalist war aims, whose ultimate aim is regime change. U.S. intelligence has warned that Putin aims to topple Ukraine's government, round up prominent Ukrainians to be killed or sent to camps, and install a puppet regime in Kiev. When Putin speaks of denazification and bringing Ukrainians to justice, this is exactly what he means. The word demilitarization hints at the real reasons he's willing to do this, that he wishes to end Ukraine's status as an independent sovereign state. Putin believes that Ukraine is an illegitimate country that exists on land that's historically and rightfully Russian. Zelensky's willingness to move away from Moscow and towards the West is, in Putin's mind, an attempt to legitimize the false regime in Kiev. The existence of an anti-Russian regime in what he views as rightfully Russian territory populated by rightfully Russian people is unacceptable to him. So unacceptable that he is willing to wage a costly and bloody war over it. So talk of denazification, while absurd on a factual level, is nonetheless revealing. It tells us that Putin is acting on his long-held belief that the Ukrainian government has no right to be independent. It hints at his ultimate goal to ethnically cleanse Ukraine into a Russified vassal state of a new ethno-nationalist Russian empire of what he deems to be ethnically pure Russians. So, to articulate the nationalist worldview, what my biological father Adolf Hitler would call Weltanschauung, behind Putin's war. And by the way, I've had some people write me on email, so you can't be sure that your father was Adolf Hitler or the man who raised you, George Dietrich? And of course, look, the chances of George Dietrich being my father are incredibly slim because he had 4 or 5 wives. We really didn't know how many. We know it was a lot. Potentially 6. He had like close to half a dozen wives before he married my mother. And none of those unions produced children, which was why he divorced each and every one of them. He was very likely rendered sterile by exposure to radiation at so many of those atomic tests that he participated in, from Eniwetok to Bikini Atoll. So the likelihood, that man's sperm probably glowed in the dark. He could probably have signaled down airplanes with his zipper. So the idea of George Dietrich being my father, well, there's always a possibility, but you would think I would have 2 heads. Nothing against my father, the man who raised and guided me. I love him. If he were my biological father, I would be proud. But the likelihood of that is extraordinarily slim. This is why my mother resorted to the frozen sperm she had extracted from a blowjob she delivered to Adolf Hitler at the age of 16 or 17. And there you have it. I suppose you'll hold that against Hitler too. Now, Putin has laid out key elements of his thinking in statements over the years, ranging from a 2005 declaration that the collapse of the Soviet Union was a major geopolitical disaster to a 5,000-word essay on Ukrainian history published last year. But his most relevant formulation for the purpose of understanding the current invasion came as an inflammatory speech on Ukrainian policy delivered on Monday, opening last work week, or his Ukraine policy, his Ukraina policy. That speech was ostensibly a justification for his decision to recognize the independence of pro-Russian secessionist regimes in the eastern Ukrainian provinces of Donetsk and Luhansk. But it was also a lengthy disquisition on nationalist grievance, one that Russia experts widely saw as an authentic guide to his motivations during the Ukraine crisis. The central contention of the address is that Ukraine and Russia are, in historical terms, essentially inseparable. Alina Polyakova, the presidentress of the Center for European Policy Analysis think tank, articulates that, per the Kremlin's official translation, what we now call Ukraine was entirely created by Russia, or to be more precise, by Bolshevik Communist Russia. Since time immemorial, the people living in the southwest of what has historically been Russian land have called themselves Russians. Ukraine is not just a neighboring country for us, it is an inalienable part of our own history, culture, and spiritual space. I am convinced that Putin was speaking from the heart. Now, in this highly questionable narrative, a trio of early Soviet leaders, Lenin, Stalin, and Khrushchev, carved land away from Russia and several nearby nations to create a distinct and ahistorical republic called Ukraine. The The creation of Ukraine, which simply translates as borderland, and the other Soviet republics was an attempt to win the support of the most zealous nationalists across the Soviet Union at the expense of the historical idea of Russia. In the speech, Putin uses a revealing metaphor on these issues: the virus of nationalism. Ukrainian nationalism, in his view, is an infection introduced to the Russian host by the Bolsheviks. When the Soviet Union collapsed and republics from Ukraine to Estonia to Georgia declared independence, the virus killed its host. Putin's narrative is twisted history. It is simply incorrect to say that Ukraine has no independent national identity separate from Russia. Timothy Snyder, a Yale University historian of Eastern Europe, writes in the Financial Times that Putin is no historian. To quote his T, the Ukrainian authorities, I would like to emphasize this, began by building their statehood on the negation. Well, that's Putin saying. I mean, I've got Putin's essay up here in front of me. The only thing that Timothy Snyder said of consequence was Putin is no historian. Regardless, Putin does see the former Soviet republics, and above all Ukraine, as parts of Russia wrongly wrenched from the motherland. As a result, he cannot see post-Soviet Ukraine as a real country. In his view, it has no real history nor national tradition to unite it. Instead, he sees it as a playground for oligarchs who deploy anti-Russian demagoguery as a smokescreen for their corruption. And to quote his Vladimir Putin himself from his essay, the Ukrainian authorities, I would like to emphasize this, began by building their statehood on the negation of everything that united us. Now, Russian control over Ukraine, he argues, has been replaced by a different kind of foreign rule, that of the West. After the 2013 Euromaidan protests, which toppled pro-Russian dictator Viktor Yanukovych, who I mentioned earlier, Ukraine itself was placed under external control, a colony with a puppet regime. I mean, that's a bold claim, and bold claims require bold evidence. Now, the implication of this historical contra-narrative, this ahistorical contra-narrative, is that the Ukrainian government, in its current form, is both illegitimate and intolerable. It is illegitimate because Putin views Ukraine as a rightful part of Russia, separated purely by an accident of history. It is intolerable because Ukraine's government seeks to legitimate itself by courting conflict with Russia, both oppressing its native Russian speakers and menacing Russia's borders. This is all in Putin's mind. In his mind, a pro-Western Ukraine could serve as a launching pad either for a NATO invasion of Russia, which it has no, shall we say, a chartered right to do. It is chartered as a defensive organization. Somewhat more plausibly, a CIA-backed popular uprising against his regime, the Putinista regime, where you could have a CIA insurgency source out of Ukraine in Putin's ever security-conscious mind. So there is, in Putin's mind, a seamless connection between Russian nationalism and Russian security interests. Putin believes that the current Ukrainian government, with its Jewish comedian president, threatens Russia for reasons bound up in their imperial past. Restoring Russian control over territories that he believes it rightfully owns would be the only way of ending the threat. Because the Jewish comedian's funnier than Putin is, and people just like him a lot better anyway. Hell, the Russians would probably elect that guy as president, Zelensky, if they had a choice. This thinking is most clearly on display in the most ominous line in Putin's blood-curdling speech, one that we can now clearly read as a promise to invade Ukraine. You want decommunization? Very well, this suits us just fine. But why stop halfway? We are ready to show what real decommunization would mean for Ukraine. Now, Putin's worldview helps us understand Russia's true war aims. With this history in mind, it's possible to make sense of Putin's seemingly unhinged ranting about genocide and the denazification of Ukraine. For starters, the idea of Ukraine as a Nazi state is deeply rooted in the Russian nationalist narrative. To quote Seva Gunitsky, a political scientist at the University of Toronto who studies Russia, it goes back to World War II when Ukrainian partisans took the Nazi side against the Soviets. The narrative in Russia today is that these are all neo-Nazis running the show. Ukraine might have remained a sovereign state so long as it had a pro-Putin government. Reuniting the lands formally would probably not have been at the forefront of the agenda if Putin felt he had enough political support from the Ukrainian regime. Putin is wrapping this history into his basic idea that Ukraine is not and cannot be a legitimate sovereign state. Ukraine is not merely a historically Russian territory wrongly severed, it is the inheritor of a neo-Nazi tradition that contributed to untold Russian deaths during World War II. Similarly, Putin's claims of genocide in Ukraine reflect Russo-nationalism. Ukraine has a large ethno-Russian population, especially in the east, and many Ukrainians of all ethnicities speak Russian. In Putin's paranoid telling, these people are not merely rightful Russian citizens wrongfully separated from the motherland, they are potential victims of an ethnic cleansing campaign by the neo-Judeo-Nazi Ukrainian government. As Putin put it in his 2021 essay, the formation of an ethnically pure Ukrainian state, aggressive towards Russia, is comparable in its consequences to the use of weapons of mass destruction against us. As a result of such harsh and artificial division of Russians and Ukrainians, the Russian people in all may decrease by hundreds of thousands or even millions. There is shall we say, a flake of truth, that smallest golden grain in this hyperbole. The Azov Battalion, a neo-Nazi militia, played an important role in fighting Russia's invasion of eastern Ukraine in 2014. Since then, it has been integrated into the Ukrainian National Guard. Ukraine's government has pushed to make Ukrainian the country's dominant language. Many ethno-Russians, though by no means all, would rather live under Moscow than Kiev. But there is an ocean of difference between these real concerns and hyperbolic claims that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi state committing genocide against ethno-Russians under the command of a Judeo-Commissar. In Ukraine's 2019 national election, a far-right political alliance, including Azov's political arm, only received 2% of the vote. There is no evidence that Zelensky's government is engaging in large-scale extermination of Russians. No international human rights group nor credible expert has ever made such a claim. But while Putin's arguments may be spurious, the implications for them, the implications for Russian policy are deadly. By casting the Ukrainian regime in the most negative possible light and officially linking Russia's official war aims to denazification and demilitarization, he is all but openly turning his stated belief that Ukraine is not a legitimate sovereign state into action, making a veiled threat to remove its leadership and permanently end its military capacity. No sovereign state could ever accept that. The invasion aims to defeat Ukraine utterly, to force its surrender unconditionally, in total submission to the Russian yoke. And all of this involves Holocaust distortion, which is all the white supremacists are into. Putin's attempt to stretch history for political motives is part of a trend seen in other countries as well. Most prominently is Poland, where authorities are advancing a nationalist narrative at odds with all mainstream scholarship, including through a 2018 law that regulates Holocaust speech. The legislation sought to fight back against claims that Poland, a victim of the Third Reich, bore any responsibility for the Holocaust, even though all of the death camps, the majority of them, I'm not talking Konzentrationslager or concentration camps here, I'm talking like actual Totenslager or death camps were in Poland. And of course, they couldn't have operated without enormous Polish collaboration, because the Poles, well, the Polaki people wanted all the Jews dead just as much as the Ukrainians did. Only unlike the Ukrainians, who used giant mega trenches and killed Jews in the open, with the mobile action killing units, the Einsatzgruppen, the Polish people had camps so that they wouldn't have to look at what they did. That means the Ukrainians had a lot more balls. Now, the law, where Poland was entirely innocent of these death camps, angered Israel, where many understood it was an attempt to whitewash the fact that the Polaki peoples killed all the Jews during the German occupation throughout World War II. Yad Vashem also came out against the legislation. And, of course, Yad Vashem, for those of you who don't know, that is a very important Holocaust memorial organization. The World Holocaust Remembrance Center. Yad Vashem is Israel's official memorial to the victims of the Holocaust. It's dedicated to preserving the memory of the Jews who were murdered, honoring Jews who fought against their Nazi oppressors, etc. It explores the history of the Holocaust thematically and chronologically. It's I guess that's pretty much what you need to know. So, aside from them, Javi Dreyfus, a historian at Tel Aviv University and Yad Vashem, has evidenced that the world was now dealing with both Holocaust denial and Holocaust distortion, where countries or institutions were bringing forth their own interpretations of history that were damaging to the commemoration of the Holocaust. Javi Dreyfus is a girl, by the way, or lady, herself attesting that, and here I quote as she, "Whoever deals with the period of the Holocaust must first and foremost be committed to the very complex reality that occurred then, and not with wars over memory that exist today." The case for the Putin war is built on lies, both about Ukraine's history and its present. But the Russian policy is coherent. It aims towards turning Putin's maximalist vision for a future Ukraine return to the Russian fold into reality. Whether Russia can accomplish that, and the price that ordinary Russians and Ukrainians pay for it, remains to be seen. Now, in what time we have remaining, the hour remaining, let me go into the military aspect here. Bridget Ashmore says, more going on than meets the eye. Entrenched New World Order plans versus alternate alliance taking out the enemy. X2UL said, is this why George Bush Sr. brought back the New World Order term? So we could use the system against Russia type move? That's a good question. I won't answer that other than how I've been answering it. I think I'm providing you that answer. As for Russia's military angle, in the build-up to Russia's assault on Ukraine, analysts and leaders envisioned numerous ways the conflict might play out, from a limited incursion to an all-out invasion. And Putin had a range of ways to attack Ukraine. He went with the worst-case scenario for the West. And as bombs started to fall and troops moved into Ukraine on Thursday morning, it was clear that Russia had picked the latter of the original scenarios. All-out invasion instead of limited incursion. And describing a so-called decapitation strategy aimed at Ukraine's president, former NATO allied commander Admiral James Stavridis, told NBC News, "I think Putin's going to go full bore, get to Kiev, try and capture Volodymyr Zelensky." Now, intelligence officials from a Western government who declined to be further identified gave a similar assessment at a media briefing Thursday attended by Insider Magazine. Putin used precision missile strikes and airstrikes, followed shortly later by ground maneuvers. They said attackers came from the east, south, and north, a description consistent with reports on the ground and insiders' map of the invasion. All three lines of attack, as per my own analysis, had previously been floated as individual possibilities for an invasion. Defense analysts warned that Russia's multi-pronged attack was full-scale but still an early phase, with a lot more forces to push into Ukraine to seize key areas or capture its leadership. Putin's overall endgame remains an area of pressing debate. Putin's earlier announcement of a more limited intervention in Ukraine's eastern separatist region in the Donbas suggested that would be the likeliest avenue. Russia instead chose all of them at once. The unnamed officials speaking to insiders said that Russia's intent appeared obviously to be to take over and hold large swaths of Ukraine, despite Putin's vow not to occupy Ukraine. Announcing his invasion, Putin threatened Western leaders with catastrophic consequences should they intervene to help Ukraine, a euphemism widely understood to refer to Russia's substantial nuclear arsenal. It's a ferocious start that, as the New York Times reported on Sunday, was the most likely outcome in the minds of most military analysts, foreshadowed by the enormous military buildup of over 150,000 troops around Ukraine's borders. But until around 2 days ago, it still looked like a softer, more limited approach, or even a full retreat, remaining on the table. Out of all the actors in this crisis, President Zelensky held out longest for a possible diplomatic solution. On Monday, even after Putin had sent troops to Ukraine's east, he said he didn't believe there would be a full invasion. Observing the move into the Donbas, Thomas Warren of the Atlantic Council think tank argued that Putin had left the door open for diplomacy. Warren is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism Policy at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And Putin, he has argued, was using a hybrid warfare approach with the goal of trying to get real concessions from Ukraine and the West without a real invasion. But those possibilities blinked out of existence Thursday, with only difficult choices left for Ukraine and its supporters. Ukraine has pledged to resist, with civilians cleared to take up arms and quays of people seen in Kiev volunteering to fight. Zelensky activated Ukraine's army reserve in advance of the conflict and has taken delivery of advanced weapon systems from NATO to even its odds against the massive Russian military. This kind of resistance makes it more difficult to take as Kiev, but the intelligence officials said Russia's advance, well, they claimed Russia's advantages in arms, tactics, and experience, as well as its historical indifference to collateral damage, would be hard to overcome, especially on so many fronts at once. It left a difficult problem for Western leaders, whose array of sanctions clearly failed to deter Russian escalation. On Thursday, Ukraine requested harsher countermeasures, including a no-fly zone over Ukraine and casting Russia out of the international SWIFT payment system, both far more extreme than anything the West had been willing to do. And they still aren't providing a no-fly zone, which is why Biden really is a piece of chicken shit. And it left a choice of totally rethinking the price the West is willing to bear, or leave their ally to its fate. The great Austrian novelist Joseph Roth died a few months before the Stalin-esque cataclysm that he foresaw. At his end, in 1939, Roth was living in exile in Paris penniless and alcoholic, broken by the extinguishment of the Mittel-Europa of his childhood, Roth had been born in 1894 in a place called Brody, a small town in what was then the Austro-Hungarian Empire but is now Ukraine. Today, this little town of Roth's childhood is under threat once more. Roth is best known for his novel The Radetzky March, chronicling the end of the Habsburg Empire, a tragedy as far as he was concerned. But The Bust of the Emperor, another of his melancholy works, feels more prophetic today, as the Russian army swarms across Ukraine. In this novella, Roth takes the reader to the land of his childhood, before it was washed away in the swells of European nationalism, war, and savagery. The main character in Roth's story is the aristocratic Count Morstin, the scion of an old Polish family of Italian descent, who thinks of himself as neither Polish nor Italian, but beyond nationality. Morstin, like Roth, loathed the very idea of nationalism, himself being a monarchist for obvious reasons, the character that is, which he saw, in terms of nationalism, as a small, dank cabin compared with the large house of many doors and many rooms for many different kinds of people that was the old Habsburg monarchy, an abortive federation. In The Bust of the Emperor, Roth tells how Count Morstin comes to terms with the loss of his homeland. But the story, really, is about the loss of a way of life, the loss of an age, the loss of an order. This loss is signified throughout the novella, by a bust of the old Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph that Morstin keeps outside his manor house in a village near Brody. Today, from Brody to Kharkiv, we are seeing once again the collapse of an age, and perhaps with it, an order. Like Count Morstin, we must now reckon with this change. For so long, many of us have avoided making the imaginative leap required to believe that a modern political leader could order the invasion of a European country. Despite the growing evidence to the contrary, many diplomats, officials, and analysts refuse to seriously believe the American and British intelligence warnings about the imminence of an attack. For all too many in the West, it seems, wars of aggression are things that happen to poor countries a long way away. They are done by us. They are not done to us. And yet, this has happened. The images filtering onto our timelines of Russian helicopters flying over European cities do not seem real, and yet they are. Photographs of exploded Russian armament seem jarring because they have been taken in noticeably European settings, on European streets, and having blown away entire European families. In one published by Radio Free Europe of these bomb massacres, a Domino's pizza franchise is visible just behind the carnage. Europeans in particular have displayed an unusually emotional response to the shock of Putin's invasion. The chief of the German army, Alphonse Maïs, posted a startlingly brutal assessment of the situation on his LinkedIn page, declaring that the Bundeswehr had been left blank, presumably because of the years of free riding on the coattails of its American protector, yeah? Its options to support the Western alliance limited. He has thus written, "We all saw it coming and were unable to penetrate with our arguments to draw and implement the conclusions of the annexation of Crimea." Former German Defense Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer joined in the self-recrimination, writing that she was angry at ourselves for our historical failure to act after Putin's interventions in Georgia, Crimea, and Donbass in a way that could have deterred the Russian dictator. Reading these laments, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that they are fueled by shame and embarrassment. In The Bust of the Emperor, Count Morstan ends up living in Switzerland for a while after the Habsburg Empire's collapse, trying to forget the passing of his old world. One night, though, sitting at an American bar in Zurich, he is confronted with the reality of the New World. He watches as a group of Russians mockingly parade what they claim is the crown of the monarchy that he so revered. Suddenly he becomes enraged. It was as though he understood, at the same instant in which he himself was transformed, that long before himself, the world had also been transformed. It was as though he now learned that his own transformation was merely a consequence of some wider transformation. Presented with the reality of life, Count Morstan is embarrassed by his former naivete. Roth writes, "When he cites meanness, the fastidious man feels double embarrassed, first at the mere fact of its existence, and then because he straightway understands he has been taken in. This, it seems to me, is the source of our rage here in these United States and in Europe. We have been taken in by Vlad Putin, a man out to destroy our world. We are embarrassed by our own credulity, the shame of our stupidity and vanity. And this is why Donald Trump says American leaders are stupid. And in that, he's right." Yes, by the way, Brigitte Ashmore says, "Douglas, were any of your siblings born with birth defects? What gave you the idea that Adolf might have been a candidate? I have been somewhat distracted and may have missed the explanation." Don't worry, honey. I've gone over this dozens of times. She says, "Putin has brought in Chechens to battle the Azov Brigade. So Azov Brigade is coating bullets with lard and publicizing. Good for them. I mean, those Chechens are the Islamo-fundamentalists that all you white supremacists hate, and they control a nation state within a nation state under Vlad Putin, who gave them their own Sharia law. A no-go zone in Russia itself that all you whites were afraid was going to happen in France and England exists in Russia, larger than some of the smaller nations on Earth. So Brigitte, honey, when my mother served as a very young child prodigy, a translator for the Japanese, she personally translated between the Japanese and Adolf Hitler. And it's one of the reasons Adolf Hitler sided with both China and Japan, because she was both Chinese and Japanese herself. And he declared neither one an enemy, but helped them both the best he could. And aside from that, she seduced him under orders from the emperor to collect his sperm. And she was able to get 2 test tubes full through different sessions with Adolf Hitler. One of them was sent back to Japan, where it was maintained by Emperor Hirohito in his labs. The other she kept herself in refrigeration through 40 years or more before she fertilized herself and gave birth to me, because, of course, of my father's certain sterility. And with that, of course, hopefully that makes it more understandable what I'm saying. So, aside from that, almost no country in the West is immune from this shame that I'm articulating. And in the time we have remaining, after 2016, America's shame is obvious, but the feeling is no less marked in Europe. In Britain, they have the shame of Russian oligarchs buying up their homes and their newspapers, and even finding their way into British Parliament. In France, long after the appalling nature of the Putin regime became clear, the country's leaders shamefully convinced themselves that they could talk him round. Emmanuel Macron was even happy to attend the World Cup final in Moscow alongside Putin just months after the Russian dictator had ordered the deployment of a chemical weapon in Britain. In United Germany, the shame was perhaps most evident. The leading power in Europe cannot find the strength to lead, cannot fund its military properly, and is only now finding the courage to separate its economic interests from its responsibilities to the Western alliance that ensures its security. But across Europa, the same story can be seen in an Italian politician wearing a Putin t-shirt, an Austrian politician dancing with the Russian leader at her wedding, the Hungarian prime ministress cozying up to him in Moscow. Everyone knows how disgraceful this behavior is, but even now we struggle to come to terms with our baseness, seeking ways to avoid the inevitable pain that will come us with any meaningful sanctions on the Russian state. And we were warned. In the 21 years since President George W. Bush declared Putin a man he could trust, having apparently peered into his very soul, the Russian leader invaded Georgia, backed Assad in Syria, intervened in the American election, annexed Crimea, armed separatists in Ukraine, who then shot down a Dutch aircraft and destroyed hundreds of people, including children and all the world's researchers on AIDS, assassinated enemies in Britain and Germany, and then, finally, launched a full-scale invasion of a sovereign European country, and still leaders across the West, among the populist right and the populist left, from Donald Trump in these United States to Stop the War coalition in Great Britain, defend, explain, excuse, or even praise Vladimir Putin. Faced with the brutal reality of a new world, it is natural to respond with either rage or denial. In The Bust of the Emperor, Count Morstein decides he will choose the latter, returning from Switzerland to his village outside Brody to live as if the Habsburg Empire never died. The Count retrieves the bust of the Emperor that he had kept safe in his basement, putting it back on display outside his home. He even begins wearing his old uniform of the Austrian Dragoons. For a while it works, and the local peasants salute him, but he knows it cannot last. Like everyone, to quote the character, Count Morstein, from the novel, like everyone who has once been powerful, he now seemed even less than powerless. In the eyes of officialdom, he was ridiculous. The peasants who were saluting him were saluting a lost past. Eventually, he knows the game is up, that it is time to bury the old world. And so he summons the villagers, and together they bury the bust of the emperor, as if it were Franz Joseph himself. This, I fear, is our fate in the West. There is no longer any point in putting on the uniforms of the old world, pretending it has not just been blown apart. The old ways of dealing with the motherfucking Russians, and ultimately the goddamn communist Chinese, no longer apply. The fact that autocratic regimes will democratize, the belief that autocratic regimes will democratize and liberalize as they bend into our rules-based order was naive. The West is not about to collapse like Austria-Hungary, but Western assumptions about strength and superiority are no longer sufficient. Those who still believe in democracy must bury the hubris that caused our old world to fail. If we need to do so ceremonially, shoving dirt on it like the old bust outside Brody, so be it. But let's get on with it before we are made to look any more ridiculous. countries and markets awoke to the stunning news of Russian President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine on multiple fronts Thursday morning, launching a conflict that several leaders have warned will be the biggest in Europe since World War II. After months of Russian military buildup along Ukraine's borders with troops numbering more than 100,000 and a fiery speech that denied Ukraine's very statehood, Putin's offensive against the European country of 44 million has ripped up the international status quo. On Thursday, Timothy Ash, emerging markets strategist at Blue Bay Asset Management and a longtime Russia and Ukraine analyst, told CNBC, "This is a globally systemic event. Putin is redrawing an iron curtain across emerging Europe. We have to totally take a fresh look at how we look at European and Western security, the role of Russian oligarchs, Russian business, and Russia incorporated in Western markets." Now, Putin's own words reveal his nostalgia for Russia's more imperialist past, describing many times over the past several years the disintegration of the Soviet Union as a tragedy and one of the greatest catastrophes in world history. Now, some regional analysts and historians say that the so-called Iron Curtain, a term popularized by former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in 1946 that he simply plagiarized from Reich's propaganda minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. Oh God. Now Bridget's asking how many of the U.S. bioweapons labs have been taken out. There are no fucking U.S. bioweapons labs in Ukraine, honey. Don't buy into the Russian propaganda. It's all Russian propaganda to rationalize their invasion. Grow up, kids. I'm giving you the fucking truth. Is it too difficult to understand? Too poetic for you to comprehend? But as I said, Winston Churchill plagiarized Dr. Goebbels to describe the political, military, and ideological barrier erected by the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin to seal itself off from the West. It's back now, albeit in different form. In an op-ed earlier this month, Pierre Atlas, a political scientist and senior lecturer at the Indiana University, Purdue University, wrote, "The former KGB colonel, who has been in control of Russia in one form or another since 1999, does want to reconstitute the geopolitical power and territorial reach of the Soviet Empire in Europe and reestablish its prestige and influence worldwide. The Kremlin has rejected that there will be an occupation, claiming it is demilitarizing Ukraine and protecting people from Ukrainian governmental aggression, which Ukraine and NATO members deny. Russian missiles and artillery strikes have reportedly hit multiple Ukrainian cities on Thursday. Putin has vowed to protect Russia's security despite no evidence that Ukraine poses a threat to it, and has stated Moscow's aim to neutralize the country's military. Putin similarly rejected for weeks Western assertions that he would launch an invasion of Ukraine at all. So about this new Iron Curtain in its new form? Barriers, particularly military, political, and financial, are set to come up across Western and NATO countries against Russia as governments deploy economic sanctions and European allies likely ramp up their defense spending. U.S. President Joe Biden and NATO heads of state have vowed severe sanctions on Russian officials and its economy, while Ukraine's leaders have urged the world to aggressively isolate Russia. The United States is set to deploy more sanctions against Moscow after its previous levies on a number of Russian banks, oligarchs, and the controversial Nord Stream 2 pipeline failed to stop Putin's incursion into Ukraine. And Maximilian Hess, referring to the suggestions of a new Iron Curtain, and adding that he expects the penalties to look more like the Iran sanctions regime than anything else, Maximilian Hess, a fellow at Foreign Policy Research Institute, told CNBC, frankly, the threatened sanctions are going to make that a reality. Putin knew what kind of sanctions response this was going to draw in from the United States and the West more broadly. It was a choice. I expect the Biden administration to do it, and that's the result. That is what's going to happen to the Russian economy. Given that is what is clearly already underway, we should expect wide-ranging limits on trading Russian debt and financing for Russian companies. Sanctioning individuals is necessary, but can only go so far. It will be a maximum pressure 2.0 campaign, but this will have substantial costs for the West as well as if Russia responds in kind. I too expect that it will. Geopolitical turmoil is imminent in agricultural, metals, and hydrocarbons market, and here to stay. So this is the new world disorder. Thursday saw Russia's ruble hit a record low against the dollar, with Moscow's main stock falling as much as 45% during the day. International stock markets all traded heavily in the red, and prices of safe haven assets like gold and bonds soared. Precious metals, silver, platinum, and palladium, the latter two of which are major Russian exports, also saw their prices spike. The sanctions being called for by Ukraine and some lawmakers in the West include severing Russia from the global SWIFT banking system. But in the years since Russia's 2014 annexation of Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula and the sanctions that followed, the country has built up a formidable war chest of international reserves and worked on the de-dollarization of its economy, raising the question of how effective sanctions will ultimately be. Urging the international community to stop Putin, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba told the United Nations General Assembly in New York on Wednesday midweek that the beginning of a large-scale war in Ukraine will be the end of the world order as we know it. If Russia does not get a severe, swift, and decisive response now, this will mean a total bankruptcy of the international security system and international institutions which are tasked with maintaining the global security order. Well, this brings us to Israeli interests. The Holocaust is central to Israel's national identity. The country comest to a 2-minute standstill on its Holocaust Remembrance Day. School children, trade groups, and soldiers make regular trips to Yad Vashem's museum. Stories of the last cohort of Holocaust survivors constantly make the news. Israel has butted heads with certain countries like Poland over the memory of the Holocaust, but Israel has appeared more reticent to challenge Vladimir Putin and his contra-narrative, according to all observers, because of its current security interests. Israel relies on coordination with the Russian Empire to allow it to strike targets in Syria, which it says are often weapons caches destined for Israel's enemies. Israel came under fire from historians in 2020 after a speech by Putin and a separate video presentation at a meeting of world leaders in Jerusalem to commemorate the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp, which they said skewed towards his narrative and away from the historical facts. Israel was conspicuously muted in its criticism of Russia in the lead-up to the attacks on Ukraine. Commentator Raviv Drucker wrote in the Daily Haaretz that Israel was on the wrong side of history with its response, which initially sought to support Ukraine while not rattling Russia. On Thursday, Israeli Foreign Minister Yair Lapid condemned Russia's attacks as a grave violation of the international order, but Prime Minister Naftali Bennett stopped short of issuing any public condemnation of Russia's attack. Vera Miklin-Shapir, a former official at Israel's National Security Council and the authoress of Fluid Russia, a book about the country's national identity, said that Israel's regional security concerns were of greater interest than challenging Russia on its narrative, herself explaining that Russia can provide weapon systems to our worst enemies, and therefore Israel is proceeding very cautiously. You could say too cautiously, because there is an issue here that is at the heart of Israel's security. But Putin's move into Ukraine could backfire disastrously regardless. The West condemns Russia's aggression as barbaric and horrific, and as Biden warns that conflict could drag on for weeks or months, Putin's historic miscalculation may make himself a war criminal. In the eyes of the world, and almost certainly history, Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine on Thursday was an epic miscalculation, drawing comparisons to Woodrow Wilson and Saddam Hussein for cold-blooded aggression that could challenge the world order and change its borders. The Russian leader appeared almost delusional in a pre-dawn speech from the Kremlin, announcing a special military operation to protect Donbas, the eastern region where Russian-backed separatists have waged a war, an insurgency for 8 years. Putin, instead, immediately ordered Russian tanks into Ukraine and airstrikes on the capital and more than a dozen cities in a country of 40 million people. The NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg warned reporters, "Peace on our continent has been shattered. We now have war in Europe on a scale and of a type we thought belonged to history. Putin's reckless attacks risks countless innocent lives." Putin is now, at minimum, a pariah condemned by leaders round the world. In a speech to the nation announcing new sanctions on Russian financial institutions and elites, President Biden said, "Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war." He charged that Putin has much larger ambitions than Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. His ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived. In one of a flurry of statements reflecting outrage globally, the European Commission chief, Ursula von der Leyen, called Russia's act barbaric and dismissed its justifications as cynical. In a tweet, the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said he was appalled by Putin's horrific decision to pursue a path of bloodshed and destruction. Putin's military offensive put him on the diplomatic defensive. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, called the attack a turning point in history that will have a profound and lasting impact across the continent. Putin may now also qualify as a war criminal, according to the Geneva Conventions of 1949. War crimes include willful killing and extensive destruction of property, not justified by military necessity and carried out unlawfully and wantonly. That's Putin to a T. All of it defines him. The term has been inconsistently interpreted and unevenly applied to leaders or countries, including to these United States and our officials, who have initiated aggression for reasons considered unjustified. In Ukraine, Putin's war of choice has clearly violated international law through his invasion of a sovereign country and attempt to oust its government. After an emergency United Nations Security Council meeting on Wednesday, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, warned that the Russian invasion could be the worst war of the century, with consequences not only devastating for Ukraine, not only tragic for the Russian Federation, but for the entire world. And Putin has lied at every stage of the Ukrainian crisis, insisting yesteryear that he had no military ambitions in Ukraine, even as he steadily amassed a force of nearly 200,000 troops on 3 fucking fronts. during a joint press conference with the United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, but Yester Septimania, last week, Putin played down the prospect of war itself. In a response to a question, he said, "Do we want this or not? Of course not. That is exactly why we push forward proposals for a process of negotiations." As he spracketh, however, his military was setting up field hospitals near the Ukrainian border, stocked with fresh blood supplies. On Tuesday, President Biden noted, "You don't need blood unless you plan on starting a war." Putin's invasion is based on wild accusations, including a claim that he needed to denazify Ukraine, a country led by President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is, in fact, quite Jewish. Putin vowed to end the humiliation and genocide perpetrated by the Kiev regime, when in fact separatists backed by Russia have for years waged a war in eastern Ukraine. Putin also claimed that the Kiev government sought to acquire nuclear weapons, when, in fact, Ukraine, once the third largest nuclear power, denuclearized after the Soviet Union collapsed and it became an independent country again. He described the government in Kiev as a junta, even though it was democratically elected in 2019. And Zelensky, in fact, won in a landslide with 73% of the vote, defeating 38 others who ran for president. Honestly, it leaves you just... I shake my head. In a plaintive final appeal, Volodymyr Zelensky himself spracketh directly to the Russian people, hours before the attack. In an official video in Russian, Zelensky implored Russian citizens to embrace peace. To quote his T, "You are being told this is a plan to free the people of Ukraine, but the Ukrainian people are free. Many of you have visited Ukraine. Many of you have relatives here. You know our character. You know our people. And you know our principles. You know what we value. Hear us." Putin was, in fact, the one who sparked the crisis with an erroneous, actually fictional claim that Ukraine would soon gain membership in NATO. Joining the Western military alliance is an aspirational goal for Ukraine, which it enshrined in a constitutional amendment circa 2019. But NATO's leadership has openly said that Ukraine does not yet qualify for membership. It would have to introduce and enact multiple reforms that may be years away. To counter Putin's paranoia, the Biden administration has offered detailed proposals to enhance security for Russia. They included offers on arms control as well as limits on military exercises. Putin's response has ever been completely defiant. He's uninterested. He demanded that Ukraine never join NATO and the Western military alliance roll back its membership to its 1997 level. As Russian forces advance across the country, Putin's objective now appears to be regime change by military force, a step that he criticized these United States for taking in Iraq. In a reflection of his paranoia, Putin even suggested that the invasion of Ukraine was to protect Russia from the United States, himself so saying, "For our country, it is a matter of life and death, a matter of our historical future as a nation." And he brazenly reminded the world, Russia remains one of the most powerful nuclear states. Russia experts and former U.S. officials increasingly question Putin's stability, especially as he has surrounded himself with like-minded advisors and yes-men who encourage his ambitions to rewrite history. Nina Khrushcheva, an international affairs professoress at the New School in New York and the great-granddaughter of former Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, described Putin as a ruthless megalomaniac with a giant imperialist agenda akin to Stalin and Mao, saying the Russian dictator appears to have lost all grip on reality, more so than I was willing to admit only yesterday, adding, I didn't think he was suicidal, but clearly he is, and is taking the whole world and us with him. Putin believes that in historical terms, as in Peter the Great and so on, blood will be forgotten and his legacy as the uniter of the Russian lands, no matter the cost, will remain. Experts concur that Putin no longer appears to be a rational actor on the international stage. To quote Stephen Sestanovich, a Russia expert at Columbia University, Putin's crazy talk is making it hard to avoid. Did he think forcing all of his advisors to stand up on television and say, in such obvious discomfort, that they agreed with him would make the decision for war look careful and deliberate? My Russian friends suggest it's something different. Is this guy losing it? As military analysts warned of a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine, they also were keeping an eye on the weather. This is what will bring us to the geography and the military aspects of the Russia invasion. Perhaps I can cover as much as I can tonight. Understand that the Ukraine's geography influenced the Russian invasion via wetlands and radioactive soil. Temperatures, cloud cover, and even the radioactivity in the soil determined when and where Russian troops made their initial moves. For centuries, armies and nations have waged wars on these same lands, from the steppes to the Eastern European heartland, and have faced similar obstacles, from mucky wetlands to rushing rivers and treacherous mountain ranges. Russia, while mobilizing more than 100,000 troops along the Ukraine border, denied it planned to invade. But Washington and its allies were preparing for possible aggression by sending military personnel and equipment to NATO members near Ukraine. Now, with airstrike capabilities and state-of-the-art material on both sides, geography and weather are less of a factor than they were in the past, but they still could influence the timing and the tide of any potential conflict. Cold weather provides hard, fast terrain countrywide for an invasion. Warmer weather, starting in later February and into March, brings with it thawing grounds, leading to muddy conditions that are less than ideal for heavy military vehicles. Per Kirill Mikhailov, an analyst at the Conflict Intelligence Team, an independent Russian open-source investigative organization that monitors Russia's military, it's very inconvenient to carry out offensive operations in the spring, because the thaw turns ravines into creeks and creeks into rivers. If you carry out an operation, it should be carried out either in January or February. This brings us to the Pinsk Marshes. The Ukraine's north span to the north of the Ukraine, span roughly 100,000 square miles of wetlands known as the Pinsk Marshes. Here is one place the cold could really play a role. During the winter, these mucky flatlands freeze over, providing a more stable terrain for heavy military vehicles that would otherwise get stuck in the mud. The frozen ground, usually present in February, could provide Russian troops with the best window to cross into the Ukraine, and that's the window that they took while it was open. While more roads have recently been built throughout the marshes, traversing the open terrain would be strategically important. To quote Seth G. Jones, Senior Vice President at the CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, those fields become critical because you can't risk bottlenecks on a roadway. You run into the real problems on very muddy terrain in the March-April timeframe. Historically, the marshes have been an obstacle to forces, but muddy landscape might not be a deciding factor this time around. According to a written analysis by the CNA, the Center for Naval Analysis, Russia Studies Program, while these marshes were flagged as a potential hazard for Western forces fighting a hypothetical war in the USSR and considered impossible except during winter, Russian troops have long proved quite adept at handling marsh and swamp terrain. During World War II, the marshes posed a challenge to German forces invading during Operation Barbarossa. In terms of the Belarusian border, the marshes are spread across another key strategic location. Well, the Belarusian border, a natural border wall, if you will. A quicksand wall, like a moat, a natural moat. As the ground freezes, however, it could give Russian troops access to Kiev, which falls a mere 56 miles to the south, though that most direct route passes through the nuclear disaster site of Chernobyl. So they stopped there, having caught that, rather than moving on to Kiev. God knows why. Soak up the rays, I guess. Nothing like seeing yourself an X-ray for a selfie. Hey, Jameson, my man. Take care of those sex bots, okay? We don't want them as part of our legacy. Now, in terms of Russia, it began mobilizing forces ahead of joint Belarus-Russian military exercises, which were scheduled to take place on February 10th through February 20th, and did indeed, where they played practice with nuclear warfare. CNA said Russia had sent more than 10 battalion tactical groups to Belarus, as well as naval and airborne units. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, a close ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, vowed to defend his country against Russia. Well, vowed to defend his country and Russia against Ukrainian aggression. Oh, God, isn't that something? Yeah, they're aggressive by being democratic. And then you have the zone. Russian forces seeking the most direct route to Kiev ran into that obstacle, Chernobyl, the site of a nuclear disaster in 1986. The 1,000 square mile zone is heavily restricted to keep people safe from radioactivity still embedded in the ground. In November, Ukraine deployed border guards to patrol the area as tensions with Russia and Belarus heightened. While certain areas are safe to occupy for some time, the explosions and artillery fire of warfare in the area could be dangerous. Per the Russian military analyst Pavel Falkenhauer, the delivery of air-to-surface munitions, artillery, mortar, and multiple rocket launcher fire in the Belarus-Ukraine border area could also disperse radioactive debris in the soil. Then, of course, we have the Dnieper River in the last few minutes we have remaining. While an invasion from Belarus's south would have been the most direct route to the Ukraine's capital, many expected potential Russian military aggression to also come from the northeast and east, which it ultimately did, where pro-Moscow separatists could control Ukrainian territory in Donbass, and more than 100,000 Russian troops had amassed on the country's border with Ukraine. They could have come through Kharkiv, Ukraine's second most populous city. There are no geographic obstacles separating this eastern metropolis from Russia itself, making it a fast and primary target. And moving west, any invading force would reach the banks of the Dnieper River, which symbolically divides Ukraine into east and west, beginning in Russia, and following through Belarus and Ukraine into the Black Sea. The waterway, home to critical infrastructure including dams, would be a key consideration in an invasion from Belarus or Russia. And then there is the Zaporizhia. In the southern city of Zaporizhia, for example, in the Dnieper hydroelectric station, a massive dam that also joins the banks of the river. In World War II, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin's secret police destroyed this dam to make the river harder for German forces to cross, killing civilians and flooding entire towns in the process. The dam has since been rebuilt, and experts note that Ukraine could repeat the tactic, this time to slow down a Russian invasion, washing out oncoming forces. But Joseph S. Bermudez Jr., a senior fellow for imagery analysis at CSIS, cautioned that the maneuver could again drown European towns. He's so saying if they blew the dams, they'd do as much damage to the Ukrainian population as they would a Russian invasion. Then we have the Black Sea itself. In Ukraine south is the Black Sea, an important body of water that serves as the country's shipping route with its connection to the Mediterranean. The Black Sea has been the site of numerous conflicts throughout history, including the Russo-Turkish Wars, the Crimean War in the 1850s, and World War II. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea, giving the country expanded access to the sea. Now the CNA observes that the Russian Navy depends on transit through the Black Sea for supplying military presence in Syria and for rotating ships in and out of its Mediterranean squadron. Adding that since 2014, the organization added, the Russian Navy's Black Sea Fleet has expanded and modernized. 20 of its ships were recently engaged in a major naval exercise in the Black Sea as part of a large-scale naval exercise involving all Russian fleets. Other Western naval vessels enter the Black Sea periodically, but those that stray too close to Crimea often face brushes with Russian warships, as Moscow sees these moves as a direct challenge to its annexation of the peninsula. Now, you have the Kerch Strait. The Kerch Strait provides, or rather divides, the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, and could be another access point for Russia. In 2018, Russia opened a 12-mile long, $4 billion bridge over the strait, directly linking Russia to Crimea. Ukraine and the West have called the bridge another illegal infringement on Kiev's sovereignty. And finally, the Carpathian Mountains. Now, a mountain range runs through Ukraine as well.